Chapter 1. A plate of slightly spoiled fried rice. After consumption, satiation increases by 3, stamina increases by 3. There is a 10% chance of experiencing adverse effects, resulting in abdominal cramps. Nanchung, suburb, a certain farm. Li Tianran gazed at the words materializing in the void, rising from his seat to take the fragrant fried rice before the girl opposite him, smiling as he said, "It has been sitting for a while. It might have spoiled. Allow me to fetch you a fresh portion." "I had no intention of eating it in the first place," the girl replied, her demeanor somewhat reserved, her attire meticulously curated, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated environment. She frowned slightly and remarked, "Li Tianran, I have had enough. If you continue to cling to this run-down place without considering a change, I will break up with you." Just as Li Tianran was about to take the plate away, he paused at her words, turning to his girlfriend with an impassive expression, correcting her, "Please understand, this is not a run-down place. It is a farm that integrates dining, cultivation, and livestock. Furthermore, all your expenditures over the past year have been earned from this so-called run-down place of yours, including this Chanel worth 30,000 yuan that you are wearing." Li Tianran, male, 26 years old, unemployed, managing a dilapidated estate inherited from his ancestors, primarily engaged in farming and sheep rearing. The girl before him, Zhongling, is his girlfriend. Their relationship was once quite harmonious. To be precise, it should be said that it was once very harmonious. Li Tianran, I am not joking. My colleagues at the company mock me for dating a farmer. If you do not find another job, we shall not marry. Zhongling furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Li Tianran's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. Li Tianran fronat. Their wedding was merely 3 months away. He lifted his gaze to the somewhat dilapidated farm outside the window. A wave of irritation washed over him. A series of data flashed before his eyes. A poorly managed estate. Area, 30 acres suitable for livestock, cultivation, and construction. Profit and loss status. Deficit 7 days ago, his body underwent an inexplicable transformation, causing every object to manifest this series of annotations before his eyes. However, upon testing, he discovered that this ability, apart from providing a more intuitive means of exploration, held no greater significance. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this ability could only be utilized within his estate once he stepped outside. He was no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps this was a phenomenon known as a golden finger. Yet regrettably, its emergence had not altered Li Tianran's life. He had not become suddenly wealthy or ascended to the pinnacle of success. In fact, he now faced the embarrassment of being on the verge of being dumped by his girlfriend. After a prolonged silence, Li Tianran finally relented, sighing, "Very well, I shall seek employment." A smile graced Zhongling's face, seemingly celebrating her victory. At that moment, a sudden mechanical female voice echoed in Li Tianran's ear. "Apocalypse game player matching has concluded. Officially loading. Please hold on." Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback. Suspecting an issue with his hearing, he softly inquired, "Zhongling, did you hear anything? Golden finger mutation? Do not change the subject." Zhongling crossed her arms, sensing an opportunity to drive home her advantage, declaring, "If you wish to marry, I have one more condition. You must send that little burden away." Li Tianran's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. His expression froze in disbelief as he furrowed his brow, asking, "What did you say?" "I said to send Li Han to the welfare home. After all, she has no blood ties to you." "Utter nonsense." A suppressed exclamation erupted within the room. Li Tianran's plate crashed to the floor before Zhongling, shattering into countless fragments, warm rice splattering onto her, instantly staining her Chanel scarf. "What are you doing, Li Tianran?" Zhongling screamed. Li Tianran remained expressionless, pointing outside as he said, "Get out now. Do not force me to strike you." "You are insane." Zhongling, flustered and enraged, retorted, "Do not think I am without options. To be frank, the vice president of my company has been pursuing me for quite some time. If I give him the green light, I could be living a life 100 times better than this." The door to the estate's reception room was violently thrust open. Zhongling stormed out in anger and resentment. Li Tianran stood by the window, hands in pockets, expressionless as he muttered to himself. The vice president, such great authority. I hope you do not come to regret it, fool. At that moment, two small heads peeked in at the door. To be precise, it was a little girl and a fierce-looking German shepherd. The little girl had delicate features, though her hair appeared slightly dull, giving the impression of malnutrition, her chubby face framed by a bob haircut. The German shepherd, upon seeing Li Tianran, wagged its tail vigorously, fixated on the chicken leg atop the table, yet its ears were firmly grasped by the little girl, preventing it from moving, leaving it to whimper pathetically. Li Tianran's gaze lingered on the little girl for a moment. Li Han. Identity. Human juvenile age, 7 strength, 1. Intelligence, 3. Speed, 1. Spirit, 9. Hunger level, 99. Evaluation. A weak, pitiful, and helpless child. Yet her spirit remains high, and she possesses a hearty appetite. Big brother, I just saw Sister Zhong storm out in anger. Did you two have a quarrel? Li Han inquired curiously, her Mandarin slightly unrefined. Li Tianran vaguely nodded, refraining from a direct answer. Is it because of me? Li Han pouted, timidly asking, reasoning that this was the third girl to part ways with Li Tianran due to her presence. Though she was merely 7 years old, she had long grasped certain realities. Li Tianran's expression softened, affectionately tousling the little girl's neatly arranged hair into a playful mess. She does not deserve such a wonderful hand-in. Out with the old, in with the new. I shall find you an even prettier sister-in-law in the future. Li Han nodded vigorously, then lamented, clutching her little belly, Big brother, I am hungry again. Li Tianran chuckled. The pangs of heartbreak did not dampen his spirits. The mere sight of this little one instantly revitalized him. Though they shared no blood ties, both had long considered each other indispensable in their lives. Blood relations, truly, are not of paramount importance. I shall fry some rice for you. Right away, Li Tianran tidied up the mess on the floor, donned an apron, and turned towards the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, he glanced at the German shepherd, currently being pinned to the ground by Li Han in an attempt to sneak a morsel. Little Black. Identity. Check wolf dog. Age, 3. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 2. Speed, 12. Adult standard is 10. Spirit, 5. Hunger level, 35. Evaluation. A loyal, fierce Czech wolf dog, exhibiting gentleness only towards those it trusts. Note: do not attempt to harm its companions if you see it arching its back, baring its teeth, and emitting a low growl. Run. Run immediately. Li Tianran felt a sense of helplessness. Honestly, what kind of bizarre golden finger was this? A discerning master or a human scanner? He suddenly recalled the prompt that sounded during his conversation with Zhongling. Apocalypse game. Speaking of which, strange occurrences have been frequent lately, such as abrupt climate shifts with snowfalls in June. Additionally, entire herds of cattle and sheep in certain farming areas had inexplicably perished. Li Tianran rubbed his temples as he entered the kitchen, retrieving a bag of rice to pour an appropriate amount, followed by rinsing it. At that moment, the prompt echoed in his ear once more. Ding! Game loading successful. Shelter binding successful. Point store activated. Beginner rewards distributed. Please explore independently. The crisp female voice startled Li Tianran. However, before he could fully process this, a sudden, unbearable pain surged through his head. In an instant, he felt as though his mind had been connected to a high-capacity USB drive, an overwhelming influx of information flooding in, and moments later he gasped for breath, opening his eyes in astonishment to find a brand new virtual interface materializing before him. Apocalypse game player. Li Tianran shelter. A poorly managed estate. LV1 shelter. LV1 skill reward. True, all objects and beings will be displayed in data form before the host level. In level. Points required to upgrade to fortress level. 8 million. Area. 30 acres. Existing. Accommodation area. Cultivation area. Pasture area. Rugged terrain. At this moment, the vast farm was being delineated by virtual light and shadow lines, partitioning it into 7 or 8 distinct zones. In the abundantly sunny Tier 3 region, ideal for cultivation, the growth rate of crops accelerates. The bounteous pastures allow cattle and sheep to feast upon the most luscious grasses. The rugged outskirts are designated for the construction of fortifications, yielding remarkable efficiency. Li Tiangan's mouth gradually gaped open, and shortly thereafter, he noticed an exceedingly prominent scarlet character in the upper right corner of the virtual interface. The apocalypse descends, natural disasters annihilate, the world is shelter, is the sole bastion you can rely upon, cling to hope, and establish a new civilization amidst the ruins. Player's singular task: survive the doomsday game and ensure your shelter becomes the most impregnable fortress. There are 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 36 seconds remaining until the arrival of the Age of Destruction. The Age of Destruction? Upon seeing these 3 words, Li Tiangan's heart raced violently, as if gripped by a chilling magic that rendered his limbs icy. He abruptly moved to the windowsill and gazed skyward. The previously cloudless azure sky had transformed into a shroud of eerie gloom. The once brilliant sun now appeared to be obscured by some unseen force, its edges sinking into darkness, which incessantly expanded. A solar eclipse? Li Tiangan was well aware that such rare astronomical phenomena, like a solar eclipse, would be reported by the Astronomical Bureau and media at least a week in advance. Yet, he had heard no mention of an eclipse prior. This suggested that the system's warning of the Age of Destruction might indeed be genuine. This was not merely an eclipse, it was an omen of the impending apocalypse. The end is nigh, and there are less than 6 hours remaining. How should I respond? Li Tiangan felt his mind descend into chaos. But after forcing himself to calm, he pondered aloud. Typically, during an apocalypse, there are drastic temperature fluctuations and food shortages. Clothing and sustenance are paramount. Clothing and food, these are the essentials of life. Countless past calamities have consistently demonstrated this truth. Warm clothing and nourishing food are eternally the foremost resources for sustaining life. Only after fulfilling these basic needs can one consider anything else. With this realization, he immediately pushed open the door, disregarding everything else, scooped up Han-Hin and Xiaohe, and dashed toward the truck parked at the estate's entrance. 30 minutes later, Li Tiangan returned from the city, his truck laden with an assortment of supplies. From winter clothing to culinary seasonings, even a simple diesel generator was among the haul. After nearly 2 full hours of transferring these items into the storage room, Li Tiangan's mood finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. "Big Pot, why are we buying so much stuff?" Han-Hin queried from the passenger seat, her little legs dangling outside as she gently swung them while clutching a chicken leg. "Puzzled, are you planning to open a supermarket?" Indeed, judging by the variety and quantity of goods Li Tiangan had procured, it could easily supply a supermarket's inventory. In other words, if these supplies were solely intended to sustain 2 individuals, they could last for 2 to 3 years. "Better safe than sorry," Li Tiangan responded evasively to Han-Hin's question. After all, the concept of an apocalypse was far too frightening and unfamiliar for a child like her. He glanced at the system prompt. There are 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining until the Age of Destruction descends. At that moment, the clouds in the sky thickened ominously. The sun had gradually vanished by a significant fraction, casting a profoundly oppressive atmosphere over the entire world. Li Tiangan's residence is a quaint 2-story building nestled within the estate. The first floor, once utilized as a dining area for entertaining guests, is equipped with an array of dining utensils. Additionally, the back kitchen connects to a storeroom of approximately 100 square meters, designated for the storage of ingredients and various seeds. The second floor serves as the quarters for him and Hanhua. After meticulously ensuring that all windows on both levels are securely closed without any oversight, he seizes the opportunity, while Hanhua indulges in her animated series, to step outside the small building and venture into the grazing area for the cattle and sheep. He herds the 2 slightly agitated cows and a dozen goats, which were unsettled by the changing weather, into the barn and secures the entrance, allowing Li Tiangan to finally exhale in relief. It is only at this moment that he finds the time to meticulously examine the interface of this apocalyptic game. The virtual main interface is rather rudimentary, reminiscent of a poorly crafted web-based game. It presents 3 options: permission interface, redemption interface, and mall interface. That he first glances at the permission interface LV1 shelter permission. Remote control of the shelter for 50,000 points. Even if the player leaves the shelter, they can perceive the real-time status of the shelter and all mall products at any time, and can issue commands at will. Other permissions require upgrades to unlock. Li Tianran raises an eyebrow before directly opting to enter the mall interface. Upon entering, the mall interface reveals only 3 categories at present, while the subsequent 7 categories are entirely grayed out, indicating that they will be activated upon upgrading the shelter. The existing 3 categories are upgrade type, tool type, and resource type. Li Tianran raises his eyebrow once more and selects the first category. Upgrade type. Upgrading the shelter allows for the selection of defense expansion. Defense and expansion are presented as 2 distinct interfaces, with the goods available for sale differing greatly. Defense items. Wooden wall, 1 meter for 30 points. Iron fence, 1 meter for 300 points. Concrete thorn wall, 1 meter for 600 points. Alloy fortress wall, 1 meter for 6,000 points. Radar guardians. Monitoring level, 1 for 2,000 points. Patrol level, 1 for 5,000 points. Laser tower. Unlocked. Warning. Player Li Tianran's shelter defense level is rated at 3. Capable only of defending against small wildlife intrusions. Categorized as extremely high risk. It is advised to establish a defense system promptly surrounding the estate. A fence made of bamboo poles and barbed wire trembles in the wind. Next, Li Tianran turns his attention to the expansion items. Expansion type intelligent work robots. Household type 110,000 points. Agricultural type 150,000 points. Industrial type 1,500,000 points. Expansion type combat warriors. LV1 hummingbird level 11,000 points. LV2 hound level 15,000 points. LV3 adult level 150,000 points. LV4 tank level 15 million points. LV5 mecha level 11 billion points. Having only glanced at 2 categories of expansion items, the series of zeros in the price column nearly overwhelms Li Tianran. The prices are approaching the cost of his mobile phone. Overall, this apocalyptic game bears a resemblance to Disaster Shelters or Red Alert. Centering around a base for expansion or development, Li Tianran feels a heaviness in his chest. Although the items in the mall are indeed appealing, the prices are disheartening. Just then, he suddenly remembers that he has yet to check his novice rewards. He almost trembles as he opens his backpack interface, revealing a package shaped like a gift box. Points reward 500,000. Radar. Monitoring level X3. Patrol level X1. Combat warriors. Hummingbird level X20. Hound level X1. Seeds. Radiation-resistant corn X30 kg. Soybeans X30 kg. Rice X30 kg. Virtual sun. Energy 300,300. LV1 crop growth agent. 80 liters. LV1 livestock growth agent. 80 liters. Would you like to retrieve the items from your inventory? Li Tianran selects yes. In an instant, a pile of items materializes before him on the ground. The most striking among them are the mechanical combat warriors. .20 hummingbird level combat warriors gleam with a dull metallic luster, resembling hummingbirds, and take to the air with a gentle flutter. Li Tianran curiously inspects this row of mechanical guardians, and his mind, akin to a high-powered computer, instantly presents the status of these sentinels. LV1 Hummingbird number 1, first level combat warrior. Ammunition capacity, 100 damage level, 100 speed, 5 meters per second, lethality, 3, capable of penetrating 3mm steel plate, defense, 1 can withstand 100 kilograms force attacks. The method of attack is gunfire. With a thought, he issues an attack command. In the next moment, the Hummingbird Guardian suddenly springs into action, gunfire echoing relentlessly. A water tank positioned at a distance is shattered in an instant. Li Tianran's pupils constrict. The power of this weapon would surely be instantly lethal upon impact. Li Tianran then glances at the Soul Hound level warrior, LV2 Hound number 1, second level combat warrior. Ammunition capacity, 50-50, fuel capacity, 100 speed, 4 lethality, 6 defense, 5 method of attack, ablation. Gunfire, biting. A flash of fire erupts as a flame serpent, approximately 10 meters long, shoots forth from the mechanical hound's mouth, igniting a massive fireball in the air. Even at a distance of 10 meters, Li Tianran can feel the suffocating heat. Even steel would melt under such temperatures. Li Tianran gazes at these entities before him, unable to suppress a boisterous laugh. The novice rewards have indeed proven bountiful. With these items, even amidst the apocalypse, he possesses a formidable trump card for survival. 30 minutes later, Li Tianran returns to the small building. At this point, his points have dwindled from 500,000 to around 30,000. He has purchased 5 monitoring guards and patrol guards, as well as 20 hummingbird-level combat warriors, and has fortified his estate with a circle of iron fence walls. This cannot be deemed excessive caution. In the apocalypse, the darker aspects of human nature will be revealed to the fullest extent. In other words, those who lose their humanity in the face of disaster are inherently part of the calamity itself. Vigilance is essential. Now, under Li Tianran's renovations, the estate has begun to take on the semblance of a fortress, and he is confident that, barring an assault by a regular army, it is virtually impossible for them to breach his defenses. On the television, Peppa Pig continues to play, while Hanhua giggles along with the carefree antics of Peppa and her family, but on the table rests a plate of half-eaten fried rice and chicken leg. Li Tianran sits down, casually picking up the plate to eat, and smilingly inquires, "Why haven't you finished your meal?" Feeling down. "We both ate our fill," Hanhua shakes her head. "This is what was left in the big pot." Li Tianran is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles as he takes a few bites, tossing the remaining bone with a bit of meat to the eagerly watching Xiao He beside him. "Awoo!" Xiao He promptly pounces on it, tail wagging in delight. Li Tianran lets out a long sigh of relief. This life truly is quite delightful. However, he cannot help but wonder how long it can last. He gazes up at the unreasonably dark sky, falling into a momentary silence before gently patting Hanhua's head and asking, "Little Hanhua, if the world remains this dark starting today, would you be afraid?" Hanhua nods. "I would be scared." Then, as if recalling something, she curls her bare feet into Li Tianran's embrace, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and giggling. "Then I won't be afraid anymore." Li Tianran is momentarily stunned, then beckons to Xiao He with a finger. Xiao He obediently jumps onto the couch. Lying beside Li Tianran, Li Tianran gazes out at the gloomy sky, fully aware that what lies ahead for him and the entire world is the most terrifying apocalypse. Thus, he now finds solace only in the presence of that which holds the utmost significance in his life. This has been the case for quite some time, that a pair of siblings, accompanied by a dog, have together forged an insular world where the rest of humanity exists as mere outsiders, and all external matters are trivialities, incapable of severing their bond, be it the celestial harmonies or the impending apocalypse. The clock on the wall softly chimes that this moment. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with a mere 59 minutes remaining until the cataclysm. The sky outside has been wholly engulfed in darkness, with the sun reduced to a slender thread of light. Henin lies peacefully asleep in Li Tianxai's embrace. After gently placing her in bed and tucking her in, Li Tianxai picks up the remote control to switch channels. Eager to observe how the media and authorities are reporting on the peculiar celestial phenomenon that in the preceding hours, he has thoroughly examined all the items available within the system and the marketplace. The 3 primary categories in the marketplace include upgrade items, primarily for infrastructure, designed to enhance shelters and construct more robust and secure fortresses. The tools category comprises various auxiliary implements for daily life. However, one should not underestimate the tools category, as extending the progress bar reveals a selection of weapons, firearms, and a variety of large machinery, including wall-breaking devices and vibrators weighing dozens of tons in truth. Any conceivable tool or machine can be found for sale in the marketplace. The resources category is even more extensive, encompassing everything from crop seeds to livestock offspring, including water sources, growth agents, medications, fuel, and even high-powered artificial suns. Upon reviewing his meager points, Li Tianxai realizes that investing them in the marketplace would be akin to casting a stone into an ocean, creating only the slightest rippled this moment. He finally comprehends the true essence of the term tycoon. Were he to possess sufficient points, he could, in a short span, transform his estate into a world-class military base, impervious to the tempests of the outside world. Exchange system. Li Tiankai observes the final interface. The exchange system serves as the sole source of points. Level 1 edible crops, 1 kg 1 point. Level 2 radiation-resistant crops, 1 kg 10 points. Level 3 ancient medicinal crops, 1 kg 1,000 points. Level 4 divine grade powerful crops, 1 kilogram 10,000 points. Level 5 super divine grade enhanced crops, 1 kg 100,000 points. The exchange system primarily facilitates the recycling of crops, livestock meat, and various minerals, categorizing them by different levels and corresponding prices. This system is demanding that I adopt the role of a farmer. Li Tiankai muses, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Despite its somewhat crude interface, the system boasts comprehensive facilities, offering a seamless service from supply to recovery. With such assurances, Li Tiankai's anxiety finally subsides. Just then, the television transitions to an astronomy segment. Good day, Dr. Li. How do you perceive this sudden, total solar eclipse? Why has there been no prior warning globally for this occurrence? The impeccably dressed host inquires gently of the visiting astronomer. A total solar eclipse of this nature is merely a common astronomical phenomenon in academia, and the planet currently obscuring the sun's rays likely exceeds the distance limits of modern astronomical measuring instruments. The elderly scholar responds with a relaxed demeanor. Based on my experience and discussions within my research institute, we conclude that this total eclipse is a once-in-500 years event. However, its duration will not be prolonged. So there's no need for alarm. I recommend that viewers at home call their families and step outside to witness this spectacle together. In other words, this is merely a minor astronomical event that will not alter our lives. Correct? The host inquires once more. Indeed. The scholar affirms, adjusting his glasses with resolute conviction. Observing this scene, Li Tiankai's face contorts into a sardonic and furious smile. A minor celestial event. This is a tempest sweeping over humanity. Just an hour ago, he had posted online to alert the public, only for his warnings to be disregarded. Instead, he faced the wrath of internet police, resulting in the deletion of his post, a ban on his account, and a warning stating that should he continue to post, his IP would be suspended on grounds of inciting unrest. Witnessing this unfold, Li Tiankai felt a chill settle in his heart. The clock on the wall continued its slow, relentless march, the impending doom drawing ever closer. Yet Li Tiankai's demeanor grew tranquil. Since the situation was beyond alteration, he resolved to safeguard his own little plot of land. In his mind, he issued commands. The patrolling guards were stationed at the 4 cardinal points and the entrance, each accompanied by 5 hummingbird warriors and hunting dog warriors to secure the residential building, should they detect any intruder attempting forced entry. No report was necessary. They were to eliminate the threat immediately. Under Li Tiankai's command, 6 ocular-shaped flying sentinels, leading the hummingbird warriors, spread throughout the estate, akin to a swarm surveying their territory. Meanwhile, the hunting dog warriors stood resolutely at the entrance of the small building. Akin to ancient stone lions guarding a manor, their cold mechanical eyes emanating a fearsome green glow. The normally soft ticking of the clock now resonated in Li Tiankai's heart like the tolling of a great bell. The system interface flashed a crimson alert. Only 10 seconds remained until the arrival of the cataclysm. 10, 9. Li Tiankai silently counted along with the ticking second hand. 3, 2, 1. Li Tiankai suddenly sprang to his feet. The cataclysm had arrived. Boom! A roar reverberated through the cosmos, an unseen wave swiftly expanding across the globe. Time and space froze in an instant, akin to a poorly crafted game freezing upon entry. Li Tiankai witnessed a bird suspended in midair. Utterly motionless, he staggered back 2 steps, his pupils dilating to their utmost. The sun, wholly consumed by darkness, re-emerged once more. Yet this time, the sun, symbol of life's essence, no longer radiated its fervent light. It still emitted a glow, but it was akin to the cold, desolate light of the moon. In an instant, it erupted into a brilliance 100 times more magnificent than ever before. For a fleeting moment, the entire blue planet was cloaked in an overwhelmingly intense radiance. However, this illumination was short-lived, fading rapidly within 10 seconds. Simultaneously, The sun seemed to exhaust all its energy, gradually dimming, losing all its luster, and transforming into a black stone suspended in the sky. After an apex of brilliance, it met a glorious demise. Having burned for 4.6 billion years, the sun, which was meant to continue its radiance, extinguished in that moment. The global temperature plummeted by over 20 degrees. Li Tiankai stood in stunned silence. Yet, in the next heartbeat, something even more difficult for him to accept unfolded. He beheld a distant expanse of verdant forest rapidly turning to gray before his very eyes. Not merely the peach woods, but corn, rice, poplar trees, and grass. All plants within his line of sight seemed to lose all vitality in an instant, their green leaves and fruits shrouded in a layer of lifeless gray. It was as if a dead zone had descended. This was utterly bizarre. In the unseen realm, the myriad forms of life on the blue planet, reliant on the source of light, simultaneously withered in tandem with the sun's transformation. Li Tianzai's brow furrowed sharply, feeling parched and dry. Soon after, a string of blood-red numbers materialized before his eyes. The first cataclysm has arrived. Those vibrant, towering plants shall begin to perish from this day forth. There are 30 days remaining until the onset of the second cataclysm. The second cataclysm will claim the lively, flowing oceans and water sources from the earth. Fortunate players, please cherish the time you have now. Li Tiankai stood frozen in place. The cataclysm does not arrive all at once, but rather in waves. The first era of destruction annihilated the flora, while the second is destined to obliterate the water sources. Li Tiangan felt as though the colossal stone were pressing upon his chest. Such musings led him to ponder whether a third era of destruction, or even a fourth, might follow. What else would they obliterate? After a prolonged silence, the catastrophic visions ceased to worsen, and though the sun hanging in the sky had dimmed, the stars began to shimmer with renewed brilliance. Li Tiangan had never before experienced such a profound sense of security emanating from the light of those stars. Despite their lack of warmth, they were more than sufficient. For humanity, should the earth descend into total darkness, that would signify the true end of the world. He returned to his room and glanced at Hanheng, who remained blissfully unaware, lost in sweet dreams, her face adorned with an innocent smile that, in contrast, Xiaohei exhibited signs of agitation. Animals possess a heightened sense of alertness compared to humans, and it seemed that Xiaohei had sensed something amiss. As it frantically leaped about the room, whimpering in fear and anxiety. With a decisive click, Li Tiangan opened the door, prepared to investigate the situation outside, with Xiaohei racing closely behind him upon stepping out. Li Tiangan was immediately struck by an uncomfortable chill as the biting wind sliced through him like a blade. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and donned his padded coat, making his way directly towards the livestock barn. The air was thick with a fetid odor, reminiscent of the musty scent found in long-abandoned houses. That he looked up at the sky and saw that the sun had lost both its light and warmth. Transformed into a dark, looming boulder suspended in the heavens. Surrounding it were countless tiny black holes, voraciously consuming its mass, causing it to shrink gradually. The sun has truly been destroyed, Li Tiangan murmured to himself. The repercussions of the first era of destruction had, from this moment forward, irrevocably altered the entire world. It had not only decimated the plants, but also shattered the biological chain that had persisted for millions of years on the blue planet. Livestock and insects, vital components of this chain, will be forced to adapt their ways of life due to food shortages. Those with strong adaptability might evolve, while the less adaptable would face extinction. This outcome would inevitably impact all of humanity. The future landscape of the world was bound to undergo radical changes. Standing still for a moment to contemplate, Li Tiangan resumed his forward march. Within the barn, nearly half of the cattle and sheep had perished, and those that remained were restless, bleating incessantly. Li Tiangan felt no surprise at this sight, although the first era of destruction had primarily targeted plants indiscriminately. The catastrophic cooling resulting from the sun's demise had still led to the freezing of some animals. This served as a warning to Li Tiangan. He could not merely heed the surface-level words of the system prompts, but must consider the cascade of potential consequences they hinted at. Additionally, he noticed that the barn door had been violently breached from within. Upon inspection, he discovered that the largest and strongest yellow cow was missing. However, Li Tiangong had no energy to search for it now. Instead, he fell into a brief silence before turning to head towards the planting area. The once lush green rice seedlings now appeared a pale gray. A series of data flashed before his eyes. The irradiated rice was highly toxic, with a 98% chance of causing pulmonary fibrosis upon consumption, and a 2% chance of disrupting the consumer's genomic structure. Leading to a reordering, the contaminated soil also harbored severe toxins, rendering ordinary seeds incapable of growth, while only radiation-resistant seeds could be cultivated. Upon seeing these 2 rows of data, Li Tiangong felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The most dreadful scenario had indeed come to pass. This was a permanent affliction. Henceforth, the entire world would be unable to cultivate plants in other words, from this moment on, the only sustenance available to people would be the emergency grain stored by the state. Hoarded reserves. Once those supplies were exhausted, no new provisions would remain. The 2% chance of genomic disruption seemed rather terrifying, did it not? Li Tiangong shifted his gaze back to the irradiated rice seedlings. As a proficient farmer, he had studied the intricacies of breeding and cultivation. Each organism and plant possesses a unique genetic structure. Generally, these combinations are quite stable, yet unforeseen events can occur. If the genetic structure is influenced, dire consequences may ensue, such as the emergence of 2-headed creatures or 3-armed beings, commonly referred to as mutations. Take, for example, the Godzilla from the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation. It transformed from an ordinary lizard into a colossal monster capable of wreaking havoc. A result of long-term nuclear radiation that reshuffled its genetic structure. Its genetic locks were broken, significantly enhancing its strength, size, and intellect. Yet this remains the most idealized and improbable scenario in reality. The overwhelming majority, 999, of genetically mutated beings would become grotesque, paralyzed, with bones protruding from their bodies, or devolve into mindless monsters. Out of countless instances of genetic reordering, it is unlikely to yield a perfect reconstruction akin to Godzilla. The vast majority of mutated organisms would suffer excruciating deaths as their bodies disintegrated. In simpler terms, should a person consume these irradiated plants, the consequences would be a 98% chance of dying a painful death as a human, and a 2% chance of becoming a monster that incites chaos before dying agonizingly. These substances are perilous. They must all be eradicated. Li Tiangong felt a pang of sorrow. These rice seedlings were ones he had personally sown, irrigated and nurtured with great care. Yet now, they had transformed from sustenance into poison. Just then, Xiaohe became suddenly alert, barking furiously toward the particular direction that a yellow cow, its size comparable to that of an elephant, charged towards Li Tiangong like a tank, 2 streams of vapor erupting from its nostrils, causing the ground to tremble beneath its iron hooves. With each stride, the thundering sound echoed like a war drum. Li Tiangong could even see the red veins in its eyes. This was the very cow that had broken through the barn door and escaped. But why had it grown so massive? It had doubled in size, its hide stretched taut over bulging muscles, blood streaming profusely. Yet it seemed utterly oblivious to its own pain that it was losing blood, clearly unable to sustain this state for long. Suddenly, he recalled the previous mutation theory. This yellow cow had undoubtedly consumed the irradiated rice seedlings, leading to a reordering of its genes. It was no longer merely a yellow cow. It had become a yellow cow pious. Or perhaps, Cowzilla. Li Tiangong was uncertain whether he was simply unlucky or exceptionally fortunate to encounter the 2% chance. Its strength and size had increased dramatically, yet it had lost all sense of reason, transforming into the most primal killing machine. As Li Tiangong watched the yellow cow draw closer, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. In that moment, danger loomed. The earth trembled and reverberated ominously. It became evident that when peril descends unexpectedly, humans are often incapable of responding effectively within a mere 3 seconds. Li Tiangong's mind went blank that instant. Xiaohe let out a fierce growl and bolted from beneath his legs. The disparity in their sizes meant that a collision was inevitable, with a foregone conclusion. Yet Xiaohe charged forth like a valiant knight, unsheathing its sword to protect its king from the dragon. Rather than confronting the yellow cow head-on, Xiaohe utilized its agility and speed, darting around the cow like a nimble fish, its sharp fangs relentlessly attacking the already torn flesh. The yellow cow, enraged, pivoted to crush the pesky wolf dog beneath its hooves. Just then, a glinting figure with a metallic sheen leaped into the fray. Bang! Hound One, responding to Li Tiangan's command, pounced upon the mutated yellow cow like a fierce tiger, pinning it to the ground. With jaws agape, its 5-centimeter steel teeth gleamed ominously as they sank into the yellow cow's neck. With a sickening crunch, the skull of the mutated yellow cow was crushed, and it died instantaneously. Li Tiangan exhaled a breath of relief and beckoned, "Xiaohe, come here." After thoroughly checking Xiaohe for injuries inflicted by the mutated yellow cow, he finally felt a sense of reprieve. IT had been far too perilous. In this apocalyptic world, unseen dangers lurked at every corner, and it was clear that he must swiftly address the lurking threats surrounding him. Should today's events befall Han Heng, the consequences would be unimaginable. 5 minutes later, a conflagration erupted within the farm. Tianran incinerated all the plants that had been contaminated by radiation, and the mutated yellow cattle underwent changes in their meat quality, although consuming them would not cause mutations in humans. It would certainly result in poisoning, with vomiting and diarrhea being inevitable. After completing this task, the entire farm was reduced to a barren wasteland. Tianran attempted to plant the ordinary seeds he had stored in his warehouse. But soon those seeds lost their vitality, turning a desolate yellow and withering. Upon excavation, the data had already altered. Corroded seeds that had been toxicologically compromised due to contact with the irradiated soil. Unable to continue growing, it seemed the accumulated seeds were rendered useless. With a sigh, Li Tianran quickly retrieved several radiation-resistant seeds from the system space. He buried them in the soil, anxiously monitoring the data of the seeds. Radiation-resistant rice seed growth rate. 100 indicates maturity and readiness for harvest. Growth requirements: ample sunlight, sufficient water. Growth cycle: 72 hours. In no time. Another 5 minutes passed, and the seeds had not turned yellow or withered. The growth rate in the data had increased to 2. The radiation-resistant seeds could indeed be cultivated. Moreover, their growth cycle was significantly shorter than that of ordinary rice, allowing for harvesting every 3 days. Li Tianran silently calculated that, under these circumstances, a normal life for him and Han Hui would be ensured. Although he had stockpiled a considerable amount of food, perishables like vegetables and fruits could not be stored for long. They would rot within 10 to 15 days at most. Once consumed, if there was no replenishment, Han Hui and he would suffer from a severe deficiency of vitamins, leading to various diseases or weakened immunity. Han Hui was roused by the enticing aroma of grilled meat. When she emerged from her bedroom clad in her Peppa Pig pajamas, she resembled a somnambulist. However, as she struggled to open her eyes and glance towards the kitchen, her brain abruptly came to life. A large pot. Today they would feast on grilled lamb. Han Hui scampered into the kitchen, peeking her little head around the door, gazing longingly at the skewers of meat, their surfaces golden and dripping with oil. Drool nearly spilling from her mouth, Tianran forbade her from entering the kitchen, as the utensils and flames within posed significant dangers. Moreover, Han Hui had been rather naive in the past. When she was 4, Li Tianran had been grilling meat in the kitchen that he had momentarily stepped into the living room to fetch a seasoning from the storage box, a distance of merely a few steps. Thus, he had not given it much thought, merely cautioning Han Hui, who was squatting in front of the grill, not to touch the hot skewers to avoid burns. Yet just 2 steps away, he heard a wail. Han Hui was indeed obedient and had carefully remembered Li Tianran's words, tucking her chubby little hands into her embrace, refraining from touching the scorching metal skewers, but instead, she had extended her little tongue to lick one. From that day forth, the kitchen had become a forbidden zone for him. Tianran turned to her, smiling, and said, "It'll be ready soon. Go wait in the living room." After the temperature dropped, the cattle and sheep raised on the farm had succumbed to the cold, with half of them perishing, and the remaining few were unlikely to survive the continued drop in temperature. Even if they did endure the low temperatures, he was concerned that these ordinary cattle and sheep might undergo mutations from consuming irradiated plants. After pondering for a moment, Li Tianran decided to slaughter the remaining live sheep. preserving the meat. He could almost predict that, in the upcoming period, the value of vegetables, fruits, meat, and rice would skyrocket. Once news of the land being irradiated spread, the prices of the fresh vegetables and fruits stored in merchants' warehouses would surge by at least 100-fold. In the forthcoming month, vegetables would become a luxury that only the wealthy could afford. However, none of this affected Li Tianran. Having just discovered that radiation-resistant seeds could grow in the soil, he invested 20,000 points to purchase 10 kilograms each of radiation-resistant vegetable and fruit seeds, including oil wheat, broccoli, cabbage, scallions, grapes, strawberries, and more. Utilizing the semi-automatic seeder he had bought previously, Li Tianran spent an hour sowing these vegetable and fruit seeds across the 10 acres of the greenhouse planting area on the farm. In 3 days, he would be able to harvest the first round. Before long, the tantalizing skewers of lamb were grilled to perfection. Li Tianran sprinkled a pinch of salt and sesame seeds and pulled some stored grains from the refrigerator to stir-fry a portion of greens. Since these vegetables had not come into contact with the soil, they remained untainted by radiation, classified as usable. However, some of the fruits stacked in his warehouse had begun to rot due to contact with the soil. Now classified as irradiated, the earth from this day forth would no longer be pure, but would instead serve as a source of disseminating radiative toxins. The greens were stir-fried and the millet porridge simmered to completion. A simple dinner was prepared. Having taken over the estate, Li Tianran had previously honed his culinary skills. While he did not reach the level of a Michelin-starred chef, he was certainly competent. The grilled meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, while even a simple dish of greens was imbued with a refreshing sweetness. Han Hui devoured the meal, her mouth glistening with oil, and occasionally placed generous chunks of lamb fat into Little Black's bowl. Both of them relishing their feast. Seizing the opportunity during dinner, Li Tianran logged onto the forum. The forum was ablaze with activity. The sun has collapsed. The apocalypse is upon us. Those damned experts said this was merely a typical astronomical phenomenon. Help! All my jujube trees have suddenly withered, and my sheep that consumed a shriveled juju beneath the tree have begun to vomit blood, perishing within 3 minutes. A rat king the size of a dog has suddenly appeared in the southern district, attacking anyone in sight. All farmland and plants have withered and decayed, tens of millions of acres of crops yielding nothing. Damn it, the supermarket near me has been ransacked. Fruits and vegetables are being hoarded, with prices soaring. An apple now costs $50. A cabbage is selling for $180. As Li Tianran scrolled through the barrage of messages, he suddenly spotted one among countless posts. I implore all the knowledgeable forum members. Does anyone remember about 10 hours ago, a user posted a warning about an impending natural disaster, urging everyone to prepare? A generous reward awaits anyone who provides information. Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. The title, the timing. It was the post he had published, which had been deleted by the forum security within 3 minutes of posting, since his original post had been swiftly removed. Few had seen it. Moreover, even if someone had glimpsed it, most would dismiss it as a prank, paying it no mind that I in such a chaotic online community, where countless bait posts were published daily, such as Qin Shi Huang, need money. I am the human form of Diga, and Golza will invade Earth in 24 hours, seeking 300 for travel expenses back to Light Country to replenish energy. Why the way? Gaia and Taro are my companions. Li Tianran's apocalyptic message lacked novelty. Those who accidentally opened it quickly clicked the X in the upper right corner. Additionally, with the forum inundated with frantic posts, the request for help in locating Li Tianran was rapidly pushed down the pages. Li Tianran stroked his chin, closed the forum, and had no intention of contacting the other party in this perilous era of frequent dangers. Revealing one's identity before the situation was clear was tantamount to courting death. Who could know the true intentions of the other party? After shutting down the forum, Li Tianran turned on the television, preparing to scan the news. Yet, all major networks were airing recorded segments, with no coverage of the bizarre occurrences. The evening news, originally scheduled to air on time, was now running 7 minutes late. On the screen, trivial soap operas continued to play. Witnessing this, Li Tianran's mood grew increasingly somber. The inability to broadcast the evening news normally signified something significant. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the media signals had been affected by radiation. resulting in chaos that prevented normal broadcasting. However, this possibility was nearly zero, as he had just logged onto the forum, and the internet signal was functioning perfectly. Second, the consequences and damages caused by the anomalous events were so severe that even the authorities dared not reveal the truth to the public, fearing it would incite even greater and more uncontrollable riots. Had people already begun to perish? Li Tianran stood before the windowsill, his hands resting upon the railing, a trace of worry etched upon his brow. The reality was far grimmer than he had anticipated. It was 7 o'clock in the evening at the Central Hospital of the Southern City. The emergency ward was overwhelmed, with some patients unable to secure a bed, forced to lie in the corridors, writhing in agony and lamenting their plight. That a pall of despair hung heavily in the air, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Director, bed number 2 is experiencing rapid breathing. Blood pressure is plummeting, and there are signs of hemothorax. Dr. Liu, patient in bed 6 has gone into cardiac arrest. Immediately notify the operating room to prepare for resuscitation and get adrenaline ready. Director, there are no available slots in the operating room. Within the hospital, countless doctors and nurses hurriedly moved about, their figures a blur amidst the cacophony of cries, in this atmosphere of anguish. Even conversations had to be shouted over the in the span of 3 hours. The Central Hospital received 132 critically ill patients, all exhibiting similar symptoms: rapid pulmonary fibrosis and gastrointestinal perforation. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were all residents from nearby suburbs, having either consumed vegetables stored in their own earthen pits or meat from mutated cattle and sheep. Within minutes, they began to experience symptoms of labored breathing, which rapidly deteriorated, with over 50 arriving at the hospital already devoid of life. Director Wang of the emergency room had bloodshot eyes. Despite his 40 years of medical experience, he found no treatment capable of addressing such an acute outbreak of severe illness. He could only sustain these gravely ill patients with mechanical support and stimulants. But even that would only prolong their lives for a few hours at best. Ultimately, they would succumb to respiratory failure due to total organ failure. This was an acute poisoning syndrome, yet it bore no resemblance to any known toxic effects documented in modern medicine. Unable to maintain his composure, Director Wang instructed his assistant, "You must immediately release a statement on behalf of the hospital, notifying the media and the publicity department that all residents of Southern City should refrain from consuming their stored fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, find a patient's family member and send them to the suburbs to collect samples of the contaminated vegetables for laboratory analysis." Understood, his assistant responded with a voice like thunder. After a brief silence, the assistant looked at Director Wang and said, "Director, my colleagues assigned to other hospitals in the city have informed me that they too are admitting hundreds of similar patients, coupled with the solar flare. This could potentially escalate into a catastrophic disaster for humanity." Director Wang adjusted his glasses and inquired, "What are you implying?" The assistant hesitated, his lips trembling as he asked, nearly in tears, "Will we be able to survive this calamity?" At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Tianran had finished tidying up his meal tray and was granted a moment of respite. Han Hai remained blissfully oblivious, lounging on the sofa watching a television show where the characters donned garish costumes, wielding magic wands, and merely had to chant a few slogans to vanquish evil. The plot was juvenile, yet Han Hai laughed uncontrollably, utterly detached from the chaos and turmoil of the outside world. That I am Ling Mei Shua. The pot is the prince of play. I am pink, the pot is blue. Little black is the dark god Ganala. Pitch black da. I will eliminate you. Han Hai gestured as if wielding a magic wand, playfully brandishing it at Little Black, who lay beside the sofa, resignedly rolling over in compliance, his tongue lolling out, portraying the image of a vanquished foe. His eyes reflected a hint of compassion for the mischievous child. This carefree joy was a privilege reserved for children and dogs, one that Li Tianran could not partake in. He cast a fond glance at the two jubilant beings beside the sofa before returning to the news webpage. This time, urgent reports had been pinned to the top. As of November 20, 2025, at 21:03, the death toll in the Yinhuang Federation stood at 38,021. The global death toll reached 486,527. Li Tianran's pupils dilated in shock as he quickly continued reading. These figures were horrifying, each representing a vibrant life extinguished. He swiftly finished the report, and the cause of death was straightforward. Poisoning. Li Tianran was acutely aware that this was due to the consumption of irradiated vegetables, fruits, and meat from mutated livestock. He had underestimated the curiosity of some food enthusiasts. For certain food bloggers who would consume centipedes and bats, irradiated vegetables and mutated livestock were hardly deterring. Instead, they piqued their interest. Even more shocking was the report of nearly 1,000 sightings of mutated beasts and even mutated humans across various regions worldwide. Li Tianran had previously thought that a 2% probability was insignificant and should not yield such a multitude of mutations. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. No matter how low the probability, the vast global population, combined with herbivores and nature reserves, would result in a terrifyingly high number when multiplied. The report concluded with glaring red text, warning to all citizens of the Yanhuang Federation, until further notice. Please refrain from consuming home-stored fruits and vegetables, and do not eat meat from mutated livestock. The report was notably brief, consisting of only a little over 200 words, compared to previous articles that could easily span thousands of words discussing societal moral dilemmas. This report on the environmental catastrophe was lamentably succinct. Yet Li Tianran was well aware of the adage regarding news reports. The fewer the words, the greater the issue. He continued to scroll down. And within 10 minutes, there were already hundreds of thousands of comments. Looking to purchase? Our city is under lockdown, and we have no food left. Who can sell some to me? I'll pay 10 times the price. The largest grain dealer in our city was arrested for price gouging. Scary. I just threw out all the fruits and vegetables from my fridge and washed my hands with disinfectant 3 or 4 times. All the fields have been destroyed within hours. Will there be a famine? The rice and flour in our local supermarket have been wiped out. I plan to go to the countryside to buy supplies. Li Tianran observed these comments and realized he had been correct. As the calamity began to reveal its fangs, people's foremost concern was indeed food. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read Zhongling. After staring at the illuminated screen for a long moment, Li Tianran pressed the hang-up button. Regardless of what had transpired between them, once Zhongling uttered the words asking him to send Han Hai away, their relationship had been irreparably severed. After ending the call, Li Tianran donned his winter coat and pushed open the door. Stepping outside, he intended to inspect the growth of the radiation-resistant vegetables in the planting area. Although the data indicated that radiation-resistant seeds could thrive and mature in the current environment, it was their first planting, and no one could predict any unforeseen circumstances. This batch of vegetables and rice was crucial preparatory material for Li Tianran, and there could be no room for error. Upon entering the greenhouse, a warm, humid air greeted him, and a fist-sized luminous orb floated in the air, providing precious light to the greenhouse, enabling the chlorophyll in the plants to carry out photosynthesis and absorb energy for growth. This was the virtual sun obtained from the novice gift pack. It could provide 300 days of light energy for crops occupying 100 square meters. In truth, the virtual sun had no physical form. It was merely a source of energy. Name. Virtual sun energy. 300 can provide essential ultraviolet radiation for life. Energy items, which can be divided into multiple light sources, are introduced in great detail by the virtual sun, which serves as a substitute for the sun. The explanation in parentheses indicates that the virtual sun does not exist solely as a singular entity. Its energy can be disassembled into multiple parts. For instance, an energy source rated at 300 can provide illumination for 100 square meters. Through systematic manipulation, it can be split into 2 energy sources of 150 each. Consequently, these 2 divided virtual suns can illuminate 200 square meters simultaneously, albeit with an energy duration of only 150 days. This is akin to diluting a single energy source, considering the unique growth cycles of these new crops and the dispersed nature of the greenhouses. Li Tianran decided to divide it into 20 portions. Although this significantly increases the loss, it remarkably accelerates the crop yield. Once the first batch of crops is harvested, he can finally relax the tension that has been gripping him. Squatting in front of the nursery, Li Tianran activated the spotlight in his hand. The seed sown only this afternoon had already sprouted tender green shoots by nightfall. Radiation-resistant vegetable sprouts. Length, 9 growth status. Good time to maturity, 65 hours explanation. They remain delicate and require 8 hours of sunlight daily. Ample water and careful nurturing from their master. He rose to his feet and beheld the nursery in the distance, brimming with vibrant green shoots, lush and verdant, resembling a picturesque painting. Growth status: good, sprouting smoothly. Li Tianran couldn't help but clench his fist. Witnessing this scene, the heart that had been perpetually anxious since the cataclysm was suddenly at ease. Though these vegetables were still tender, their significance was extraordinary. In this desolate land, this seemingly insignificant green represented hope? Ah, there's something else. Li Tianran smacked his forehead and retrieved a bottle of blue liquid from the backpack provided by the system. Name: primary crop stimulant method of use. Dilute 100 times before watering application effect. Radiation resistant level, 10-fold. Ancient medicine level, 3-fold. Divine level potent, not applicable. Li Tianran gazed at the liquid in his hand, pondering for a moment before fetching a bucket of water, diluting it in a 1:100 ratio. Then he selected a patch of tender sprouts and carefully poured the diluted solution over them. Closely observing their growth, an unexpected transformation occurred. Within mere seconds of the soil absorbing the solution, the soaked sprouts began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace. Radiation-resistant vegetable sprouts. Growth rate: 10-fold acceleration. Time to maturity: approximately 6 hours. Li Tianran felt a parched sensation in his throat and couldn't help but exclaim how remarkable the system was. It had instantaneously reduced the growth cycle 10-fold. At this rate, he would be able to harvest the first batch of crops by morning. As excitement surged within him, Li Tianran suddenly remembered something and opened the system marketplace, exchanging his remaining points for 1 kilogram of ancient medicine-grade seeds. Without minding the dirt or fatigue, he used his fingers and a spade to plant the ancient medicine-grade seeds, watering them with the stimulant as well. This was not a sudden whim. It was a plan he had devised during dinner. Before the apocalypse, he believed he had prepared thoroughly. Yet, when the cataclysm struck, he realized he had woefully underestimated the situation. Many essential supplies, such as medicine, were left unpurchased. Now, the entire medical system of South City was in a state of paralysis. If he and Han Heng were to fall ill, there would be no one to treat them. The ancient medicine-grade crops, with ancient medicine in their name, might play a crucial role at some point. Better safe than sorry. Ancient medicine-grade seeds. Length: 1. 5-fold acceleration. Time to maturity: 48 hours. After planting all the ancient medicine-grade seeds, Li Tianran stood up to survey the land beneath his feet. In this apocalypse, with the land before him, he could live more comfortably than anyone else. He raised his fist towards the sky and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Those who have departed from me, just watch. Not only will I survive this apocalypse, but I will also thrive more splendidly and comfortably than anyone else. At that moment, Li Tianran was covered in dirt yet filled with joy. South City, Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company. The door to the general manager's office was suddenly flung open with force that a young man seated in front of the computer frowned upon witnessing this. He was handsome, but his brow bore an air of arrogance, and his eyes held a cunning glint reminiscent of a certain animal. Upon seeing the woman who entered, he lowered his head to adjust his gold-rimmed glasses, effectively concealing a flicker of irritation in his gaze. When he lifted his head again, a signature warm smile adorned his lips. Assistant Run. Do you have something to discuss? The young man stood up, casually straightening his slightly wrinkled suit sleeve, and inquired with a smile. The woman who entered appeared to be around 25, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in professional attire, her striking black and white eyes emanating an icy glare that kept others at bay. Her features seemed sculpted from jade, her skin fair and delicate, and a sense of pride radiated from her brow. Her luscious red lips were vibrant and full of tea this moment. She approached the young man's desk and pointed at him without mercy. Scolding, Liang Tianyu, what on earth is going on in that pig's brain of yours? The world has undergone a transformation, and the entire medical system of South City is in shambles as a healthcare enterprise. Your duty now is to lead the company's employees to actively cooperate with hospitals, donate equipment and medicine, and collectively combat this disaster, instead of allowing employees to sit idly in the office, endlessly posting to find that so-called doomsday prophet. Liang Tianyu furrowed his brows as he regarded the woman, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "Has the world ended? Are all people dead?" The woman paused at his words. "I am a businessman, and a businessman's objective is to derive everything from profit." Liang Tianyu replied indifferently, "As long as the world has not perished and humanity has not been extinguished, I will continue to pursue profit and seek opportunities for gain in every unforeseen event. I do not believe that today's medical means can do anything about the current malady plaguing South City and the world. Our task now is to locate the original poster of that message." This transformation came unexpectedly. I increasingly believe that the post I chanced upon was certainly not a hoax. The one who prophesied the apocalypse must know something, or at the very least, be able to do something about the current situation. "You are also a shareholder in the company, entitled to dividends," Liang Tianyu added, pausing briefly before smiling and turning to Assistant Run. "Can you imagine the substantial rewards we would receive if we could provide a solution to this catastrophe sweeping through the medical systems of South City and the entire world?" At that moment, Liang Tianyu's computer screen displayed the interface of a recently published post. The title read, "Continuing to seek assistance from all knowledgeable friends. Does anyone recall a post made about 10 hours ago by a user warning of an impending disaster? Please be prepared. Those providing clues will receive generous rewards." The next day, Li Tianran was awakened from his dreams by a series of delightful notification sounds that radiation-resistant rice has matured. Please harvest it promptly. Radiation-resistant cucumbers have matured. Please harvest them promptly. Radiation-resistant strawberries have matured. Please harvest them promptly. Third reminder, notifications every hour. A series of notifications rang out like an alarm clock, swiftly rousing Li Tianran from his groggy state. After returning from the greenhouse planting area the previous night, he had been exhausted and fell asleep shortly after washing up at around 11 o'clock. It was now 6 in the morning. Li Tianran cast a glance at the clock mounted on the wall. The maturation time of the accelerated crops should be around 3 o'clock in the morning. However, due to his deep slumber, the alert sounds failed to rouse him. It was not until the third notification that he was jolted awake. Dressed in his pajamas, he stood before the window. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. With only a handful of stars flickering in the darkness, the sun, suspended in the sky like a black orb, served as a reminder to Li Tianran that the events of yesterday were not mere figments of his imagination. Henin and Xiaohei were still blissfully asleep. The mischievous child seemed to be dreaming of scenes reminiscent of the animated series he had watched the previous day, chuckling softly and murmuring in his sleep. Henin is pink, and the big pot is blue. Xiaohei whimpered slightly, burrowing closer to the radiator for warmth. Observing this, Li Tianran smiled indulgently. In this apocalyptic world, such moments are what fueled his determination to strive forward. On this morning after the apocalypse, the drop in temperature was unmistakable. Li Tianran donned a thick padded coat and ventured out of the small building, feeling the biting cold wind slice against his face like a knife. After harvesting the first batch of crops, he resolved to exchange some points to purchase several warm, convenient outfits from the marketplace. Complaining inwardly, he soon arrived at the greenhouse, lifted the curtain, and was immediately greeted by an incredibly clean and fragrant aroma. Within the garden, crops flourished abundantly, laden with bountiful produce. These crops were not only larger than ordinary ones, but appeared more vibrant and succulent. For instance, the strawberries at the forefront, typically the size of ping-pong balls, were now as large as a fist, nearly comparable to apples. Besides strawberries, corn, rice, cabbage, and cucumbers had all experienced varying degrees of growth. Compared to their ordinary counterparts, their sizes ranged from 2 to 3 times larger. Moreover, the yield was astonishing. A tomato plant standing half a meter tall was densely covered with fruit, and upon a cursory inspection, Li Tianran discovered there were as many as 187 tomatoes. The heavy fruits hung down like glistening red jewels in Li Tianran's eyes. These fruits were worth far more than mere gemstones in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Luxury items would soon depreciate, while the value of food would soar. He believed that it would not be long before an equally sized gemstone could not even fetch a single tomato. Gazing at the abundant harvest before him, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within Li Tianran. He spread his arms wide, feeling as though he were the sovereign of his own domain, that a series of data reappeared before him. Radiation-resistant tomatoes, rich in nutrients, containing 128 trace elements. Long-term consumption can effectively enhance physical constitution. With a storage duration of 30 days, radiation-resistant cucumbers, rich in nutrients, high in vitamin C. Soon, Luscious finished reviewing all the data on these crops. Aside from the unique radiation-resistant feature, these crops surpassed ordinary vegetables in nutritional value by leaps and bounds. The displayed nutrients could rival those found in traditional health remedies. Most importantly, the final note on these crops stated, long-term consumption can effectively enhance physical constitution. In simpler terms, even someone like Wu Dalong, if he were to consume these vegetables regularly, could surpass O'Neill in height, exceed Xiang Yu in strength, and with a single punch, vanquish Xi Minqing, all while engaging in aerial acrobatics with Pan Jianlian. Ahem, I digress. Tinran gazed at the lush crops, his heart racing with excitement. In a world beset by disaster, while shelters were crucial, he could not remain confined to the farm for eternity. Stepping outside the sanctuary, he would still require formidable physical strength to safeguard himself. With these crops, hunger and weakness would become distant concerns. Moreover, this was merely the radiation-resistant tier. There were still ancient medicinal, divine, and super-divine levels to explore, each promising even more astonishing effects. Perhaps, after consuming them, he might directly transform into a superhero. Suppressing his exhilaration, Li Tianran commenced the harvest. Although the farm was equipped with harvesting machines, the process of harvesting differed significantly from planting and was exceedingly time-consuming. By the time Li Tianran finished harvesting all the crops, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Inside the greenhouse, piles of cucumbers, radishes, strawberries, tomatoes, and a dozen other fruits and vegetables resembled small mountains. While another greenhouse was filled to the brim with corn, rice, and wheat, intended for making flour, a mound of radiation-resistant cucumbers weighed in at 300 kg. A heap of radiation-resistant strawberries weighed 100 kilograms. A stack of radiation-resistant tomatoes. Data floated effortlessly in Li Tianran's mind, revealing an astonishing total across all 10 greenhouses. Total, 6,000 kg, a staggering 12,000 pounds, if solely intended for storage as food. These provisions could sustain Henin until adulthood. Yet, this was merely a theoretical calculation, as food could not be preserved for such long durations. Li Tianran surveyed the crops, his expression complex. Before the cataclysm, these 6,000 kilograms of produce would have fetched at most 30 to 40,000 yuan, requiring nearly half a year of nurturing and care. After deducting various expenses, the net profit would dwindle to around 10,000 yuan. Earning merely 10,000 yuan over 6 months was the reason many, including some of Li Tianran's relatives, looked down upon him, even severing ties. However, this farm was the sole inheritance from his parents, a place where they had poured countless efforts, and Li Tianran was reluctant to relinquish it, which is why he had persevered for so many years. Yet now, the circumstances had drastically changed. Li Tianran was confident that if he were to sell all these fruits and vegetables on the market, the 6,000 kilograms of produce could easily fetch over 600,000 yuan. Moreover, as time progressed, the price would only continue to rise. However, he had no intention of selling a tea this moment, compared to money that would inevitably depreciate. The points from his system were what he needed most. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to set aside 100 kilograms of food for storage and exchange the rest for points. Are you sure you want to recycle 5,900 kilograms of radiation-resistant produce? The system inquired. Li Tianran decisively selected confirm. Ding! Recycling successful. Congratulations, you have earned 59,000 points. Congratulations, player, for completing your first recycling, achieving the title of Recycling Master, and receiving a reward of 3 intelligent agricultural robots. The prospect of receiving rewards for the first recycling? Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Li Tianran's chest swelled with a sense of fulfillment as he gazed at the cascade of points in his marketplace and the 3 intelligent robots that had suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, consumed by excitement, Li Tianran failed to notice that in the corner of the greenhouse, several ancient medicinal crops had already sprouted tender green branches, each the length of a finger. Unlike the radiation-resistant crops, The ancient medicinal variety shone with a vibrant green hue, crystalline and translucent, resembling exquisite works of art, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance akin to the proud snow lotus atop a millennia-old snow-capped mountain. In the central hospital, Mr. Liang, thank you for your generous donation, Director Wang said wearily as he looked at the young man standing before him. The 20 respirators donated by your company have been immensely helpful. Liang Tianyu stood there, expressionless, and shook hands with Director Wang. Were it not for Vice President Ren's insistence, even to the point of risking a rift, he would not be standing here at this moment. Nor would he have made a donation at the expense of his own interests. Director Wang, may I inquire if there is currently a treatment for acute cases arising from the consumption of toxic vegetables and meats? Liang Tianyu asked that, be honest, we are at a loss, relying solely on respirators and stimulants to maintain the patient's vital signs. However, this only prolongs their lives by a few hours at most, Director Wang sighed. So it's akin to a terminal illness, is it? Liang Tianyu inquired. Precisely, Director Wang nodded. Since yesterday, a total of 189 people in Nanchang have been rescued due to these symptoms, and globally, there are hundreds of thousands. However, once they are on the operating table, the mortality rate is 100%, and there has yet to be a single case of survival. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly in the face of such terrifying news. A smile unexpectedly crept onto his lips. I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Liang Tianyu nodded, bid farewell to Director Wang, and turned to walk outside the hospital with his assistant. Director Wang only caught a faint, fragmented sentence. Find it at all costs and try. Perhaps it will yield immense wealth. Can this big pot really be eaten? In a small building, Henin, just awakened, stared blankly at a strawberry the size of an apple. Voicing her perplexity, of course you can. I just tasted it, and it was quite delightful. Li Tianran answered Henin's inquiry with a light chuckle, while placing the freshly harvested radiation-resistant vegetables into the refrigerator in the kitchen. But this strawberry is terrifyingly large. Henin tilted her head, blinking her eyes as she remarked, in fairy tales, those seemingly delicious fruits are often poisonous, like Snow White's poisoned apple. Tianran raised an eyebrow at this and asked, do you see yourself as Snow White? Henin puffed her nose in a proud manner, asserting that her beauty could indeed rival that of Snow White. Snow White certainly doesn't have your chubby cheeks. Li Tianran teased, affectionately pinching Henin's plump face. Ouch! That hurts, Henin exclaimed, flailing like an angry little beast, breaking free from Li Tianran's grasp and, in a huff, placing the enormous strawberry on the table. Henin is angry. Henin will go on a hunger strike. Really? You won't eat it all? Li Tianran waved the strawberry in front of her. No. Henin resolutely turned her head away, trying hard not to look at the luscious, glistening strawberry. Then I shall eat it myself, Li Tianran said, feigning to turn away. Henin swallowed hard, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Li Tianran. No. Li Henin, you must hold firm. You are a little princess. How can you yield to a big bad guy? But that strawberry looks so delicious. A bite would surely be sweet all day long. Lost in thought, her mouth watered. With a huff, Henin approached Li Tianran, hands on her hips, attempting to appear aloof. If the big pot apologizes now, Henin will forgive you and won't go on a hunger strike anymore. Li Tianran glanced at her, raising an eyebrow, and deliberately looked away. Oh, the big pot has changed. He never treated Henin like this before. Henin realized, pouting her lips and tearfully declaring, Henin will make you regret it for a lifetime. Now I'm truly frightened, Li Tianran said, helplessly extending the strawberry towards her while warning through clenched teeth. In the future, spare me from watching mindless soap operas. Henin cradled the giant strawberry, striking a pose like a triumphant general, her face devoid of any tear stains. With a smug pout, she declared, I won't. In the shows, girls deal with boys by crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening to hang themselves. The big pot falls for this too. Li Tianran could no longer bear it, seizing her despite her vigorous protests and tousling her neat short hair into a disheveled mess. Xiao He lay beside the sofa, observing the bickering siblings with a familiar expression. This was not a quarrel. It was merely a way of expressing love. Big pot, these fruits are truly sweet. 5 minutes later, Henin sat on the sofa, holding a fruit platter, incessantly spooning bites in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a gleam only a seasoned foodie possesses. This is a taste I've never experienced before. Beside her, Xiaohei was also enjoying a large strawberry, its tail wagging in delight. Li Tianran had already savored the flavor of radiation-resistant fruits. Indeed, they were far superior to ordinary ones, sweet and refreshing, leaving a warm sensation in the body, as if all fatigue had been dispelled. Oh, you like it? Li Tianran asked with a smile. That I love it. Henin nodded vigorously. Then shall I bring some for you every day? Li Tianran inquired again. Henin's eyes sparkled with countless little stars, and, after a moment's thought, she scooped a generous spoonful of fruit and offered it to Li Tianran's mouth. You have to try a bite, too. I'm not hungry. You enjoy it. Li Tianran waved his hand dismissively. The satiating effect of the radiation-resistant produce was equally strong. From last night until now, he had only eaten 2 tomatoes, yet he felt no hunger whatsoever. Just 1 bite. Henin insisted again that I'm really not hungry. All right then. Henin obediently sat down, stealing glances at Li Tianran's face, thinking to herself how impressive he was to resist the allure of the sweet strawberries. How could he manage that? As a seasoned glutton, Henin simply could not comprehend this enigma. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Li Tianran's phone suddenly rang. He glanced down, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Zhongling. This was the second time he had received a call from Zhongling since the cataclysm. Although he was unaware of Zhongling's intentions, he no longer wished to entangle himself with her in any capacity. If it was to be severed, it must be done cleanly. He directly pressed the hang-up button. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of peace, the phone rang again less than 10 seconds later, its tone reminiscent of a death knell. Still not done. Li Tianran looked at the screen displaying Zhongling, and irritation began to brew within him. He stood up, took his phone, and walked into the kitchen, shutting the door before pressing the answer button. Fine, I'm just listening to what you want. The call connected on the other end. Zhongling seemed to be in a chaotic environment, with shouts and curses intermingling with the incessant honking of cars, creating a jarring cacophony. Hello? Is there something? Li Tianran asked coldly, a hint of impatience in his tone. Zhongling's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, and upon hearing Li Tianran's voice, she seemed surprised. Evidently, she had not anticipated he would answer. Hey, Li Tianran, do you have any stored grains and vegetables at your farm? My family couldn't get any rice and is running low on supplies. Could you send some over? Zhongling directly put forth her demand, saying, I'll send you the list on WeChat shortly. Just prepare according to it. Li Tianran scoffed at her words. Zhongling had always been like this. During their relationship, she never called him for no reason. Whenever she did call, it was either for money or to enlist him as free labor. Even now that they had parted ways, she had not changed one bit, her tone still rife with entitlement. Miss Zhong, have you forgotten we had broken up? I'm under no obligation to assist you. Zhongling was taken aback for a moment. Then her voice turned icy. Li Tianran, you really are heartless. After all this time together, can't you show a hint of old affection? At that moment, a man's voice came from Zhongling's end, sounding quite agitated. Xiaoling, why are you wasting your breath on him? These farmers are just trying to inflate prices. They really think they are something special. Ask him what price he is offering for his large vegetables. I'll pay him 10 times that. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes at hearing the man's voice. He recognized it as that of the vice president from Zhongling's company. A surge of anger welled up in his chest. All right, Li Tianran, since you refuse to show any old affection, let us talk business. You need to send over 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, and 100 kilograms of vegetables immediately. You set the price, and I'll pay. Zhongling's voice turned cold as well. 30,000? 50,000? Or 100,000? Li Tianran, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. 50,000? 100,000? Let me tell you, that amount wouldn't even buy me a single carrot. 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, and 100 kilograms of vegetables, Li Tianran stated plainly, his voice resolute and commanding. Friendship price. 8 million, Li Tianran, have you gone mad from poverty? Zhongling was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. Fine, you can keep your rotten food and let it rot. I refuse to believe we can't procure food without you. Ignoring Zhongling's furious outburst, Li Tianran abruptly ended the call. He had no intention of selling grain to Zhongling. Even if she were willing to pay handsomely, he would still refuse. His earlier words had merely been a playful jest. With the current situation still uncertain, the radiation-resistant crops in his farm were far from ordinary grains. Should this information leak, it could undoubtedly attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions, leading to greed and avarice. Li Tianran's strength was not yet formidable enough. If he were to become a target now, he would be plagued by endless turmoil. However, through Zhongling's phone call, he had come to realize that the food shortage in the outside world had escalated to a dire degree. Acquiring food supplies in the market must be exceedingly difficult, or else Zhongling would not have reached out to him. That Li Tianran's suspicions were confirmed. Although the government was actively mobilizing reserve grains, the uncertainty surrounding the duration of this calamity had driven the populace into a frenzy of food hoarding. The grains that were dispatched were swiftly snatched up upon arrival. If the issue of soil toxins remained unresolved, once the stored provisions were depleted, the inability to cultivate new crops would allow famine to engulf humanity like a ravenous demon. Time passed swiftly that on the morning of the second day, Li Tianran rose early, invigorated, and hurried to the planting area. Today marked the maturity of the ancient medicinal crops. He was eager to witness the extraordinary qualities of this third-tier crop. Aptly named ancient medicine, during the past 3 days, he had not been idle. He replanted the radiation-resistant crops, supplemented with growth accelerants, and had reaped a total of 4 harvests within 3 days, amounting to an impressive 21,000 kilograms. He carefully set aside 30 kilograms of fruits and vegetables by category, sending the remainder into the recycling system, thus earning a commendable reward of 210,000 points, combined with his previous earnings. He now had the opportunity for a modest indulgence in the marketplace. Pushing open the greenhouse door, Li Tianran was greeted by a rich and fragrant aroma of traditional Chinese herbs, even before he could discern the scene within the fields. This scent was delicate and soothing, capable of calming even the most restless of souls. Turning his gaze to the greenhouse, he noticed a small plot of land, approximately 4 square meters, distinctly set apart from the radiation-resistant crops. Here, 12 carrots, their leaves glistening like emeralds, stood gracefully, exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. Ancient medicine carrot length. 100 effect. Eliminates all forms of poisoning and negative ailments, including irreversible damage caused by negative effects. Storage duration. Unlimited description. As long as there is breath in your body. I am your mobile ICU. Staring at this description, Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback. His hands trembled involuntarily. What he held was no mere vegetable. It was a treasure beyond compare, in the realm of martial arts novels. This would be akin to a panacea capable of countering all toxins and healing life-threatening injuries. Li Tianran could easily envision the seismic impact this would have on the medical community if such a substance were to be revealed. In comparison, even the most venerable ginseng or rare lingji would pale in significance. The mere claim of eliminating all forms of poisoning and ailments, including irreversible damage, was enough to eclipse tens of thousands of known medications. Simply put, possessing this would mean any terminal illness could be cured. Even consuming paraquat as a beverage or rat poison as candy would not lead to death. Such overpowering efficacy truly befits its title of ancient medicine. With utmost care, Li Tianran used a small hoe to extract the 12 ancient medicinal carrots, cradling them in his hands as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. They were now stored in his system's backpack and could be retrieved at will. He pondered whether these ancient medicines could counteract the toxins in the radiation-affected crops. After a moment of reflection, he murmured to himself, "It seems I must put them to the test." Li Tianran was not one to easily trust external substances, though the effects of the ancient medicinal crops appeared formidable in the data provided. He was uncertain whether their actual efficacy aligned with the claims. If the system had made an error or exaggerated the properties of these ancient medicines, it could lead to complications when the time came to use them. After some consideration, he resolved to conduct an experiment when he had the opportunity. Testing would be simple. Radiation-affected plants were abundant, and he could easily procure a small pig from the slaughterhouse. Glancing at his attributes, Li Tianran summoned his status panel. After consuming radiation-resistant crops for 3 consecutive days, he had noticeably felt a transformation in his physique. His strength had increased, his body felt lighter, and he no longer grew weary from labor. He understood that this was the result of the crop supplemental effects enhancing his physical condition. Litrn age, 22 strength, 11 adult standard, 10 intelligence, 11 standard, 10 speed, 11 standard, 10 stamina, 11 standard, 10 and used evaluation. This is a man in the prime of his physical and mental faculties, harboring wariness towards everything, calm and astute. His sister and dog are his most cherished possessions. His demeanor appears gentle. Yet do not attempt to cross his boundaries, for you shall discover he is far more terrifying than a demon. Each attribute had seen a slight increase compared to 3 days prior, with the effects being quite pronounced. However, upon reading his evaluation, Litrn felt somewhat exasperated. Was he truly that fearsome? He considered himself rather gentle, though this gentleness was reserved solely for his sister. With a chuckle, he dismissed the thought that moment. The patrolling guards suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! An attempt to intrude has been detected. Litrn's expression shifted, his gaze turning an intruder. Upon hearing those words, he became acutely aware. His farm was his last bastion. He could not afford any unforeseen events. If someone were to force their way in, he had to eliminate the threat before it could escalate. Scanning for the intruder's appearance, soon, the patrol guards relayed the intruder's data. Intruder. Male, 42 years old, unarmed, threat level 3, displaying intruder's image. A vivid image formed in Litrn's mind, as the intruder's characteristics and facial features swiftly became clear. At the entrance of the farm, a middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, was pacing anxiously outside the iron gate, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. He raised his hand as if to knock but hesitated, lowering it multiple times. Nongshu? Litrn raised an eyebrow in surprise as he recognized the figure in the image. Nongshu was a farmer from the nearby town, and he seemed to share a distant familial connection with Litrn. During busy farming seasons, Litrn would often hire him for labor. He was diligent and hardworking, leaving Litrn with a favorable impression. Why had he come here? Litrn felt a twinge of curiosity and stepped towards the gate. Arriving at the entrance, he called out, "Nongshu, is something the matter?" Startled by the sudden call, Nongshu, who had been anxiously pacing outside, appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, the next moment, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and approached, gripping the gate's railing. "Little Li, I have a favor to ask of you," Nongshu stammered, as if summoning all his courage. That moment, Litrn noticed that Nongshu's condition was far from good. His eyes were bloodshot, his eyelids swollen, as if he had just emerged from a bout of illness, exuding an aura of despair. Observing Nongshu's state, Litrn felt a pang of sympathy, but refrained from opening the gate. In these apocalyptic times, human hearts were difficult to gauge. Perhaps just days ago, they could have been close friends, yet in mere days, they could become bitter enemies. "Speak," Litrn nodded. "Little Li, do you still have any stored grain on your farm? I'm in a dire situation. My home was robbed, and all the food was stolen. The prices of food in the market are exorbitant, so could you possibly lend me some provisions?" Uncle Nan's voice grew increasingly faint, until at last he nearly lowered his head entirely. It is often said that an adult's collapse begins with the act of borrowing money. In this moment, Uncle Nan profoundly felt the weight of that sentiment. Yet, in the struggle for survival, he had no choice but to relinquish his dignity. His household had already been without food for 2 days, and the supermarkets had long since been stripped bare of instant foods like instant noodles. He had endured hunger for 2 days. Now, he could scarcely muster the strength to walk. Uncle Nan was acutely aware that the world had changed dramatically. With skyrocketing food prices, even if Litrn possessed grain, he would likely reserve it for himself or sell it at exorbitant prices. In the current circumstances, food was of paramount importance. He had already sought assistance from several relatives without success and had come to Litrn in the hope of a stroke of luck. Although he understood that the probability of Litrn lending him food was virtually nil, he clung to a glimmer of hope. What if, upon hearing Uncle Nan's words, The initial joy Li Tianran felt from the maturation of his ancient medicinal crops diminished significantly. The world was undergoing a transformation, and famine was beginning to reveal its fangs. Situations like Uncle Nan's were unlikely to be rare on a global scale. Famine would sweep across the entire Blue Star, and many would undoubtedly perish from starvation. I'm sorry, Uncle Nan, but I don't have much stock left either. The last batch of grain I cultivated was destroyed in the anomalies, Li Tianran said, shaking his head. After a moment of silence, he added, I can offer you some rations, but won't be much. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise illuminated Uncle Nan's eyes. An excited smile broke across his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Thank you. Shortly thereafter, Li Tianran brought forth half a box of instant noodles, tearing it open and sliding it through the crack of the door. Uncle Nan was overwhelmed with gratitude, yet the worry etched on his face remained unshaken. The reason was simple. These provisions would only sustain him for 3 to 5 days. After that, he would once again find himself in a dire predicament, devoid of food. Li Tianran squinted his eyes. He was not lacking in food, nor did he wish to deny Uncle Nan assistance. However, in this apocalyptic era, helping others required a prudent approach. One must learn to hide one's reserves. Being overly altruistic without safeguarding oneself not only fails to aid others, but can also lead to one's own downfall. Perhaps during the night, I can quietly send him some of the ordinary vegetables stored in the freezer, Li Tianran thought to himself. He and Han Heng now possessed radiation-resistant vegetables, rendering the previously stored ordinary grains useless, merely waiting to rot in the freezer. This is all I can do, Li Tianran sighed. Good luck. Uncle Nan. He and Uncle Nan shared a history, allowing for the possibility of lending a helping hand, but he could not afford to part with a substantial amount of radiation-resistant food to save someone else. His current strength was insufficient to protect his assets. If he drew attention, he might not only lose his farm, but could also be captured and exploited as a breeder, endlessly producing for others' gain. One must harbor no ill will towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. This was Li Tianran's philosophy for survival. No, Uncle Nan replied, shaking his head after hearing Li Tianran's words, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. May fortune favor us. Nightfall finally descended. Since the sun had extinguished, Li Tianran had thought there would no longer be a distinction between day and night. However, to his surprise, some stars in the sky had entirely taken the sun's place as new sources of light. Aside from the absence of ultraviolet rays and warmth, the brightness was not significantly inferior to that of the sun. Moreover, crucially, with the rotation of the blue star, the cycle of night and day remained intact. Li Tianran loaded the ordinary vegetables and some meat from the freezer onto his vehicle, then lifted Han Heng and Xiao He into the passenger seat. Are we going out, Big Pot? Han Heng blinked and asked. Yes, I want to see how much the situation outside has deteriorated. Li Tianran nodded, starting the vehicle, and I will bring some supplies to Uncle Nan. Who used to help us? That Uncle Nan. Han Heng clearly remembered him, pouting as she said, Doesn't he have anything to eat? How pitiful. Li Tianran chuckled, turning the key as the truck's engine roared to life, driving straight out of the farm's gates. Before leaving, he issued a command to the combat guards within the farm to remain on automatic alert. During his absence, should any beings attempt to breach the farm's walls, they were to be shot on sight. He drove to a nearby town. This was his first outing since the arrival of the cataclysm, and he felt an involuntary tension. The small town was eerily quiet at night, with every household's door firmly shut. Even the sounds of barking dogs were absent. The entire town seemed enveloped in a stifling, almost deathly silence. Following the cataclysm, due to frequent mutation incidents, most domesticated dogs have been culled, and even those that survived were unlikely to receive food in the current climate of scarcity. After parking the truck in a secluded corner, Li Tianran shouldered the box of food and stepped down. Due to the mutations, some residents had ingested contaminated vegetables, resulting in fatalities. As a result, yellow paper money flew through the streets, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the darkness of the night. Han Heng and Xiao He followed closely behind Li Tianran, both remaining silent and understanding. Han Heng carried a small basket filled with candies and cookies, recalling that Uncle Nan's son was fond of such treats. Thus, she selflessly decided to part with half of her stock to contribute. This memory stemmed from a year prior when Uncle Nan's 18-year-old son, Xiao Tian, had come to the farm to help. Perhaps out of certain impulse, he had snatched a lollipop from Han Heng. Naively, Han Heng perceived Xiao Yan's somewhat unruly action as innocent, thinking he merely loved candy as much as she did. Consequently, she generously offered him more sweets. However, Xiaohe was less pleased, sensing a hint of bullying in the boy's behavior. He chased Xiao Tian for several hundred meters, ultimately biting him on the rear, leaving him bedridden for half a month in Uncle Nan's presence. Li Tianran had feigned anger, scolding Xiaohe and claiming he would starve it for 3 days to teach it a lesson. In the end, he had to shell out $500 for a rabies vaccine to smooth things over. Nevertheless, that night, Xiaohe was not deprived of food. Its bowl was filled with several delicious chicken legs. After that incident, Xiao Tian never returned to the farm. Yet, Han Heng had never forgotten the older brother from Uncle Nan's family who adored candy. Tianran moved swiftly, stopping in front of an old residence. Uncle Nan's home was the type of rural dwelling typical of yesteryears, with low walls. Peering over the wall, Li Tianran could see lights within. He quietly lowered the rice and vegetables, including the candies Han Heng had brought, tied with rope along the wall, placing them close to the ground in the yard. This way, Uncle Nan would find these provisions upon entering the yard. Moreover, due to the angle, passers-by outside would not be able to see the food hidden at the base of the wall. It was quite secure. After completing this task, just as Li Tianran was about to leave, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching wail from within Uncle Nan's home. Xiao Tian, "What's wrong? Don't scare your father." Uncle Nan's voice, filled with anguish, pierced Li Tianran's ears, halting his steps as he contemplated turning back. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit followed. Li Tianran cradled Han Heng in his arms and peered over the wall. Inside, illuminated by the bright light, he saw the tall figure of Xiao Tian, half reclining on the bed, coughing blood incessantly, his face a ghastly shade of gray. Li Tianran's heart sank at the sight, and he quickly pulled out his phone. Comparing Xiao Yan's symptoms with the descriptions of severe cases from the news regarding those poisoned by contaminated vegetables, the symptoms were identical: persistent coughing of blood, difficulty breathing, skin devoid of luster, and a deathly pallor. Xiao Tian had also ingested those tainted vegetables. "My son, it's not that I don't want to save you. It is the hospital's despicable quacks who claim there are no available beds. And even if there were, they assert they could not save Uncle Nan." Sitting at the bedside, the man in his 40s weeps like a child. "Dad can only take you home, helplessly watching you die." Xiao Tian remained silent, merely coughing incessantly, the veins on his face nearly bursting. Li Tiangan hastily covers Henin's eyes. Although many have perished since the cataclysm, the stark reality of a life fading before one's very eyes is far more jarring than cold statistics. Listening to Uncle Nan's wails and Xiao Yan's coughs, Li Tiangan takes a deep breath, calming his tumultuous heartbeat. "Big Pot, Uncle Nan's son is spitting out so much blood." Henin stammers, "Is he going to die?" "It's all right." "It's all right." Li Tiangan crouches down, tightly embracing Henin's in comfort. Suddenly, an idea flashes through his mind. Should he retrieve the ancient medicinal-grade carrot? A melodious notification chimes. Yes. Li Tiangan makes a decisive choice. In the next moment, a carrot emanating a faint medicinal fragrance appears in the palm of his hand. Due to the necessity of providing receipts when delivering goods, he often carries paper and pen in his coat pocket, effortlessly pulling them out. After scribbling a line on the paper, Li Tiangan wraps the ancient medicinal-grade carrot together with a metal lighter, forming a paper ball. Indeed, he intends to give this ancient medicinal-grade carrot to Uncle Nan, hoping he can use it to save Xiao Tian. Of course, to be fair, while Li Tiangan shares a bond with Uncle Nan, their relationship has not reached such depths. His motivation for sending out an ancient medicinal-grade item is merely to test his hypothesis. Previously, he had contemplated conducting experiments to see if the ancient medicinal grade could alleviate radiation poisoning in vegetables, initially planning to buy a small pig for this purpose. However, it now appears the perfect subject for experimentation is right before him. If the ancient medicinal-grade carrot can turn Xiao Yan's peril into safety, he would acquire the results he seeks, and Xiao Yan's life would be spared, an optimal outcome. Conversely, if it proves ineffective, he incurs no loss. Xiao Tian was already on the brink of death, leaving no room for guilt. Whether one survives now hinges on fate. After a moment of silence, Li Tiangon raises the paper ball and forcefully hurls it at Uncle Nan's window. With a crash, the glass shatters instantly, the paper ball landing on Xiaoyan's bed, bouncing thrice before coming to rest. Who is it? Uncle Nan erupts in fury, rushing toward the window with a kitchen knife in hand, shouting, "I'll cut you down!" Yet, the yard is utterly vacant. In his rage, Uncle Nan suddenly notices a pile of items in the corner, and illuminated by the dim light within, he freezes in astonishment. Food? Just then, a faint voice calls from a room. "Dad!" Uncle Nan, disregarding a closer inspection, turns and rushes back inside. He finds Xiaotian half reclining on the bed, weakly pointing at the paper ball, which is partially unfurled from the force of the shattered glass. With a stutter, he says, "Dad, there's something inside, and there are words." Uncle Nan approaches the bed, reaching down to pick up and unfold the paper ball that a simple line of text is scrawled upon it. "If you don't want him to die, feed it to him." Inside the paper ball are only two items. The iron lighter is disregarded, leaving only the carrot. Who is trying to amuse us? Uncle Nan is taken aback, holding the paper ball and carrot in a daze. In an instant, countless thoughts flood his mind. Could this item, as indicated by the note, cure his son's grave illness? Gazing down, he notes that the carrot indeed looks nothing like the irradiated vegetables. It is free of gray spots, instead exuding a translucent quality and a subtle medicinal aroma. "Dad, cough, cough. What is this?" Xiaotian, coughing urgently, asked with a voice tinged with tears. "It's medicine. It's medicine." Uncle Nan harbors doubts about the note's authenticity. Can a mere carrot truly heal a condition beyond the hospital's capabilities? Yet, he finds himself with no other options. Xiaoyan's toxic reaction intensifies, and in no more than 2 hours, he could succumb to complete organ failure. In that moment, Uncle Nan is like a drowning man, grasping desperately at a straw offered by the shore. Regardless of the veracity of the claim, he would cling to it for dear life. To put it bluntly, he is treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. "Son, open your mouth. Eat this." Uncle Nan grits his teeth, moving to the bedside to pry open Xiaoyan's mouth. Then shoving the carrot inside. "Chew quickly. Swallow it." Tears streaming down his face, Uncle Nan urges, suppressing his grief. Xiaotian, though bewildered by his father's actions, finds his consciousness fading, devoid of any power to think, and mechanically follows Uncle Nan's instructions. Li Tiangon stands outside the wall, silently observing everything unfolding within the room. At last, Xiaotian swallows the first bite. Da-da. He suddenly cries out, his entire body convulsing violently. "Xiaotian! Xiaotian!" Uncle Nan is stunned, the half-carrot slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. In that instant, Xiaotian bolts upright, leaning over the bed and retching violently. His breathing steadies, and the gray pallor of his skin begins to fade. Li Tiangon watches as his complexion starts to regain a healthy hue. He takes a deep breath, retrieves a notepad from his pocket, and writes with a graphite pen. Ancient medicinal-grade carrot shows curative effects for radiation poisoning. Unknown if there are any side effects. Within the room, Uncle Nan's cries of joy and tears fill the Tiangon quietly lifts his ends and turns to walk toward his truck in the distance. He has witnessed the outcome he desired. Xiaoyan's recovery demonstrates the terrifying efficacy of the ancient medicinal grade, and as a test subject, Xiaotian has been granted a second chance at life. Li Tiangon has also acquired the data he sought, an unequivocal win-win situation. The next experiment he intends to conduct will be of even greater complexity, that he wishes to ascertain whether the ancient medicinal grade can revert mutated organisms back to their original forms after ingestion of irradiated vegetables. However, such opportunities are rare and fleeting. Even he must rely on luck to find success. As he drives away from the town, 30 minutes later, Li Tiangon arrives at the city center of Nanjing. The time is now 10 o'clock at night. In the times prior to the cataclysm, the entertainment district of Nanjing would just be coming alive with nightlife at this hour. Yet now, the streets are deserted, strewn with broken glass and debris. The doors of shops and malls stand firmly shut, some storefronts vandalized and emptied of their goods, evidently having endured a riot. The once vibrant neon lights of bars and KTVs have dimmed, leaving no lively music to echo through the streets. The bodies of stray dogs lie abandoned, decaying in the open. Occasionally, Ambulances rush by, their sirens piercing the oppressive silence, filling the air with a palpable sense of despair. Occasionally, military police on electric motorcycles pass by, their expressions tense, their walkie-talkies crackling with reports of thefts and assaults. Witnessing this scene, Li Tiangong realizes the extent of the chaos is far worse than he had anticipated. In this apocalypse, many nefarious individuals are seizing the opportunity to create turmoil, and the number of lives lost in the chaos may rival those perishing from radiation poisoning. As Li Tiangong exits the entertainment district and turns a corner, he is suddenly greeted by a cacophony of noise that he then sees a throng of people outside a department store, where an astonishingly long queue stretches for hundreds of meters. Several illuminated banners hang before the entrance. Emergency supplies designated procurement point. Boxes of rice and flour, along with various vegetables, are piled high in refrigerated cabinets, gleaming like the most alluring treasures, drawing the attention of thousands gathered outside. Unfazed by the cold, they swarm like ants, shouting and even hurling insults. "Don't cut in line. Damn it, I've been waiting for 5 hours. Let me go first." Such insolence. This position rightfully belongs to me. I merely stepped away for a brief moment to attend to nature's call. How dare you, uncouth peasants? I'm the general manager of Shindong Company, and if you provoke me, you shall not savor the consequences. Alas, who has dared to kick my vehicle? A few police cars, their lights flashing, have come to a halt nearby, while armed officers wielding loudspeakers bellow. "Everyone, please maintain order. Remain calm. Each individual is entitled to their purchasing quota. You may acquire 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, and 1 pound of vegetables, provided you present valid identification." Li Tiangong, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. In times of calamity, the populace tends to hoard supplies until they feel secure, transforming their homes into small warehouses. Under such national circumstances, despite soaring grain prices, the fervor for purchasing remains unabated. Just as he was about to depart, a military officer approached and gently tapped on Li Tiangong's window. His expression grave. "Pull over and turn off the engine." Startled, Li Tiangong retrieved an open pack of cigarettes from the passenger seat, offering one with a friendly smile. "Officer, is there a problem?" He had no habit of smoking. To him, cigarettes were merely a social tool. The officer waved his hand, declining the offer, yet his demeanor softened considerably. "Young man, please open the cargo area. I need to conduct a check." In the back of Li Tiangong's vehicle, there were no contraband items, so he felt no trepidation as he opened the rear compartment upon the officer's instruction. The officer shone a flashlight inside, and upon discovering only farming tools, he nodded. "You're free to go." Recently, some unscrupulous individuals have been peddling toxic vegetables disguised as ordinary produce in town, causing significant harm. The officer switched off the flashlight and kindly cautioned Li Tiangong, "If you wish to purchase grain, ensure you go to the designated procurement points. The items sold outside are quite unsafe." "Thank you," Li Tiangong nodded, realizing that his earlier prediction had indeed come to pass. The government had begun regulating grain sales. However, it was only after hearing the officer's words that he understood the recent surge in poisoning incidents. Some nefarious characters were selling irradiated produce. It was truly despicable to conduct transactions under the cover of darkness with vegetables of dubious safety. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the throngs gathered in front of the department store. Had he not been fortunate enough to be chosen as a player, he might well have found himself among them, or, worse yet, among those who met a tragic fate reported in the newspapers. "Brother, I feel a bit frightened," Henin said from the passenger seat. She was unaware of the unfolding events, but sensed an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Li Tiangong gently patted her head and reassured her. "You're safe with me." He offered no elaborate words of comfort. Those 3 simple words sufficed to instill a sense of security in Henin. Henin nodded vigorously. "With you around, I'm not afraid of anything." Li Tiangong turned the steering wheel, intending to return to the farm. It was already quite late, and fatigue was setting in. However, just as he exited the outskirts of the city, a modified small cargo truck suddenly accelerated past him. With a screeching halt, the vehicle came to a stop, blocking Li Tiangong's path. Frowning, he quietly retrieved a sharp military dagger from beneath his seat. The opposing vehicle's door swung open, and a stout man, his face marred by acne, leapt out with a large bag slung over his shoulder. He hurriedly approached the front of Li Tiangan's car and knocked on the window. "Brother, I'm in the same boat as you. Is there something you need?" Li Tiangan asked, gripping the dagger while maintaining a calm demeanor. "I saw you loitering around the department store earlier, looking to buy grain, but came up empty." The man laughed slyly, yanking open his bag to reveal its contents. "Watermelons, cucumbers, pumpkins, tomatoes, and rice. What do you want?" "I've got it all." Li Tiangan's expression hardened. So, this fellow was a black market grain dealer. He scrutinized the man's wares for a moment before breaking into a smile and asking, "Brother, are these melons ripe?" The man was taken aback, his expression shifting slightly as he feigned ignorance. "What do you mean?" Li Tiangan chuckled, leaning against the window. "We're both seasoned foxes. Spare me your tricks. If you dare to take a bite of any of those in front of me, I'll buy everything." "Do you not trust me?" the man countered. "Enough. Clear the road." Li Tiangan, losing patience, pretended to reach for his phone. "Otherwise, I shall report you." Wait. The man quickly waved his hands, a sheepish grin on his face. "If you're not buying, just forget it. Don't ruin my business, brother. I'll move my truck right away." With a hum, the obstructing vehicle finally shifted, creating a passage for Li Tiangan to drive through. He pressed the accelerator and sped past. Brother, was he a con man? Henin, having witnessed the exchange, blinked curiously. "Indeed," Li Tiangan affirmed. From the moment the man opened his bag, he recognized that the fruits and vegetables had been irradiated. Although the radiation levels were not extreme and the exterior appeared normal, having farmed for many years, Li Tiangan knew how to spot the anomalies. If he could not discern those subtle differences, it would indeed be a wasted life, that he was a fraudster, and a particularly vile one at that. In these times of global upheaval, many sought to profit unscrupulously. While Li Tiangan did not harbor strong disdain for those who aimed to pass off inferior goods, there ought to be some baseline of decency. Much like before the cataclysm, when peddlers sold fake medicine to the elderly. Their products labeled as deer antler ginseng capsules, which were primarily composed of potato starch. At least potato starch was not lethal, right? However, consuming irradiated produce could be deadly. In the past, individuals engaging in such life-threatening schemes would have faced dire consequences. Yet now, these unscrupulous characters were running rampant. This only deepened Li Tiangan's sense of the impending apocalypse and its far-reaching implications, which extended well beyond mere food shortages. Even the efficacy of military and police enforcement seemed diminished. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from the system's earlier prompts. Establish a new civilization amidst the ruins. Was this a portent that the current order and civilization would entirely collapse following the arrival of the cataclysm? Li Tiangan murmured, "Presently, the system has yet to crumble, but should a second cataclysm strike, and if rivers and water sources were to vanish, we might witness chaos beyond even the military's capacity to suppress." Taking a deep breath, Li Tiangan acknowledged that he certainly did not wish for the breakdown of systems or the disintegration of civilization. Yet, he was no deity. He could not single-handedly alter the world. For now, he could only focus on ensuring his own safety before contemplating how to assist others or the nation. That night, the sights he had encountered further fueled Li Tiangan's determination. Only by seizing the opportunity presented by the system's farm, working diligently, could he and Henin avoid a fate akin to that of stray dogs on the roadside. Upon returning to the farm, Henin clamored for a midnight snack. Children are full of energy, and with their active lifestyles, they require ample sustenance. A child like Henin, at her age, needed to eat 4 meals a day, lest she wake in the middle of the night due to hunger. Li Tiangan adeptly donned an apron. His daily tasks were straightforward: cooking, farming, and harvesting. However, perhaps due to the traits inherited from his parents, he did not find this life burdensome. Instead, he found joy in the process, taking immense satisfaction in watching the fragrant dishes he meticulously prepared being devoured by Han Heng with great enthusiasm. The mutton he had slaughtered a few days prior was now fully thawed. He chopped 2 white radishes into bite-sized pieces, while adding water to the pot to thoroughly blanch the residual blood from the lamb. After rinsing the meat once more with cold water, he began to simmer it slowly in an iron pot. He refrained from using excessive seasonings, opting only for a few strands of ginger, as the natural flavor of the mutton was already exquisite enough. Too many strong spices would only detract from its taste. The gentle heat radiated through the iron pot, and soon, the aromatic scent of the mutton began to fill the room. After about half an hour, he added the radish pieces and a sprinkle of salt. At that moment, Han Heng was already standing outside the kitchen with her small bowl, eagerly awaiting the moment the supper would be ready. 10 minutes later, the radishes were thoroughly cooked. I Natural gently pierced the mutton with a chopstick and found it effortlessly penetrated. Seeing this, he casually sprinkled some green onions on top. The mutton and radish soup was ready. The supper was quite lavish. Besides 2 bowls of the mutton and radish soup each, the siblings also indulged in 2 peppery lamb trotters and a plate of cherries for dessert. Eating too much at night was evidently not in line with healthy living principles. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, ever since he began consuming radiation-resistant vegetables, Li Tiannatural felt his appetite had significantly increased. Remarkably, he was able to eat so much without any discomfort, and he felt he was only 7/10 full. Most astonishingly, Han Heng appeared to have an even greater appetite than his own. Indeed, her bowl of cherries was nearly empty. It seemed that as one's physical constitution improved, so too did the demand for nutrients. Li Tiannatural pondered, glancing at Han Heng, noticing her data had markedly increased. If this trend continued, would she eventually evolve into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? Consuming tons of meat in one sitting, Li Tiannatural was taken aback by his own conjecture, but soon found solace in the thought that IKT hardly seemed a matter of great concern, with the shelter system in place. Even if Han Heng's appetite rivaled that of Monkey D. Luffy in the future, he would still be able to provide for her. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Li Tiannatural habitually logged onto the Nanching Forum. In the current situation, official reports did not necessarily yield the truth about external conditions. Only in this chaotic online space could more information be exchanged as soon as he opened the forum. A torrent of posts flooded in. Most of them recounted personal experiences from the past few days, detailing the obstacles faced while scavenging for food and various terrifying sights witnessed firsthand. For instance, someone reported seeing a homeless man attacked by a mutated creature, his body reduced to mere bones. Another recounted a feud with a longtime friend over a few kilograms of rice, resulting in a fierce brawl. Li Tiannatural clicked on one post. Urine, the original poster recently, there have been numerous incidents in our village where livestock have mutated and attacked humans. This afternoon, my dad slaughtered the big water buffalo we had raised for over a decade. I'm so heartbroken. I used to ride on its back when I was little. To commemorate it, my dad sawed off its horns and made them into a horn comb that I feel so choked up. And tears just fall when I look at the comb. Li Tiannatural sighed silently as he read the post. Such occurrences had become frequent, forcing many to kill their longtime pets. Even the military and police had begun to take to the streets to hunt down stray dogs. As Li Tiannatural scrolled down, his expression gradually stiffened. Shangren, second floor, I'm guessing the original poster, is now combing their hair with one hand while gnawing on beef with the other. Sad. Not a chance. Just looking handsome. Third floor, can you send me a few kilograms of the big water buffalo's carcass? I want to commemorate it with you. Wunai, third floor, can I have half of the remaining horns and beef to eat, and the other half to release? Juncture Jiekong, fourth floor, I am that big water buffalo. Moo moo moo. Now I return from the dead to say a few words. Original poster, why not make a urinal out of your grandfather's skull to commemorate him? Wait until midnight, and I'll knock on your door with happiness. Urine, the original poster Juncture Jiekong. You can go to hell. Li Tiannatural could no longer contain his laughter. What had initially been a rather sorrowful matter was instantly transformed by the absurdity of the comments from these ridiculous netizens. Exiting that post, Li Tiannatural refreshed the page once more. Suddenly, several posts with the same title caught his eye. Heavily rewarded, seeking information on the poster of the Doomsday Prophecy from 3 days ago. The mysterious Doomsday Prophet on the forum is urgently sought. Those providing information will be generously rewarded. 300,000 reward. Li Tiannatural scrolled down, his expression increasingly grim. Out of 10 similar posts, 2 or 3 were identical. This indicated that the other party had been tirelessly searching for him since 3 days ago. The relentless pursuit made Li Tiannatural furrow his brow. Is this never-ending? When he first saw that post 3 days ago, Li Tiannatural had not taken it seriously, merely thinking that some people's curiosity was rather excessive. Now, confronted with the overwhelming number of search posts, he finally confirmed that the other party was intent on pursuing him relentlessly. Although he was unsure of their identity, it was undoubtedly not someone from the authorities. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a bounty to seek him out. Once it involved civilians, Li Tiannatural harbored suspicions about their intentions. After all, he had always believed in this adage. When someone is willing to offer a substantial reward for a piece of information, that information is certain to bring them even greater benefits. In such a chaotic environment, Li Tiannatural could not risk the fate of himself and Han Hang on a gamble regarding the other party's true intentions that he glanced at those posts, noticing that although there were replies beneath, most were from curious netizens who had clicked in without any accurate information to share. Realizing this, Li Tiannatural breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in a world thrown into turmoil, everyone was preoccupied with their survival, leaving little energy to focus on a nebulous post in an online forum. Moreover, since the cataclysm, it seemed the internet police responsible for the security of this forum had not logged back in. Whether this was due to military and police personnel being stretched thin and deployed offline to maintain order, or something else entirely, Li Tiannatural did not delve further into that thought. This situation was indeed troublesome. A solution needed to be found quickly, or he would never find peace of mind. Li Tiannatural gazed at the names of those search posts, remaining silent for a long while, feeling it would be better to take the initiative rather than wait passively. He resolved to uncover the true identity of the other party before they discovered his OWN. In this way, he would be in the shadows while they remained in the light. The next day, Li Tiannatural busied himself once more. By the time he finished his evening routine, it was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. After arranging the patrol and night watch procedures, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how much time passed, but he was suddenly jolted awake by a piercing alarm. Warning: intruder detected. The number of intruders is 7. Male, armed with iron knives, clubs, and hammers. Threat level 19. Intruders are beginning to breach the walls and iron gates. Do you wish to retaliate? Li Tiannatural sprang up from his bed, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen, displaying the footage transmitted from the patrol guards. 7 burly men, wielding various weapons, were crazily smashing at the farm's iron gates. While some attempted to scale the walls, a few medium-sized delivery trucks were parked nearby, with 2 figures standing beside the lead vehicle. Li Tiannatural squinted, scrutinizing the scene for a moment, and his anger surged. He recognized one of the figures. It was that damned Zhong Ling. Li Tiannatural's expression remained impassive, though his pupils narrowed slightly. But do not mistake this for a lack of emotional fluctuation. In fact, it was a manifestation of his utmost fury. 2 days prior, Zhong Ling had called him, seeking to purchase grain, only to be rejected, leading to an irrevocable rift between them. Now, 2 nights later, a gang of 7 or 8 thugs armed to the teeth was attempting to break down the farm's gates. While Zhong Ling and a man stood off to the side, watching silently, was there any need for further contemplation regarding the story behind this? Zhong Ling, you truly have no humanity. Li Tiannatural leapt from his bed, immediately donning his cotton coat while issuing commands to all the formidable guards within the farm. Gather at the main gate. The air buzzed with urgency as dozens of hummingbird-level guards rushed towards the location with remarkable speed. By the time Li Tiannatural reached the gate, 2 individuals had already scaled the wall and were preparing to jump down. Xiao Ling, your information is accurate, right? Does Li Tiannatural truly possess provisions? Sun Dayo, with furrowed brows, inquired beside the vehicle. I spent a considerable sum hiring these men. If we return empty-handed, it will be a substantial loss. Rest assured, this farm harbors a grand warehouse. I visited here a few days ago and witnessed the stockpiles of grain that could easily fill several large trucks. Zhong Ling replied softly, Excellent. If this plan proceeds smoothly, not only will we be free from worries about food, but we might also profit greatly. Sun Dayo grinned widely. Zhong Ling narrowed her eyes, adeptly concealing the flicker of disdain within them. The man beside her was the former vice president of her company, significantly older and far less handsome than Li Tiannatural. Yet, he wielded wealth and status. After their quarrel and breakup, in a fit of anger, she had seamlessly transitioned into his embrace, believing that by relinquishing her dignity, a brighter future awaited her. However, The unforeseen upheaval plunged her from paradise into the depths of despair. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, food prices skyrocketed. The once ugly duckling, Li Tianran, had transformed into a magnificent swan, igniting a pang of regret within Zhongling just days prior. A merciless phone call from Li Tianran had pierced her pride, leaving her unable to swallow her pride and seek reconciliation. Thus, in her bitterness, she had conspired with Sun Dayo and others to stage a nighttime assault on the farm, intent on seizing Li Tianran's provisions. Should their heist fail, she had a contingency plan to set the warehouse ablaze. If she could not possess it, she would destroy it. Such is the vindictive nature of a woman. Old 2, Old 3. Hurry up, Sun Dayo urged. Don't rush. This wall is too high. I'm searching for a spot to jump down, grumbled the two men perched atop the wall, casting a glance into the darkness of the farm. Intruders have entered the automatic counterattack range, engaging lethal force. Suddenly, a pair of eerie blue eyes emerged from the shadows beneath the wall, radiating a chilling aura as they fixed upon them, accompanied by a mechanical voice. What the hell is that? The two burly men exclaimed in unison. In the next instant, a flash of fire erupted. Bang! Bang! Two muffled gunshots rang out. The scent of gunpowder filled the air, and the two men atop the wall stiffened before toppling lifelessly to the ground. Did they just die? Where's Old Two's head? Is it shattered? Sun Dayo screamed, realizing the gravity of their situation. Damn it, this place has guns! Despair echoed outside the iron gate. Hell, Tianran stood shrouded in darkness, coldly observing the scene unfold. He had the opportunity to halt the Hound-level guards, but chose not to, for these intruders, armed with various weapons, intended to breach the farm. Without the wall as a barrier, he and Hanin might have perished at the hands of these thugs. In this apocalyptic era, Li Tianran harbored no illusions about human nature, often assuming the worst. Those who had lost their humanity in the apocalypse were far more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. He lifted his gaze, his eyes melding with the night. He slowly uttered 4 words, annihilate them all. At his command, the Hound-level warrior unleashed its iron jaws and leapt over the wall in a heartbeat. Flames engulfed the attackers. Their screams echoed as 5 figures ignited in a fire, the searing heat capable of melting steel, consuming everything in its wake. Within 30 seconds, the thugs were utterly erased from existence. As the farm's gate swung open, Li Tianran emerged with a cold smile, striding towards the distant figures of Zhongling and Sun Dayo. Both were nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling as they regarded Li Tianran, akin to witnessing a terrifying demon approach. This assault had been Zhongling's proposal, meticulously orchestrated by Sun Dayo. Yet they had never anticipated the farm's formidable defenses, far beyond their comprehension. Watching the thugs being obliterated left Zhongling and Sun Dayo in sheer panic. Their teeth chattering audibly, Zhongling finally succumbed to her terror, screaming as she flung herself into the vehicle, locking the doors tightly and curling up in the seat, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Sun Dayo, sensing the dire situation, lumbered towards another vehicle, believing that once behind the wheel, he could escape Li Tianran. Though Li Tianran might not be able to outrun a car, he had not forgotten an essential truth. He could still pursue Sun Dayo. As Sun Dayo gasped for breath, sprinting desperately, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force slam into him. It was Li Tianran, kicking him with tremendous force. Thud! Sun Dayo's hefty frame was propelled 3 to 4 meters forward, crashing against the truck's door, leaving a massive dent in the metal. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, blood oozing from his mouth, he curled up like a beaten dog, wailing, "Don't kill me. I'll give you money. All my money." The gruesome images of the thug's demise had left an indelible psychological scar on Sun Dayo. He was utterly terrified. Li Tianran felt no compassion. Individuals like Sun Dayo had twisted souls, akin to maggots. Had the guards not been present, they would have breached the wall and wreaked havoc upon the farm, potentially subjecting him and his sister to unimaginable horrors. Contemplating that horrifying scenario, a surge of fury ignited within Li Tianran. Crack! He stomped down on Sun Dayo's left arm, the sound of shattering bone echoing through the air. Sun Dayo writhed in agony, desperately struggling. Li, please spare me. I was blinded by greed. I never meant to do this. Just don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever you want. Sundayo, once a vice president, had never been treated this way before. Yet Li Tianran cared not for his former status. In this chaotic apocalypse, the old order and civilization were crumbling. Only strength remained eternal. Those who bore malice towards him would meet their end. If you had invaded the farm today, and I and my sister were kneeling before you, would you have spared us? Li Tianran asked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Of course not. Sundayo's heart raced as he suddenly pulled a dagger from his chest. Lunging at Li Tianran's throat, shrieking die, Li Tianran reacted swiftly, grasping Sundayo's wrist with a powerful grip. With a fierce twist, Sundayo dropped the dagger, and Li Tianran, expressionless, stabbed it back into him. Thud! Sundayo shuddered. Collapsing to the ground, Zhongling, hidden in the car, trembled uncontrollably, unsure how to start the vehicle. She curled up like a quail, desperately seeking a semblance of safety. Moments later, the sounds of screams outside faded away. Cautiously, she straightened up, summoning her courage to peer out the window. That moment. Li Tianran's face appeared at the window, a hint of blood staining his forehead, his expression devoid of emotion as he pressed against the glass. Staring at her, their eyes met in an instant. Zhongling felt her mind go blank. An overwhelming wave of terror surged within her, her scream piercing the air. Thud! 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 The eye contact was short-lived as Li Tianran began to elbow the window. The ordinary truck window, lacking strength, shattered under his relentless assault, the glass splintering into countless cracks. Bang! With a dull thud, the car window finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Natural's expression remained indifferent as he reached inside the vehicle, firmly grasping Zhongling's hair, and forcibly dragged her out through the broken window. The shards of glass lacerated Zhongling's skin, yet the terror gripping her heart far outweighed the pain of her wounds. Tian Natural, please listen to me. I was coerced by Sundayo. I'm also a victim. I made mistakes. Could you possibly let me go? Zhongling pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to salvage their past. Do you not remember how deeply we once loved each other? You promised to accept and cherish me unconditionally. I can return to your side now. Shall we start anew? Tian Natural, I still love you. Zhongling's voice trembled with desperation. Suddenly, Li Tian Natural chuckled, nodding as he spoke. Not only will I spare your life, but I shall also marry you, sharing everything I possess with you. Zhongling was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the immense surprise, stammering in disbelief. Tian Natural, you are not jesting. Are you? You are the one who first made it a jest. Li Tian Natural shrugged, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the woman he once wished to wed, a glint of ruthlessness shining in his eyes. He had not anticipated the depths of her malevolence. She had masqueraded so convincingly that he had been utterly oblivious to it. Zhongling, I owe you nothing. Rather, it is you who is indebted to me. Let me enlighten you. In this lifetime, some mistakes may be repeated numerous times. However, there are certain errors that one can commit, but once made, they cannot be forgiven, and one must bear the corresponding consequences. Li Tian Natural regarded Zhongling with an impassive expression, coldly inquiring, Are you prepared to face your punishment? Zhongling's pupils dilated in horror, her gaze filled with despair. A day later, at the Nan City Military Police Bureau, a young officer presented a newly reported list of missing persons to the captain. Sundayo, Zhongling, Lida. The captain, while devouring instant noodles, recited the names from the list, growing increasingly irritable as he pushed the list aside, remarking, more than 500 individuals go missing or die in Nan City every day. I've been too busy to sleep for days. Just file it away. We can address it when we have time. The young officer nodded, casting a glance at the captain's meager meal, complaining, Another bowl of instant noodles? At least there's something to eat. The captain sighed, gazing out at the overcast sky, lamenting, in this damned world. Who knows? In a month we might not even have instant noodles, just waiting to perish. Your radiation-resistant corn has matured. Li Tian Natural stood in the planting area, listening to the pleasant notification sound as he began to harvest his crops. Time flew by swiftly during busy hours. This marked the 5th day since the apocalypse. Li Tian Natural's suspicions were confirmed. No military or police had come knocking. The entirety of Nan City, and indeed the entire Yanhuang Federation, had plunged into a state of utter chaos, with rampant riots and countless heinous crimes occurring daily. Incidents of individuals going missing had become all too commonplace. As for Li Tiannatural, he did not linger on the matter for long. That very night, he had eradicated all traces of to survive in the apocalypse. One must possess a hardened heart. Putting the incident out of his mind, Li Tiannatural accessed the system interface. After 5 days of diligent labor, his points had astonishingly reached 620,000 by the morning. While it wasn't sufficient for extravagant spending in the marketplace, it was ample for reinforcing his farm once more. Having experienced the invasion incident, he realized the farm's defenses were lacking and required further enhancement to become an impregnable fortress, ensuring peace of mind in these turbulent times. As for the points, Li Tiannatural resolutely spent 400,000 to purchase 4 agricultural-grade intelligent work robots and 4 adult combat warriors. The previously accumulated points were instantly depleted once more, yet their value was undeniably evident. The agricultural robots could entirely replace Li Tiannatural in sowing and harvesting. With only the final step of redeeming points requiring his personal attention, all other tedious tasks could be delegated to them. Intelligent work robot, agricultural type. Energy, 300 operational range. Planting, breeding, cultivation, description. We are well-powered and invigorated. Our motto is, 996 is too easy. We are tireless model workers. Li Tiannatural glanced over the introduction of these intelligent work robots, pausing momentarily at the last description. Unable to suppress a sigh. This system certainly had a cheeky side. 996 is too easy. Capitalists would weep, and the Jewish community would feel shame. Shifting his gaze toward the 4 adult combat warriors, gleaming with metallic luster and robust as if they were Schwarzenegger, he noted, LV3 combat warrior, adult level. Operational range, invasion, guard attack methods, sniping, hand-to-hand combat ammunition capacity, 50-50 speed, 8 attack power, 12 defense power, 5 energy, 300 description. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Well, okay, I'm not gentle at all. Fool. Stay away from my master, or I will show you your own brain matter. Li Tiannatural silently gave a thumbs up. Fierce was the only word that came to mind. And he would say it just once. Li Tiannatural surveyed the new robots before him. A message from the surveillance guard suddenly informed him of an incoming visitor. It was not the jarring alarm, but rather a calm notification. Li Tiannatural raised an eyebrow. Who could be visiting him at such a time? Soon, the visitor's face materialized within Li Tiannatural's consciousness. It was a young man, tall and sprightly, Xiao Tan, the son of Uncle Nan. At that moment, he appeared vibrant and full of life, entirely shedding the lethargy of his former bedridden state. Is it really him? Li Tiannatural furrowed his brow and stepped out of the planting area, wondering what brought him here. Quickly, the scene at the entrance unfolded. Xiao Tian was carrying a cardboard box, and inside were the very supplies Li Tiannatural had delivered to his home a day prior. Half of the quantity. Upon witnessing this, Li Tiannatural's expression softened. Great pot. The brother from Uncle Nan's house who loves sweets has come. Now at the entrance, Han, bundled in a thick coat, rushed over, her cheeks rosy as she exclaimed. P.S. here. At her age, she could hardly stay indoors, and with her constant watching of cartoons, Li Tiannatural worried about her eyesight. Thus, he often let her and Xiao He play on the farm while he worked. I know. Li Tiannatural patted her little head and promptly headed towards the entrance. Its Xiao Tian. What brings you here? Li Tiannatural quickly approached the entrance, smiling warmly at Xiao Tian. Upon seeing Li Tiannatural, Xiao Tian beamed, placing the box on the ground as he said, Boss Li, a couple of days ago you gave my family some instant noodles. My dad said we must repay your kindness. Now that we finally have food, I've come to return the favor. Li Tiannatural looked at the box, bemused. He wanted to say, this was actually a gift from me to your family, though he was not in need of food. Witnessing this gesture warmed his heart. In a merciless apocalypse, such moments of kindness were a rare glimmer of warmth. Where did you get all this food? Xiao Tian sighed. We found it in our yard. Perhaps it was left by a relative or a kind-hearted person. I am truly grateful to him. He may have saved my life. Saved your life? Li Tiannatural, though aware of the circumstances, feigned astonishment. This matter is rather complicated. So, I want to elaborate. Xiao Tian waved his hand and smiled. Bossly, beside delivering food, I would like to ask for your assistance with something, if that is all right. You may speak, Li Tian natural nodded. I just heard the new grain procurement point has opened in the suburbs of Nan City, and there is still quite a bit of stock left. I would like to borrow your truck to purchase some for future needs. Xiao Tian's demeanor was somewhat reserved, his hands fidgeting nervously in front of him, clearly exhibiting signs of tension. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran chuckled. All right, you can drive away. Xiao Tian, after hearing Li Tianran's words, awkwardly laughed again and replied. The thing is, I still haven't managed to get my driver's license, and the procurement point is rather remote. So, before Xiao Tian could finish a sentence, Li Tianran understood he not only wanted to borrow the vehicle, but also needed a driver. Li Tianran stroked his chin and glanced at the planting area, where work robots were present, meaning he did not need to remain there as a supervisor. Fine, but you must return before noon. I still need to cook for Han Han. Well, Tianran finally acquiesced. In a post-apocalyptic world, emotional connections were indeed a rare commodity, since it was evident that Uncle Nan's family was grateful and reciprocative. Assisting them was hardly a significant burden. Han Han, you stay at home and don't open the door for anyone who knocks. I'll be back shortly. Li Tianran turned to Han Han and instructed he had no intention of bringing her along. It was proven that in such a transformed world, farms were the safest havens. Okay, I understand. Han Han quickly nodded. Xiao He squatted beside Han Han, casting a dispassionate glance at Xiao Tian before ignoring him entirely. Li Tianran retrieved the keys and pushed open the door, then drove the truck out, simultaneously issuing automatic guard commands to the combat robots. Xiao Tian took the passenger seat. As the roar of the engine echoed. The truck slowly began its journey. Han Han tilted her head, watching the two depart, whispering something as she clutched Xiao He's neck. However, due to the loud noise of the engine, Li Tianran did not catch her words. Xiao Tian Gij is so amazing. He can even change colors. The last time I saw him with Degua, he was green, and now he has turned red. How fun! Xiao He, unable to comprehend Han Han's words, whimpered and turned to dash back toward the small building. The truck gradually made its way down the rural path. Li Tianran observed the dead vegetation lining the road. On the 5th day post-radiation, the toxins hidden within the plants had erupted completely. As far as the eye could see, the fields on either side were a desolate yellow, a color of lifelessness. Shally boss, is Han Han all right at home alone? This world is quite chaotic, and I'm worried that if any bad people target the farm, it could be dangerous for her, Xiao Tian said from the passenger seat, his expression tinged with concern. Did you leave Han Han any self-defense tools? Li Tianran smiled. Dangerous? Right now, there's no place safer than the farm in all of South City. If someone were to forcibly invade the farm to attack Han Han, their armed forces would likely be enough to breach the South City Armed Police team. However, Li Tianran could not disclose this to Xiao Tian. He simply smiled and replied, My little rundown farm has no treasures worth stealing. Who would be interested? Furthermore, Han Han is only 7. Even if she had self-defense weapons, she wouldn't know how to use them. Besides, with Xiao He around, no one could get in, so don't worry. Then I'll feel at ease. Xiao Tian nodded with a smile, then lowered his head and fell silent. Pulling out his phone to send a text, Li Tianran cast a curious glance. Xiao Tian seemed to sense Li Tianran's gaze and casually tucked his phone into his pocket, saying, I'm afraid the money I have isn't enough, so I'm borrowing a bit from a friend. After a moment of silence, Li Tianran pulled out 500 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them over. I don't have much money left either. Take this. Xiao Tian looked at Li Tianran's gesture, seemingly taken aback, and after a pause of 7 or 8 seconds, he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No. Shally boss. You've already helped my family tremendously. How can I accept your money? Just take it. Before Xiao Tian could refuse, Li Tianran firmly placed the cash in his hand. Li Tianran, money held no value. This, Xiao Tian looked at the bills with a complex expression, hesitating for a moment before biting his lip and saying, Shally boss, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Clap. Li Tianran said nothing, merely giving Xiao Tian's shoulder a reassuring pat. The rural path was rugged and difficult to navigate. Li Tianran drove the truck along the route indicated by the navigation system, a Tian intersection. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel onto the navigated road, Xiao Tian suddenly displayed a resolute expression, gripping the steering wheel and, as if making a challenging decision, said, "Shally boss. The road to the right seems to be blocked. Let us take a detour to the left." Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. The road to the right was the main thoroughfare of the town. Generally, unless there were significant natural disasters like earthquakes or landslides, it would not be closed. Why did Xiao Tian claim it was blocked? Li Tianran's gaze fell on Xiao Tian's face. Did he notice that? At some point, Xiao Tian's complexion had turned pale, devoid of any color, in such cold weather. Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. At first glance, he appeared to be suffering from some acute illness. Li Tianran was momentarily stunned, immediately sensing something was amiss, and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Tian, I frequently travel this road. I have received no notice of any closures. How do you know this? What is wrong with you?" "A friend told me," Xiao Tian stammered. "Which friend?" Li Tianran slammed on the brakes, sensing an eerie aura surrounding the situation. But he suddenly gripped Xiao Tian's wrist tightly and coldly demanded, "Call him. I want to hear." "Xiaoli boss, please don't ask. I wouldn't harm you," Xiao Tian responded, his expression resembling someone who had made a dire decision, his voice turning urgent and tinged with desperation as he pointed toward the left fork in the road. "Xiaoli boss, turn left immediately. It'll be too late if we wait." Li Tianran's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Tian, seemingly searching for a crack in his demeanor, but unfortunately he found none. Swish! Li Tianran turned around and sharply steered the wheel, thunderously driving towards the left fork. Simultaneously, 300 meters from the intersection on the main road of the town, a Mercedes off-road vehicle came to a halt. A cold-faced man in a black suit occupied the passenger seat, accompanied by 3 other men dressed similarly, all tall and muscular, exuding an intimidating aura. The cold-faced man held a tablet, displaying a red dot on the screen, which was gradually approaching their location. Suddenly, the red dot paused, then swiftly veered off its original course onto another fork that would lead it away from any encounter with them. "Damn it, trouble has indeed arisen," the cold-faced man cursed. "This little bastard dares to go back on his word." The other 3 men's expressions shifted simultaneously, revealing gleaming knives from their waists amidst their fury. Thankfully, I was prepared," the cold-faced man, with a stoic expression, adjusted the earpiece he was wearing and commanded sternly, "The target is heading your way. Remember, you must intercept them. Liang Zong has made it clear. Alive. Soon." A response came through the earpiece. "Understood." Snap. The cold-faced man ripped the earpiece off and then turned to the man in the driver's seat, saying, "Turn around and block them. Flank them with Team 2. I want to see if they can sprout wings and fly away today." Virum. The small truck's 1.4-liter engine roared under strain as Li Tianran nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. With the wheels grinding fiercely against the ground, smoke billowing in through the windows. "What on earth is happening? Tell me." Li Tianran's face darkened as he glanced at the rearview mirror, suddenly noticing that less than 300 meters behind their truck, an off-road vehicle was racing after them like a wild horse. He was filled with rage. It seemed he had inexplicably fallen into a vortex, inexplicably targeted by someone. Who were they? Military police? No, that's impossible. If they were military police, they wouldn't resort to such methods. They could simply come to the farm and take Li Tianran away using proper means. Could it be a friend of Sun Dayo and Zhongling? Equally unlikely, as Sun Dayo was merely a deputy general manager of a small company, earning at most a few $100,000 a year, yet the Mercedes chasing them was worth at least $3 million. If Sun Dayo truly had connections of that caliber, why would they set their sights on his farm? "Shally boss, I'm sorry. I betrayed you. There are surveillance cameras near my home, and upon reviewing the footage, I discovered that it was you who saved me that night. I was momentarily blinded by my own folly. I had heard that Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company was persistently searching for a remedy for acute poisoning, which compelled me to approach them at that moment. Xiao Tian was convulsing uncontrollably, crying out, "I have no way out. I have no money, no food. If this continues, I will starve to death. I am merely seeking to survive." "They promised me a substantial sum of money." Tianron's brows furrowed deeply, his heart brimming with fury. Yet this was not the moment to unleash his wrath. He inquired, "What is their plan?" "They instructed me to lure you out of the farm." Xiao Tian trembled as he spoke. "They're aware that you possess the antidote for poisoning, and they intend to capture Han Hang while you are away, forcing you to comply." Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression darkened ominously as he turned to Xiao Tian. Those questions you posed earlier were merely a means to test me. You were probing to see if there were any defenses at the farm? And your casual phone use was a signal to your accomplices? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Xiao Tian sobbed helplessly, covering his face. "Damn you," Li Tianren spat through clenched teeth, his voice seething with rage. "If anything happens to Han Hang, I will ensure that your entire family pays the price." The engine of the truck was ultimately underpowered. Even with Li Tianren flooring the accelerator, it was no match for the robust Mercedes SUV. More crucially, as they rounded a corner, two modified off-road vehicles lay in wait at the intersection ahead, their formidable frames adorned with solid iron bars at the front and sides, exuding an aura of menace and dominance. They stood side by side, effectively blocking the already narrow path, with an impasse before them and pursuers behind, flanked by ditches almost a meter deep. Any attempt to force their way through could easily result in a catastrophic accident. The two of them, along with the vehicle, had reached a dead end. Li Tianren gritted his teeth, suddenly yanking the steering wheel while simultaneously pressing down on the brake. The truck's rear swung violently, the vehicle pivoting sideways as the tires screeched against the asphalt, skidding forward 5 meters before finally coming to a halt amidst a cloud of smoke. Creak, the pursuing Mercedes, witnessing the sudden maneuver, slammed on its brakes, cutting off any retreat. Simultaneously, 4 burly men leapt from their vehicles, brandishing sharp military knives at their waists, striding menacingly towards the truck. The 8 of them surrounded the vehicle, their eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity reminiscent of wolves cornering their prey. With a decisive motion, Li Tianran seized Xiao Tian and leaped from the driver's seat, using him as a shield before lifting his gaze to confront them. Li Tianran, is it?" sneered a cold, headset-clad man as he approached, hands tucked into his pockets. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Nan, representing Tianran Pharmaceutical Company. That we had no ulterior motive in bringing you here through such unconventional means that we know you possess the antidote for acute poisoning. And we wish to propose a collaboration. You provide the medicine, and we do the legwork. A mutually beneficial arrangement." Li Tianran leaned against Xiao Tian, eyeing the 8 men with icy indifference. "And what if I refuse?" Chun Nan replied, "Before you lies but 2 paths. The first, you willingly cooperate with us, allowing us to amicably share the profits. The second," he drew a knife from his waistband, casually trimming his nails as he continued, "we eliminate you and seize the antidote for ourselves." Li Tianran absorbed Chun Nan's blatant threats. His gaze gradually turned frigid 32 hours prior, while Li Tianran was entangled with a grain dealer in the suburbs of South City. Xiao Tian, who had narrowly escaped danger at Uncle Nan's home, slowly regained consciousness. "Son, you finally woke up? You scared your father to death?" Uncle Nan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he had been vigilantly watching over his son's bedside. "Dad, what happened to me?" Xiao Tian asked, confusion flickering in his eyes. Gradually, clarity returned as he examined his hands and incredulously stated, "I remember being so famished that I could endure no longer, so I consumed an apple from the cellar. And then I began to cough up blood and struggled to breathe. I thought I was finished. But now, I am completely healed." Uncle Nan's heart ached at the memory, and he opened his palm to reveal the half-eaten carrot that Xiao Tian had consumed earlier. "Do you recall that crumpled paper ball that shattered the window about an hour ago? Inside was this item, inscribed with words. After I fed it to you, your illness vanished. I believe it must be divine intervention. Unable to witness your suffering, a higher power must have intervened to save your life." Xiao Tian gazed at the carrot in Uncle Nan's palm, astonished as he clutched it tightly for a prolonged moment, before murmuring, "If there truly are deities in this world, such calamities would not exist. This must have been given to us by someone who wishes to remain anonymous. Son, are you hungry? I'll go prepare you a meal. You should rest for a while." Uncle Nan, brimming with excitement, failed to hear Xiao Tian's introspection. With his son recovering from a grave illness and their household unexpectedly supplied with food, today marked Uncle Nan's happiest day in a long time. Soon, a steaming bowl of vegetable noodles accompanied by a fried egg was served. Though devoid of soy sauce and salt, Xiao Tian, having starved for an extended period, devoured it voraciously, leaving not a drop of broth behind. "Dad, I recall we had no food before. Where did all this come from?" Xiao Tian inquired, setting down his bowl. "Oh, those instant noodles were given to us by Xiao Li, the boss from the farm where I used to work. As for the vegetables, I'm not quite sure. They just appeared in our yard inexplicably a moment ago," Uncle Nan replied, rubbing his hands together. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. "So, the person who provided us with food is likely the same individual who saved my life." "Who knows? Perhaps." Uncle Nan sighed. "There are still many good people in this world." Uncle Nan's thoughts were simple. His mind was filled only with the joy of his son's recovery and gratitude towards the benefactor. Yet, Xiao Tian's thoughts were far more complex. His gaze flickered, as though burdened by myriad thoughts. Soon, he rose from the bed and declared, "Dad, I need to step out for a moment. It's so late, and you just recovered." "What do you need to go out for?" Uncle Nan was taken aback. "Dad, please don't worry. I'll be back shortly." Xiao Tian hurriedly donned his jacket and pushed open the door, stepping out with urgency, as if on a crucial mission. This child. Uncle Nan sighed resignedly as he watched his son's retreating figure. Once outside the yard, Xiao Tian illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, quickly discovering scattered footprints against the wall by the window. Further affirming his suspicions, there were no deities at play. It was a person who had come to his aid. He glanced at the deserted street beyond the courtyard wall, shrouded in darkness, and after a moment of silence, he turned the corner to spot a lit-up establishment in the distance. The IT was an unassuming internet CF, with a nondescript 360-degree camera hanging at the entrance, one direction of which perfectly aligned with the alley where Xiao Tian's home was located. Xiao Tian's eyes brightened, and he dashed towards it. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and soon a young man in a military coat emerged, cigarette dangling from his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian. "Oh, Xiao Tian, we're closed. No business here. Miao Ge, I'm not here for fun. A couple of days ago, my home was robbed, and I'd like to check your surveillance footage," Xiao Tian replied. The young man raised an eyebrow, annoyance evident in his tone. "Make it quick. I was about to sleep." Xiao Tian nodded repeatedly. Soon, seated before the surveillance computer, he skillfully pulled up the footage for that night. While he saw no figures coming or going, he did spot a truck passing by his home as alley point 10 minutes later. The truck reappeared. Beyond that, there had been no other activity at the alley that night. Xiao Tian's breaths quickened as he felt he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. He paused the footage, locking his gaze on the truck's license plate. Nan A668S2. Xiao Tian's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized that plate number. 5 minutes later, he returned home to AS. He pushed open the door. Uncle Nan looked up and asked, "Where have you been?" "Dad, I know who saved me," Xiao Tian declared solemnly. "Who?" Uncle Nan inquired immediately. "It was Boss Xiao Li." Xiao Tian took a deep breath and said, "I just checked the surveillance footage. The times when his truck arrived and departed precisely aligned with the moment I was rescued. That Boss Xiao Li is truly a good man. Not only did he provide us with food, but he also saved your life. We must repay him." Uncle Nan was filled with excitement. "Dad." Xiao Tian abruptly interrupted Uncle Nan. Under the dim light, Xiao Tian's expression morphed into something rather sinister as he gritted his teeth. "Since Boss Xiao Li was able to save me, it indicates that he must possess a considerable stock of medicines capable of treating acute poisoning. That I intend to seize those medications. If we secure them, we shall no longer have to fear dying from cold and hunger in this pitch-black environment. We can rise above others." Uncle Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity, trembling as he pointed at Xiao Tian. "You little rascal, are you planning to repay kindness with malice?" "No," Xiao Tian replied coldly. "I adhere to the principle that one must prioritize oneself above all else." A resounding slap echoed across Xiao Tian's face. Uncle Nan trembled with rage, pointing at Xiao Tian. "How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful wretch?" Xiao Tian lowered his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Dad, don't you see the gravity of our situation? If we wish to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Uncle Nen clutched his chest, collapsing onto the bed. Dad, I'm only considering our survival. Do not blame me. Xiao Tian dared not meet Uncle Nan's gaze, gritting his teeth as he pushed the door open and stepped outside, once more. 10 hours later. The morning, the entrance of Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company. Xiao Tian braved the frigid air, wrapped in a military coat, and addressed the security personnel standing outside. I wish to see your boss. I have a lucrative deal to discuss with him. The security guard scrutinized Xiao Tian from head to toe. As the gatekeeper of Tianrun Company, he had encountered countless individuals attempting various means to gain entry since the onset of the disaster. He had seen too many like Xiao Tian, so he did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Who do you think you are to negotiate with our boss? Get lost before I lose my temper. 15 hours ago, I ingested poisoned fruit. 13 hours ago, the hospital issued a critical condition notice and sent me home to await death. My case report is with the Central Hospital. You may verify it at any time. Xiao Tian sneered and continued. Yet here I stand before you. Do you comprehend what that signifies? The security guard was momentarily stunned. I'm the first person to survive after an acute poisoning incident. Xiao Tian seized the guard's tie, narrowing his eyes as he enunciated each word. Now, do I have the right to meet your boss? The guard's pupils constricted. If this were true, he could not bear the responsibility that if you dare to deceive me, you will learn the consequences of lying at Tianrun Company's gates. The guard warned menacingly before turning to his companion. You stay here. I will escort him in to meet President Liang. The two entered the company. Another security guard stood nervously at the entrance. 5 minutes later, four burly men with a cold demeanor rushed out from the company lobby. One of the guards recognized them as President Liang Qianyu's personal bodyguards, distinct from the other external staff. The leader among them was Chen Nan. Did anyone else see that person when he came just now? Chen Nan asked coldly. And no. The guard stammered in response. From now on, you need to surrender all communication devices. The company will arrange single-room accommodations for you, and you are forbidden from contacting the outside world. Chen Nan said, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked at the guard. Should I discover that you attempted to reach out to the outside, the consequences will be severe. The guard shuddered at Chen Nan's menacing words. Sensing he had inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental revelation, the scene shifted back to Li Tianran. Tianran observed Chen Nan and the others, unable to suppress a cold laugh. He had heard of Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company. Indeed, the entire city of Nan had some impression of it, yet that impression was far from favorable. Tianrun Pharmaceutical had been operating in Nan City for nearly 3 years, its rise to prominence rather unsavory. It was an external enterprise that, upon entering Nan City, had formed a partnership with a venerable local entrepreneur in the medical equipment sector. Leveraging the entrepreneur's connections and prestige, Tianrun Pharmaceutical experienced rapid growth, swiftly seizing control of Nan City's medical lifeblood. However, just as the enterprise was flourishing, President Liang Tianyu unexpectedly conspired with outsiders, orchestrating a series of events to usurp the elder entrepreneur's shares, ultimately expelling him from the company. This betrayal left many feeling indignantly scorned, especially the elder entrepreneur who had extended considerable support to Liang Tianyu, leading to his heart attack and subsequent demise shortly after being rushed to the emergency room. Yet, such corporate affairs rarely captured the attention of the common populace. What truly brought Tianrun Pharmaceutical into the limelight was a different incident that was a winter a year prior, when dry weather caused an outbreak of influenza, affecting many in Nan City. Hospitals and clinics were inundated with patients, with nearly 2 out of every 10 people falling ill. The critical juncture, Tianrun Pharmaceutical brazenly announced that one of the key ingredients for their influenza treatment was unavailable, temporarily halting production, while the remaining stock would be sold at tenfold the price. An uproar ensued. The public was incensed, yet, lamentably, Tianrun Pharmaceutical had monopolized the medical supplies and medications in Nan City, and sourcing alternatives from other regions would take considerable time. With no other options, patients were left with no choice but to endure this exploitation, purchasing Tianrun's dwindling stock at exorbitant prices, some even paying 100-fold. In the aftermath of the influenza crisis, a chance revelation by a drunken senior executive of Tianrun Pharmaceutical exposed the truth. There had been no shortage of raw materials. The company had merely fabricated a false drug shortage to inflate prices. Following this incident, Tianrun amassed tremendous profits, doubling its market value. However, in the eyes of Nan City's populace, their reputation plummeted, becoming synonymous with greed and betrayal. This was the reputation that Tianrun Pharmaceutical held among the people of Nan City. At this moment, Li Tianran found himself confronting such a company. Li Tianran's gaze grew colder. He could not possibly part with his ancient medicinal crops, especially not to a nefarious company like Tianrun. Should he fall for their deception and engage in collaboration, it would not be long before he was treated like a workhorse, endlessly exploited for value without respite. The life-saving medication for acute poisoning was a rare find. He had only acquired a single dose, which he had already administered to Xiao Tian, leaving him with no reserves. With an impassive expression, Li Tianran patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and said, "I truly apologize for making you come all this way for nothing." "Oh, just one." Chun Nan chuckled upon hearing this. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall make you speak the truth." With that, Chun Nan retrieved his phone from his pocket and, in Li Tianran's presence, dialed a number, instructing into the receiver, "You're at the entrance of that farm, right? Break in and capture that little girl. Feed her those poisoned fruits." Chun Nan raised his head, grinning maliciously at Li Tianran, "I shall see whether your words bear truth or falsehood." As soon as the words left his mouth, an unexplainable aura of menace radiated from Li Tianran. His pupils constricted to the extreme. His expression became terrifying, his gaze akin to a lion poised to devour its prey. Chun Nan and Li Tianran locked eyes. Even Chun Nan, known for his decisiveness, could not help but take a step back. How can a person possess such a terrifying gaze? "Why are you forcing me?" Li Tianran clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. "I merely wish to live quietly with my sister in this apocalyptic world. Why do you persistently disrupt our lives? To be weak is to be guilty." Chun Nan replied after a moment of silence. "You are right. To be weak is to be guilty." Li Tianran nodded. Inhaling deeply, leaning close to Xiao Tian's ear, and gazing at Chun Nan's face. "From this day forth, I shall transform into a ruthless demon, and remember, it is you who has forged this version of me." Chun Nan gazed at Li Tianran, suddenly enveloped by an unsettling sensation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the farm, 8 burly men stood before 2 excavators. After concluding a phone call, they leapt into the cabs. Igniting the engines with a thunderous roar, Henin sat on a small stool, cradling her chin in her hands as she stared at the farm's gate, letting out a mournful sigh. Li Han, aged 7, had a penchant for eating and watching television. Yet before her lay a platter of strawberries, untouched. The animated series playing on the screen failed to lift her spirits. Without Degua at home, the strawberries had lost their flavor, and the Paw Patrol seemed less appealing. The peculiar robots that had suddenly appeared in the house sparked no interest. A mere gaggle of clumsy metal beings could not compare to Degua. Li Han, 7 years old, truly cherished nothing more than nestling in Li Tianran's embrace while indulging in snacks and watching television. Her affections had never been for material possessions. What mattered most was being with Li Tianran. Since his departure, she had checked her watch 17 times, her heart in disarray, as the rumblings from the farm's gate echoed ominously. Finally, unable to restrain herself, she clenched her tiny fists over her ears and exclaimed, "How annoying!" Xiao He squatted beside her, licking her little leg with his tongue. Receiving the intrusion alert, the counterattack was set to commence. The 2 adult-level combat warriors stationed behind Henin suddenly emitted mechanical sounds. They were the villains, weren't they? Henin pointed toward the entrance, her irritation palpable. "Can't you make them stop? I really want to blast their heads off." Following the young master's command, adjusting the method of eliminating the intruders. Preparing to destroy the invaders' cranial structures, the combat warriors' eyes flickered with a green glow as a firearm materialized in their palms. Bang! Gunshot rang out, and one of the men at the farm's entrance collapsed in response. According to the young master's directive, one intruder's skull had been shattered. The combat warriors began to report their achievements in mechanical tones. Henin covered her mouth in shock and then tightly embraced Xiao He. Stammering, "Xiao He, I think I've done something wrong. We absolutely cannot let the Guan know about this. Otherwise, he will think I'm a violent child. Boo-hoo. I'm just a cute little darling." just after Li Tianran uttered those words. Chun Nan inexplicably felt a chill breeze brush against the nape of his neck. A professional bodyguard. Chun Nan had performed many unsavory tasks for Liang Tianyu over the years, honing a keen sense of danger. In that instant, he swiftly stepped back. It proved to be the right choice. For Li Tianran suddenly erupted, his body akin to a powerful panther, lunging at a burly man to his left. With a crack, Li Tianran sprang nearly 2 meters high, his right hand pressing down on the man's head while his knee thrust forcefully into the man's throat. A sickening crunch echoed, and the burly man's eyes widened in shock as his Adam's apple sunk in, his body swaying before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. Chun Nan was left dumbfounded. His mind was a blank slate. He could scarcely believe that Li Tianran possessed such terrifying prowess. In fact, he had already held Li Tianran in high regard on the fateful night when Zhongling and Sun Dayo attacked the farm. They were not the only ones present. After Xiao Tian located Liang Tianyu, Liang immediately dispatched Chun Nan to retrieve Li Tianran and the medicine. Chun Nan's plan was to ambush the farm under the cover of night and forcibly subdue Li Tianran. However, upon arriving at the farm's outskirts that very night, he discovered that another group had arrived before them, preparing to assault the farm. Thus, Chun Nan concealed himself, waiting for the other party to strike first before executing his own plan to his astonishment. Sun Dayo's group was swiftly and decisively dispatched. Not a trace remained. Chun Nan was drenched in cold sweat, hiding in a roadside ditch, privately grateful. Had it not been for this group, they might have already bid farewell to this world. The farm's firepower was too overwhelming for a frontal assault, given the dim light and the chaos of the scene. Combined with Chun Nan and his team's reluctance to approach, they had failed to realize that Sun Dayo's group had been eliminated by a steelhound. He had always believed that the farm housed powerful flamethrowers. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Nan felt that if they continued their assault, they were likely to meet the same fate again. Thus, he devised a plan to have Xiao Tian lure Li Tianran out of the farm. Surely, Li Tianran wouldn't venture out with heavy weaponry, would he? Until 3 minutes ago, Chun Nan's entire plan had proceeded smoothly, save for Xiao Tian's sudden betrayal. However, at this moment, Chun Nan realized just how erroneous his assumptions had been. The swiftness with which Li Tianran dispatched an adversary was truly comparable to that of the world's top assassins. It was only after the burly man fell, producing a heavy thud, that Chun Nan snapped back to reality. Altogether, target his tendons and leave one alive. Chun Nan shouted, swiftly drawing a sharp dagger from its sheath at his waist. The remaining 6 rushed forward, prepared to gang up on Li Tianran. Li Tianran, too, was astonished by the surge of strength coursing through him. In recent days, he had only observed a modest increase in his stats, but he had yet to put it to the test. It was only now that he realized how terrifying the enhanced physique effect from the radiation-resistant farming attributes truly was. That it did not merely augment strength and speed, it also improved bone density, the thickness of blood vessel walls, and even neural response times. To illustrate, a normal adult male could deliver a maximum punch force of 150 kilograms if one forcibly boosted that to 300 kilograms. The punch might not even harm the opponent before the wielder's bones collapsed under the strain. Just as an oversized creature would not become a tiger if magnified 100-fold, for its bone density would be insufficient to support such a massive body. When its size expands 100 times, its muscles would crush the skeleton, and its blood vessels would rupture. They are entirely different species. At this moment, Li Tianran had not merely surpassed ordinary humans in strength. He had transcended the normal human tier in essence. If one had to encapsulate Li Tianran in a single term, it would be demigod, although he had yet to demonstrate the overwhelming power that would warrant such a title. As long as he continued to consume those high-quality ingredients, one day, Li Tianran could evolve into a humanoid behemoth, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. In ancient times, there were those who entered the path through sword and fist. I too shall be considered one who enters through the path of feasting. Li Tianran chuckled coldly, gazing at the 7 foes charging toward him. Despite his substantial physical transformation, he remained all too aware that he was still flesh and blood. Unwilling to withstand the sharp blades with his own body, with a swift motion, Li Tianran reached into his garment, retrieving an object to point forward. It was a compact revolver. The dark barrel gleamed with a chilling light, exuding a faint scent of iron and blood. Chunnan and his companions halted in their tracks, wide-eyed at the sight of the revolver in Li Tianran's hand. Unlike ordinary hunting rifles, this revolver boasted precision and stability that far exceeded the former, and its acquisition was exceedingly difficult. Even the wealthiest Tianran group had only managed to procure one through dubious means after significant effort from Liang Tianyu. Furthermore, Liang primarily kept it for collection and had never carried it outside, let alone used it. As for Chunnan and his ilk, their standard weaponry consisted of batons and daggers. Now, confronted with the ominous barrel aimed at them, Chunnan's heart raced with trepidation. "Come on, weren't you going to sever my tendons?" Li Tianran smirked slightly, speaking calmly. What else with the sudden fear? Cold sweat broke out on Chunnan's forehead, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. "A single gun has at most 6 bullets. We have 7 people. Can you possibly kill us all?" "Ah," rightly Tianran replied, feigning a moment of realization. "Since we are acquaintances now, I suggest you, Chunnan, speak up." "Therefore, I've prepared to—" Tianran interrupted Chunnan, pulling out an identical gun with his left hand. Chunnan was left astounded. Li Tianran had never been foolish. In such a perilous situation, how could he not be prepared for outsiders? Both firearms had been exchanged from the marketplace, meticulously hidden for moments just like this. He readily agreed to go out with Xiao Tian, partly due to Xiao Tian's excellent disguise, but the more significant reason was his confidence that, even if deceived by Xiao Tian, he could extricate himself unscathed. "I advise you to think carefully before you act. Tianrun Corporation is not an entity you can provoke. You know who sent me here?" Chunnan's face darkened. Even though his heart raced, he maintained his composure, attempting to intimidate Li Tianran with the name of Tianrun Corporation. "You son of a bitch," Li Tianran retorted, his anger turning to derision. "I don't care who sent you. I want you to know who won't be sending you back." As Li Tianran's words fell, Chunnan immediately rolled to the ground, executing a lazy donkey roll, spinning like a top to evade the aim of Li Tianran's weapon, but inadvertently knocking aside 2 of his companions. Bang! Bang! With 2 dull gunshots, the 2 burly men were struck in the thighs and fell to the ground. At that moment, one individual, witnessing the quality of Li Tianran's weaponry, perhaps weighing the odds, turned and sprinted towards their vehicle. Li Tianran squinted. He certainly could not allow this group to escape. Let the tiger return to the mountain, and to leave the roots of the grass unpulled were cardinal sins in the struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. Without uttering a word, Li Tianran raised his weapon and fired. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed. The fleeing burly man instantly erupted in a spray of blood as he stumbled into the roadside drainage ditch. Seeing 4 of his companions fall at the hands of Li Tianran, Chunnan's expression began to contort. Indeed, he had felt fear upon witnessing the gun in Li Tianran's hand. He wished to flee. Yet, human fear has its limits. When pushed to the brink, it often erupts in anger and a desperate fight for survival. Today, it is either your death or mine. I will risk everything to capture you. Chunnan roared, and with that, he unleashed a terrifying force from his legs, stomping the ground with a deafening thud. Utilizing this reaction force, he suddenly leaped forward, pouncing at Li Tianran like a hungry tiger. The remaining 3, clearly realizing that if they did not fight desperately, they would be picked off one by Li Tianran, surged forward recklessly. They were already quite close to Li Tianran. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded in his initial ambush. Now, with their lives on the line, the distance shrank to a mere 2 to 3 meters. Beyond 10 meters, firearms reign supreme. Within 3 meters, blades and guns hold equal sway. If the distance closes to half a meter, the gun becomes utterly useless. Observing this, Li Tianran suddenly sprang into action, kicking at Chunnan. "I told you to jump." Chunnan, standing at nearly 189 centimeters tall and possessing a robust physique, appeared more imposing than Li Tianran. However, when Li Tianran's foot impacted his chest, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion turned an alarming shade of purple, and he violently expelled a mouthful of bile. His hefty frame sent flying 3 meters away. Crack! Li Tianran raised his gun, preparing to aim at Chunnan, when a burly man to his right shouted, swinging his hand, revealing a sharp dagger that lunged towards Li Tianron's abdomen. At this distance, the effectiveness of firearms had been drastically minimized. A mere movement could result in a miss. In an instant, Li Tianran made a judgment. His right index finger twisted around the trigger guard, locking the safety, and then he gripped the gun barrel, exposing the solid iron grip. In that moment, the revolver transformed into a hammer in Li Tianron's hand, crashing down on the man's skull. What seemed to unfold over an extended period occurred in the blink of an eye. Crack! The sound of shattering bone reverberated, and the burly man howled in agony. Bang! Li Tianran, expressionless, thrust his knee upward, colliding with the falling man's face, who could not evade the blow, blood gushing from his nostrils as he promptly lost consciousness. The remaining two lunged forward at Li Tianran shot one down, but the other dagger had already descended. Li Tianran, unable to evade in time, saw the dagger heading for his chest and prepared to twist away, bracing himself against the blow. Suddenly, a figure barreled in, colliding between Li Tianran and the dagger. It was Xiao Tian. It was unimaginable what internal struggle he had undergone. Just moments ago, he had cowered in fear. Perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps seeking redemption, he now bravely leapt forward, shielding Li Tianran from the blade. With a soft, almost imperceptible sound, akin to a wine pouch being punctured, the blade smoothly pierced Xiao Tian's chest. Its tip protruding from his back, Xiao Tian stiffened, lowering his head as if struck by lightning. His mouth slightly agape, he emitted a rasping sound from his throat. In extreme agony, a person cannot scream. Don't look! Li Tianran fired a shot that felled the burly man and swiftly pressed his palm over Xiao Tian's eyes, preventing him from seeing the dagger embedded in his chest. Vivid crimson blood flowed uncontrollably down Xiao Tian's torso. Li Tianran felt as though Xiao Tian had suddenly become weightless in his arms, collapsing softly. Xiao Tian! Xiao Tian! Li Tianran felt his breath quickening, calling out fiercely. He had never anticipated that Xiao Tian would come forth to take that blow for him. I'm sorry, Boss Li. Xiao Tian's reddened eyes grasped Li Tianran's sleeve, stammering, I regretted it last night, but I was too afraid to tell you that I wanted to survive, but they took my dad. Blood continued to trickle. And Li Tianran felt Xiao Tian's body growing heavier. Don't say anything. I'll get you to the hospital. Boss Li, I'm so conflicted. I wanted to betray you for a better life, but then I softened. Xiao Tian's mouth quivered, tears welling in his eyes. After the upheaval, our family was robbed. Why Dad went to so many relatives' homes, but we couldn't get a single grain of food. Only you helped us. Only you. Li Tianran's emotions were tumultuous. Xiao Tian had betrayed him. He had once wished to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Yet now, Xiao Tian had taken a knife for him. What attitude should he adopt? Even Li Tianran himself did not know. My dad was right. I'm just a useless person. I can't be a good person, nor dare to be a bad one. You saved me, and I return this life to you. Xiao Tian wept, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, gripping Li Tianran's sleeve tightly, while with his other hand, he struggled to retrieve a handful of colorful candies and 500 yuan bills, placing them in Li Tianran's palm. These must be the candies Han Han gave me to so sweet. You are such good people, but I'm not worthy of your kindness. Li Tianran gazed at the candies in his palm, his hand trembling slightly. I have atoned for my sins, Xiao Tian murmured, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky, seemingly smiling, yet also cried. At last his body grew cold, and he fell silent. Li Tianran gently laid Xiao Tian down, paused for a moment, and whispered in his ear, some mistakes can be made many times in a lifetime. Some mistakes, however, cannot be made even once. If you do, you must accept the consequences. You have accepted your punishment. I forgive you. Then Li Tianran rose, casting his gaze toward Chen Nan, who was staggering to his feet several meters away, expressionless as he squeezed out a phrase through gritted teeth. Xiao Tian has received his punishment. Now it's your turn, along with your boss. If I don't flay you alive, I shall not bear the surname Li. The murderous intent in Li Tianran's eyes intensified, transforming into a frenzied desire to kill. He strode purposefully towards Chen Nan. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had already discarded his dagger, staggering toward the distant vehicle. Utterly terrified, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. To run. To escape quickly, Li Tianran lunged forward, taking 2 steps for every one of Chun Nan's, his eyes fixated on the hollow of his knee, his right leg coiling with force before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Chun Nan's right leg buckled in pain, sending him crashing to the ground. "Brother, listen to me," Chun Nan exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Li Tianran did not respond, lifting his leg once more to deliver a kick to Chun Nan's head, sending his body sliding half a meter forward, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Chun Nan cradled his head, shouting, "Li Tianran, do you know what will happen if you kill me today?" Li Tianran remained silent, his gaze locked on Chun Nan's knee, before suddenly stomping down. Crack. Following a sharp crack, Chun Nan's knee visibly collapsed, and he let out a wail, his eyes rolling back as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain. Meanwhile, Li Tiangan let out a cold chuckle, striking Chun Nan's head repeatedly as if kicking a football. After several blows, Chun Nan was utterly subdued, feeling as though Li Tiangan intended to beat him to death right there. "Brother, please stop. I'm just doing someone else's bidding. What do you want? I can give you money, all right? Just say something. Please don't hit me. Even if you intend to kill me, can't you at least give me a clear answer?" Chun Nan was in despair, and Li Tiangan's silence shattered his psychological defenses that he howled in agony, his gaze vacant, feeling as if his consciousness was fading, and an excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. At this point, Chun Nan was gasping for breath, struggling to hold on to Li Tiangan squatted down and grasped Chun Nan's collar, asking in a low voice, "You answer my questions, understand? If I cooperate, can you spare my life?" Chun Nan muttered weakly, "It's impossible to spare you, but I can make your death a little easier." Li Tiangan replied candidly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan forced a bitter smile, realizing his pleas were nothing but a pipe dream. Yet, having endured unbearable torment, he was willing to cooperate with Li Tiangan in hopes of a swift release. "Fine, ask away." "Who is your boss?" Li Tiangan inquired solemnly. Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company has several shareholders publicly known, all wielding significant power within the company. Li Tiangan was uncertain whether it was one individual who orchestrated the matter or if all shareholders were involved. "My boss is Liang Tianyu." Chun Nan struggled to articulate. Li Tiangan frowned. "Liang Tianyu, that bastard," he recalled Liang, the general manager of Tianrun Company, who had previously employed underhanded tactics to inflate drug prices and undermine his predecessors. After hearing this name, Li Tiangan pressed further. "Is there anyone else involved besides Liang Tianyu?" Chun Nan, having lost too much blood, was becoming increasingly disoriented and could barely hold on. However, under such conditions, the information obtained was the most reliable, as he was unable to fabricate lies. "This matter is entirely under Liang Tianyu's jurisdiction. He has sealed off all information, aside from us errand runners. Even other vice presidents in the company are unaware," Chun Nan managed to say after a prolonged struggle. He has been quarreling with another vice president recently, intending to leverage this incident to elevate his authority and win accolades from the headquarters. Aiming to push that vice president out of the Nanxing company, Chun Nan continued. Li Tiangan raised an eyebrow. "Headquarters? Are you suggesting that such a large enterprise as Tianrun Pharmaceutical is merely a subsidiary of a larger group? Then the parent company must be a formidable entity." Slap. Seeing that Chun Nan was on the verge of fainting, Li Tiangan delivered 2 sharp slaps to rouse him. "Has Liang Tianyu reported this matter to the headquarters?" "No," Chun Nan replied, seemingly regaining some vitality from the blows. "The vice president who has conflict with Liang Tianyu seems to have backing at the headquarters. Liang Tianyu is currently afraid to escalate the situation, fearing someone might leak information to that vice president and jeopardize his plans." Hearing this, Li Tiangan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the information was still confined to Liang Tianyu. As long as it hadn't spread, resolving this issue wouldn't be difficult. "Where does Liang Tianyu live?" Li Tiangan asked again. Li Tiangan intended to confront Liang Tianyu, but the location could not be within Tianrun Company. Firstly, the company had numerous security personnel, and despite the current upheaval, Tianrun still possessed formidable defenses that if he recklessly stormed into Tianrun, he risked not only failing to eliminate Liang Tianyu, but also ensnaring himself in the process. Secondly, this operation needed to be discreet. The aim was to sever the information chain, that if he drew too much attention, it would be counterproductive. Given these circumstances, the only viable location for confronting Liang Tianyu was in a secluded environment. He lives at Chunnan. Being Liang Tianyu's most trusted confidant, was intimately familiar with his lifestyle. In his dazed state, he divulged everything Li Tiangan wished to know, without omission. Li Tiangan listened intently, committing every detail to memory, before coldly addressing Chunnan. One last thing meanwhile, seated in the luxurious villa's living room, Liang Tianyu was impatiently drumming his fingers on the table, awaiting news of Chunnan and the other success. If this mission succeeded, his status within the group would soar, catapulting him into the highest echelons of decision-making. He would transform from a mere carp into a dragon. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name. Chunnan. Hello. Has the mission been completed? Liang Tianyu suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice after answering the call. The voice on the other end was Chunnan's, sounding peculiar and somewhat weak. What's wrong? Liang Tianyu immediately pressed. Was the operation successful? There was a slight mishap. I was injured, but thankfully the target has been captured. Chunnan's voice was faint, akin to someone severely wounded. You need to leave your residence immediately and find a new meeting place that we stirred up some trouble during the operation and might have been spotted by Vice President Ren's people. I am afraid they might come looking for you and cause further complications. Vice President Ren was the one who had consistently clashed with Liang Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianyu furrowed his brow and cursed in frustration. Damn it, how could you be so careless? It's troublesome if that wretched woman has taken notice. Chunnan remained silent for a long moment before uttering, I'm sorry. Liang Tianyu, exasperated, replied, Forget it, take the target to Warehouse 78. I'll be there shortly. Warehouse 78 was Liang Tianyu's secret base, strategically located to be discreet and typically unnoticed. That be why leaving his residence, he could also evade Vice President Ren's watchful eye. Clap. After Liang Tianyu's instruction, Chunnan abruptly hung up the phone. Liang Tianyu, feeling somewhat displeased, thought to himself that Chunnan had grown bold enough to hang up on him. Once I enter the headquarters, I'll make sure to replace you. Having finished his internal tirade, Liang Tianyu donned sunglasses and a mask, swiftly grabbing the car keys and exiting. Han, my brother will be home soon to be by the way. Did you encounter any bad people while at home? In Mercedes SUV, Li Tiangan held the steering wheel while conversing with Han through the car phone. Chunnan had already helped him lure Liang Tianyu out. Attacking within the luxurious villa area posed too great a risk. After careful consideration, Li Tiangan decided to draw the snake out of its hole. The plan was unfolding smoothly, as Liang Tianyu exhibited no suspicion. For added safety, Li Tiangan had dragged the barely conscious Chunnan into the car, just in case Liang Tianyu called to inquire. As for the others, they had long been dealt with by Li Tiangan. In this current situation, numerous lives were lost daily, and even if bodies were discarded in the wilderness, it would not spark significant commotion. Nevertheless, Li Tiangan had taken the precaution of dragging them all to a dried-up ditch, severing the fuel line of a vehicle and setting it ablaze to erase any trace of their existence. Since the cataclysm, Li Tiangan had noticed not only a marked improvement in his physical capabilities, but also a growing proficiency in erasing evidence. Perhaps, as he had previously stated, he was destined to become a demon. No bad people here. Han's soft voice chimed through the receiver. Han is at home, and hasn't he encountered anything? The big pot was asking if you encountered any bad people at home. Those people couldn't have entered the house, so Han's answer is quite reasonable. Henin did not wish for Dagwa to be aware of her thoughts, particularly because she had uttered in frustration, I'm so annoyed. Can't we just smash those people's heads? Consequently, it was those individuals who found themselves in dire straits. Dagwa harbored a disdain for violent children, and even more so for those who would casually propose to obliterate other skulls. However, it seemed that Dagwa also detested deceitful children. Henin found herself engulfed in distress, yet she soon found solace. What deceit? It was Dagwa who had failed to inquire with clarity. Li Tianyin, seated in the driver's seat, raised an eyebrow at Henin's words. Was it possible that Chunnan had deceived him? Was there truly no such thing as two batches of people? Well then, Henin should remain at home and amuse herself. If she became hungry, she could nibble on some fruit, for he would return shortly to prepare a meal for her. Etienne reiterated his advice. Henin readily agreed. After ending the call, she cast her gaze towards the chaotic scene outside the door. Having watched numerous television dramas, not limited to mere animations, she understood that if the bodies and excavators outside were left unattended, it wouldn't be long before the police arrived at their doorstep. She felt troubled, contemplating the need to tidy up the mess outside. Henin clasped her small head in distress. Like a tea that moment, she resembled a mischievous child who had inadvertently killed the family's domesticated chickens and ducks, fretting over the fear of parental reprimand. In that instant, her demeanor mirrored that of Li Tianyan, as if they were two sides of the same coin. Erasing all traces, the ability to remotely monitor the farm's real-time status and to access data while outside the farm could only be activated after upgrading the shelter to fortress level. It appeared that accumulating points was still necessary. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly inconvenient. After hanging up, Li Tianyan sighed at the thought. The inability to monitor the farm in real time and the loss of data capabilities upon leaving the farm left him feeling quite disoriented. The initial upgrade points for the farm were rather meager, merely 800,000 points. If he continued to accumulate points at the recent rate of harvest, he would reach the required amount in just a month or two. Upon silent calculation, he estimated that it would likely be completed around the time of the second cataclysm. This thought brought him a sense of relief. The first cataclysm had wreaked such havoc upon the world, stirring turmoil in the current circumstances. Thus, the second would likely be even more severe. Only by preparing thoroughly beforehand could he face its arrival with equanimity. The vehicle sped along the road. The power of the luxury SUV was indeed incomparable to that of a truck. Before long, Li Tianyan arrived at the agreed-upon warehouse number 78. From a distance, he spotted a black Land Rover parked by the roadside. According to Chen Nan's confession, that was Liang Tianyu's vehicle. He had arrived early, clearly taking this matter to heart, fearing any unforeseen events and driving at full speed. Li Tianyan slowly drove past the Land Rover, and through the windshield, he noted the absence of any occupants within. He then directed his gaze towards an abandoned warehouse ahead. Parking in an inconspicuous corner, Li Tianyan exited the vehicle. Clad in a suit and wearing sunglasses, he could easily be mistaken for one of Chen Nan's subordinates by any outsider. The warehouse comprised 2 stories with a total of 8 rooms and a hall. He needed to ascertain his location. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianyan stealthily maneuvered along the wall to avoid the surveillance. Making his way to the back door and climbing through a window, soon he landed in the corridor on the 2nd floor. The warehouse was devoid of any presence. Liang Tianyu must be in one of the rooms. Li Tianyan paused for a moment before dialing Liang Tianyu's phone. Just then, music erupted from one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. A cold smile crept onto Li Tianyan's lips as he abruptly ended the call and strode forward. Liang Tianyu, upon seeing the call disconnect, was taken aback for a moment before redialing. The shrill ringtone echoed from outside the door. Liang Tianyu froze, glancing up. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Li Tianyan standing outside, waving his ringing phone with a smirk. Surprised? Astonished? Who are you? Liang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Li Tianyan, filled with sheer astonishment. I am Li Tianyan. Li Tianyan stepped inside, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a sinister smile. I've come to skin you alive. Liang Tianyu, an old fox in his own right, immediately deduced that Chen Nan and the others must have failed in their endeavors upon seeing Li Tianyan. In response to the unexpected situation, his mind raced to concoct an entirely new narrative. I specifically instructed Chen Nan to respectfully invite Li over. However, from your tone, it seems there may be a misunderstanding. Liang Tianyu suddenly chuckled, maintaining a facade of composure. Could it be that my impertinent subordinates have offended you? Mr. Li, please inform me, and I shall personally discipline them. There is no misunderstanding between you. Li Tianyan approached, standing just 3 feet away from Liang Tianyu, and calmly inquired, Where's Uncle Nan? Liang Tianyu licked his lips, and at that moment, he realized that perhaps he still held the initiative. He leisurely strolled to the table, extracting a cigarette from the pack, ready to light it. His mind raced with thoughts, since Li Tianyin had immediately inquired about Uncle Nan's whereabouts. It indicated that this individual held considerable significance in his eyes. Whether due to hatred or some other reason, it was ultimately a card in his hand. Perhaps he could negotiate with Li Tianyin. I understand that being betrayed is a bitter experience. If you agree to cooperate with me and provide the drugs, I will hand over Uncle Nan to you for your disposal. Liang Tianyu picked up a lighter, pressing it down gently. What do you think? However, before Liang Tianyu could ignite the cigarette, Li Tianyin swiftly blew out the flame. Liang Tianyu was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening as he pressed the lighter again. Once more, Li Tianyin extinguished the flame. Are you provoking me? Liang Tianyu glared at Li Tianyin, his brow furrowed. You cannot bear the consequences of angering me. Oh, Li Tianyin, with his hands in his pockets, regarded Liang Tianyu with a hint of amusement. Is that so? I'm quite curious to see what consequences await me for provoking you. To speak frankly, in the current situation, the most powerful entities are still us wealthy businessmen, the financial tycoons, and in South City. The mightiest is my Tianrun corporation that I represent not only myself, but an exceedingly formidable conglomerate. Liang Tianyu's lips curled into a smirk, exuding an air of complete control over the situation. Individuals like you, who have merely stumbled into fortune and found yourselves in the limelight, are a dime a dozen in my years of business. For instance, there are those stubborn landholders who refuse to relocate, hoping to sell their land for an exorbitant price, or researchers clinging to new drug patents, unwilling to sell, wishing to savor the profits themselves. These individuals bear a striking similarity to you, all believing they possess the leverage to negotiate with Tianrun Corporation. Disregarding my goodwill to cooperate, brazenly testing my limits, they all met a tragic end. Liang Tianyu leaned closer to Li Tianyin, a sinister smile gracing his features. Do you wish to know their fates? The son and daughter-in-law of that stubborn landholder perished in a car accident, leaving behind only a frail old man and a pair of hungry twins. And that researcher's wife was kidnapped, subjected to unspeakable horrors, with videos of her ordeal circulating online. Upon her return, she went mad, while the researcher himself descended into madness. And even his elementary school daughter faced bullying and was targeted for expulsion. Such a pity, isn't it? A twisted smile played on Liang Tianyu's face as he patted Li Tianyin's cheek, chuckling. I heard you have a sister. I've seen her photo. What a beautiful young lady she is. If she were to suffer a similar fate, it would be truly unfortunate. Liang Tianyu's audacity knew no bounds, and he felt utterly confident, believing that Li Tianyin would not dare to harm him. He had reviewed Li Tianyin's background and found him to be a penniless nobody, while he himself was the ruler of South City, the mouthpiece of Tianrun Corporation. Li Tianyin suddenly erupted into laughter, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. I am not like you. I do not resort to such disgusting tactics. As for those who provoke me, I have but one principle: to eliminate you. With a sudden roar, Li Tianyin delivered a powerful punch directly to Liang Tianyu's face. A crisp and chilling crack echoed through the air as Liang Tianyu's nose and face visibly caved in, causing him to crash heavily onto his back with a thud. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere. Tiankai stepped on Liang Tianyu's face, leaning down to interrogate. Do you think I hesitate to act against you? Do you believe that your status serves as a shield? Liang Tianyu, wide-eyed and filled with shock and terror, stared at Li Tiankai, momentarily speechless. Let me tell you, those pretentious titles of yours are utterly meaningless in my eyes. With a resounding thud, Li Tiankai kicked Liang Tianyu on the head. Perhaps before the world changed, your words held some weight. But now what do you signify to me? Less than a dog. Li Tiankai delivered another punch to Liang Tianyu's skull. Stop! I take back what I said. At that moment, Liang Tianyu was genuinely frightened. He had not anticipated Li Tiansai's decisive aggression. He was the type accustomed to lurking in the office, scheming and plotting. Entirely unlike Li Tiankai. Had Li Tiankai spared him today, he could have played Liang Tianyu to the point where he would be left seeking survival or death. However, Li Tiankai stood before him, unyielding to any games of manipulation or deceit. With sheer fists, he shattered all of Liang Tianyu's schemes. If Liang Tianyu were to be likened to a cunning emperor adept at intrigue, then Li Tiankai was the warrior who broke the law with strength. When the emperor rages, blood flows profusely. Yet when a common man erupts, within 5 steps, even an emperor could find himself drenched in blood. Had you not spoken earlier, I would have remained oblivious to the depths of your malice. Luscious' eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he seized a hollow steel pipe beside him. Gritting his teeth in anger, "It is because of too many vile individuals like you that this world has become so wretched. I strive to live cautiously in this apocalypse, wishing no harm upon anyone. Yet reality forces me down this path. Since that is the case, I shall respond to violence with violence, starting with you." Realizing the palpable intent behind Li Tianxi's words, Liang Tianyu's pupils constricted sharply. With a series of thuds, Li Tianxi swung the steel pipe downwards. Liang Tianyu's head twisted, and his pupils dilated wide. 3 dull thumps shattered Liang Tianyu's skull. A once ambitious schemer, poised to embrace a new life, met his demise at the hands of what he perceived as a mere insect. 30 minutes later, a raging inferno erupted at Warehouse 78. Its flames fierce and relentless. By the time firefighters arrived, the entire structure had been reduced to ruins. Amidst the debris, 2 nearly incinerated corpses were discovered. Through painstaking identification, they confirmed the identities of the deceased: Liang Tianyu, general manager of Tianrun Company, and Chen Nan, head of security. Tianrun Company stood as a leading enterprise in Nansheng, a pillar of economic development, causing the news to spread rapidly. Many were left in stunned silence upon hearing the announcement. Within an office at Tianrun Company, Vice President Run stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a call with the headquarters. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." Vice President Run hung up the phone and turned to face the door. "Vice President, something major has occurred. Liang Tianyu is dead." The door swung open, and the secretary stood breathless at the threshold. A flicker of astonishment crossed Vice President Ren's exquisite face, quickly replaced by gravity. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. The military hospital has confirmed Liang Tianyu's identity, and they are asking us to come identify the body." The secretary's face was pale. "What was the cause of death?" Vice President Ren inquired urgently. "Was it homicide or an accident?" "Currently unclear, but it seems to be related to a fire." The secretary replied that a warehouse on the outskirts of a city caught fire, and firefighters discovered Liang Tianyu's body amid the ruins. The outskirts, Vice President Ren frowned, a look of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Why would he be in such a place? We have no business there. I don't know." The secretary shook her head. "This matter is certainly not an accident." A sharp gleam ignited in Vice President Ren's eyes, akin to that of a hawk, her lips parting slightly. "Immediately investigate whether Liang Tianyu had contact with any strangers recently, along with his call records. I want detailed information in 3 hours." In Tianrun Company, aside from Liang Tianyu, Vice President Run wielded the greatest power. Now that Liang Tianyu was dead, it presented an extraordinary opportunity for her. Seizing this moment could elevate her to a position of significant authority. With this thought, the secretary departed to carry out her orders. Once alone, Vice President Run took a deep breath, her gaze flickering as she murmured to herself, "This is undoubtedly a murder." But who orchestrated it? Was the target solely Liang Tianyu, or was it Tianrun Company as a whole? If it is the former, I shall celebrate tonight with a couple of bottles of red wine. But if it is the latter, then they have become my enemy. Standing in place, Vice President Rin ruminated, a complex array of emotions playing across her breathtaking visage. In the bustling metropolis, atop a lavish office building exceeding 38 floors. A middle-aged man clad in a neatly tailored suit, his face lined with the marks of experience and authority, stood before an elderly gentleman. The man's hands were large and powerful, his eyes sharp and piercing. Despite having crossed into middle age, the strength concealed beneath his tailored suit was explosive. At that moment, he addressed the elder with a grave tone. "Boss, there has been an incident in Nansheng. Liang Tianyu is dead. While there is no direct evidence pointing to a perpetrator, it is undoubtedly a homicide." A flicker of surprise passed through the elderly gentleman's slightly clouded eyes, though it quickly vanished. That little brat, Liang Tianyu, was overly ambitious, leaving no room for error in his dealings. That he offended too many people. I've always said he would eventually come harm. The middle-aged man remained silent. A somewhat profitable young man, It's a pity. But as the head of a branch company, his loss isn't catastrophic for us. Let it be. The elder waved his hand dismissively. By the way, who is his second-in-command at the Nanchang branch? That would be Ren Xiao. The middle-aged man replied, Xiao. Her capabilities are sufficient, and her background. The elder's voice trailed off, somewhat vague. Let her take over Liang Tianyu's position. I'll notify her immediately. The middle-aged man nodded. Tell Ren Xiao that her first task upon assuming office is to unearth and eliminate the individual responsible for Liang Tianyu's death. The elder's gaze remained calm, yet his words were chillingly indifferent. If she fails at this task, I will not hesitate to remove her from her position. Understood. The elder rose, gazing out at the transformed world beyond the window, and solemnly declared, I have navigated the business world for 50 years without stepping into the highest circles. Not due to a lack of capability, but rather a lack of opportunity. Now, with the world transformed, this is our greatest chance. We must seize it and ascend to new heights. To this elder, the life or death of a mere Liang Tianyu was of little consequence. Yet, as Liang Tianyu remained his subordinate, bearing his mark, the latter's demise could not be overlooked. Failing to address it would render him an unsuitable ruler, unworthy of loyalty. An hour later, a document was delivered to the office of the general manager of Tianrun Company in Nanjing. With this document's arrival, Tianrun Company officially underwent a change of leadership. While chaos reigned throughout Tianrun Company and even the entirety of Nanjing, Li Tiankai had already tidied up all loose ends and was driving back to the farm. After disposing of Liang Tianyu, he had rifled through Liang Tianyu's belongings and discovered a personal mobile phone, through which he located the whereabouts of Uncle Nan's imprisonment. One could not deny that Liang Tianyu was, indeed, a natural-born scoundrel. Even his own partners harbored doubts on the very day that Xiao Tian was found. Liang Tianyu secretly dispatched someone to abduct Uncle Nan, who was then clandestinely imprisoned in an uninhabited house on the outskirts. The guards at this location were loyal subordinates of his. However, just moments ago, Li Tianran drove to the detention site, only to discover that the person responsible for watching over Uncle Nan had long departed. It had been 2 hours since the incident involving Liang Tianyu occurred. Perhaps the news of his boss's sudden demise had instilled panic among Liang Tianyu sycophants. They were uncertain whether their employer had met with an unfortunate accident or had fallen victim to corporate political strife. If it were the former, they might have felt relieved, but if it were the latter, their own safety would be in jeopardy. Weighing their options, they feared being purged themselves, thus abandoning the hostage and fleeing in haste. Li Tianran successfully liberated Uncle Nan from the house. However, it appeared that he had been rendered unconscious by some drug and had yet to awaken. Li Tianran parked his vehicle at the entrance of the farm, glanced at Uncle Nan, who lay motionless in the back seat, and let out a soft sigh. Although the ordeal had concluded without peril for him, the reality remained that Xiao Tian had indeed perished. In a certain sense, one could argue that Xiao Tian had brought this fate upon himself, yet for reasons unknown, Li Tianran's mood remained heavy. It was not out of sympathy for Uncle Nan and his son. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that from this day forth, he would be reluctant to place his trust in anyone other than Han Heng. Although the apocalypse had not altered the circumstances of his life, it had irrevocably transformed his heart. He had morphed from a youthful believer in genuine emotion into a cold, resolute man of maturity. Pain. It was at this moment that Uncle Nan suddenly emitted a low groan. Li Tianran looked up and gently shook Uncle Nan's shoulder. Uncle Nan, wake up. Soon. Uncle Nan drowsily opened his eyes, paused upon seeing Li Tianran, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming he was not mistaken, stammered, Little Li boss? Is it truly you? Indeed, it is I. Li Tianran nodded. What has transpired? I recall being kidnapped and held in a dark room. Uncle Nan clutched his head, straining to recollect. Eventually, he pieced together all the events, including Xiao Yan's intentions to betray Li Tianran. Uncle Nan's body felt as if doused with cold water, freezing him in place. Little Li boss, where's Xiao Tian? Uncle Nan swallowed hard, his eyes reddening with emotion. A premonition washed over him. Since Xiao Tian had expressed a desire to sell out Li Tianran and had acted upon it, yet Li Tianran remained unharmed, then Xiao Yan's fate was undoubtedly grim. He dared not ponder further. Only seeking answers from Li Tianran. Xiao Tian, Li Tianran hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to share the entire sequence of events with Uncle Nan. 5 minutes later, after Li Tianran finished recounting the tale. Uncle Nan was already in tears. He had erred, yet he had made every effort to atone. Li Tianran regarded Uncle Nan and said, "I have forgiven him." Uncle Nan's tears flowed freely, "But I cannot forgive myself. Before all of this, I had the chance to prevent these events from unfolding. Yet I allowed my selfishness and greed to paralyze me into inaction. This is my divine punishment." Li Tianran inhaled deeply and remarked, "Everything has become fate, unchangeable. Indeed, there are no pills for regret in this world." Uncle Nan raised his gaze to Li Tianran and asked despondently, "Little Li boss, how do you plan to deal with me?" Li Tianran fell silent for a moment before responding. "In truth, I contemplated eliminating you back at the house, to end it all, but now I have changed my mind at a middle-aged man, alone in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Finds his sole motivation for survival in his son. Now that his son is gone, what uses wealth and glory to him? His heart has already perished, and a man whose heart is dead will not betray others. Little Li boss, I understand your kindness," Uncle Nan said, his eyes reddening, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you to this very moment." Han Hang stood on the balcony of the second floor, gazing at the entrance of the farm, blinking her eyes as she wielded watercolor pens, painting on a sheet of white paper. As she painted, she remarked, "The big pot is the cleanest blue, while that Uncle Nan has turned into a grayish hue. Just like the color of his son when he was lying in bed." Uncle Nan departed. Before leaving, he uttered but a single sentence. "I must go to retrieve my son's body, regardless of his past transgressions. He is still my son, and I cannot allow him to rot in the wilderness." Li Tianran did not resort to silencing him, yet Uncle Nan was already consumed by thoughts of death. Even if he left this place, he would likely become a soulless, wandering shell. He sighed that in this apocalyptic world, such matters were beyond his control, nor did he wish to linger on them. Watching Uncle Nan's figure vanish on the horizon, Li Tianran pushed open the gate to the farm and stepped inside. Suddenly, he noticed large mechanical tracks imprinted at the entrance of the farm. Though they had been tampered with, careful observation still revealed some traces. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow that he recalled that these marks had not been present when he left in the morning. Could it be that the attackers Chun and spoke of truly existed? Yet why did Han Hang claim she had seen nothing? Forget it, he thought. Such matters could be clarified by reviewing the surveillance footage. Driving the truck into the farm, Li Tianran removed his blood-stained jacket and tossed it into the nearby fire pit to burn. After completing this task, Xiaohei emerged, wagging its tail. Suddenly, Xiaohei sniffed Li Tianran and took 2 steps back, seemingly startled. Li Tianran was taken aback. He had not expected Xiaohei to possess such keen senses. Perhaps it had detected the lingering aura of bloodlust on him and was hesitant to approach. "Big pot." At that moment, a drawn-out voice rang out, and Han Hang appeared, leaping into Li Tianran's embrace. Big Pot has finally returned. Han Hang thought she would starve. As if to affirm Han Hang's words, her stomach let out a loud growl. Li Tianran's face broke into a smile, sweeping away the earlier gloom, as he patted Han Hang's head and said, "Brother has returned late and made you go hungry. I want to eat braised pork." Han Hang twirled her eyes and gestured with outstretched arms. "That kind of big bowl." "All right," Li Tianran patted her little head. "Brother will prepare it for you right away." In the kitchen, Li Tianran donned an apron, drizzling cooking wine over the large chunks of pork belly and simmering them briefly before serving. Meanwhile, the rice was also steamed to perfection. Li Tianran filled Han Hang's small bowl with half a bowl of rice, adding some of the braised pork sauce on top, and placed it in front of her. "You may begin. Smells so good." Han Hang sniffed delicately and then picked up her chopsticks, devouring her enemies with the ferocity of a whirlwind. In Han Hang's eyes, the enemies were, of course, the heaping plate of braised pork and the side of stir-fried bok choy. Li Tianran always emphasized a balance of meat and vegetables in his cooking. If he prepared meat, he would certainly accompany it with a plate of greens. While Han Hang feasted heartily, Li Tianran retrieved the surveillance footage from a guard. The events that transpired at the entrance of the farm that morning played out vividly in his mind. As he observed the footage, his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. "Big Pot, Why aren't you eating? Han Heng, clutching her large bowl, asked while fervently shoveling rice in her mouth, stealing glances at Li Tianran. Li Tianran remained silent for a moment before asking, Han Heng, did nothing happen at the farm this morning? Nothing at all, Han Heng replied, her tone slightly evasive. Han Heng, brother does not like children who tell lies. Li Tianran crouched down, looking intently into Han Heng's eyes. Speak the truth. Did anything happen or not? Really nothing. Han Heng appeared somewhat agitated, pouting and pushing her bowl aside. Then what about the traces at the entrance of the farm? Li Tianran softly inquired. Someone has assaulted the farm, and after retaliating, you secretly tidied up the mess at the entrance, not wanting me to see it, correct? Listening to Li Tianran's words, Han Heng lowered her little head, appearing exceedingly dejected, as if caught in a lie. Han Heng, why must you deceive me? Li Tianran asked. He placed great importance on Han Heng's education, and they had always maintained a relationship of mutual honesty. He simply could not comprehend why Han Heng felt the need to conceal such matters from him. After all, Han Heng had done nothing wrong. I did not lie. Han Heng pouted defiantly. I saw everything. Li Tianran furrowed his brow. Han Heng's stubbornness stirred his temper, and his voice involuntarily turned cold. What are you trying to argue about? Listening to Li Tianran's slightly reproachful tone, Han Heng's tears began to well up in her eyes. Although Li Tianran usually treated her with kindness, as the eldest brother, he would still exert his authority whenever Han Heng made a mistake. Lying is a reprehensible habit, especially when it involves one's family. Han Heng did not wish to deceive anyone. She simply wanted to avoid displeasing Big Pot. In a voice tinged with tears, Han Heng said, Big Pot doesn't like violent children. And I made a mistake, so I wanted to hide it from him. I'm afraid he won't want me anymore. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran's body stiffened. He suddenly recalled an incident from Han Heng's kindergarten days when she had fought with another child over something, leaving a mark on the other's face, resulting in him having to apologize to their parents and compensate them handsomely. During that month, his attitude towards Han Heng had been rather harsh. However, at that time, his irritation stemmed solely from the poor harvest on the farm, not from Han Heng's altercation. In hindsight, it seemed that Han Heng had misunderstood his behavior all along. Now, she was meticulously trying to prevent a repetition of that incident, fearing that it would once again provoke Li Tianran's anger. Gazing at Han Heng, who was on the verge of tears, Li Tianran realized that it was his previous demeanor that had made her so sensitive. His heart ached, and he crouched down to embrace Han Heng, gently saying, How could your brother ever abandon you? From the very beginning, you have always been the most important to me. Even if the entire world forsakes you, I shall not. Whether you are the gentle and adorable Han Heng or the fierce and combative Han Heng, I cherish you the most. You are my only family. Li Tianran took a deep breath and added, So, regardless of the mistakes you make, I will always stand by your side. Han Heng was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed such genuine emotion from Li Tianran before. But what if one day Han Heng did something wrong? Would her brother still be there for her? Han Heng timidly asked. Li Tianran chuckled and suddenly thought of Uncle Nan and Xiao Tian. Family is like that, even if one commits an unforgivable sin. In their heart, you remain their closest person. Thus, Li Tianran solemnly declared, I will always be by your side, even if it means descending into hell. That moment, Han Heng might not fully grasp the weight of Li Tianran's promise, but she was now certain that she no longer needed to hide the truth from Big Pot. Consequently, she recounted all the events that had transpired while Li Tianran was away from the farm. After listening, Li Tianran's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say you saw those bad people, and they emitted a red glow? Li Tianran felt a dryness in his throat, realizing that Han Heng seemed to possess some changes he was previously unaware of. Yes, Han Heng nodded. I dislike that glow. It looks rather unsettling. Li Tianran stroked his chin, his mind racing. Apart from those people, do others emit light as well? Li Tianran crouched down and asked softly, eager to learn the answer. Yes, Han Heng replied decisively. Big Pot emits a calming blue light, while Xiaohei radiates a friendly green. Oh, and Uncle Nan, who just left, was emitting a grayish hue, which felt oppressive, much like the color we saw when the big brother from Uncle Nan's house was lying in bed the other night. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran could not help but swallow hard. It seemed Han Heng was indeed not lying. She appeared to have awakened some kind of superpower. Suddenly, Li Tianran felt a twinge of guilt. For several days, Hannon had occasionally mumbled to herself about how she was pink and Big Pot was blue, but Li Tianran had assumed she was merely engrossed in her cartoons, thus he had not probed further. Now, it seemed that had he been more attentive to Hannon, he might have discovered this much sooner. Hannon, aside from seeing different lights around people, is there anything else nearby, perhaps words, or some data? Li Tianran pressed on. Hannon shook her head. No, not at all. Li Tianran rose to his feet. Based on Hannon's descriptions, he deduced that her ability likely emerged only after the onset of the cataclysm. Could it be that the cataclysm not only destroys the world, but also grants certain fortunate individuals extraordinary powers? Li Tianran opened a search engine, hoping to find any similar incidents occurring worldwide. However, after sifting through numerous posts, most were merely sensational news about masters fooling others prior to the cataclysm, with no accounts resembling Hannon's experiences. After a moment of silence, he closed the search engine. There were no explanations, only the inexplicable nature of this glowing ability. Li Tianran felt troubled. He possessed a pair of data-driven eyes, but could not decipher the nature of Hannon's powers. It seemed he could only speculate about the utility of this ability. Determined to clarify his thoughts, Li Tianran sat down and gently inquired about the different individuals Hannon had encountered recently and the varying colors of light they emitted. Hannon rested her little head in contemplation. Half an hour later, the sheet of paper before Li Tianran was filled with notes about the people Hannon had met, their relationships, and the distribution of the colors of light. First was himself, Li Tianran, Hannon's closest relative, exuding a blue hue said to be quite relaxing. Next was Xiao Tian, whom he had seen the night before. Lying on the hospital bed, he had emitted a grayish color. Quite oppressive. Yet this morning, the light surrounding Xiao Tian had transformed into a blood-red hue, making Hannon feel very uncomfortable. Then there was Uncle Nan. Previously, he had emitted a nearly transparent light green, but just moments ago, it had shifted to a grayish shade. As for the people they had encountered in front of the South City department store, they all radiated a gray hue. Li Tianran pondered for a moment, writing down on the paper. The change in light may signify their malicious intent towards Hannon. After much contemplation, this explanation seemed the most reasonable. Xiao Tan, in the past, had been unaware that Li Tianran possessed medicine, rendering his intentions towards Hannon inconsequential. Thus, he emitted a grayish hue. This could be likened to a hate value in a game. When it is 0, the light is gray. This notion was further corroborated by the vast crowd of gray individuals in front of the department store. This morning, however, Xiao Tian had intended to deceive Li Tianran, aiming to eliminate him and kidnap Hannon to seize the medicine. His heart harbored malice, causing the hate value to rise, transforming the gray into blood red. This was similar to the second group of people sent by Chenan. Conversely, Li Tianran's blue light no longer represented hate, but rather a sense of intimacy. A soothing blue. One feels most at ease only in the presence of those they hold closest. Although Xiao He was equally significant to Hannon, his role differed from Li Tianran's. If Li Tianran embodied an all-embracing figure, a benevolent father or older brother who shielded Hannon from worries, then Xiao He represented the most trustworthy friend and playmate. Thus, the color of Xiao He was a welcoming green. As for the faint green hue previously surrounding Uncle Nan, it had been a result of Li Tianran providing him with food. Thus, he harbored goodwill and gratitude towards Li Tianran and Han Heng. However, after Xiao Tian's demise, Uncle Nan's heart turned to ash. He bore no resentment towards Li Tianran and Han Heng, yet he could no longer muster any feelings of gratitude towards them, rendering him as lifeless as the gray ashes. Indeed, it must be so. Li Tianran pieced together the events of the past few days and finally confirmed that his conjecture was correct. The light that Han Heng perceived signified whether the other harbored malicious intent towards her. This was akin to a humanoid detector. Li Tianran couldn't help but chuckle. How splendid! In the apocalypse, what is most terrifying? It is not the calamities, but the human heart. He could accomplish anything with the items available in the marketplace. However, he could not discern human intentions, and at this moment, Han Heng possessed such an ability. This completely compensated for his soul's shortcoming, rendering everything perfect. Among all the detectors I have encountered, I would deem you the strongest. Li Tianran patted Han Hong's little head. With such an extraordinary ability, I acknowledge you. Han Heng blinked her large eyes, seemingly oblivious to the reference from Naruto, being more accustomed to the achievements of the Woof Woof Brigade. Yet upon hearing Li Tianran's words, she became excited. Will Han Heng be able to help from now on? Of course, Li Tianran replied softly. Whenever you see someone surrounded by a red glow, be sure to inform your brother. MHM. Han Heng nodded earnestly. Red is bad. It makes Han Heng very anxious. I will tell Dagwo to drive them away. Li Tianran crouched down, contemplating a matter. My ability to digitalize is known as the Eye of Truth. While your ability shall be called the Eye of Good and Evil, Li Tianran placed his hand on Han Hong's head, smiling indulgently. From this day forth, you shall be my strongest support. June 18th. Time hastily passed, marking the 10th day since the cataclysm and the 3rd day following Liang Tianyu's death. In these 3 days, neither military nor police arrived to take Li Tianran away, nor did any super assassins invade the farm under the cover of night. Everything appeared tranquil. Yet beneath this calm facade, Li Tianran remained vigilant. He understood well that Liang Tianyu and Sun Dayo were not of the same ilk. Liang Tianyu held a high position in Tianran Corporation, undeniably a significant figure. The death of Liang Tianyu would surely invoke investigations from certain individuals. Beneath this deceptive tranquility, there might be a tempest waiting to engulf him. Liang Tianyu's demise profoundly affected Li Tianran. In this apocalyptic world, the previous order would gradually disintegrate. Although he currently faced no worries regarding sustenance or the biting cold, his strength was still vastly inferior compared to that of some major conglomerates. Not to mention the mysterious parent company behind Liang Tianyu. Even Tianran Pharmaceuticals was certainly beyond his capacity to confront at this moment, had it not been for the internal conflicts within Tianran Corporation. Liang Tianyu would not have dared to brazenly wield the company's power, and perhaps Li Tianran's farm would have already been besieged. Subsequently, Li Tianran spared no expense in utilizing 50,000 points to activate the remote control function for the farm. The previous attempt by Liang Tianyu's faction to launch a surprise assault on the farm while Li Tianran was away had alerted him to his insufficient control over the farm. His system's capability became inactive outside the farm, akin to a mobile phone losing signal, leaving Li Tianran feeling akin to a blind person regarding the farm's current affairs if something were to go awry with the guards. And he remained entirely unaware it would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. However, after activating the remote control for the farm, even if Li Tianran was outside, he could manage everything within the farm, which was exceedingly convenient. During these 3 days, Li Tianran gathered information from various forums online, revealing that external changes had escalated even further. The situation had grown increasingly chaotic. Some nefarious individuals had begun to openly sell contraband online, including certain mind-altering drugs as well as weapons such as homemade guns and hunting rifles. Li Tianran had anticipated this development, that in the apocalypse, the lurking dangers were manifold, and it was only natural for people to procure weapons for self-defense. Yet this also signified that the collapse of order was merely a matter of time. Without addressing the food shortage, no matter how hard the authorities endeavored to control criminal activities, it would be futile. Initially, when the anomalies first occurred, Li Tianran had harbored hopes that the higher-ups could manage this crisis, and humanity could combat the natural disasters to reclaim their former civilization. But at this moment, Li Tianran had completely relinquished such fantasies that he no longer placed his hopes in anyone else, but focused on augmenting his own strength. He aspired to create an environment that was 100% safe, allowing Han Heng to grow up without worry or danger. Filled with joy, he wished to become powerful enough that even if the world were to perish and humanity were to vanish, he could still safeguard Han Heng and foster a new civilization amidst the ruins. With this thought in mind, he felt compelled to expedite the development of the farm, accumulate more points, and procure all the goods available in the marketplace. Only then could he rest easy at noon. Li Tianran prepared spinach and lean meat porridge, accompanied by 2 large bowls of sauced beef and 4 spicy lamb trotters. 10 days had passed since the cataclysm, and the food shortage was becoming increasingly severe. With many regions experiencing fatalities due to food riots, In Nanjing alone, nearly 80% of households had resorted to eating only 2 meals a day, and even those consisted of thin, insipid noodles seasoned merely with a sprinkle of salt. As for vegetables and meat, they had long since become rare commodities, with prices skyrocketing nearly 100-fold, yet still with little availability. This issue had once again stirred up a storm online. Douyin users expressed, "We hope our yin huang can successfully overcome this crisis. May heaven bless our nation, united as one. Disasters will eventually pass. I can still hold on, yin huang. Let us go." Kuaishou users lamented, "It's the 4th day without food, and I'm still alive. Brothers, give me some attention. Once I reach 10,000 subscribers, I'll live stream eating mutated wild boar meat. Let us go," Bihu users remarked. Regarding the food shortage, I can't say too much. Too many familiar faces in this circle. Let us just say those who understand, understand, and those who don't, even if I explain, they still want to understand. Papixia users commented, "Last night, I observed the heavenly signs and calculated. There must be someone deliberately manipulating the food shortage behind the scenes. This user has been banned. Prohibited from speaking." Countless netizens voiced their thoughts across various social apps with a singular theme: hunger for food, rice, and meat. Starving. It has been days without vegetables or fruits. Craving, not only in the outside world, but even the inventory of beef and lamb in Li Qianron's farm freezer was nearly depleted. Over these 10 days, perhaps due to the radiation-resistant vegetables altering their physiology, both Li Tianran and Han Hong's appetites had transformed into bottomless pits, each requiring at least 5 kilograms of meat per meal, followed by some digestive fruits and desserts. Their consumption was astonishing. Yet correspondingly, both of their attributes had seen significant enhancements. Li Tianran's attribute points had reached a full 14, while Han Heng, though not growing as much as Li Tianran, had also increased her strength and speed by 2 points that Li Tianran had previously experimented. With his current strength, he could effortlessly lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. One should not underestimate this. In fact, Li Qianron's current one-handed strength must exceed 300 kilograms, surpassing that of world-class strongmen. Moreover, most importantly, his speed and reflexes had also been greatly enhanced. Now, if he were to participate in athletic competitions, he would undoubtedly secure a grand slam of prizes. However, recently, he had been troubled by the fact that due to his explosive strength, he had inadvertently damaged many items around the house, such as glass cups and stools. Merely squeezing them lightly caused them to crack. Han Heng and Li Qianron's substantial appetites led them to swiftly finish their bountiful lunch, akin to a whirlwind. After satisfying their hunger, they contentedly patted their slightly bulging bellies and sighed in satisfaction. In the current environment, being able to have a full meal was a form of happiness. "Han Heng, what would you like for dinner? Tell your brother, and I'll prepare it in advance," Li Tianran gently inquired, gazing at Han Heng. Upon hearing this, Han Heng rolled her eyes, pondering before stating, "Dagua, we haven't had fish in a long time." Han Heng's words immediately sparked an idea in Li Tianran, in the northernmost part of the farm. There lay an area of vacant land, neither designated for planting nor livestock, originally a low-lying patch of weeds. It seemed feasible to excavate that area and establish a fish pond. The fish is tender and succulent, boasting an exquisite texture, and is rich in various nutrients, making an essential ingredient on the dining table. Li Tianran was instantly filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he declared, "Let us get to work." After lunch, he instructed the intelligent work robot to collect the freshly harvested grains from the previous day. Meanwhile, he took a hoe and made his way to the northernmost patch of wasteland on the farm. "You have harvested 800 kilograms of radiation-resistant rice, earning 8,000 points. You have harvested 700 kilograms of radiation-resistant." Listening to the pleasant chimes of the system's notifications, Li Tianran felt a rush of exhilaration akin to receiving a notification of a 1,000,000 yuan transfer from Alipay. These points were far more precious than mere currency. After several days of diligent labor, his marketplace points had accumulated to approximately 830,000. He turned his gaze towards the livestock category. Livestock category. Edible fish type. LV1 fish fry. 1050 points, requires water quality level 1 or above. LV2 fish fry. 10. 500 points, requires water quality level 2 or above. LV3 fish fry. 105,000 points, requires water quality level 3 or above. LV4 fish fry. 10,500,000 points, requires water quality level 4 or above. LV5 tuna. 105. 0,000,000 points, requires water quality level 5 or above. Upon a cursory glance, Li Tianran noticed that the grading of these livestock was quite similar to that of crops, with 5 levels ranging from low to high. The prices set by the system for recycling were also identical. Adjacent to the edible category was an ornamental type option, featuring various fish like tropical fish and arowanas used for decorative purposes. However, Li Tianran was not inclined to squander his precious points on such frivolous things. Thus, he promptly closed the ornamental type option and focused on the edible category. The classification of edible fish was extensive, including common varieties such as carp, bass, and catfish, as well as rarer types like tuna. Within the same level, while the fish varied, their purchasing prices remained identical, which was rather fair. Li Tianran mused that before the apocalypse, tuna was considered a luxury ingredient. Yet now, it seemed he could afford it. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the growth environment was irrelevant, provided the water quality met the requirements, be it a deep-sea fish or tropical fish. They could coexist in a single pond. With a determined swing of his hoe, Li Tianran steeled himself and began to excavate. He had no intention of relying solely on a small hoe to dig out a fish pond covering around 1,000 square meters. That would be a fool's errand. However, he was a man who valued the sense of ceremony. Even if he would later bring in an excavator, the very first shovel of earth for the pond had to be dug by his own hands. This was a testament to his character as a farmer. With a resounding thud, Li Tianran drove the hoe into the ground, subsequently marking the edges of the intended pond with lime to create visible lines. Once he had outlined the area and position, he nodded in approval. Digging a fish pond was indeed a formidable task, and given the current state of the farm, it was not suitable to hire others for labor. After contemplating for a moment, Li Tianran decided to personally venture out to borrow an excavator. Although the marketplace offered such heavy machinery for sale, he was not keen on spending his points on it just yet. Considering the present circumstances, it was evident that money would rapidly depreciate, while points would remain stable. Thus, for items that could still be purchased with cash, Li Tianran refrained from expending his points. Moments later, he drove to a large courtyard in town. Leaping from his vehicle, he approached the entrance and knocked vigorously on the door. Bang! 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 The loud knocking caught the attention of the residents within, followed by a rough yet irritable voice asking, "Who is it?" "It's me, Li Tianran." "Open the door. I have urgent business," Li Tianran shouted, raising his voice. Li Tianran's farm was located not far from the outskirts of town, having been operated by 2 generations of his family. Thus he was a familiar face in the community. Upon hearing his voice, the door to the courtyard swung open swiftly to a robust middle-aged man, standing around 6 feet tall, appeared at the threshold, clutching a half-meter-long steel pipe. His face adorned with stubble, looking somewhat haggard. His name was Yang Baolin, a small contractor who owned several pieces of heavy machinery, including the excavator Li Tianran sought to rent. Old Yang squinted at Li Tianran, a frown creasing his brow. "Oh, it's you. What is the matter?" "Old Yang, I'd like to rent your excavator for a few days. How does 800 a day sound?" Li Tianran replied with a smile. Before the era of devastation, that price was indeed reasonable. However, in the aftermath, with most people struggling to afford food, who had the time to seek old Yang for work? He had been idle at home for a week without any income. In this situation, it was only natural for Li Tianran to negotiate a lower price. It wouldn't be fair to label him as cunning. It was merely a matter of survival in these dire times. Old Yang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was indeed in need of funds to purchase food, "But I can let you rent the excavator, but I don't want cash." He waved his hand, stating, "I want food." Old Yang was no fool. In the current climate, even having money made it difficult to procure food. Although the upper echelons were striving to redistribute grain, the global food crisis rendered their efforts futile. Recently, Old Yang had hoarded a batch of dried noodle from the supermarket, but it would only last him a month. He needed to plan ahead. "You run a farm. You must have a fair amount of stored grain, right?" Old Yang's eyes gleamed as he looked at Li Tianran. "How about this? You rent for a day, and give me 10 jin of rice." Li Tianran could not help but chuckle. It was evident that he was no stranger to the art of negotiation. With food prices soaring, just last night, the cost of rice had skyrocketed to 180 yuan per jean, with a strict limit on purchases, allowing only 1 jean per household per day. Old Yang, you're asking for too much. Li Tianran laughed. While he did not lack for food, he certainly could not let others know that. Old Yang's face flushed slightly. He recognized that his demands were high. However, desperate times called for bold measures. Don T say, I have no rice. Even if I did, I couldn't give you that much. Li Tianran replied seriously, I can offer you 3 jean of flour and half a jean of frozen meat for the rental. I want 10 jean. You're cutting too deep. Old Yang grumbled reluctantly. Seeing Old Yang's expression, Li Tianran understood that he needed to take a firmer stance. Old Yang, do you understand the times we live in? An excavator left and used will rust away, and my offer is already quite generous. You should know how difficult it is to buy food these days. Old Yang's expression shifted as he glanced at Li Tianran multiple times. This price is final. If you're unwilling, I'll just leave. I can drive to the city. There are others with excavators, and I'm confident I'll find someone who will accept my terms. Li Tianran delivered his ultimatum. Wait. We're all from the same village. Why say such things? As expected, upon hearing Li Tianran's words, Old Yang's demeanor softened. He quickly grabbed Li Tianran's arm, saying, Deal. I'll get the excavator out for you right away. Li Tianran followed Old Yang inside, his gaze lingering momentarily on the steel pipe in Old Yang's hand. Things have been chaotic lately. My home was robbed the night before last, Old Yang remarked with a sigh. Noticing Li Tianran's gaze, if I hadn't hidden my grain in advance, I'd probably be starving by now. Did you report it? Li Tianran inquired. Report? The police are stretched too thin. Old Yang chuckled bitterly. And I heard it's a gang specializing in grain theft, rampaging around South City recently. Many have fallen victim to them. Isn't there anyone to catch them? Li Tianran asked curiously. The townsfolk were known for their toughness. Once, some thugs from the city had come to cause trouble, only to be incapacitated by the residents with hose, sending the rest fleeing in terror. Who would dare? Old Yang sighed, mysteriously mimicking a gun gesture with his hand. Whispering, they're armed. No wonder there had been such trepidation. 5 minutes later, Old Yang parked a large flatbed truck at the entrance, loading the excavator onto the platform. Tianran handed over the keys to his truck, stating, This vehicle will stay here as collateral until I return the excavator. All right. Old Yang readily agreed, saying, I will deliver the machine to you and collect today's rental fee. He parked Li Tianran's truck in his own courtyard, secured the gate, and stepped into the driver's cabin. Li Tianran settled into the passenger seat and reached to close the door. An unexpected hand suddenly stretched out from the side, firmly grasping the door. Startled, Li Tianran turned to see 2 or 3 middle-aged women, around 50 years of age, who had appeared beside the door. Dressed in matching black attire, they bore an odd emblem embroidered with colorful threads on their chests. Resembling a lotus flower, that moment, the leading woman clasped her hands together and gazed at Li Tianran. Excuse me, do you need something? Li Tianran asked, feeling an air of eccentricity about the trio, reminiscent of fervent religious devotees, prompting him to respond with caution. We are from the Self-Rescue Association, the foremost woman said, maintaining her prayer-like posture as she addressed Li Tianran. What is this Self-Rescue Association about? Li Tianran inquired, somewhat perplexed. Young man, do you know the truth behind this calamity that has befallen us? The woman did not answer his question directly, but leaned closer, her tone imbued with mystery. Li Tianran, of course, was aware of the truth. However, he chose not to reveal it and instead asked, Do you know? I certainly do. This is a consequence of humanity's transgressions, provoking the wrath of the divine. Hence the calamity has descended to punish mankind. This disaster will cease only when humanity is completely extinguished. Seek salvation. One must join our Self-Rescue Association and sincerely repent to the divine for a glimmer of hope. She stated with utmost piety. Intrigued, Li Tianran queried, Are there any conditions for joining your association? Our members are categorized by a ranking system. The woman proclaimed, adopting an almost cult-like demeanor. We classify ranks based on animal names. A contribution of 30,000 will grant you the status of a serene sheep. 80,000 will elevate you to the role of a loyal pig. 150,000 will transform you into a devout dog, and 300,000 will make you an immaculate eagle. The higher the rank, the closer you are to the divine, and the greater the chance of salvation. Choose your desired status. I could tee this. Li Tianran suddenly burst into laughter, flicking a coin into the woman's palm. If possible, I simply wish to be a bucket for serving rice, carefree and without worries. The woman was taken aback, her expression darkening. Oh, you dare to disrespect the divine. Madam, perhaps you should spend more time honing your skills in brainwashing and deceit before attempting to fool others. With your abilities, even the donkeys of a production team would see through you. Li Tianran shook his head and firmly shut the door. With a swift press on the accelerator, Old Yang drove the flatbed truck away, leaving the three women exchanging glances. Those who do not worship the divine shall forever fall into hell, muttered the woman who had just spoken to Li Tianran, her eyes filled with malice as she watched the truck depart. You, the lowest of the low. Li Tianran, of course, did not hear her venomous curse, and even if he had, he would have merely chuckled in response. Having experienced betrayal and the brutal realities of life, his mindset had irrevocably altered. He no longer allowed such trivial matters to disturb his emotional equilibrium. Before long, Old Yang delivered the excavator to the farm, and Li Tianran handed him the rental fee for the day. Clearly, Old Yang had not savored meat in quite some time, as he happily accepted flour and frozen meat, eagerly heading home. Being able to eat meat now is a form of happiness, Li Tianran remarked softly as he watched Old Yang depart. Although he did not lack for food, the majority of residents in South City had not indulged in meat for a long while. Due to the influence of toxic plants, many ranchers had lost their cattle and sheep to poisoning, and their carcasses had been thoroughly disposed of. While meat was not as scarce as fruits and vegetables, it was still a rarity in all of South City. Only a select few affluent individuals and those in power could afford it. Li Tianran drove the excavator into the farm and began his work. Soon, a massive pit was excavated in the desolate northern part of the farm. Tianran Company. Vice President Ren sat in the office once belonging to Liang Tianyu. Before her lay a pile of documents detailing Liang's itinerary from the 10 days prior to his death, meticulously recording his interactions with various strangers. Although Tianran Company had previously been under Liang Tianyu's control, Vice President Ren was not a fool. She had secretly cultivated her own influence and had been monitoring Liang closely. This information had been provided to her by one of Liang's personal secretaries. However, 2 days within that 10-day span were entirely blank, coinciding with the day of Liang Tianyu's death and the preceding day. On those 2 days, Liang had not shown up for work. The records from the days prior were completely normal, indicating that the most critical detail lay in those 2 missing days. Furrowing her brow in frustration, Rin realized that the company's surveillance footage had also been discreetly deleted by Liang, and all of his trusted aides had vanished without a trace, severing all leads. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Vice President Ren was absorbed in her worries, her secretary's voice called from outside. Vice President Ren, the researcher from the head office is about to arrive. Would you like to go greet him? Ren raised an eyebrow. The day before, the head office had issued a notice announcing the establishment of a research institute in South City due to the severity of the toxic emergency following the mutations. The researcher mentioned by her secretary was the head office's designated leader for this initiative. I understand, Ren replied, adjusting her slightly wrinkled cuffs and collar before stepping outside. She was not particularly optimistic about the head office's decision. Nearly 10 days had passed since the mutations began, during which the public had developed a strong aversion to toxic produce, with very few cases of accidental consumption occurring. Now, the head office was investing considerable funds into establishing a research institute. Even if they managed to develop an effective antidote, it would likely be too late. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a decision made by the head office, utilizing its resources. As a branch manager, she had little authority to oppose it. All she could do was comply with the arrangements, welcome the researchers, and assist in selecting a site for the institute, leaving the rest to others. Downstairs at Tianran Company, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt. The rear door opened, and a young man in a neatly tailored black suit stepped out, shaking hands with Vice President Ren and flashing a radiant smile. Hello, I am Bai Jing. Esrin gazed at the man before her. She was taken aback by his youthful appearance. Researcher Bai, I didn't expect you to be so young. Bai Jingyan appeared to be around 27 or 28, with neatly trimmed short hair, fair skin, and a gentle smile that radiated an air of refinement. His gold-rimmed glasses added a scholarly touch to his demeanor. However, he seemed somewhat slender, a common trait among researchers. Overall, he was the type of person who immediately conveyed an approachable aura, resembling a knowledgeable university professor rather than a rigid researcher. Moreover, he was precisely the kind of individual likely to endear himself to young female students experiencing their first crushes. Ren, a formidable woman in her own right, acknowledged, "You seem even younger than I am." Becoming the branch manager at such a young age speaks volumes about the head office's trust in you. I should learn from you. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Jingyan said, "Vice President Ren, let us not waste time on idle chatter. I have come here with a mission, and time is of the essence that I understand you have a general idea of the Research Institute's location. May I take a look?" "Certainly," Ren responded, "but as per your request. I have chosen a site in the outskirts, where it is quiet and unlikely to be disturbed. Let us go and inspect it together." "Very well," Bai Jingyan nodded. Just then, two burly men with fierce expressions descended from the Mercedes, one of whom bore a gruesome scar across his face, resembling a centipede. Just a glance at them sent shivers down the spine. Vice President Ren involuntarily lingered her gaze on the two intimidating figures for a moment. Bai Jingyan seemed to notice Ren's unusual focus, and, adjusting his glasses, chuckled, "They are my assistants. Though they may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, their expertise is quite solid." Renzong discreetly caught a glimpse of the calloused hands of two burly men, their palms bearing the marks of labor, and then turned her attention to Bai Jingyan's delicate hands, which resembled those of a young maiden. She felt an urge to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into a gentle smile. Regardless of whether these two individuals were assistants or bodyguards, they were of no concern to her. Her focus lay solely in managing her own affairs. Like Tianran was bustling about the farm. Engrossed in his work that moment, he suddenly spotted a Mercedes-Benz S-Class speeding past the front of the farm. His brow furrowed at the sight. In a suburban town like this, such a high-end vehicle was a rarity. He couldn't help but recall Liang Tianyu. Could this car be here to investigate the cause of Liang Tianyu's death? If that were the case, he indeed needed to be cautious. Inside the car, Bai Jingyan sat in the passenger seat, surveying the surroundings through the window, nodding in approval. "This place is quite nice, peaceful. I like it." Renzong sat silently beside her. "Hey, is it a base over there?" "The wall looks well built." Bai Jingyan suddenly pointed towards the distance. Renzong squinted in that direction, raising an eyebrow. "It appears to be a farm, perhaps. Stop the car. Let's have a word with the owner." Bai Jingyan suggested softly. "This farm has a great location, ample space. It's exactly the kind of environment I desire." A notification suddenly chimed in Li Tianran's ear. "Warning, visitor detected, visitor identity. 3 men and 1 woman. Threat level 8. He paused his work, glancing towards the farm gate, where the Mercedes-Benz that had just sped past had inexplicably turned around and was now parked in front of the entrance. Concurrently, a series of images flashed through Li Tianran's mind. A strikingly beautiful woman with an air of confidence stood at the gate alongside a well-dressed man, with 2 imposing figures resembling hulking bears looming behind them. Their expressions fierce and intimidating. Tianran frowned. These individuals did not seem to come with good intentions to anyone home. At that moment, the burly man with the grotesque scar on his face banged on the iron gate. Bellowing, "Is anyone there?" Li Tianran licked his lips, suddenly chuckling to himself. "Am I being overly sensitive?" He mused. "Even if these people harbor ill intentions, they can't breach my sanctuary. As of now, I'm completely safe here. I might as well see what they want." With that thought, Li Tianran jumped down from the excavator and strode towards the gate. Soon, he stood before the iron gate, scrutinizing the 4 visitors, and inquired, "I am the owner here. What brings you? We have a matter to discuss. Could you unlock the gate and let us in for a face-to-face conversation?" Bai Jingyan replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gestured towards the padlock on the gate. Li Tianran shook his head decisively, responding, "No. Whatever you have to say can be discussed right here. What a joke. Do you think I don't know who you are? You expect me to just let you in?" Bai Jingyan's request was met with a clear refusal, yet she displayed no sign of anger, instead chuckling lightly. I understand, given the current chaotic circumstances, it is indeed safer to talk through a gate. Li Tianran stroked his chin and stated, just get to the point. I'm rather busy. Well, Bai Jingyan glanced at Renzong standing beside her and discreetly signaled her, although he was from the headquarters. In Nansheng, Tianrun Company was the local power, and many matters required Renzong to take the lead. At this moment, Renzong's status would undoubtedly carry more weight than his own. I am Ren Xiao. The general manager of Tianrun Company. Renzong produced a gold-embossed business card from her pocket and slid it through the gap in the iron gate, speaking with remarkable confidence. To make a long story short, I wish to purchase your farm. Name your price. Renzong was well-versed in the art of negotiation, by immediately establishing her identity. She aimed to instill psychological pressure on Li Tianran that if she could overpower him with her presence, she would dictate the pace of the ensuing bargaining process. However, she had not anticipated that her status held no intimidation for Li Tianran, if it weren't for his elimination of Liang Tianyu. Ren Xiao would likely have to wait a long time to ascend to a higher position. Tianrun Company. Li Tianran's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Renzong, his mind racing with thoughts. His first instinct was that his actions against Liang Tianyu had been exposed, and they were here to probe him under the guise of purchasing the farm. You may set any price. As long as it is reasonable, I can accommodate you. Seeing that Li Tianran did not take her business card, Renzong's brows knitted together, and she spoke again, her voice soft. If you are without a residence, I can also offer you a cash equivalent for a property in the city center's villa district. And oh need, Li Tianran interjected, cutting off Renzong's proposal. I am quite comfortable living here and have no plans to move. So I must decline. Renzong's expression soured slightly. Anyone would find it displeasing to be rejected so bluntly, especially after revealing their status, only to receive no courtesy in return. Don't you want to hear the price? Renzong pressed, her brows knitted. Perhaps once you hear the price, you'll reconsider. No, I prefer residing here. Even if you offered me a mountain of gold, I would not budge. A smile played on Li Tianran's lips. Bang! At that moment, the burly man with the scar suddenly kicked the gate with force, a cold smile spreading across his face as he pointed at Li Tianran. Listen here, kid. Don't overestimate your worth. Do you know who we are? Do you know what background we possess? You, a mere nobody, should be grateful that we are still willing to speak to you civilly. Otherwise, when we lose our patience, you will regret it. Li Tianran's expression darkened instantly. Warning, warning, a violent attack has been detected on the farm gate. Attack intensity 1.D. Oh, you wish to retaliate. The man's kick had triggered a warning from his system. Renzong was equally taken aback by the sudden outburst. By the time she reacted, she was infuriated, smoke practically billowing from her ears. Why did Tianrun Company have such a poor reputation in Nansheng? Firstly, due to the past monopolistic high-priced drug incident, and secondly, under Liang Tianyu's leadership in recent years, the conduct of Tianrun Company's employees had become rather arrogant and oppressive. Renzong had always detested such a working style and intended to rectify the situation upon her ascent. But now, this bear had the audacity to behave in such a manner right before her. Decay. Yet before Renzong could unleash her fury, Bai Jingyan's expression darkened, and he turned sharply, raising his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps to the burly man. How many times must I teach you? Tone down your bandit behavior. If I see you treating anyone this way again, you can pack your bags and return to Modu. Bai Jingyan's face was grim as he reprimanded the hulking man. What transpired next was perplexing. The once arrogant and fierce man was slapped publicly by the slender Bai Jingyan, but showed no sign of anger. Instead, he bowed his head, apologizing. I'm sorry. Mr. Bai, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Bai Jingyan turned back to Li Tianran, his face once again adorned with a radiant smile. My subordinate is rather thoughtless. Please don't take it to heart. Li Tianran couldn't help but be taken aback by the man's rapid change of demeanor. To switch between 2 such contrasting expressions so seamlessly was indicative of an extraordinary individual. With a stoic expression, Li Tianran nodded in agreement. Very well. I shan't hold it against you. Come here. As he spoke, he beckoned to Kuei over. The Kuei approached with a grim demeanor. What do you wish to say? Smack! Suddenly, Li Tianran lifted his leg and kicked Kuei squarely in the abdomen through the gap in the gate. The force was so great that Kuei let out a pained cry. Clutching his stomach and falling to his knees, "You kicked my gate, and I've returned the favor. We're even now." Li Tianran dusted off his pants and glanced at the astonished Rinzone. "If there's nothing else, please take your leave." Having spoken, Li Tiankai glanced at the kneeling figure of Decay, whose face bore an array of bruises. He suddenly chuckled. "Oh, so it turns out that even formidable figures can feel pain when struck. I had assumed that with your wealth and connections, you would be impervious to harm. Haha." Li Tiankai's sardonic tone flushed Rin Zhao's fair complexion with a hint of indignation. I could see that moment. Rin Zhao wished fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. It was utterly humiliating. His words clearly mocked them all. Just moments ago, she had intended to intimidate Li Tiankai with money, while the Kuei sought to frighten him with his influential background. Yet now, they were brutally stung by a single phrase, leaving their dignity in tatters. "We realize we have overstepped, and we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused," Bai Jingyan said with palpable regret. He then produced a pen and notebook from his pocket, rapidly inscribing a series of digits before tearing off the page and handing it to Li Tiankai. "This is my telephone number. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to reach out at any time." Li Tiankai paused in silence for a moment, extending his hand to accept the slip of paper from Bai Jingyan. "My apologies. Farewell." Bai Jingyan inclined his body slightly in a bow to Li Tiankai, before turning to walk towards the Mercedes parked nearby. Li Tiankai squinted his eyes, that he increasingly felt that this individual possessed a rather unsettling cunning. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Before this man, he had struck one of his subordinates. Yet instead of displaying anger, Bai Jingyan had smiled and provided his contact information. Such a person could either be a coward or a classic smooth talker, and judging by the decisive manner in which he had slapped the burly man just moments ago, it was evident he was no coward. Moreover, could there be cowards among the ranks of Tianrun Corporation? Thus, only the latter possibility remained. Li Tiankai inhaled softly, unafraid of those brutal and frenzied adversaries, yet he was reluctant to be targeted by such a duplicitous schemer. However, the die was cast, and he could only respond to the challenge as it presented itself. "You are the first to dare to reject my business card." I could see that moment. Rin Zhao's voice rang out, cold and composed. "Perhaps your business card is not as valuable as you imagine?" Li Tiankai pondered for a moment, shrugged, and replied with a smile. Rin Zhao's brow twitched, and a spark of anger flickered in her eyes. "I will remember you. At your age, how can you still resort to such childish taunts as a sore loser in a fight?" Li Tiankai observed Rin Zhao, letting out a sigh, as he shook his head in apparent disappointment. "Making threats to intimidate others is the behavior of a 5-year-old. Can't you be a little more mature?" You. Rin Zhao could no longer contain herself, feeling that if she remained there any longer, she might lose her composed demeanor and strike Li Tiankai like a shrew. With a loud slam, she closed the car door, pulled down the sunshade, and made Li Tiankai disappear from her sight. "Let's drive," Bai Jingyan instructed Kuei in a gentle tone. The Mercedes roared to life, turning to drive away. Watching the car fade into the distance, Li Tiankai suddenly broke into laughter. "Retrieve the location of a Falcon warrior," he commanded, and the system immediately conjured a series of images within his mind that resembled an electronic map interface, where a red was rapidly moving. That was the Falcon warrior 01, which had stealthily infiltrated the Mercedes during the exchange between Bai Jingyan and Li Tiankai. At that moment, it functioned like a GPS, continuously providing Li Tiankai with the locations of Bai Jingyan and his companions. Indeed, Li Tiankai harbored suspicions regarding their intentions. The moment he heard Ren Xiao mention Tianrun Corporation, he began to doubt their motives. This time, he decided to take the initiative after a full day of diligent work. Li Tiankai had completed 1/3 of the excavation for the fish pond before dinner. It was a significant undertaking, not something one could finish in a day. Thus, he had no intention of working overtime that evening. For someone accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, overtime was out of the question. Moreover, it was now time to prepare dinner. Upon returning to the small building, he found the television broadcasting the day's news. Greetings to all viewers. Today marks the 10th day since the Great Catastrophe, with the cumulative death toll on Blue Star reaching 38.6 million. The Yinhuang Federation has recorded 4.7 million deaths. Currently, the federal government is actively mobilizing reserve supplies. We urge the public to remain calm and refrain from panic-buying food from supermarkets. Only through unity and adherence to guidance can we overcome this global disaster. The host's opening remarks were a mere string of unnutritious platitudes. Today, we have invited expert Leon Tian from the Agricultural Bureau to discuss the current situation and how to win this war without gunpowder. An elderly expert with graying hair smiled as he adjusted his collar before addressing the camera. Hello, everyone. Good day to you, host. I am Leon Tian from the Agricultural Bureau. It has been 10 days since the land was ravaged by radiation. In this short span, we have faced unprecedented calamities. The soil has been contaminated by radiation, rendering all plants and crops highly toxic, with their fruits exhibiting even greater toxicity. After thorough analysis and research, we have discovered that the toxins in these irradiated crops pose a lethal threat to both humans and animals. To date, we have not encountered a single case of survival following the consumption of toxic crops. Upon hearing this, Li Tiankai recalled Xiao Tian, who is now deceased. Expert Liang continued, as is well known, the ancient saying, "Food is the foremost necessity of the people," holds true. Regardless of the time, grain remains humanity's primary resource for survival, that we are now confronted with a monumental challenge. Securing supplies. Our tests indicate that the current land is no longer suitable for cultivation. This is indeed unfortunate news. It means that henceforth those green plants, including grains and vegetables, can no longer thrive in the soil. However, do not lose heart. Do not despair. The Yinhuang Federation possesses mature, soilless cultivation technology. After conducting overnight research, we have reached a conclusion. In 3 months at most, we will be able to harvest the first batch of large-scale soilless crops. At that time, the issue of food shortages will be resolved. In that moment, countless individuals gathered around their televisions erupted with excitement. They finally glimpsed a ray of hope. Even the host's eyes glistened with tears as they applauded. This is truly magnificent news. From this moment on, let us patiently await the dawn that lies just ahead. At that moment, the entire nation rejoiced. Yet Li Tiankai's expression remained grave. He did not believe that the issue of food shortages could be resolved in 3 months. While soilless cultivation indeed circumvents the need for seeds to touch toxic soil, it still requires nutrient solutions to sustain plant growth, and those nutrient solutions necessitate copious amounts of water for dilution. Li Tiankai remembered all too well. The second cataclysm was intricately tied to water. Humanity had already lost its land. If they were to lose water as well, it could truly spell disaster for their very existence. However, following his previous experience of frantically searching for missing persons on the forum, Li Tiankai refrained from issuing a warning. At least, he dared not do so for the time being. Unless the entire Yinhuang faced a calamity, he would not easily reveal his hand. Moreover, ever since he eliminated Liang Tianyu, no further posts seeking missing persons had appeared on the forum. Such is the irony of fate. Li Tiankai had initially intended to investigate the identity of the poster, but now it seemed he had been spared that trouble. Half an hour later, while the global populace munched on hard bread and consumed plain boiled noodles with only salt, dreaming of an end to the food crisis in 3 months, Li Tiankai and Hanin were sweating profusely as they savored a spicy hot pot on the induction cooker. Plates of beef balls and slices of lamb were tossed into the pot, releasing an enticing aroma as the crimson broth bubbled. Here, dip it in a bit of sesame sauce. Hanin offered a small bowl, already garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro. The combination of lamb slices and sesame sauce was a match made in heaven. After taking a bite, Li Tiankai felt invigorated by the delectable taste. In truth, the ideal accompaniment for lamb should be a clear broth hot pot, preserving the meat's inherent freshness. However, the recent drop in temperature had been exceptionally severe. Thus, Li Tianran also relished the fiery flavors to satiate his desire, which made him break into a sweat. Since the cataclysmic event known as the catastrophe era, the temperature fluctuations between day and night had become increasingly extreme. The peak daytime temperature hovered around -2 to 3 degrees Celsius, while at night, it could plummet to a staggering -50 degrees. Even individuals clad in 3 layers of down jackets felt the bone-chilling winds, which pierced through them, causing discomfort throughout their bodies. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the howling winds outside began to intensify. Tion Ran unlocked his phone and glanced at a few photographs in a WeChat group chat with former university classmates. The images depicted individuals bundled in layers of coats, shivering as they stood in a long queue at a food supply point, awaiting their turn to purchase provisions. Gao Lu exclaimed, "This dreadful weather is freezing me to death. I can hardly fathom how long I must wait in this seemingly endless line." Licia interjected, "Gao Lu, what is the daily quota for your city? In my community, each household is allocated merely half a kilogram of rice daily. And sometimes, we struggle to even secure that. It's utterly infuriating." Since graduation, the group chat had seen a significant decline in participation as classmates ventured into different cities and pursued various careers, leading to a diminished common ground for conversation. Yet at this moment, a calamity once again united the scattered classmates in discussion over a shared topic. The WeChat group soon buzzed with activity, predominantly filled with grievances about the scarcity of food and the hardships of life. Tion Ran observed silently, refraining from contributing to the discourse. His relationship with his university peers was not particularly close during their academic years, although they had yet to leave the confines of the campus. Some students had already adopted societal values, prioritizing networking over genuine friendships. Individuals like Tion Ran, hailing from less affluent backgrounds, often found it challenging to gain widespread acceptance. At this juncture, Galo, who had been actively engaging in the group chat, unexpectedly mentioned Tion Ran. By the way, I heard that Tion Ran returned home to farm after graduation. That I laughed for several days at the thought of a distinguished graduate from a 211 university becoming a farmer. In hindsight, he may have possessed foresight, as food shortages are rampant now. Surely, he isn't enduring hunger like the rest of us, that he has probably transformed into his own by trading grain. If only I had known, I would have returned to the countryside to farm as well. Wang Nanan replied, "Gaolo, are you foolish? All global crops have been devastated by toxins. Tion Ran's harvest is likely a complete loss as well. He may end up suffering tremendous losses. What makes you think he has become his own?" Gao Lu chuckled. "True enough. After all, Tion Ran relies on the land for sustenance. The heavens have truly conspired against him, shattering his livelihood to pieces." Wang Nanan taunted Tion Ran, "Old classmate, come forth and share your current state as a so-called great farmer entrepreneur." Zhao Yuhao interjected, "Enough of this. We are all classmates. Tion Ran has done nothing to provoke you. Is it truly entertaining to mock him?" Gao Lu countered, "Who is mocking him? We merely mentioned him in passing." Wang Nanan chimed in, "Exactly. Am I not allowed to speak the truth?" Zhao Yuhao retorted, "You're all being ridiculous." Tion Ran observed the exchange between Gao Lu and Wang Nanan with an impassive expression. Although a year had passed since graduation, he still retained vivid memories of both individuals. Gao Lu, his roommate, had a penchant for belittling others to elevate himself, as if such behavior could transform his own mediocrity into superiority in the eyes of others. Conversely, Wang Nanan, hailing from a well-off family, rumored to have a father employed in a government agency, had been pampered since childhood, leading her to develop a rather unpleasant attitude, often perceiving herself as superior to her peers. During their university years, Wang Nanan and Tion Ran had clashed over scholarship for impoverished students. A classmate, Wang Chong, whose parents suffered from chronic illnesses, desperately needed the financial aid. However, Wang Nanan also applied for the same scholarship. That it was not uncommon for the allocation of such funds to bypass those in genuine need, with some individuals who were not impoverished receiving the grants. Due to her father's influence, Wang Nanan effortlessly secured the scholarship, despite her family's affluence. That on the day the funds were announced, Tion Ran boldly confronted Wang Nanan and the instructor in front of the entire class, questioning, how is it possible for someone from such a wealthy family to be recognized as an impoverished student? Meanwhile, Wang Chong, who truly needs it, has been overlooked. That is this a matter of evaluating need, or merely a contest of familial connections? Tion Ran's outburst stunned his classmates. While it was an open secret that Wang Nanan sought the funds and the instructor likely sought favor with her father, everyone had chosen to remain silent to avoid offending either party. However, now that Li Tianran had shattered the pretense, silence was no longer an option. The incident escalated to the school administration, resulting in Wang Nanan's disqualification and a reprimand for the instructor, who was subsequently reassigned from Li Tianran's class. From that point onward, an irreparable rift formed between Wang Nanan and Li Tianran. Even now, she seized the opportunity to ridicule him. The group chat did not remain chaotic for long. Zhao Yuhao, perhaps wishing to distance himself from Wang Nanan, swiftly muted the group notifications. Sensing her victory in Zhao Yuhao's silence, Wang Nanan declared, "It's far better to work in an office. Our director personally arranged for some gifts from the food procurement center for me. No waiting in line. I initially felt a bit embarrassed, but since he had a favor to ask of my father, I boldly accepted. I checked earlier. It's some marinated delicacies. Finally, I can indulge in something hearty tonight." She shared a photo displaying packages of marinated snacks, resembling pickled chicken feet and legs, typically priced at a few dollars each in supermarkets. However, due to the food scarcity, the price had skyrocketed to an astonishing $200 per package, an outrageous sum. Though these items were ordinarily unremarkable, they had transformed into rare delicacies in the current climate, especially after days of subsisting on bland boiled noodles. Gala commented, "I envy you. Having a good father is truly advantageous. Here I am, braving the freezing winds to queue for food, while you're at home gnawing on chicken legs. What a disparity. Is your father in need of another son?" Zhou Ning added, "I second that inquiry." Fan Pengfei chimed in, "Nan, can we do a live stream? I want to deceive myself into believing I'm not eating pickled vegetables, but rather a grand chicken leg." Following this, Fan Pengfei posted a picture of plain instant noodles accompanied by pickled vegetables, accompanied by a crying emoji. Wang Nanan replied, "Sure, Fan Pengfei, I'll indulge you." At that moment, a flurry of images suddenly erupted in the group chat that it was from Li Tianran, in a steaming hot pot. Tender slices of lamb danced in the bubbling broth, radiating an alluring sheen. Fiery red chilies mingled with meatballs, evoking an irresistible appetite at just a glance. Beside it, an electric grill sizzled with thick, juicy steaks, their surfaces glistening golden brown. Most importantly, on the side of the hot pot, a plate brimming with vibrant green vegetables sat enticingly that instant. The WeChat group fell into a stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Li Tianran finally typed a message. "Oh dear. My apologies, I sent this to the wrong group. Let me retract that." He followed up with another message. "Regrettably, it seems too much time has passed for me to retract it." Li Tianran sent another message in the group. Wang Nanan stared at the photo Li Tianran had posted, struggling to swallow her own pickled chicken feet, suddenly feeling as though they had lost all appeal. She screamed inwardly, "This is impossible. Food is so precious now. How could a mere farmer like Li Tianran possibly procure such a feast, especially including the most coveted vegetables?" Fan Pengfei exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this real? Li Tianran, you scoundrel. In such circumstances, you're eating hot pot. Are you trying to tempt us?" Zhou Ning questioned, "Is this for real? You didn't just pull this from the internet, did you?" Upon Zhou Ning's inquiry, Li Tianran responded with a selfie of himself popping a meatball into his mouth. Zhou Ning exclaimed, "This is real. Ah, Li Tianran, you're so wicked. We're all starving, and you're indulging in such luxury. It is utterly unfair." He concluded with a dramatic crying emoji. Wang Nanan felt her heart raced. In that moment, waves of rage surged within her. Why? Why is it that a farmer like you can enjoy a more comfortable existence during these trying times than I can? You ought to be residing in a drafty house, gnawing on hard, cold-steamed buns. Wang Nanan was on the verge of losing her mind. Li Tiangan was clearly intent on provoking her. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Just as she was flaunting her marinated delicacies, he presented pictures of hot pot. Compared to the steaming, spicy hot pot, the frozen, long-preserved pickled chili delicacies were utterly unappealing. Yet, gazing at those images, Wang Nanan was infuriated. With eyes sharp as an eagle's, she desperately sought to pinpoint any flaw. Wang Nanan. Some individuals, no matter how they adorn themselves in royal garments, will never embody a prince. Even when fortune smiles upon them, they fail to relish it. Lamb should not be cooked in a red broth, lest it compromise the meat's inherent freshness. Moreover, authentic lamb hot pot requires a technique of 7 dips and 8 lifts. One must grasp the lamb with chopsticks and immerse it in the broth 7 times before it is ready to eat, for that is when the flavor is at its peak. Clearly, you have overcooked it, causing the lamb to fall apart. Wang Nan continued. Furthermore, a fine steak must be chosen from the tenderloin, the least exercised part of the cow. Hence, its texture is remarkably tender with minimal fat. The optimal doneness is medium rare, yet the exterior of the steak in your picture appears charred, and it lacks even the most basic accompaniments of black pepper and onions. Wang Nan added, as for beverages, how can one pair a steak with cheap, bottled fruit juice? The taste of industrial saccharin will ruin the savory essence of the steak, imparting a bitter flavor to the meat. Wang Nan concluded. In summary, Li Tiangong, you clearly lack even the most rudimentary understanding of dining etiquette. She sent a flurry of messages, each articulated from a professional perspective, and as she beheld her words, a sense of victorious joy engulfed her. Speechless are we. Do you truly believe that a few photographs can showcase your superiority? Nonsense. You are left utterly speechless by my retort. Wang Nan thought, brimming with pride. The chat group fell silent, seemingly eager to witness how Li Tiangong would respond. Li Tiangong, upon reading Wang Nan's lengthy tirade, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He picked up his phone and replied with just a few words. You possess a wealth of knowledge and expertise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would remain oblivious. Wang Nan raised an eyebrow at his response. Could it be that Li Tiangong had conceded? However, he quickly followed up, but I have food. You have none. These 2 statements, accompanied by a photo of him holding both steak and garlic, were sent forth with the remark, I truly admire you. I wish to hear more about dining etiquette. Your lectures are quite appetizing. The group was initially silent for several seconds before erupting with excitement once more. Zhou Ning, Li Tiangong, you have a remarkable talent for roasting people. Ha! Fan Pengfei, such a master of sarcasm. Song Juncture, when it comes to the art of satire, I would gladly call you the strongest. Wu Lei. I have received professional training. No matter how amusing the situation, I won't laugh, unless I can't help but snicker. Ha ha! The WeChat group exploded with laughter at Li Tiangong's remarks. Wang Nan's face flushed with anger. After a lengthy discourse, she found herself utterly dismantled by Li Tiangong's succinct and straightforward retort. Li Tiangong, by the way, what were you saying earlier? Your supervisor at work had a favor to ask of your father, and he procured some marinated delicacies from the grain procurement point for you. If I recall correctly, according to wartime regulations, no individual or organization is permitted to remove supplies from the procurement point by any means other than normal queue purchases. Your supervisor has violated protocol, hasn't he? No, to be precise. It should be termed illegal, shouldn't it? Li Tiangong. I've taken screenshots to report this. Please refer to me as the beacon of righteousness. Wang Nan, staring at her phone, felt a buzzing in her head. Ultimately, she struggled to catch her breath and fainted from sheer rage. Li Tiangong set down his phone. A smile gracing his lips. That moment, he felt exhilarated, immensely so. He was not one to indulge in pretentiousness, but he relished the opportunity to take down those who did. Han Hui, observing Li Tiangong, blinked and asked, Dabo, why are you so happy? Nothing, just eating. Eating. Li Tiangong did not wish to divulge the matter to Han Hui. So he cheerfully picked up a chopstick full of vegetables and placed it in Han Hui's bowl, which was already brimming with slices of lamb. Eat more vegetables to supplement your vitamins. Dabo, have some watermelon juice. Han Hui, being quite considerate, pushed the cup toward him. Freshly squeezed, I added carrot. It tastes great. Li Tiangong took a couple of sips, patting his belly contentedly. There is no need to pair steak with red wine. Juice without saccharin is truly delightful. By the end of the meal, the freezer was nearly empty, with only 2 or 3 pieces of meat remaining. Li Tiangong weighed them in his hands, estimating they amounted to 3 or 4 pounds. These will suffice to pay old Yang's rent. He mused, it has been 10 days. The farming area is now on track. It has time to consider raising some chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. In recent days, the agricultural robots had completed the transformation of the former livestock area. Although the space was less than an acre, it was sufficient for Li Tiangan's initial investment in raising livestock to sustain his and his sister's daily needs. Once he accumulated more points, he planned to expand the livestock area to match the size of the planting area. However, all of this could wait until tomorrow. Li Tiangan glanced at the clock on the wall, a slight smile forming on his lips. Let us first wrap up tonight's affairs. In Nansheng, at the Hehe Villa district. Inside a villa, Ren Xiao pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Bai, this is my home that I must trouble you to stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you a new residence. Bai Jingyan wore a warm smile. Ren, I appreciate your hospitality. You may choose from 4 rooms on the lower floor, but by the way, please refrain from knocking on doors after midnight, if there is something urgent. Use the room phone to contact each other. Ren Xiao quickly organized. Dinner will be prepared and delivered to your rooms. Despite the current grain shortage, such concerns pose no issue for someone of Ren Xiao's means. Her wealth afforded her the luxury of living gracefully even in these trying times. All right, Bai Jingyan nodded, speaking gently. I apologize for the inconvenience. Behind Bai Jingyan, 2 burly men entered a room on the first floor, carrying luggage. Upon seeing this, Ren Xiao turned and headed upstairs. Just then, she seemed to hear a noise, furrowing her brow as she scanned her surroundings, murmuring, in this frigid weather, could there still be mosquitoes? A hummingbird, gleaming with metallic luster, slipped through the gaps of the door and window, silently darting toward the second floor, unseen by Ren Xiao. Half an hour later, Li Tiangan had Little Black accompany Han Hui to bed while he stepped outside the small building. The biting cold wind did not chill him. Ever since his attribute points had increased, his resistance to the cold seemed to have markedly improved. The frigid night air, sharp as a blade, brushed against him. Yet he felt no discomfort. Warmth radiated from him, as if he were a human furnace. The harsh environment was of little consequence. He rolled a motorcycle out of the storage shed, donned his helmet, and checked the location of Hummingbird number 01 on the system interface. Li Tiangan turned the key to start the engine, roaring out of the farm. Yes, tonight he was to embark on a night shift in the infirmary. No, he was to venture into the dragon's lair. The events of the day lingered in his mind. He sensed that the appearance of Ren Xiao and her companions was no mere coincidence. To avoid being caught off guard as he had been during the previous Liang Tianyu incident, Li Tiangan resolved to take the initiative, nipping the danger in the bud. Based on the system's transmission of Hummingbird No. 01's location, Li Tiangan quickly zeroed in on a specific site. He was familiar with the Hehe Villa district, having previously delivered his pesticide-free rice there to affluent residents before the disaster. Under the cover of darkness, Li Tiangan stealthily parked his motorcycle and effortlessly infiltrated the villa area. Although security had tightened since the catastrophe, he was well prepared. However, the security team was composed entirely of ordinary individuals, and Li Tianran did not take them seriously. The towering 2-meter-high walls posed no challenge for him, as he easily vaulted over them with a single running leap. Due to the severe weather conditions, the temperature had plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees, leading to a significant reduction in the patrol frequency of the security team, with most of them huddled inside the monitoring room. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across one of the split screens in the monitoring room, causing the image to jolt momentarily. Who? Stop playing with your phone and take the team out for a round, the security captain said with a frown, holding a teacup that a young security guard seated in front of the monitoring computer finally lifted his head. Shutting off the game honor of kings and grumbling, Captain, it's freezing out there. Every time we go out, I feel like I'm turning into a popsicle. I beg you. Please don't make me lead the patrol. Enough nonsense. There are requirements for the number of patrols each day, the captain retorted harshly. At least pretend to be doing your job. In this dreadful weather, even thieves don't want to venture out. Dahu muttered under his breath, grabbing his baton and leading a few others out of the monitoring room. Throughout this time, they paid little attention to the surveillance footage. Itianran easily pinpointed the location of Hummingbird No. 1, situated within a villa in the northern part of a residential area. At that moment, all the lights on the first floor of the villa were extinguished, leaving only a single room on the second floor illuminated. With lights spilling through the gaps in the curtains, that he avoided the patrolling security guards, employing both hands and feet to skillfully ascend the 3-story building via the drainage pipes, making not a single sound. Currently, Hummingbird number 1 occupied the only lit room on the second floor. Unfortunately, the most rudimentary combat warrior lacked real-time recording capabilities. Lition ran perched on the rooftop, hooking one foot around a pole of the waterproof rain cover, and pressed his body against the window, peering through the fabric of the curtains to glimpse the scene within. To his astonishment, the occupant of the room was none other than the female CEO, Rin Xiao, who had handed him her business card earlier that day. She appeared to be preparing for bed. The air conditioning was set to a high temperature, and she was clad in a form-fitting silk nightgown, exposing a generous expanse of her fair skin above her chest. That moment, she sat at her vanity, applying skincare products, her alabaster fingers delicately gliding over her long thighs, creating an undeniably striking impression. Li Tianran suddenly felt his breath quicken. Calm down, stay composed, he reminded himself repeatedly. Li Tianran, in this precarious situation, you must maintain the clearest mind and the most rational judgment. Beneath this woman's beautiful exterior may lie a heart of unparalleled ruthlessness. Her visit to the farm today was merely a test, a means to seek vengeance for Liang Tianyu. With this psychological suggestion in mind, Li Tianran swiftly regained his composure. He squinted and shifted his gaze away from Rin Xiao, beginning to search the room for other items of interest, such as weapons or documents, but was met with failure. Due to the narrow gaps in the curtains, his field of vision was severely limited. It seems I must find a way in, he muttered to himself. Rin Xiao gently placed the expensive moisturizing cream worth 8,000 on her vanity, then gazed at herself in the mirror. Suddenly pouting, whether I wear makeup or not, I look fabulous, she mused. Rin Xiao, you're not just capable at work and beautiful. You make it impossible for others to thrive. How can you be so fortunate? No, it's not luck. It's what you deserve. You've worked hard, and this is your reward, she exclaimed. Sometimes being too outstanding can be a burden. Rin Xiao continued to praise herself, her expression playful, but if someone familiar with her were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. The iron-willed CEO, known for her decisive and stern demeanor, was revealing such a playful, girlish side. Which one was the true Rin Xiao? The aloof CEO at the office or the self-indulgent girl now? Perhaps both existed within her. However, in the corporate environment, she was compelled to be a ruthless leader. Yet in her private sanctuary, she could afford to be authentic, free from the judgment of others. After all, she was only 24 years old. How could she possibly embody the unyielding nature of those in their 40s or 50s? At her core, she was merely a young woman who had just stepped out of university a year ago. Rin Xiao mused, and for some reason, thoughts of that infuriating young man from earlier in the day resurfaced. You're the first to dare reject me, and in front of so many people. Do I not deserve any respect? She gritted her teeth, seizing a nearby teddy bear and delivering a few punches. You better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel and call me queen. With that, she picked up the teddy bear and, in a husky voice mimicking Li Tianran, shook it while bowing. Queen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Rin Xiao burst into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, outside, Li Tianran was left dumbfounded, watching Rin Xiao, who was seemingly enjoying herself so thoroughly. His expression froze. Was his target a split personality? He felt a twinge of fear. After some more playful blows to the teddy bear, Rin Xiao seemed to have vented her frustration and hopped on her bed. Lights off. Time for bed. Upon hearing her command, the smart lighting system instantly extinguished the lights in the room. Rin Xiao closed her eyes. Her daily routine was meticulously structured. She would always retire to bed before 10 o'clock and rise at 6 the next morning to practice yoga for half an hour. However, today, she had been delayed by some paperwork, and by the time she finished washing up, it was nearly midnight. This schedule had been customized for her by her personal doctor. Typically, she would fall asleep within 10 minutes of getting into bed. But for some reason, tonight, an odd noise seemed to disturb her peace, preventing her from drifting off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Was it a mosquito? Or perhaps a beetle? Rin Xiao strained to identify the source of the sound, when suddenly she heard a faint tap from the direction of the window, akin to an insect trapped in a glass bottle, yearning to escape but repeatedly thwarted by the glass barrier. Annoying bug. Rin Xiao grumbled, rising from her bed to open the window and allow the intruding insect to escape. S for squashing it. She dared not. She found the thought of its colorful insides quite revolting. What if it splattered on her? Just the thought was terrifying. Despite her authoritative presence at the office, she was quite timid at heart. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtains and spotted a finger-sized flying bug gently banging against the glass. She carefully unlocked the window and pulled it open just enough to create a gap for the insect to fly out. However, just at that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Suddenly, a pale hand reached through the gap, gripping the window's edge and forcefully pushing it open, expanding the originally 5-inch opening to half a meter. In an instant, a shadowy figure slipped through the window. Ren Xiao felt her mind go blank. At midnight, a ghostly hand pushed the window open, and a shadow intruded. In that moment, countless horror films she had watched rushed to her mind. The Village of the Damned, Mr. Vampire, The Ring. But the next second, she realized the intruder was no specter but a real person, for she could see their silhouette illuminated by the starlight. Ren Xiao spun and dashed toward her bedroom door, upon realizing the intruder was human. Her fear intensified. That in today's world, those with malicious intent were far more terrifying than any specter. Suddenly, she felt a chilly hand grip her shoulder. Instantly, her surroundings warped. The world spun as her body was lifted high and then slammed down onto the bed. Her pupils dilated as she realized the assailant possessed extraordinary strength. With one hand, they had effortlessly hoisted her, a near 50-kilogram woman, and their speed was alarming. This was a hardened criminal. Li Tianran firmly pressed his hand over Ren Zhao's mouth, then positioned himself in an extremely unseemly manner atop her thigh. His intentions were not to take advantage of the situation, but rather to utilize his physical superiority to subdue her and prevent any resistance or escape. With Li Tianran wearing a mask, Ren Xiao could not discern his features, yet she understood the course of action she ought to take. The intrusion of an outsider could only be motivated by a desire for wealth. And she had plenty of money. If I release you, you must not scream. Do you comprehend? Li Tianran narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice to whisper in her ear. That moment, he was not preoccupied with the exquisite form beneath him. He had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. Should he discover that this woman was indeed seeking vengeance for Liang Tianyu, he would have no choice but to act decisively tonight. Noticing Ren Zhao's slight nod, Li Tianran gradually loosened his grip on her mouth. There is money in the nightstand, all in non-sequential notes, along with some jewelry and gold. Take it all. Ren Xiao, who had initially been flustered, now appeared remarkably composed. As long as you do not harm me, I will not call the police. You are rather cooperative. Li Tianran rasped, a cold smirk escaping his lips. And my life is worth far more than that cash and jewelry. Ren Xiao replied calmly, I advise you to seriously consider my words, that if you take the money and leave, even if things come alight later, you would merely be charged with robbery. The police are stretched thin. They likely won't pursue you. However, if you harm me, the situation will escalate dramatically. I am the general manager of Tianrun Corporation. Should anything happen to me, many will pressure the police, and you will find it impossible to escape. Li Tianran regarded Ren Xiao with surprise. Most women in such a predicament would have long succumbed to tears and despair. Yet Ren Xiao displayed no signs of fear, articulating her thoughts with remarkable clarity. Truly extraordinary. Suddenly, Li Tianran chuckled, feigning anger as he grasped her delicate chin, growling. Do you think this will intimidate me? Who told you I came to rob you? Ren Xiao froze momentarily, contemplating a terrifying possibility. A shiver coursing through her body. Actually, don't be deceived by my appearance. My personal life is quite chaotic, and I have a contagious disease, she stammered. Fear gripped her. She believed Li Tianran was after something far more sinister. Since the cataclysm, many had succumbed to despair, recklessly indulging their inner desires, leading to a surge in reports of women being assaulted. Now, as darkness fell, women dared not venture out alone. Ren Xiao felt a wave of pity wash over her. She had never even had a boyfriend. If this criminal were to take her innocence, it would be a fate worse than death. Are you insane? Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Seeing her words seemed to have some effect. Ren Xiao nodded vigorously. I have HIV. Do you understand? A terminal illness. Isn't that a fortunate coincidence? Li Tianran suddenly grinned malevolently, leaning closer to her ear. I have it too. Let us not judge each other. Ren Xiao was left dumbfounded by his declaration. You bastard! At that moment, Ren Xiao finally broke down. Thrashing wildly, Li Tianran covered her mouth with one hand while pinning her down with the other. He then frowned and said, I have 2 questions for you. Answer me honestly, and I shall release you. Otherwise, well, his sinister chuckle sent chills down Ren Xiao's spine. Tell me, is Liang Tianyu someone you had eliminated? Li Tianran abruptly shifted his tone, releasing her mouth, his voice laced with menace. Why else would you have failed to uncover the murderer of Liang Tianyu until now? Upon hearing Li Tianran's words, Ren Xiao's eyes widened in shock as she stuttered. Why, you are Liang Tianyu's subordinate. Liang Tianyu has done me a great favor. His death was shrouded in mystery, and I seek vengeance. Li Tianran's gaze bore into her, a flash of murderous intent emerging. I have heard you have been investigating the cause of Liang Tianyu's death. Hand over all the information you possess. I wish to examine it. Ren Xiao exhaled in relief. So this criminal was merely a friend of Liang Tianyu, here to seek the one responsible for his death. Listen, both the police and I are investigating the circumstances surrounding Liang Tianyu's demise. But the leads are too tenuous to pinpoint the true culprit in the short term, she explained, her expression one of resignation. I am not a professional detective. I am merely a businessman. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes, then demanded, You must be deceiving me. Otherwise, after all this time, how could you have no inkling of a direction? At the very least, there should be several suspects. Provide me with their information, and I will investigate myself. Ren Xiao felt on the verge of breaking down. That I truly do not know who to suspect. Liang Tianyu had too many enemies in Nanqing. Moreover, prior to his disappearance, he appeared to be conspiring with some of his trusted subordinates. However, those subordinates have all vanished, and there are no recordings or documents. She explained that I cannot even ascertain who he interacted with shortly before his death. How can I identify potential suspects? Li Tianran, upon hearing this, finally released a breath he had been holding. It seemed Liang Tianyu had wished to keep everything to himself, not realizing his extreme secrecy would leave no clues for others to find the murderer. Furthermore, given Liang Tianyu's multitude of enemies, even within Tianran Corporation, it remained unclear whether his demise was due to personal vendettas or disputes over interests. In summary, Li Tianran was entirely safe. Now, can you release me? Ren Xiao asked softly. Tianran narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized her, when suddenly he heard an exceedingly faint sound of a lock being turned from outside the door. His eyes sharpened instantly. The sound of the lock turning was almost imperceptible, even in the stillness of the night, yet Li Tianran heard it with crystal clarity. The ability to withstand radiation had heightened his senses significantly. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his face as he swiftly struck Ren Xiao at the nape of her neck, causing her to emit a muffled groan before collapsing unconscious. Outside the door, in the darkness, De Kuei and another burly man stood on either side of Ren Xiao's door. De Kuei gently grasping the doorknob and cautiously turning it. In truth, Li Tianran had underestimated the situation. Ren Xiao's villa was equipped with an alarm system, cleverly concealed, installed beneath the windowsills and at the base of the doors. Within the villa, every room had these 2 pressure sensors. Should anyone step onto the windowsill and infiltrate a room, the sensors would trigger the alarm system. 3 minutes earlier, the housekeeper on the first floor was awakened by the alarm and swiftly notified the security team. However, to be on the safe side, she first informed Bai Jingyan and others residing in the adjacent room, hoping to ascertain what was amiss in Ren Xiao's room before the security team arrived. After rendering Ren Xiao unconscious, Li Tianran intended to leap out the window. However, at that moment, he noticed several beams of flashlight illuminating the area outside, swiftly approaching. Trouble loomed. Li Tianran's heart sank. Based on the number of flashlights, it was evident that there were at least 10 individuals. Should he jump out the window, he would undoubtedly encounter them. The disparity in numbers was too great. Escaping would be nearly impossible. As his thoughts raced, Li Tianran soon made a decision, stealthily advancing towards the doorway of Ren Xiao's room. De Kuei stood outside, his eyes radiating a menacing glare, his arms bulging with muscle, while the other burly man held a knife in a reverse grip. indicating he was certainly not the assistant Bai Jingyan had described. What kind of research assistant would know how to hold a knife more securely in reverse? The doorknob at Kuei's hand turned slowly as they both held their breath, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. As their countdown reached its conclusion, Kuei turned the knob to its lowest point, and in that very instant, both men surged into Rin Zhao's room. Simultaneously, the housekeeper on the first floor decisively shut off the main switch for the emergency lighting. In an instant, the dark villa was flooded with blinding light from the emergency lamps in every room. In the depths of darkness, after several minutes, if one is suddenly exposed to blinding light, their vision may be temporarily obscured for a span of 3 to 5 seconds. Kuei and another burly man had devised an astute plan. They intended to exploit this fleeting moment to conclude the battle. At the instant the lights illuminated the room, they swiftly closed their eyes and charged in with vigor. Yet in the next heartbeat, a cacophony of shattering objects and anguished cries erupted from Rin Zhao's chamber. Boom! Kuei was ejected from a room at a velocity surpassing that with which he had entered, as if he had been struck by a rampaging bull, letting out a cry as he collided with a pillar by the staircase on the second floor. Promptly losing consciousness, inside the room, Li Tianran gripped the remnants of a broken chair. Having anticipated Kuei's entrance, he swung the chair and sent Kuei flying out. The solid would splintered instantaneously, leaving only 2 hefty armrests in his grasp. "I'll kill you," roared the other burly man, brandishing a dagger that resembled a serpent's fangs, lunging at Li Tianran with lethal intent. Although his opponent wielded a weapon, the dagger was too short. Li Tianran deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and with lightning speed, brought down the armrest upon the man's wrist. Crack! The solid wood struck with a resounding snap, causing the man to howl in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Thud! Li Tianran aimed for the man's knee and struck downward with both feet, forcing him to kneel. "Tell your boss, until Liang's vendetta is avenged, this matter is far from over. I shall return," Li Tianran growled, his voice low and menacing, before pivoting and sprinting out the door, leaping down the staircase. The distance between the second floor and the first was merely 4 meters, a height Li Tianran could easily descend unscathed. The security team was on the verge of arriving. He needed to vacate the villa as swiftly as possible. Just as he was about to escape, a gentle voice interrupted, belonging to Bai Jingyan. Dressed in a blue shirt, standing at the base of the stairs with his hands in his pockets, blocking Li Tianran's path to freedom, a calm smile adorning his face. "Sir, you appear to lack basic courtesy." Li Tianran landed, his body coiled like a spring. He dismissed the seemingly frail Bai Jingyan, believing that if he had easily subdued 2 burly men akin to bears, this little sprout would pose no challenge. Whoosh! Li Tianran propelled himself off the ground, akin to a great eagle diving toward Bai Jingyan. Bai Jingyan's expression shifted abruptly. In that instant, Li Tianran perceived the delicate scholar Fa Ade vanish from Bai Jingyan's countenance. Simultaneously, an intensely sharp aura radiated from him. Bai Jingyan bent his waist, lowering his center of gravity, his legs bending like a taut bow brimming with power, with a sudden push-off from his toes. He surged forward 2 meters, launching himself into the air, his right knee descending upon Li Tianran like a cannonball. Li Tianran felt a fierce wind rush at him. His pupils constricted as he drew back his right arm and countered with a punch. Boom! A resounding thud echoed in the air as Li Tianran's fist collided directly with Bai Jingyan's knee. Thud, thud, thud. Both combatants landed, staggering backward 3 or 4 steps, astonishment etched upon their faces. Interesting. Bai Jingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily. "Having worked in the pharmaceutical industry for years, I have mastered the intricacies of the human body. The knee joint is the strongest part of the human anatomy. The skeletal structure of the arm pales in comparison. Based on my calculations, your ulna and radius should have fractured under the burden of a 700-kilogram impact, and your wrist joint would likely have dislocated catastrophically from the force. Yet, you show no signs of injury. Have you trained in martial arts? I fail to discern any special technique of force absorption." Bai Jingyan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a radiant smile brimming with curiosity upon his lips. "Might you enlighten me? Otherwise, you shan't leave tonight." Li Tianran regarded Bai Jingyan, who obstructed his path, rubbing his slightly numbed fist, his gaze gradually turning icy. If his physique had not been altered, that collision would have surely rendered his arm useless. His suspicions were confirmed. This Bai Jingyan was indeed formidable. The combat skills and strength displayed far surpassed those of the two burly men. He was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Tianran had initially believed that. With his superior attributes, he could easily overpower Bai Jingyan. However, he did not anticipate that. While Bai Jingyan was physically weaker, his combat acumen was remarkable, targeting the body's most potent knee joint for a lethal blow. Moreover, anyone capable of exerting 700 kilograms of force with a flying knee was a rarity on Blue Star. Li Tianran surmised that he had likely trained in some form of martial arts or ancient combat. This was becoming troublesome. Hearing the approaching footsteps outside the villa, Li Tianran felt a surge of impatience. "My apologies, but I have no time for games," he suddenly chuckled. "Next time we meet, I shall turn your head into a pig's." Bai Jingyan's eyes narrowed. He lunged forward, taking 2 long strides before executing a flying kick aimed at Li Tianran. Boom! Li Tianran sneered, throwing open his coat, feigning to reach into his breast pocket as if to draw a weapon. Bai Jingyan's pupils dilated. He twisted his body mid-air, planting his left foot on a nearby stone pillar, propelling himself nearly 5 meters to the right, swiftly concealing himself behind the coffee table. He assumed Li Tianran was drawing a gun. Bai Jingyan indeed possessed impressive combat skills. Yet no matter how adept one may be, they cannot withstand a blade. After all, he was still flesh and blood, not reckless enough to brave bullets. However, upon landing and gazing at Li Tianran, he was instantly infuriated. Li Tianran had not brandished a firearm. In his hand was merely a set of keys. "Farewell." Li Tianran flashed a radiant smile to Bai Jingyan from several meters away, pivoting and dashing toward another room. And in the blink of an eye, he crashed through the window and fled. What a despicable trick! Bai Jingyan's brow furrowed with a hint of helpless amusement as he slowly rose, his expression tinged with disappointment. Had I truly fallen for such a simple ruse? Has my judgment waned? Or is his acting simply exceptional? Bai Jingyan chuckled at himself. Understanding the psychological aspect of combat is, in itself, a form of combat skill. This individual is clever, and his physical prowess is nearly perfect, surpassing the limits of humanity. A truly exceptional specimen. Bai Jingyan adjusted his glasses, a smile creeping across his lips. Just wait. I will find you. At that moment, the 2 burly men Li Tianran had incapacitated earlier stumbled down the stairs, prepared to give chase at "Do not pursue." Bai Jingyan commanded. Li Tianran's speed was too great. They would be unable to catch him. "We should call the police." The housekeeper, still shaken, grasped the receiver and prepared to dial for help. Slap. Bai Jingyan suddenly pressed down on the housekeeper's hand, calmly stating, "Given the current chaos in South City, if there are no significant losses, it would be best not to trouble the military and police." The housekeeper regarded Bai Jingyan with surprise. "Please check on Ms. Run." Bai Jingyan took the receiver from her hand, hanging it up as if issuing a command. Following the earlier confrontation between Li Tianran and Bai Jingyan, the housekeeper now harbored a subtle fear of Bai Jingyan, who appeared frail yet was undeniably formidable, and thus did not dare to defy his orders. After inspecting, the housekeeper found that Ren Shao had merely been knocked unconscious, suffering no injuries, and no property had been damaged. Bai Jingyan casually jotted down the names of several medications on a piece of paper and handed it to the housekeeper. "Ms. Ren has only been startled. Once she regains consciousness, simply retrieve these medications from the cabinet for her. The dosages are noted." "Thank you. Thank you." The housekeeper hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "If it weren't for you tonight, who knows what might have transpired. This world is truly chaotic. I shall definitely file a complaint against the security team tomorrow." Just then, De Couey rushed over, his face awash with panic. "Mr. Bai, it's bad. I just checked. One of the USB drives in your room is missing." Bai Jingyan's expression froze on his face. Li rode his motorcycle at breakneck speed on the return journey to the farm. In his palm, he clutched a USB drive, which he had casually taken from the room he had just exited at the villa. This was hardly his fault. The USB drive was plugged into the laptop situated right next to the window, and when Li Tianai had his foot on the windowsill, the USB drive was conveniently within reach of his right hand. Although his nocturnal visit to Run Shao had proven that he had not been exposed to the eyes of Tianrun Corporation, Li Qianai could not guarantee that, with the passage of time, Tianrun Corporation would not uncover even the slightest trace of his actions. He remained quite interested in the possibility of uncovering the internal secrets of Tianrun Corporation. Due to the cataclysmic changes in the world, after midnight in Nancheng, aside from the lines of people in the city center buying grain, no one dared to venture outside. Thus, Li Qianai faced no obstacles on his way back to the farm. He quietly pushed the door open, striving to make as little noise as possible. However, Xiao He still caught a hint of movement, charging out from Han Nin's room in a fiercely aggressive manner. Upon realizing it was Li Qianai, the dog's demeanor instantly softened, wagging its tail and rushing forward to enthusiastically lick Li Qianai's hand. Li Qianai patted Xiao He's head before removing his coat and mask. He stealthily peeked into Han Nin's room, finding the little one fast asleep, which brought a faint smile to his face as he turned to head to his own room. Skillfully, he booted up his computer and disconnected the network cable, then connected the USB drive. Worried that the USB might contain a tracking code, he had disconnected the network in advance. This way, even if he accessed the contents of the USB drive on his computer, no one would be able to discover it through the internet. In this age of vast information, personal privacy is nothing short of a joke. Protective software is effective. The only true means of confidentiality is to disconnect from the internet. Indeed, Li Qianai was quite astute in this regard. Had he not disconnected the network beforehand, the moment the USB was plugged in, Bai Jingyan could have pinpointed Li Qianai's location through the USB's automatic data transmission. This was not merely a storage USB. It functioned akin to a multifunctional subdrive. Its location and data were entirely controlled by a master drive, which could freely modify the data within the subdrive, but could only do so through a network connection that, if disconnected from the internet, all of its functions would be rendered void, reducing it to an ordinary storage USB. At this moment, Li Qianai's computer displayed that the USB reading was complete. He casually opened a file within the USB, revealing a double helix gene arrangement chart, with the words experimental notes inscribed below. The top of a series of data were some phrases resembling an introduction. As Li Qianai read further, the words before him left him momentarily stunned. Despite the countless lives lost due to this phenomenon, I remain resolute in my belief that the radioactive foods which cause significant alterations in the bodies and forms of beasts and humans are not a disaster in themselves. They bring not only death and deformity to living beings, but also evolution. It is merely that they have strayed down the wrong path of evolution, which is why they succumb on the way. I firmly believe I can find the correct path, even at the cost of my own life. I will lead humanity into the next civilization through this catastrophe. In that time, humanity will no longer be forced to separate due to terminal illnesses, nor will they perish prematurely due to congenital deficiencies, nor will they be regarded as burdens due to lack of strength. They shall stand shoulder to shoulder with tigers and leopards, and even deities. With lifespans extending to 300 years, I shall call it the age of the gods. This is an unknown and perilous path, shrouded in darkness, with boundless challenges awaiting me ahead. Perhaps with my next step, I may plunge into an abyss without end. But regardless of whether death or supreme glory awaits me at the end of this road, I can no longer turn back. Ahead lies darkness. Behind lies the abyss. I have no path of retreat. November 21, 2025, according to the Yanhuang calendar. By Jingyan. As Li Qianai gazed at those words, he felt a tremor in his heart. This was not a secret of Tianrun Corporation, but rather the ambition of a technological fanatic. Faced with this upheaval, there are those like Bai Jingyan who wish to alter the entire world through their own efforts. Li Qianai could not help but feel a measure of admiration for him. Yet this admiration was limited. If Bai Jingyan intended to harm him or Han Nin, Li Qianai would not hesitate to eliminate Bai Jingyan without a shred of mercy, regardless of how influential Bai Jingyan's endeavors might be. Li Qianai glanced down, noting an array of exceedingly specialized experimental data. It was evident that Bai Jingyan had recorded these using his own cryptic code. Although Li Qianai had also studied biology, he could not decipher what these data represented. Ultimately, Li Qianai confirmed that the USB drive he had retrieved held no value for him, and with a hint of disappointment, he disconnected it. He proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. Meanwhile, within Ren Zhao's villa, Bai Jingyan stared intently at his laptop, the screen displaying an interface reminiscent of a radar scanning system. Mr. Bai, still no sign of them? De Kuei asked in a low voice. Bai Jingyan, slightly irritated, loosened his collar, revealing a look of helplessness. It's possible the other party employed some means, or perhaps they simply haven't accessed the contents of the USB yet, making it impossible to track. Should we report it and investigate? De Kuei tentatively suggested. Bai Jingyan pondered for a long moment, shaking his head as if with some reservations. Forget it. After all, the USB contains only outdated data, and outsiders may not understand it, even if we share IT. In truth, the information contained within the USB was not particularly crucial to him. However, it did include some of his writings, which, if seen by certain individuals, could reveal his true intentions for coming to Nansheng. Mr. Bai, this is too coincidental. We just arrived in Nansheng and were attacked. Could it be the work of the people from number 7? De Kuei furrowed his brow, beginning to suspect that the attack on the villa that night was not aimed at Ren Zhao, but rather at them. Bai Jingyan dismissed De Kuei's conjecture. If number 7 truly intended to act against us, they wouldn't have dispatched such amateurs to carry it out. This person's physique is strong, but their skills are quite rudimentary. They are definitely not professional criminals. Could it really just be a coincidence? De Kuei murmured. Your radiation-resistant corn is ready for harvest. Li Tianai was awakened by a series of notification sound. He opened his eyes and glanced at the wall clock. It was 7 in the morning. He stretched, feeling a wave of refreshing energy wash over him. Time to get up and prepare breakfast. Ever since his physical condition improved, Li Tianai had noticed a significant enhancement in his sleep quality. After 7 hours of slumber, he felt invigorated, as if the energy expended had been completely replenished during his dreams. 5 minutes later, a pot of millet porridge was simmering in the kitchen. Taking advantage of this time, Li Tianai directed the robot to commence the harvest of the mature crops. You have redeemed 700 kilograms of corn, earning points. You have redeemed 600 kilograms of soybeans, earning points. Soon, the points were completely redeemed. Li Tianai cast a glance at the freezer, realizing that the remaining ingredients were dwindling, and if he did not replenish them that evening, dinner would likely consist solely of vegetables. For quite some time, he and Henin had been accustomed to meals abundant in meat. The texture and nutritional value of meat far surpassed those of fruits and vegetables, making it absolutely essential for Henin, who was still growing. It seemed high time to utilize the livestock area. Tianai opened the marketplace and examined the interface for livestock offspring. The young animals in the marketplace were similarly categorized into 5 levels, arranged from low to high, just like the classification of crops. With the influence of the acceleration potion, Li Tianai's crops could now be harvested 3 times a day, besides consuming and redeeming points for himself. He could also set aside some for feeding the young livestock. What should he raise? It had been a long time since he had eaten chicken. Let us start with a few chickens and later simmer a chicken soup with goji berries and jujubes. Li Tianai murmured to himself while calculating the classification of the offspring he wanted to cultivate. He had been eating too much pork recently, and the fatty meat was overly rich. So that was off the table for now. Lamb is nourishing and boasts a delightful flavor. I shall acquire 2 more young lambs. Additionally, let's procure some quail, as marinated quail eggs are delectable. The donkey meat flatbread is also quite commendable, and the fragrant tofu hot pot is simply irresistible. In this frigid weather, one ought to indulge in a robust iron pot stew of goose. Li Tianran gazed around, overwhelmed by the abundance, feeling an insatiable desire to sample every type of meat. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately selected 4 kinds of young animals: lamb, chicken, rabbit, and quail. The rationale for this selection lay in their small size, minimal space requirements, and low feed consumption, making them easy to raise. Most importantly, there were no substantial storage costs that a mature goat would be devoured entirely by Li Tianran and Han In within 3 days. Without concerns about the meat's flavor deteriorating due to prolonged storage, Li Tianran purchased 2 young lambs, for chicks, for young rabbits, and 10 quails. Instantly, the room transformed into a lively marketplace. The young animals, seemingly famished, chirped incessantly, their cacophony rousing Han In from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she emerged and was taken aback by the sight. Big pot, where did you acquire so many little rabbits? In her eyes. Only the cuteness of the creatures mattered. The most visually appealing rabbit was cradled in Han In's arms, while the two young lambs and the chicks stood neglected, forlornly bleating and chirping, seemingly disheartened by Han In's lack of affection. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianran sighed, silently reflecting, "Do not fret. Once you grace the dinner table, Han In will undoubtedly express her special affection for you. The little rabbit is so beautiful. I shall dress it up," Han In declared, turning to scurry into her bedroom with the rabbit. Li Tianran did not pursue her, but instead, together with Xiao He, carried the remaining young creatures downstairs, settling them in the newly renovated livestock shed. Since the onset of the cold weather post-apocalypse, Li Tianran had added 2 layers of windproof insulation to the shed and installed a high-capacity heating unit, ensuring there was no risk of the young animals freezing. Once settled, Li Tianran returned to the small building, where he found Han In joyfully playing with a rabbit that had been adorned with colorful watercolor markings. "Han In, after breakfast, you must study and remember to take the rabbit to the shed downstairs." Li Tianran instructed. "Absolutely not. I want the rabbit to play with me." Han In insisted, her gaze fixed on the creature. Li Tianran chuckled, but the rabbit must grow quickly to provide meat, at his words. Han In suddenly seemed to realize something, exclaiming in surprise, "Big pot, are you going to eat the little rabbit? What else would I do with it?" Li Tianran shrugged, turning towards the kitchen. "How about we have chicken soup tonight? Accompanied by spicy rabbit heads? A sprinkle of scallions would enhance the flavor." Han In suddenly shouted in indignation, "Big pot is a bad person. The rabbit is so cute. How can you eat it?" Li Tianran raised an eyebrow in bemusement. "This little foodie certainly has a temper. I hope by evening you won't be shouting delicious while holding a rabbit leg." Breakfast was simple. Millet porridge paired with radish meat buns and a side of pickled greens. Li Tianran had personally crafted the buns. Although they lacked visual appeal, their flavor was exquisite, generously filled with meat. Each bite oozed with juices, almost making one lose their teeth in delight. The siblings, along with Xiao He, managed to devour an entire steamer of meat buns within 10 minutes, followed by 2 bowls of porridge each, before patting their satisfied bellies and leaving the table. After breakfast, Li Tianran placed Han In's homework on the table, established a study schedule, and then departed with Xiao He. Despite the significant changes in the world, Li Tianran remained steadfast in his commitment to Han In's education. Knowledge is invaluable in any era, and he had no desire for Han In to become a fool in the future. The growth period for level 2 livestock younglings matched that of crops, spanning 72 hours, and they were entirely immune to radiation poisoning. Crouching in the livestock shed, Li Tianran observed the young animals, a smile gracing his face. Level 2 rooster chick growth status. Good time to maturity. 72 hours note. Is still quite weak and requires diligent care from the owner. Needing 300 grams of premium soybeans, grains, and vegetables daily for nourishment. Do not lament the initial investment, nor be overly anxious. Only when the meat is fully matured can one savor the most exquisite delights. After reading this description, Li Tianran raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such thoughtful details. Who do they think I am? This information makes me seem like a seasoned gourmand. Do they fear I might consume it prematurely? This system will accurately provide warnings or explanations based on the host personality. There is no need for suspicion. At that moment, the system's cold notification rang out, startling Li Tianran, who began to ponder. It seemed the system could read his mind, but upon reflection he realized that he and Han In truly were food enthusiasts in their current lives. It appeared that nothing held greater importance than eating. Today, they had run out of meat, and if the young livestock were not fully matured by evening, Li Tianran might indeed consider an early feast. After all, livestock differs from crops, even if not fully matured. The meat would merely be less abundant. "All right, system, I shall forgive you for now," Li Tianran muttered, feeling slightly guilty. "Just refrain from reading my thoughts in the future. As an auxiliary system, understanding the host's thoughts is one of my essential duties." The system's voice responded once more. "Does that mean you'll be privy to all my private matters?" Li Tianran retorted, anger rising. With this thing around, did it mean he'd be silently monitored even in intimate moments? The system fell silent for a moment before responding. This system has no interest in the human reproductive process, that if the host requires education, I can provide various instructional videos free of charge. Stop! Enough! Li Tianran interrupted, muttering, if this continues, we might not pass inspection. This system is entirely safe, reliable, and green. Adhering to the three representations, the system coldly replied. Ignoring it, Li Tianran glanced at his points. 580,000. He quickly accessed the inventory section. Livestock Growth Accelerator. 21 liters remaining crop growth accelerator. 80 liters remaining, extracting about a liter of the livestock growth accelerator. Li Tianran mixed it with some feed and provided the young animals with their first meal. The effects were immediately evident. The two young lambs finished their feed, visibly swelling at their foreheads as two small horns began to sprout. The chicks exhibited similarly remarkable changes, their bodies expanding and their combs turning a vibrant red. At this rate, we shall enjoy chicken soup by tonight. Li Tianran felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he gently patted the chicks, his eyes reflecting immense contentment. We can boil one for soup, stew another, and perhaps make some cola chicken wings. Almost forgot, Hanin's favorite is spicy chicken chunks. Even as the chicks remained small, Li Tianran, this demon, was already plotting how to prepare them, the two young lambs. Sensing the glint of a foodie-esque killing intent in Li Tianran's eyes, instinctively took a couple of steps back in fear. Let's not play for now, Li Tianran chuckled, stretching as he stood up. Today I must continue digging the fish pond. It must be completed within 5 days. As he stepped outside, he suddenly heard a melodious notification. Congratulations, a rare product has been harvested in the planting area. Albinistic corn. Please harvest promptly. Li Tianran, upon hearing this, stood frozen. He turned to look at the planting area. A rare product? Albinistic corn? What could this be? Description of albinistic corn, an exceedingly rare mutated product derived from radiation-resistant corn. With a probability of 1 in 100,000. Position. Level 2 disposable consumable function. Induces a berserk state in the consumer, enhancing physical strength, speed, and neural responsiveness by tenfold, with effects lasting 30 seconds. Supplementary note. This item can only benefit one consumer at a time. Once activated, a second consumer will be unable to achieve the berserk effect. Li Tianran stood in the cultivation area, gazing at the petite white corn cob before him. No larger than his pinky finger. His mind momentarily felt dazed. This corn exhibited a distinct appearance compared to others, emanating a faint white glow, and the data description was written entirely in a row of purple letters. The stark contrast with the usual white font of common crops was immediately apparent. Berserk, a tenfold enhancement of physical capabilities within 30 seconds. Li Tianran's gaze trembled as he fixed his eyes on the immaculate white corn stalk. The effect was simply astonishing. A world-class athlete possesses a speed and strength that averages merely 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is nearly the pinnacle of human capability. Even the most rigorously trained special forces or assassins seldom exceed this threshold. A multiplier of 3.5 is already considered the highest. Do not underestimate this 3.5 times. The disparity allows elite assassins to escape from encirclements of dozens or even hundreds. What then does a tenfold enhancement signify? Super Saiyan, Hulk, Saint Seiya bursting with cosmic energy. In summation, one could assert that there would be no rival on this entire planet. Even against firearms, one might dare to contend. Catching bullets with bare hands could become a possibility. This is akin to Popeye's spinach. Li Tianran excitedly rubbed his hands together and swiftly stowed it away in his system backpack for safekeeping. This was an exceedingly rare treasure, and if utilized properly, its impact would be nothing short of remarkable. Perhaps it could alter the outcome of a small-scale battle. After this triumph, Li Tianran continued to meander through the farming area for quite some time. Yet he found no similar rare items, prompting a sigh of disappointment. It seemed that such rare items were truly serendipitous. One could only encounter them through sheer luck. Li Tianran licked his lips. But through this experience, he realized that some functionalities of the farm required exploration. Just like this albino corn, there was no mention of it in the system during sowing. A pleasant surprise. Li Tianran smiled. Feeling invigorated, with a 1 in 100,000 chance of yield, this meant that as long as he persisted in planting and harvesting, rare items would eventually materialize with each cycle of cultivation. One day, he would possess an abundance of rare treasures. Although a 1 in 100,000 chance may seem minuscule, a rough calculation reveals that this probability is not negligible at all. For a single acre of cornfield, at least 3,000 seeds are required. Dividing 100,000 by 3,000 suggests that Li Tianran would need to plant over 30 times to procure a rare item. It appears necessary to cultivate crops with a higher density, such as wheat and rice, which require at least 10,000 seeds per acre, by increasing their density by half. The chances of rare item yields would likely surpass that of corn. Lost in thought, Li Tianran was suddenly startled by his own reasoning and muttered to himself, half in understanding. Isn't this akin to exploiting a bug? No. Wouldn't that be an inversion of priorities? Increasing planting density would indeed enhance the probability of rare item yields, but it would also compromise the quality and yield of the crops, potentially resulting in numerous weak and dead seedlings. What I truly need at this moment is still points. The utility of rare items should merely serve as an embellishment. Li Tianran forcibly steadied his emotions and reaffirmed his path. He should not chase after probabilistic rare items, but rather focus on sustainable crop production to exchange for points. Boom! The rumble of the excavator echoed through the farm. As Li Tianran had been working on the fish pond excavation for 2 days, he had already completed half of the planned area, progressing much faster than he had anticipated. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Li Tianran's phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Old Yang calling and smiled as he answered. Old Yang, the rent, sure. I'll deliver it to the farm entrance right away. As expected, Old Yang was there to collect today's rent. Li Tianran jumped down from the excavator and glanced at the livestock shed as he passed. To his astonishment, 3 hours had elapsed, and the growth rate of the young animals exceeded his expectations. They had grown 2 to 3 sizes larger. The 2 lambs were nearly at thigh height, likely weighing over 40 pounds already. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, these younglings would reach full maturity, and by evening, he could relish delicious lamb hot pot and chicken soup. Thinking of this, Li Tianran wiped away the involuntary drool at the corner of his mouth and strode toward the farm entrance. He slid the frozen meat and flour through the gaps in the iron railing, and Old Yang took them. Glancing around furtively, he then carefully placed them into an opaque fabric bag and cautiously zipped it up. Simultaneously, Li Tianran noticed a glint of cold steel. It seemed Old Yang was concealing a gleaming long knife in his arms. Old Yang, you seem well prepared, Li Tianran remarked, pointing at Old Yang's concealed weapon with a smile. Can't be too careful, Old Yang sighed. Yesterday, someone was robbed again. I heard it was those grain robbery gangs, and it even resulted in casualties. Li Tianran was taken aback, furrowing his brow. The grain robbery gangs seemed to be growing increasingly audacious. This was certainly not good news for him, as his farm could easily become a target for suspicion regarding grain storage. If those gangs set their eyes on him, he would find himself in quite a predicament. Hasn't the military or police intervened? Li Tianran inquired. Don't even mention it, Old Yang replied, his voice filled with anger. I've heard they're preparing for war. The European Union has always had friction with our Yanhuang Federation. And now, taking advantage of this world anomaly, they're mobilizing troops at the border, plotting something sinister. Since last night, the Yanhuang headquarters has started deploying personnel to the border. I personally witnessed hundreds of military transport trucks leaving the city center, heading out from the southern district. Li Tianran felt a weight settle in his heart. Since the establishment of the Yanhuang Federation, it had developed rapidly, swiftly attaining a prominent position on the international stage. As a great power expands, it inevitably seeks to seize resources, and with the swift rise of the Yanhuang Federation, the interests of certain countries have been encroached upon. Thus, the European Union, under the banner of the bald eagle, regards the Yanhuang Federation as a thorn in their side. For decades, the European Union has employed various despicable means to hinder the development of the Yanhuang Federation, resorting to unspeakable acts that incite outrage. However, for many years, the European Union has only dared to impose technical or commercial blockades, never truly provoking conflict or igniting war. Everyone understands that should 2 great powers engage in warfare, the consequences would be unbearable for all. Yet this time, the world anomaly has driven the European Union into a frenzy. The Yanhuang Federation is an agricultural powerhouse, vast in territory, with a capacity for grain cultivation and storage that far surpasses that of the European Union. Frankly speaking, even in such dire circumstances, the Yanhuang Federation could sustain itself for decades with its grain reserves and soil-less cultivation techniques, while the European Union simply cannot. Their land is limited and dominated by industrial facilities. Thus, their grain reserves are scant. That it has been speculated that at most, in 3 months, the European Union's food supplies will be depleted. Why then, the first batch of soil-less cultivated crops would not yet be ripe. This means that in 3 months, the European Union could witness a significant number of people succumbing to starvation. To stabilize the situation, they would have no choice but to import food from abroad. However, in the current environment of global upheaval, which country would be willing to export food to a European Union that has long been notorious? Realizing this potential outcome, the powers that be in the European Union, led by old Biden, panicked. Thus, yesterday afternoon, the European Union mobilized thousands of troops, 1 aircraft carrier, 10 battle fleets, and over 100 destroyers, boldly approaching the waters near Yanhuang, displaying a posture of impending warfare. Although old Biden's intentions may not have been to actually initiate conflict, but rather to intimidate the Yanhuang headquarters into facilitating future food imports. Such matters concerning national dignity cannot be tolerated by the Yanhuang government. Have you not seen the Great Wall of Steel spanning thousands of miles, forged by the unwavering resolve of countless soldiers? In terms of national dignity, for thousands of years, the ancestors of Yanhuang have never succumbed. Regardless of how fierce the adversaries they faced, they may have faced defeat. They may have tasted failure, but they have never known fear. In response to the provocations from the European Union, the reaction from the Yanhuang central government was resolute. No diplomatic negotiations, no condemnations, but rather the immediate mobilization of 100,000 soldiers from the 3 major military regions to the coastline. Damn it, those thieves of grain deserve to be executed. Now, with the prospect of conflict at the borders, they are still instigating chaos internally. What a bunch of scoundrels deserving of 1,000 cuts. Old Yang gritted his teeth and cursed. If only I had weapons, I would truly want to confront them. Hearing this, Li Tiangan licked his lips. This situation was indeed troublesome, especially since many military and police forces have been redeployed from Juncture. If those grain-thieving gangs truly set their sights on his farm. Despite the considerable defensive forces he had, an overwhelming assault could easily breach the farm's gates. With this thought in mind, Li Tiangan asked Old Yang, "Have you seen those grain thieves?" Old Yang's eyes reddened with anger, and he spat vehemently. "I haven't seen them myself, but my younger brother's family was robbed by them. They run a restaurant, and all the ingredients in their cold storage were taken. There were about 30 or 40 of them. All burly men in their 20s and 30s, with not a single middle-aged person over 40. My brother was even shot by them, and is now in the intensive care unit of the hospital." "What kind of guns did they have?" Li Tiangan asked again. "Shotguns, there were about a dozen in total, all homemade. While their power isn't great, they can still be deadly at close range." Old Yang bit down hard, speaking through clenched teeth. "My brother was lucky. He was shot in the leg, but that leg is practically ruined now." Upon hearing this, Li Tiangan gained a fundamental understanding of the recently notorious grain-thieving gang that had been circulating in the vicinity. 30 or 40 strong men armed with a dozen shotguns. Decades ago, such a group could easily have claimed dominion over a territory and become bandits. These ruffians dare not venture into the city. Instead, they roam around the nearby towns, having already plundered dozens of supermarkets, grain depots, and restaurants. The more Old Yang spoke, the more agitated he became, unable to restrain a spit of contempt. They are truly a bunch of wretched scoundrels. One day, they'll be dealt with. Old Yang, why place all your hopes on others? Li Tiangan suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Old Yang's face, his tone serious. Why can't we resolve this trouble ourselves? Old Yang, taken aback as if he had heard something unbelievable, stared wide-eyed, stammering. What did you say? I said, how about we take down this grain-thieving gang? Li Tiangan stated earnestly, enunciating each word carefully that I certainly want to deal with them. But Old Yang hesitated. Despite his deep-seated hatred for the grain thieves, he was still a law-abiding citizen, and his mindset was not easily shifted. Hearing Li Tiangan's suggestion instilled a primal fear within him. How can just the two of us confront so many? Moreover, they are armed. I'll handle the weapons situation, Li Tiangan whispered. As for your concern about manpower, didn't you mention that many in the surrounding towns have suffered from their plundering? Gather those people together. Let's form a team. If we plan well, we can certainly take down these scoundrels. Old Yang fell into contemplation. The initial panic had dissipated, and upon further reflection, he found Li Tiangan's proposal increasingly appealing. However, he glanced at Li Tiangan with hesitation, saying, "Those who have been robbed are terrified of the grain-thieving gang. I'm afraid mere words won't convince them." Noticing this, Li Tiangan smiled faintly. "Are you worried about the weapons? Do you think you lack the authority to persuade them?" Old Yang managed an awkward smile. Indeed, in this apocalyptic scenario, with adversaries composed of burly men wielding shotguns, without a strong backing, 99% of people would hesitate to heed Li Tiangan's advice. "You need not worry about that," Li Tiangan said after a moment of silence. He produced a revolver from his coat and waved it before Old Yang, then aimed at a distant tin can and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening sound echoed, and 2 bullet holes appeared in the tin can. Old Yang was left utterly stunned. "How do you have a gun?" he stammered. "Who doesn't he have a few secrets?" Li Tiangan replied without elaboration. Tucking the revolver back into his coat, "Old Yang, go ahead and gather people. Tell them that as long as they have a heart willing for revenge, I will ensure they are not at a disadvantage in terms of weapons." Old Yang hurriedly left, and as he departed, Li Tiangan could clearly see that his legs were trembling. Li Tiangan chuckled to himself as he turned back towards the fish pond. He was not worried that Old Yang would betray or report him. Clearly, the benefits of collaborating with him outweighed any other considerations. This was an opportunity for revenge for his younger brother and a chance to reclaim the grain stolen by the thieves. A double-edged sword. Only a fool would pass up such benefits to report Li Tiangan for illegal possession of firearms. Busy hours always passed swiftly. Before long, it was 5 in the afternoon. Li Tiangan arrived at the livestock shed and found that the young animals had matured splendidly, each appearing robust and healthy, their fur glistening compared to ordinary livestock. They had finally grown just in time for dinner. Li Tiangan gleefully picked up 2 plump chickens, saying, "Tonight, you are out of luck. I fancy some chicken soup." As if sensing impending doom, the 2 chickens struggled desperately. Yet Li Tiangan brought them to the water pipe, and with a swift motion, ended their brief lives. He then expertly proceeded with the bleeding, plucking, and gutting. Once the 2 chickens were properly prepared, he stepped into the kitchen, retrieved a long-unused clay pot, and placed it on the stove at a big pot. "Tonight, we shall have chicken soup?" Han scampered over, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, you like it?" Li Tiangan skillfully filled the pot with water, and once it boiled, he added ginger and scallions, then placed the cleaned whole chickens inside, covering the pot with a lid. Han nodded vigorously. "You must add mushrooms for it to taste even better." "I almost forgot." Li Tiangan slapped his forehead. "Mushrooms and chicken soup are a perfect match." With that, he retrieved a few mushrooms, cleaned them, and set them aside to add once the chicken was thoroughly cooked. Everything was ready, and Li Tiangan settled onto the sofa, turning on the television to catch the news. Han snuggled closer, nestling in Li Tiangan's embrace. "Han, what did you learn today?" Li Tiangan asked, gently stroking her hair with a smile. "A lot. We learned arithmetic, ancient poetry, and moral education," Han recounted, counting on her fingers. "But I read the most poetry. I really enjoy language arts." "You enjoy reciting poems, do you?" Li Tiangan feigned surprise, then cheerfully said, "How about you recite one for your brother?" "Sure." Han nodded eagerly, her voice bright and clear like a tea that moment. The news broadcast began as Li Tiangan had anticipated. The program was entirely focused on the European Union's illegal harassment of the Yanhuang frontier. The screen displayed a vast expanse of sea, with the EU fleet, bearing the banner of the bald eagle, lined up menacingly. Those blonde-haired, blue-eyed soldiers glared at the Yanhuang naval vessels, their eyes glinting with malice. The warships gleamed ominously, while EU fighter jets circled overhead, seemingly exerting pressure on the Yanhuang side. The news anchor announced, "As of 5:20 this afternoon, the European Union has yet to withdraw its fleet illegally harassing our federal waters. Thus far, the federal government has mobilized over 20 divisions, including the 3rd and 4th Armies, to reinforce the coastline. General Yang E of the 3rd Army will meet with representatives of the European Union tonight, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully. However, we are also fully prepared for any outcome. Once again, we reiterate, the Yanhuang Federation will not initiate war with any nation, but we will never cower in the face of conflict. The host's impassioned voice resonated from the television as the scene shifted. It revealed the formidable fleet and artillery of the Yanhuang Federal Army, their military ranks standing in disciplined formation, resembling the backbone that upholds the nation across vast distances. Simultaneously, a gentle and ethereal voice emerged. With fury igniting like a blazing crown, I lean against the railing as the rain ceases to fall. It was the stirring man Jiang Hong by Yu Fei, harmonizing perfectly with the imagery on the screen. The sky along the border appeared ominous, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Yet the faces of those soldiers remained resolutely steadfast, glaring defiantly at the enemy, with heads raised high and voices echoing into the heavens. Their spirits surged with fervor. 30 years of fame reduced to dust, 8,000 miles of clouds and moonlight. Do not idly wait for the youth to turn gray, lamenting in vain. Those soldiers now stationed at the border had journeyed from within the Federation, weary and dust-laden, and their trek undoubtedly surpassed 8,000 miles. Perhaps they had not rested for an entire night. Their bodies may be fatigued, but their spirits soared to great heights. What is the purpose of enlisting and serving? Is it not to protect the homeland and achieve lasting renown? These warriors train day and night, never once allowing themselves to relax. They are not given to empty lamentations, for they bear an incredibly weighty mission upon their shoulders. The humiliation of Jinkong remains unavenged. The resentment of the subjects, when shall it be extinguished? Henin softly spoke, her voice melodious and light. On the screen, a high-ranking official representing the European Union prattled incessantly, his words laced with veiled threats, from chip blockades to oil cooperation, reiterating but one central idea. If Yanhuang does not accept the EU's so-called political protection, then the technological blockades and predicaments once faced will only intensify. Upon hearing these words, the soldiers at the border glimmered with anger in their eyes, yearning to raise their weapons and engage in a fierce battle, to obliterate that shameless visage. Since Yanhuang's founding 80 years ago, it has been under the EU's oppressive thumb. Once a weapon expert from Yanhuang sought to return home, only to be thwarted by the EU at every turn, even resorting to assassination attempts against him. Determined to prevent his return to IT was only after the sacrifice of nearly 1,000 valiant soldiers that the EU allowed that expert to return to his homeland. Such incidents abound, known to all. The EU fears the rise of Yanhuang. This is a humiliation that once belonged to Yanhuang. The ambition to feast upon the flesh of the barbarian invaders, Li Tianren softly recited alongside Henin, feeling a surge of emotion welling within his chest, difficult to contain. Meanwhile, General Yang E of the Yanhuang Army took the stage. He calmly surveyed the EU representatives and spoke. Mr. Charles has said much, and I find it all quite reasonable. My response is simple, consisting of only 2 or 3 sentences. With a jest, I thirst for the blood of the Xiongnu. Li Tianren fixated on the screen, murmuring to himself. Yanhuang is no longer the Yanhuang of 80 years past. General Yang locked eyes with Charles and declared solemnly, "If you wish for war, then let it be war." Concurrently, 100,000 soldiers along the coastline roared in unison, their voices piercing the heavens. "If you wish for war, then let it be war. We shall reclaim our lost lands and restore our ancestral glory." Li Tianren rose, his gaze resolute. Charles was taken aback to tea that moment. The entire world erupted in fervor, and one anticipated such a resolute response from Yanhuang, especially when it faced the world's foremost power. Simultaneously, this news flooded the internet. Douyin users exclaimed, "No regrets in this life for entering China. In the next life, I shall be reborn in China." Slowhand users remarked, "Yanhuang is no longer the nation that could be trampled upon with ease." Iceberg videos proclaimed, "No one shall trample upon our dignity." PIPECI users noted. As soon as old Biden took office, he stirred up such significant turmoil. It is evident that this is a premeditated conspiracy. Imperialism's insatiable desire to undermine us, and perhaps even this global upheaval, is a collaboration between old Biden and extraterrestrials. This user is suspected of spreading superstitious false information. The account has been banned from speaking. Wow. The speed of account bans is increasing rapidly. The online community was ablaze with fervor, with myriad opinions expressed. Yet regardless of the platform or speaker, the central message remained remarkably unified, just as General Yang articulated. Not an inch shall be yielded. Negotiations are refused. If you wish for war, then let it be war. The fervent resolve for war among the citizens of Yanhuang spread through the internet, reaching the EU delegation that on the coastline, the EU representatives, led by Charles, hesitated. Even the formidable EU dared not recklessly initiate hostilities against Yanhuang. As some netizens remarked, Yanhuang is no longer the weak nation that could be easily bullied. Following a swift discussion, Charles addressed Yang Yi, requesting a moment's grace. Within 24 hours, he would report to the EU Parliament and await its directives. General Yang Yi, however, showed no mercy, issuing an ultimatum. Within 10 minutes, should any EU warship remain in Yanhuang's waters, the nuclear submarines of Yanhuang would launch a devastating strike against the EU fleet until the last invader was eliminated. If to affirm General Yang Yi's words, the sea near the EU fleet surged, with several nuclear submarines adorned with the Yanhuang red flag emerging, their cannons cold and aimed squarely at the EU vessels. This is Yanhuang's territory, and its military might far surpasses that of the EU. Should hostilities truly commence, the outcome would be beyond doubt. In a mere 10 minutes, the EU fleet would be utterly annihilated. Charles had initially brought his fleet to Yanhuang's waters as a show of force. But at this moment, it was clear that his objectives had become unattainable. After approximately 3 minutes of urgent deliberation, the EU delegation, under the scrutiny of the world, reluctantly opted for compromise. 10 minutes later, the fleet bearing the emblem of the white-headed eagle retreated from Yanhuang's waters, leaving only a shameful retreat in their wake. At this moment, the nation erupted in jubilation. Li Tianran, seated before the television, exhaled in relief. N01 desires war. Although the warriors of Yanhuang do not fear conflict, they are not mindless savages. Peace is the yearning of all. It appears that the world is on the brink of significant transformation. Li Tianran inhaled deeply. Although this incident was resolved peacefully, the day will inevitably come when war truly erupts. This is an unalterable truth. With the continuous depletion of food resources, the world's great powers will surely wage war to eliminate others and seize their survival resources. Just like the marauding grain thieves now roaming the town, their nature is fundamentally the same as of now. Food has not been entirely consumed, and military supplies are still stored across various nations. However, if a second cataclysm were to occur in 20 days, causing the rivers and seas of Blue Star to vanish, that would be catastrophic. Li Tianran furrowed his brow. Industries driven by hydropower are numerous. Electricity generation, transportation, and military operations would all be affected should hydropower vanish. At that time, the EU, backed by the resources of the Pacific, would likely descend into madness within 3 months, like a rabid dog, wreaking havoc upon the world. Li Tianran contemplated this issue earnestly, as he believed it prudent to prepare for such eventualities in advance. Yet at this moment, he needed to consider another matter. Although the EU's incursion at the border yielded no results, Yanhuang would undoubtedly bolster its border defenses. General Yang, he had just declared on television that military and police forces summoned from various regions would not depart the coastline in the short term. This decision, while deterring the EU, also implied a reduction of military and police presence in urban areas, leading to diminished control compared to before, just like the current situation in Nanchang, in a city of 400,000. There once existed 3,000 military and police personnel. Yet since their mobilization last night, fewer than 500 remain. This situation is likely to persist for an extended period, with reduced military oversight. The lurking malevolent forces among the populace may soon emerge to cause turmoil, and in the near future, Nanjing may face its most chaotic period. It is imperative to deal with the marauding grain thieves currently on the loose in Nanjing. I wonder how Old Yang's mobilization efforts are progressing, that if it were not for the extraordinary skills of combat veterans above level 2, Li Tianran would prefer not to reveal his cards so soon. Relying solely on those 5 seasoned combatants, if they were to execute a proper ambush, there would be a 50% chance of annihilating those ruthless bandits. However, Li Tiankai was unwilling to gamble on that 50% probability. For the threat posed by the bandits was not solely directed at him. It endangered the entire community. Thus, he was reluctant to shoulder this peril alone, becoming a nameless hero. Moreover, Li Tiankai sought to leverage this situation to establish his own reputation within the town. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. The chicken had been stewing for half an hour, beginning to release its distinctive fragrance. Wow, it smells amazing. 2 hours later, the chicken was thoroughly cooked. Li Tiankai brought the clay pot to the dining table, lifted the lid, and an intensely rich aroma instantly enveloped the entire room. The chicken broth shimmered with a golden hue, adorned with fragrant mushrooms. Goji berries and small pieces of Tiankai scooped a spoonful of the broth into his mouth. Instantly, his taste buds exploded with delight. The harmonious blend of flavors was nothing short of divine. Li Tiankai dared to wager that this was the most exquisite chicken soup he had ever tasted in his life. Ingredients for the delicious chicken soup: Level 2 chicken, Level 2 corn. Mushrooms, goji berries. Taste rating: 4 out of maximum of 10. Consumption effects: physical strength 5, satiety 5, body optimization, removes hunger and cold negative states. Description: its aroma surpasses all the food you have ever consumed. The combination of high-quality ingredients and the chef's exquisite technique is truly a match made in heaven. Henin had already taken her small bowl in her left hand and a tiny spoon in her right, eagerly watching at the dining table, drooling with anticipation. This scene reminded Li Tiankai of a saying: "The rice eater is the spirit of the meal." Eating is the ultimate human experience, though it may be a commonplace expression. It encapsulates humanity's most fundamental need and most relaxed moment. Mealtime. Let us dig in. With Li Tiansai's command, the two of them immediately launched into a fierce sprint against the chicken soup, as if it were their adversary. "Big pot, you take a chicken leg." Henin puffed her cheeks, and with her greasy little hands tore off a fragrant chicken leg and handed it to Li Tiankai. "It smells so good. Eat more, don't worry about me." Li Tiankai smiled indulgently, then ruffled Henin's hair. "After we finish eating, I'll need your help." Henin blinked, perplexed that Li Tiankai picked up a piece of chicken breast, and surprisingly, due to the quality of the ingredients. Even the notoriously tough chicken breast was tender and juicy, devoid of any dryness. Paired with the mushrooms, he devoured 2 large bowls. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate. It was a text from Old Yang. "The people have gathered. They are at my place now. Will you be coming over soon?" Li Tiankai paused for a moment before replying, "Okay." Later, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the temporary warehouse at Old Yang's place was dimly lit. Over 20 individuals were seated around the stove in the center of the warehouse, their faces etched with anxiety. Some bowed their heads to smoke in silence. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Old Yang. "When is that Li Tiankai you mentioned going to show up?" Finally, someone spoke up. "We've been waiting for him for nearly 2 hours. He being a bit too arrogant." "Exactly. A mere kid. Still wet behind the ears. Thinks he can take down those heartless bandits? That a fool's errand?" "Old Yang, we came here because of your reputation, but this kid seems unreliable. Perhaps it was the prolonged wait or the memories of past robberies that fueled their grievances." The crowd began to murmur complaints, with some even preparing to leave. "Everyone, just wait a little longer. Young Li's farm is quite far from here, and it's nighttime. He might be delayed on the road. Please be patient." Old Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to soothe their escalating tempers. After leaving Li Tiansai's farm, Old Yang had scoured the surrounding towns. The grain-robbing gang had been particularly active lately. It was easy to discover who had been victimized with just a little inquiry. Over the past 10 days, more than 50 households had been plundered by that gang, most of whom were restaurants or supermarkets. Completely stripped of their supplies, that a few unfortunate ones had even been shot, and 2 had succumbed to their injuries before reaching the hospital. Upon hearing of the numerous victims, Old Yang felt a sense of determination. He had initially thought it would be easy to rally enough people, but the reality was disheartening. When the victims learned of old Yang's intentions, some shut their doors, while others hurled curses at him, nearly provoking a fight. Eventually, old Yang realized that these individuals were terrified of the grain-robbing gang. They were too afraid to oppose them, fearing reprisals. After an entire day of persuading, he finally managed to gather the 24 people present, several of whom were acquaintances who had only come out of respect for him. Yet, after waiting for 2 hours without a sign of the main figure, their patience wore thin, and they began vocally expressing their desire to leave. Even the military can't do anything about them. What can a mere child accomplish? I must be out of my mind to have wasted 2 hours here. A middle-aged man in his 40s scoffed, glancing around at the crowd, that if you wish to continue wasting time, be my guest. I want to play this game with you. We're leaving. Following the lead of the middle-aged man, the 20 individuals in the warehouse began to rise. Preparing to depart, I could see that moment. The sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside the warehouse. Suddenly, the doors were pushed open, and a young man entered. Leading a delicately beautiful young girl, he looked around and smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Tiankai. I asked old Yang to gather everyone here. Tonight's endeavor is initiated by me. Those who were about to step out of the warehouse froze, their gazes fixed on Li Tiankai. So, you're the one who claims to lead us in seeking vengeance. The previously skeptical middle-aged man furrowed his brows and questioned, what makes you think we should trust you? When old Yang had approached them, he had not disclosed that Li Tiankai possessed a firearm. After all, too many mouths could lead to leaks. Exactly. Why should we trust you? You look like you could be blown away by the wind. You couldn't even handle me. So how do you expect to take on those armed bandits? The atmosphere in the warehouse grew tense as the crowd began to confront Li Tiankai directly. He took a deep breath, scanned the room, and suddenly smiled. Why? Because of this, Li Tiankai abruptly lifted his leg and kicked a stone mill positioned at the entrance of the warehouse. With a resounding thud, the 80-kilogram stone mill was propelled 3 meters away, crashing to the ground and splitting with a menacing crack. Silence. The warehouse fell into a profound silence. The onlookers, having witnessed the feat, were left agape. And even old Yang nearly had his eyes pop out his head. He was acutely aware of the stone mill's weight. It took immense effort just to move it slightly. Yet Li Tiankai had sent it flying effortlessly, as if he had barely exerted himself. Heavens! What is Li Tiankai made of? Steel. The warehouse remained silent for what felt like an eternity, punctuated only by the sounds of nervous swallowing. Eventually, someone tentatively spoke up. Boss Li, I concede that you are indeed formidable, but the other side is armed, and no matter how skilled you are, it's unlikely you could withstand gunfire. Upon hearing this, the morale that had surged with Li Tiankai's demonstration of strength once again dwindled. This was the age of technology. Even the world's top martial artists could not withstand an ordinary person wielding a gun. Is this the kind of gun you mean? Li Tiankai replied, and suddenly, a thunderous bang erupted within the warehouse that a distant bucket shattered. In Li Tiankai's hand, a revolver emitted wisps of smoke from its barrel. Gulp. At this moment, no one harbored any doubts about Li Tiankai's prowess. With formidable skills and the most advanced weaponry, Li Tiankai was undoubtedly qualified to eradicate those ruthless bandits. The chaos that had previously engulfed the warehouse was entirely resolved in less than a minute upon his arrival. Boss Li, the other side consists of a group of fierce bandits. What shall we do if we sustain injuries during the battle, or worse, if we are killed? Someone voiced their concerns. Li Tiankai furrowed his brow upon hearing this, then turned to address them, speaking in a grave tone. After your food has been plundered, how many more days can you endure? Would you rather starve to death or fight for your life? To fight for your life still holds a glimmer of hope. To cower in fear is to court certain death. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a long pause, someone gritted their teeth and declared, Fine, I shall fight. These scoundrels have stripped me of everything, and they have grievously injured my father. If I do not avenge this wrong, I am no son. I will fight as well. Count me in. These individuals were like insatiable locusts, having had their sustenance snatched away, thus robbing them of any hope for survival. They yearned for revenge and sought to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Observing this scene, a A faint smile graced Li Tianxi's lips. Excellent. But for us to succeed, you must all heed my directives. Before we commence our plan, I shall ask once more, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? If so, now is the time to speak. Once the operation begins, if you disobey orders or falter midway, do not blame me for turning against you. Li Tianxi had already demonstrated formidable personal strength, and the crowd was thoroughly subdued. Moreover, having previously been victims of theft themselves, they harbored deep-seated resentment. Thus, they all nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Boss Li, we shall follow your lead. From this moment on, you shall be the leader of our Avengers Alliance." "Yes, we shall heed your command. As long as it brings us back our stolen provisions, we will do whatever it takes." Instantly, the atmosphere within the warehouse became fervent. Li Tianxi, satisfied with their response, nodded approvingly. Old Yang sighed in relief, unable to suppress his admiration. It had only been a few months since he had perceived Li Tianxi as a naive boy, but now he had transformed into an exceptional commander capable of leading others. "I will share the specific plan with you all first thing tomorrow morning," Li Tianxi announced, scanning the crowd. "Once you return home, keep this matter to yourselves. Even your closest confidants must remain uninformed. If our plan is leaked, all will be for naught." Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. This was a matter of life and death. The 20 or so individuals present solemnly nodded, pledging that even if faced with death, they would never divulge this information. "All right, that will be all for tonight. You may all return home." Li Tianxi squinted, appraising the crowd. "Keep your phones on standby. Tomorrow, we will make our move." The people in the warehouse donned their coats and exited. Old Yang, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but approach Li Tianxi, his voice brimming with excitement. "Boss Li, you are incredible. Just moments ago, these people were clamoring to leave, and now they are all compliant." "Silence," Li Tianxi abruptly interrupted Old Yang, then whispered, "Do not disturb Han Heng." Old Yang paused, then looked down at Han Heng, who was standing quietly beside Li Tianxi, like a porcelain doll at a tea that moment. Han Heng blinked her large eyes, gazing at the departing figures. "Except for him, everyone else is in green," she remarked softly, observing a bald old man clad in a green down jacket and windbreaker, his attire resembling a deep crimson hue. Old Yang, upon hearing this, nearly erupted with indignation as he recalled his wife who had eloped 2 years prior, and connecting that memory with Han Heng's remark about the color of heads made his heart feel as if it had been pierced by a knife, nearly bringing him to tears. "Boss Li, what does your sister mean? Is she reopening old wounds?" Old Yang shouted, his face flushed with anger and despair. "You misunderstand," Li Tianxi reassured him, patting Old Yang's shoulder, his eyes narrowed. "Green signifies safety and tranquility. If the color you bear is not green, you likely wouldn't be standing here speaking with me." Old Yang felt a shiver run down his spine at the glint of menace in Li Tianxi's gaze. Suddenly, he recalled Han Heng's earlier observation about someone adorned in a color reminiscent of blood. What could that imply? Chun Jinshui navigated his small truck down the road home, his speed rapid and his mindset frantic. A bunch of fools. Do they really believe they can confront those bandits with a few rusty guns? They've taken lives before. Chun Jinshui scoffed disdainfully to himself that "I won't accompany you to your demise." Indeed, while Chun Jinshui had just been as excited as the others in the warehouse, raising his hand to declare his intent to confront the bandits and reclaim his provisions, his inner thoughts were starkly different. He dared not engage in a life-or-death struggle with the bandits. Yet, without a fight, he faced poverty and hunger. What was to be done? The situation seemed to reach an impasse. However, this did not daunt Chun Jinshui. He conceived a brilliant plan. When the bandits had left his home, he had been astute enough to note their direction of departure and had followed them, uncovering their temporary hideout. He refrained from reporting to the authorities, fearing retaliation and a bloody massacre. But now, he had a scheme. He intended to infiltrate the bandits' lair. He did not aspire to emulate Guan Yu, confronting them single-handedly. His intentions were far more nefarious, even bordering on the shameless. He planned to alert the bandits about Li Tianxi's gathering of men to deal with them tonight. By doing so, the bandits would undoubtedly regard him with favor, returning his stolen provisions and perhaps even adding a little extra. He wouldn't have to risk his life, and he would acquire sustenance. Only a fool would engage in a direct confrontation with bandits. Chen Jinshui whistled with satisfaction, having memorized the names of those in the warehouse. Creating a note on his phone to provide the bandits with precise information. Sorry, fellow villagers, but your lives will be exchanged for my wealth. Don't blame me. In this world, if one does not act for oneself, they are doomed. A sinister grin spread across Chen Jinshui's face. Just then, a large construction vehicle unexpectedly barreled out from the intersection ahead, its headlights blazing directly toward Chen Jinshui's truck. Shit! Chen Jinshui froze momentarily before slamming the brakes, causing his truck to skid sideways for several meters before it collided violently with the construction vehicle. With a deafening crash, both vehicles came to a halt. Chen Jinshui's truck's windshield shattered instantly, and he was thrown against the steering wheel, dazed and disoriented. After a brief moment, Chen Jinshui shook his head vigorously and reached to touch his palm, finding it smeared with blood. Damn it! Fury surged within Chen Jinshui as he brushed off the shards of glass and angrily leaped from his vehicle, rushing to the construction vehicle's door and pounding on it. Get the hell out here! How can you drive without eyes? Open this damn door. Chen Jinshui was seething with rage at that moment. The construction vehicle's door swung open, revealing Li Tiankai, his expression devoid of emotion, as he jumped down from the driver's seat. Chen Jinshui was taken aback. Then, a sheepish and guilty smile crept onto his face. Oh, it's you, Boss Li. Your driving skills leave much to be desired. Look at what you've done to my truck. Chen Jinshui, I have a few questions for you, Li Tiankai said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dragging a hollow steel pipe behind him, producing a metallic clanging sound against the ground, that my temper is not good, so you must answer truthfully, he warned. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Seeing Li Tiankai in this manner, Chen Jinshui swallowed hard. His nerves heightened by guilt, he felt his legs tremble slightly. Boss Li, you must be inquiring about those bandits, right? I have previously expressed my unwavering commitment to follow your lead in eliminating those scoundrels. I shall heed your every command. Chen Jinshui fervently declared his loyalty, for those plagued by guilt often resort to such tactics to mask their fears. If you have any further instructions, I am at your service. Li Tianran chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, Chen Jinshui was quite the performer. His acting was so convincing that had Henin not witnessed the pallor on his face, even Li Tianran might have been deceived. Very well, Li Tianran nodded, gently tapping the steel pipe against his shoulder, then suddenly fixed his gaze upon Chen Jinshui, his voice chillingly ominous. Now, explain why you harbor such intense malice towards me and my sister. Chen Jinshui was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily waved his hands in denial. Little Boss Li, what are you saying? I am immensely grateful for your leadership against our formidable foes. How could I possibly harbor ill will towards you? Which wretched scoundrel has slandered me? I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. His face flushed with anger. Chen Jinshui raged, Little Boss Li, this is our first encounter, and we have no previous grievances. I have no reason to wish you harm. Li Tianran smiled wryly. Perhaps until just now, during our meeting in the warehouse. Chen Jinshui's complexion drained of color. He was struck dumb, sensing that Li Tianran had discerned his intentions, leaving him utterly flustered. Observing his disarray, Li Tianran's expression darkened. Indeed, Henin's extraordinary abilities were not mistaken. Chen Jinshui had ulterior motives. Speak. Reveal the whole truth. Li Tianran regarded Chen Jinshui impassively. If you confess now, I may consider sparing you. Little Boss Li, I am truly innocent. Chen Jinshui feigned a pitiful demeanor. My family has been completely plundered by those ruthless bandits. You are my savior. How could I possibly be ungrateful? Suddenly, Chen Jinshui let out a pained scream mid-sentence. Li Tianran's face twisted with cruelty as he brought the steel pipe crashing down onto Chen Jinshui's thigh. Thud! The stout figure of Chen Jinshui crumpled to the ground, racked with excruciating pain, rolling on the floor and howling in agony. Do you think I am particularly easy to deceive? Li Tianran crouched beside Chen Jinshui, whispering softly in his ear, I shall grant you one more chance. Reveal the truth, or I shall truly end your life. Given the current circumstances, once I dispose of you, Do you believe anyone would notice if I simply buried you in a hole? Li Tianron's voice was laced with lethal intent, a chill far colder than a night at 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Chen Jinshui trembled at his words, his eyes wide with terror. Overwhelmed, he remained silent as Li Tianran raised the steel pipe again, striking him forcefully in the lower back. Chen Jinshui cried out in agony, feeling as though his bones had shattered from the impact. The searing pain penetrated his mind, utterly dismantling his psychological defenses. Stop! I will speak. I will. Chen Jinshui's face was streaked with snot and tears as he pleaded for mercy. Li Tianran crouched down, gesturing towards Chen Jinshui with a please motion. Chen Jinshui gasped deeply several times, attempting to alleviate the intense pain coursing through his body, then swallowed hard, his expression turning desperate. Little Bossly, if I divulge the truth, you must guarantee that I will not suffer any further harm. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable, raising the steel pipe slightly, exerting an unspoken psychological pressure on Chen Jinshui. The sight of the steel pipe sent Chen Jinshui into a tremor, robbing him of any inclination to negotiate. Very well, I will speak. Chen Jinshui's face turned crimson. I merely intended to inform those bandits about tonight's events. I know their whereabouts, and wish to exchange that information for some grain. I did not dare confront them directly, nor did I wish to starve, so I resorted to this desperate measure. I was left with no choice but to betray you. Little Bossly, please forgive me this once. Chen Jinshui trembled as he spoke, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran felt a surge of rage ignite within him. Coursing straight to his brain, he struggled to contain his fury. Sneering, "Excellent. You are truly remarkable. While we plot to eliminate those locust-like bandits, you betray us to them, seeking to secure your own sustenance. Your meal must be paid for with the lives of over 20 of us." Li Tianran was compelled to rage. If tonight's events were to reach the ears of those bandits, they would strike before Li Tianran and his group could in such a chaotic scenario. Only Li Tianran might survive among the 20-plus lives at stake. To trade the lives of 20 individuals for a meager portion of grain was utterly despicable. Bowing to the plunderers and betraying one's own kind. You are unworthy of being called human. Li Tianran ground his teeth as he uttered these words. Never before had he felt such aversion towards a person, a desire to end their life without hesitation. It was individuals like Chen Jinshui that allowed those bandits to run rampant. Little Bossly, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I have truly recognized my error. Chen Jinshui wailed, clutching Li Tianran's leg in desperation. He understood all too well that if Li Tianran harbored thoughts of murder, he would undoubtedly not survive. You genuinely believe you have erred? No, you are merely afraid. Li Tianran scrutinized Chen Jinshui's face, his heart devoid of any emotion. Had it not been for Henin's keen intuition tonight, Chen Jinshui would likely have already rushed to the bandits to seek accolades, rather than lamenting here in a display of contrition. Chen Jinshui was rendered speechless by the chilling tone in Li Tianran's voice. Trembling uncontrollably, he stammered, "Little Bossly, as long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask." Li Tianran initially considered sending him to accompany Liang Tianyu. However, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly lowered the steel pipe he had raised, then turned to Chen Jinshui, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "I want you to inform those bandits that there is a vast supply of grain stored on my farm." Li Tianran's voice was laced with sinister intent. Chen Jinshui froze momentarily, then forced a smile even more grotesque than tears. "Little Bossly, please don't toy with me any longer. I have truly recognized my mistakes and will never again inform them of anything." Chen Jinshui's voice trembled with fear. He believed Li Tianran was relishing the thrill of the hunt, desperately pleading for mercy. "I am not jesting with you," Li Tianran stated flatly. "I require you to notify them. Otherwise, how else can I ambush them?" Chen Jinshui's realization struck him, and he stammered. "You want me to lure them in? What? You are unwilling." Li Tianran's tone turned icy, his gaze fixed on Chen Jinshui with malevolence. No. I'm certainly willing to redeem myself, but I fear I may not execute this task well. If they see through me, it could spell disaster." Chun Jinshui felt a dryness in his throat. What Li Tianran was asking him to do was akin to venturing into the lair of a tiger, a perilous endeavor. Any misstep could lead to his immediate demise at the hands of those bandits. This was far from the safe path he had intended to take. What was initially a safe route has now transformed into the most treacherous of tasks. Chun Jinshui felt utterly despondent. Very well, since you are willing, you shall proceed with this task at dawn tomorrow. Li Tianran's face broke into a radiant smile. If you succeed, I shall consider it a redemption for your transgressions. Chun Jinshui, upon hearing this, could only nod silently. He had no other choice that, if he refused, even if Li Tianran spared his life tonight, should this matter be disclosed, he would be torn apart by the remaining 20-plus individuals. His family would no longer find refuge in the town. What about tonight? Chun Jinshui inquired. Tonight, I fear you shall have to endure a bit of hardship. Li Tianran spoke softly. 30 minutes later, Chun Jinshui was dragged back to the farm. His wrists bound in chains and imprisoned in the warehouse. Li Tianran ordered that the Hound-class combat warriors be responsible for guarding him, and that any sign of resistance or escape would result in immediate execution. Throughout the night, with the vigilant Hound-class guards on watch, Li Tianran felt entirely at ease, enjoying a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Chun Jinshui endured unimaginable torment. The spots where Li Tianran had struck him with the steel pipes throbbed painfully. Compounded by the warehouse's frigid temperature, Li Tianran had merely tossed him a military coat for warmth, and the biting cold forced him into a quivering ball in the corner of the warehouse. Struggling against both pain and chill, dozing off only to be startled awake by nightmares. Overall, Chun Jinshui felt as though the night stretched on interminably, an excruciating ordeal, without a phone to check the time. He sensed his sanity waning in the suffocating darkness. It was only when a sliver of dawn light seeped into the warehouse that he realized his night of suffering was finally coming to an end. At this moment, he would rather risk himself as bait than continue to endure such torment in this icy prison. Crash! The warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. Li Tianran entered and glanced at Chun Jinshui, who was huddled like a frozen quail, and immediately laughed. Time's up. Li Tianran approached and unshackled the chains from Chun Jinshui's wrists. Then he pulled out an object resembling a wristwatch from his pocket and tightly bound it to Chun Jinshui's arm. What is this? Chun Jinshui hesitated to ask. The latest technology, a listening bomb. Li Tianran chuckled, producing an object akin to a car remote from his pocket, pointing to the watch on Chun Jinshui's arm. I will monitor all your conversations with those bandits. The instant I detect even the slightest hint of treachery, I will press this remote. Then, your arm and half of your chest will be blown away in an instant. If you are fortunate, you will feel no pain, and your life will simply cease to exist. If luck is not on your side, you will experience the excruciating agony of limb severance for a full 15 minutes. Ultimately, succumbing to organ failure and excessive blood loss. It is also equipped with a tension-sensing device. If you attempt to remove it on your own, Li Tianran mimicked an explosion gesture with his hands. Laughing bang, you will witness a sky full of fireworks, mingled with your own flesh and blood. Chun Jinshui's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively reached for the watch. However, when his fingers were merely an inch away from the strap, he abruptly halted. Boss Li, I genuinely repent, we really need to resort to such measures. Fear and unease gripped Chun Jinshui as he spoke, his voice trembling as he forced out a smile more grotesque than tears. What if this thing malfunctions? My life would be forfeit. Then you had best pray it does not malfunction, and keep others away from it. Otherwise, you alone will bear the consequences, Li Tianran replied with a smile, spreading his hands. You may leave now. As Chun Jinshui drove away, Han Hai emerged from the small building and calmly stood beside Li Tianran. How is it? Li Tianran inquired. His complexion was even redder than the previous day, approaching an almost black hue. Han Hai pouted, retreating slightly behind Li Tianran in trepidation, and softly said, Big boss, I have a feeling he will do something bad to us. I am very afraid of him. Li Tianran cast a deep glance in the direction Chun Jinshui had departed, stroking Han Hai's head and reassuring her. It's all right, brother will handle it. Breakfast is ready. You can go eat them. After all, Han Hai was just a child. She quickly forgot unpleasant matters or people and turned to dash into the small building, sitting at the dining table to devour the breakfast Li Tianran had prepared for her. The quails raised yesterday had laid several eggs, which Li Tianran marinated with tea leaves and soy sauce, making a small bowl of tea egg. Paired with millet porridge and meat buns, the breakfast was equally sumptuous. After satisfying her hunger, while Han Hai was busy with her studies, Li Tianran took out his phone and dialed Old Yang. "Hello, Old Yang. Notify our people to assemble. We are ready to move." With Li Tianran's call, the situation in the southern city was poised for a monumental shift. All ignited by Changjin's Li Tianran accessed the system control interface, and the status of all guards and intelligent robots on the farm appeared in his mind that moment, among the numerous green dots representing surveillance guards. One marked as Patrol Radar 01 had already exited the farm's perimeter, moving swiftly. The footage transmitted back from its viewpoint revealed that it was indeed the vehicle driven by Chen Jinshui. In that instant, Chen Jinshui, consumed by panic as he drove, remained oblivious to the small radar the size of a thumb quietly suspended at the rear of his vehicle. Unlike ordinary radars, it featured a small propeller on top and 6 metallic limbs resembling ants gripping the vehicle's antenna, transmitting a wealth of footage back to Li Tianran's mind. The patrol radar was tracking the target, and everything was functioning normally. The target's route had not deviated. Chen Jinshui's car continued along a secluded path, leaving the small town. After driving for nearly 10 minutes, he stopped in front of an old-fashioned motel. This was once a long-distance bus service area, but with road reconstruction, business had dwindled, leading to its decline. Other establishments like gas stations and restaurants had been removed, leaving only a temporary lodging motel. The bandits Chen Jinshui had previously tracked down were holed up in this very motel. Its geographical location was advantageous, with a direct path in front and expansive mountains behind, allowing for both offense and defense. The area was desolate for several kilometers, save for the motel building, which loomed like a demonic fortress. With several powerful off-road vehicles parked in the backyard, the very vehicles Chen Jinshui had seen before, they were still here. Chen Jinshui swallowed hard, an intense fear causing his body to tremble. He glanced at the watch on his arm, then at the motel's entrance, finally gritting his teeth and pushing open the car door to step out. As soon as he did, a chilling gust assaulted him. That moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! Flames erupted and dust kicked up for the ground less than half a meter in front of Chen Jinshui. "Ah!" Chen Jinshui screamed in terror. Had the shot been just a tad off, it would have struck him directly. The bandits had already discovered him. "Stay right where you are," as the gunfire echoed, a grim voice commanded. Chen Jinshui hurriedly raised his hands, his legs trembling as he stood frozen in place. Two burly men clad in woolen coats and wearing dark sunglasses, each wielding a nearly 1.5-meter-long shotgun, emerged from behind the motel's walls. They were the sentinels of the bandits. This moment, the dark muzzles of the shotguns were aimed squarely at Chen Jinshui's head, one of them still emitting smoke. The two men approached rapidly, and the one on the left, missing his left ear and bearing a ghastly scar, had a particularly menacing countenance. He roughly grabbed Chen Jinshui's hair and violently shoved the shotgun's muzzle into his mouth, demanding fiercely, "How did you find this place? Are you military or police? Or a detective?" Chen Jinshui waved his hands repeatedly, mumbling incoherently, "I am not military or police. I have urgent business with your leader." The one-eared man frowned, then sneered, "We chose this spot to be so hidden, yet you managed to find it. You must have been watching us for quite some time. Huh? You say you are not military or police? Who the hell believes that? Stop wasting time with him. Shoot him," the other man said grimly. The one-eared man grinned, ready to pull the trigger. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinshui's pupils dilated in horror, and he almost screamed, "I know where there is food. I can take you to get food." Smack! The other man immediately pressed a hand against the one-eared man's shoulder and pulled the gun out of Chen Jinshui's mouth, looking at him in astonishment. "Do you know what happens to those who try to deceive us?" Who? Chen Jinshui gasped violently, then lifted his head to gaze at the two burly men. "I do possess some information, but I must meet your leader. Otherwise, I shall not divulge anything." The muscular men exchanged a glance, contemplating for a moment, then slung their shotguns back over their shoulders, ominously warning him. If we discover your ulterior motives, you will deeply regret having been born into this world. Chen Jinshui breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that, for the time being, he was not destined to meet his demise. Chen Jinshui was seized by the two hulks and escorted into the hotel. Upon pushing open the grand door, he beheld 7 or 8 fearsome bandits seated in the lounge, oiling their shotguns. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing Chen Jinshui being brought in. Damn it, who is this guy? Wang Ming, why have you brought an outsider here? Has our position been compromised? Kill him, and we'll relocate immediately. A cacophony of malicious voices erupted around him, sending Chen Jinshui's already fragile courage to the brink of collapse. Shut your mouths. One ear bellowed irritably, then frowned at the crowd. He claims to have a means to procure food and insists on seeing the leader. Laughter erupted among the group. Him? A useless coward. Trembling in fear. Do you truly believe him? This could merely be a ploy to buy time. For all we know, we have already ransacked the surrounding towns. If we cannot find food, how can he? One ear regarded them with an impassive expression before speaking in a low voice. Have you all said enough? If you have, step aside. I intend to take him upstairs. It appeared that one ear held a significant position among these ruffians. As the malevolent glares directed at Chen Jinshu gradually shifted away under his command, One ear dragged Chen Jinshui up the staircase and locked him in a room, stating, I will go inform the leader. Wait here. With a thud, the door closed. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and the door swung open once more. One ear entered alongside a foreigner with golden hair and striking blue eyes, his deep-set features suggesting authority. The leader of this band of marauders, who had been terrorizing the outskirts of South City, was astonishingly a foreigner. This is our boss, Mr. Wells, one ear said to Chen Jinshui in a grave tone. You possess a channel to acquire food? Wells inquired in fluent Huayan, settling himself opposite Chen Jinshui and casually resting his legs on the table. Speak, and I shall spare your life. Moreover, I will ensure you receive a share of the provisions. Chen Jinshui licked his lips, suddenly raising his hand to point at the notebook and pen beside Wells, while simultaneously uttering, Thank you, Mr. Wells. I shall disclose everything I know to you. Seeing this, Wells furrowed his brow, as if realizing something, and gently placed the notebook and pen before Chen Jinshui. What sort of place is it? He continued, deliberately slowing his speech. Chen Jinshui opened the notebook and began to write rapidly with the pen, all the while responding to Wells's inquiry. It is a farm, with at least several tons of grain stored in the warehouse. If you doubt me, you may send someone to investigate. At this point, Chen Jinshui abruptly thrust the notebook toward Wells, eager for him to see what he had just written. Wells glanced down, and his expression darkened. The notebook glaringly revealed, Someone plans to ambush you. I was sent to spread false information. There is no food, only a group intent on killing you. Chen Jinshui clutched the notebook in one hand, while the other frantically pointed to the watch on his wrist, indicating that he was currently under duress. Wells's features twisted in anger, yet he suddenly burst into laughter. Good. This information is quite valuable. I shall reward you handsomely. 30 minutes later, the hotel door swung open once again. A group of armed bandits stormed out, driving a rugged vehicle from the backyard. Meanwhile, Wells positioned Chen Jinshui in the back seat of the second vehicle. They continued their conversation, each scribbling in their respective notebooks. Their spoken exchanges were merely for the ears of Li Qianming, while the written words contained their true dialogue. So, those individuals are lying in wait around the farm, prepared to surround us once we arrive. Wells wrote, Surely, there will be no military personnel among them? Absolutely not. They are merely townsfolk with combat capabilities nearing zero. Chen Jinshui replied obsequiously in the notebook, To my knowledge, many in the town are dissatisfied with your and your menace pillaging of food. They are preparing to unite in rebellion. Wells's countenance darkened further upon reading Chen Jinshui's words. Currently, most of the military in South City have been dispatched to support the border. You could seize this opportunity to make an example of them, instilling fear in the surrounding towns so that none dare oppose you. You would become the emperor here. Chen Jinshui added in the notebook, I am willing to serve you, becoming your most loyal hound. Our plan shall commence with the elimination of those led by Li Tianning. Wells narrowed his eyes at the notebook in Chen Jinshui's hands, a malevolent and frenzied intent flashing across his face. He snatched the notebook and scrawled a line of English letters with fervor. Kill them all. Chen Jinshui recognized the meaning behind those words. Annihilate them all. Li Tianning perched upon a mound of earth. Facing a dozen men who appeared tense, their bodies trembling ever so slightly. They stood divided into two teams, wielding fine firearms, each adorned with communication headsets and numbered armbands. These were the professional gear he had purchased from the marketplace for 30,000 points just the day prior. An hour ago, these men, once farmers and merchants, had acquired a new title, the Self-Defense Force. Are you afraid? Li Tianning softly inquired. The members of the Self-Defense Force remained silent, yet their body language clearly conveyed their trepidation. They had once been law-abiding citizens, but now they were compelled to take up arms against a band of ruthless marauders. It was only natural that anyone would feel fear when thrust into such a drastic change in circumstances. Standing before Li Tianning, alongside Lao Yang, there were 18 individuals in total. 5 or 6 fewer than the previous night in the warehouse. Those absent had, upon reflection after the adrenaline of the previous night had subsided, deemed it far too perilous to confront the bandits. Thus, when Lao Yang gathered the group that morning, they feigned illness, claiming to have caught a chill and unable to participate in the fight. Li Tianning had anticipated this outcome. After all, these men were not seasoned warriors. Fear and retreat were perfectly normal reactions. The 5 or 6 who did not show up had thus been excluded from the plan. Let us have a drink. Lao Yang suddenly approached with 2 bottles of Red Star Ergo 2, violently twisting off the caps and taking a hearty swig before passing the bottle to the next man. It warms you and bolsters your courage. Li Tianning cast a surprised glance at Lao Yang, that he hadn't expected this seemingly brawny man to possess such sensitivity. Indeed, alcohol could fortify one's spirits. Even in ancient times, there was the saying that one could drink 3 bowls of wine and slay enemies on Mount Liang. The 2 bottles of liquor circulated between the 2 teams. And amidst the frigid weather and pressing circumstances, each sought solace in the drink to dispel their fears. Gulp, gulp. The fiery liquor coursed down their throats, igniting a warmth that spread from their gullets to their bellies, enveloping their bodies in a comforting heat that in such cold weather. To sip a bit of liquor was truly a rare delight. At that moment, the faces of the self-defense team members flushed with a rosy hue. Though their gazes still bore tension, their fears had significantly diminished, and their bodies steadied, no longer trembling. Little Boss Lee, have a sip too, Lao Yang said, approaching with the bottle, grinning broadly to I'll pass. El Itinerant shook his head. While alcohol could indeed embolden soldiers, a commander must remain clear-headed on the battlefield. Thus, Li Tianran forbade anything from numbing his senses or impairing his judgment. Then I shall dispose of this remaining bit of liquor, Old Yang declared, raising the bottle and downing the last dregs with satisfaction, followed by a hearty belch. This drink packs quite a punch. The old saying holds true, even if I were to face those ruffians in a knife fight. I would not hesitate. Li Tianran smiled faintly, suddenly reminded of an old drinking joke. Before drinking, I belonged to Nanching. After drinking, Nanching belongs to me. Alcohol indeed fortifies courage, but can also lead to arrogance. It is wiser to indulge sparingly to you think Shen Jinshui can lure those scoundrels into our trap? Old Yang asked anxiously, squatting beside Li Tianran. I fear they may detect some flaw. At this, a cruel smile crept across Li Tianran's lips. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Just then, a voice crackled through the earpieces of the numerous team members. They're coming. The convoy has arrived. It was the lookout's report. Li Tianran immediately waved his hand and spoke into the earpiece. Positions, everyone, prepare. With swift precision, 18 team members scattered to take cover on either side of the road, their gray-brown coats blending seamlessly with the decaying underbrush. They were nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Indeed, Li Tianran had not set an ambush at the farm. Rather, he had strategically positioned it halfway down the only small path the bandits would take after leaving the hotel. From the very beginning, he had no intention of trusting Chen Jinshui. He was merely a pawn sent to his demise. Consequently, Li Tianran had never divulged the truth to Chen Jinshui. regardless of what Chen Jinshui might convey to the bandits within the hotel. It would have no bearing on the outcome. The bandits would inevitably depart the hotel. If Chen Jinshui followed Li Tianran's earlier instructions, the bandits would head to the farm to seize grain. Conversely, if he betrayed Li Tianran, the bandits would still presume the battleground lay near the farm, never suspecting that Li Tianran would lay in wait just after their departure from their base. Chen Jinshui fancied he could outmaneuver Li Tianran, yet he was unaware that all he did was under constant surveillance. As he frantically communicated with Wells via his notebook, those images had already been relayed back to Li Tianran's mind, sealing Chen Jinshui's fate. Boom! Soon, the rumble of diesel engines echoed from the road. Send. Li Tianran and the self-defense team tensed, instinctively lowering their breathing, their eyes fixed intently on the source of the sound. Before long, 5 modified pickup trucks, their front and rear bumpers armored with steel plates, came into view. At this sight, the hearts of all present raced with trepidation. If those 5 vehicles were filled to capacity, there would be at least 23 or 24 men aboard. In terms of numbers, Li Tianran's side was at a disadvantage. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he possessed a trump card. Although he sought to establish his prestige in the town through this endeavor, he was not naive enough to place all his hopes on a hastily assembled self-defense team. The true game-changers were the warriors lurking in the shadows. Quickly, the vehicles approached the vicinity of Li Tianran's ambush point. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed as the lead vehicle wobbled to a halt, its front tire punctured and deflated. The convoy came to a standstill. Wells, seated in the second vehicle, frowned and inquired over the intercom. "What is going on?" "Report. The tire is flat," came the prompt reply from the front vehicle. "Irritating," Wells exclaimed. "Replace that damned tire immediately. We cannot afford to linger here." Ever since departing the base, an inexplicable sense of unease had settled over him, as if some terrible event loomed on the horizon. The front door of the vehicle swung open, and 2 armed bandits jumped out to change the tire. Li Tianran pressed himself against the earthen mound, observing the 2 towering, cold-faced bandits exit the foremost vehicle. Their demeanor and gait indicated they were no ordinary men. While they may not have reached military caliber, they were undoubtedly trained in specialized security tactics. Both wielded crude shotguns. One kept watch while the other worked on the tire, ever vigilant for an ambush. These shotguns, traditionally used by rural hunters to take down beasts, fired steel pellets with a short range but devastating impact. Even the toughest creatures could not withstand a close-range shot, let alone a human. Within 5 meters, a direct hit would mean almost certain death or severe injury. However, beyond that distance, the weapon's efficacy diminished significantly, suggesting that maintaining this range would render a clean victory feasible. Li Tianran wielded a Colt M1911 pistol, a new weapon he had acquired from the market, capable of holding 8 rounds, a marked improvement over his previous revolver with a mere 5-round capacity. The effective range of the M1911 is 50 meters. However, for novices, hitting a target within 15 meters is already commendable. Li Tianran did not expect every member of the self-defense team to achieve perfect accuracy. If even 1 bullet out of 8 found its mark, it would be considered a resounding success. Before long, the deflated tire was removed, and upon seeing the object that had caused the puncture, the bandit's expression shifted dramatically, for the culprit was not metal or glass, but a triangular iron spike, designed solely to puncture tires and create obstacles. The 2 bandits then looked ahead, soon spotting several more of the same spikes scattered along the leaf-covered road. This route was seldom traversed, and the appearance of these spikes could not have been mere coincidence. The bandits' pupils dilated as they suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, rising abruptly to shout a warning. At that moment, Li Tianran roared. Positions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 provide suppressive fire. Position 7, prepare to throw Molotov cocktails. Bang! Bang! Li Tianran bellowed, aiming his weapon at one of the bandits' heads and pulling the trigger. The 2 shots rang out in quick succession, and the 2 bandits attempting to change the tire fell lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted, and from the underbrush on either side of the road, over a dozen self-defense team members emerged, each grasping 2 beer bottles filled with gasoline, igniting the cloth wicks with their lighters. With eyes ablaze, they hurled the Molotov cocktails toward the bandit convoy just a few meters away. Scoundrels! You kill my father. I will have my vengeance, one self-defense member roared, his voice brimming with wrath. Li Tianran recognized him as Wang Bing, whose family owned a flour mill. Just 3 days prior, his home had been ransacked, and his father murdered by these very bandits. Consumed by rage, he longed to charge forth and flay the villains alive. This was precisely what Li Tianran feared. In his strategy, the self-defense members' positions were optimal. Shielded from easy injury, and with a combined assault of homemade incendiaries and pistols, they stood a chance of annihilating the enemy. But if anyone strayed from their assigned positions, creating gaps in their firepower, the consequences would be dire. Wang Bing, stay in your position. Do not move. Follow orders. Prepare to fire. Li Tianran commanded sharply over the intercom, his gaze steely. Hold your ground. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but your comrades will also suffer the consequences of your recklessness. Hearing Li Tianran's fierce reprimand, Wang Bing halted, his rage palpable as he stood his ground, drawing his weapon to fire upon the convoy. Over 20 Molotov cocktails shattered against the vehicles, flames igniting and rapidly engulfing them. The center of the road was instantly transformed into a raging inferno. Damn it, it's an ambush! There's an ambush! Open the doors. Get out of the vehicles. The vehicles are on the brink of explosion. The assault by Li Tianran and his comrades was extraordinarily fierce, but by the time those bandits reacted, the flames had already spread to an uncontrollable extent. Thick smoke filled the entire compartment, making them feel as though they were ensconced within a colossal steamer. The sweltering heat and stifling smoke rendered it nearly impossible for them to maintain their composure, prompting them to scream and push open the doors in a frantic bid to escape. However, an even more terrifying predicament awaited them. Just as the doors swung open, a bandit's head was instantly shattered by a bullet that seemed to come from nowhere. There's a sniper. How the hell could there be a sniper? How are we supposed to fight back? The bandits cried out in voices tinged with desperation. That very moment, the self-defense team began their relentless barrage. In an instant, several off-road vehicles were reduced to a veritable hive of destruction. On one side lay a raging inferno, while on the other, a hail of bullets awaited. The bandits were nearly driven mad. Boom! Just then, from the window, which was already on the verge of melting, a dart gun barrel suddenly emerged, followed by a flash of fire, as countless steel balls were unleashed. Ouch! One self-defense team member, standing too close, felt the sharp sting of flying steel balls graze his shoulder, instantly soaking his clothing in blood. The two comrades beside him quickly dragged him behind a mound of earth, preventing further gunfire from the enemy. With all three ceasing fire, the bandits felt a significant reduction in their pressure. Wells, with a fierce glint in his eyes, kicked the car door open, fiercely shielding Chen Jinshui with his own body as he leapt from the vehicle, which was rapidly becoming a bonfire. Following him were the remaining 13 or 14 bandits, who jumped from the car in utter disarray, frantically fleeing towards their base. In the brief skirmish, nearly half of their number had already been lost within just a minute. Some shot dead. Others literally burned to a crisp. Even the most ferocious of bandits found their mental fortitude nearing collapse upon witnessing such carnage. They dared not continue battling Li Tianran, for they had no idea how many trump cards he still held. The unknown is always the most terrifying. You son of a bitch! Didn't you say their ambush point was near the farm? Didn't you claim they were merely a group of worthless cowards with nearly zero combat ability? While fleeing, Wells tugged at Chen Jinshui, his face contorted in rage as he demanded an explanation. Then tell me why a group of supposedly inept fighters was able to decimate my men in one encounter? At least half of my people are dead. Chen Jinshui's legs trembled violently, rendering him nearly incapable of walking unaided. He was entirely reliant on the tall Wells and another bandit to keep moving. Suddenly, Wells caught a whiff of something foul. He glanced down to find that Chen Jinshui's pants were soaked, steam rising from the damp fabric. Fuck you. Wells was livid, his native tongue slipping out. He turned to look back, only to see Li Tianran and his men closing, and a mixture of anger and panic surged within him as he raised a shotgun to Chen Jinshui's chest. If you dare deceive me, this is the price of your treachery. At that moment, Chen Jinshui seemed to snap back to reality, screaming, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was kept in the dark too. I genuinely wanted to help you. Mr. Wells, boom. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Wells pulled the trigger. Chen Jinshui's body was propelled backward 3 or 4 meters, a gaping, bloody hole torn into his chest as he collapsed onto the road. Convulsing uncontrollably, "Run," Wells shouted, hastily leading his remaining 13 men in a frantic escape. Chen Jinshui's gaze became vacant, his pupils gradually dilating, blood pooling around him. He muttered incoherently, "Li Tianran, you deceived me. May you suffer a wretched fate." Li Tianran, having pursued closely behind, spotted Chen Jinshui lying on the ground. Clinging to life, he felt no sympathy nor guilt. From the moment Chen Jinshui chose betrayal, his fate had been sealed, and it was of no concern to Li Tianran. In his next life, may he refrain from being a traitor. Li Tianran cast a cold glance at him before swiftly passing by. The few members of the self-defense team also beheld Chen Jinshui's plight. However, having been informed by Li Tianran about Chen Jinshui's intention to defect to the bandits the previous night, they regarded him with disdain, especially Wang Bing, who loathed bandits and despised traitorous lackeys like Chen Jinshui even more. Wang Bing was the last to pass Chen Jinshui, spitting in contempt as he expressed his disdain. Chen Jinshui's body finally ceased its convulsions, falling silent. Wells ran frantically, instructing his remaining men to disperse. Avoiding a straightforward escape along the road and instead scattering into the fields on either side, that he recognized that, although the self-defense team led by Li Tianran was well-equipped, aside from Li Tianran himself, most of the team members were indeed average individuals with limited combat capabilities, their stamina far inferior to that of his men. After 2 or 3 minutes of pursuit, the self-defense team began to fall behind. Yet Li Tianran continued his relentless chase, as long as the bandits spread out. Li Tianran alone could not simultaneously pursue multiple directions. Just then, the ominous crack of a sniper rifle echoed once more. A bandit who had fled to the wilderness collapsed, half of his body blasted away. The remaining bandits were instantly paralyzed with fear, retreating back onto the road. Wells felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. They were not only being pursued by Li Tianran, but also by a sniper. At that moment, a combat veteran, exuding a mechanical sheen, lay in ambush 500 meters away, his palm gripping a gun barrel that was still emitting wisps of smoke. If that detestable yellow-skinned monkey can't shake him off, we'll all be killed by the hidden sniper. Wells, furious, shot a glance at Li Tianran and suddenly fired a shot backward. Li Tianran's pupils contracted, his body swiftly shifting to the left as the steel balls whizzed past him. Damn it! Wells cursed again, continuing his flight. The murderous intent in Li Tianran's eyes intensified. He could have closed the distance long ago. However, the enemy's numbers were too great, and the self-defense team could no longer keep pace with him. If he charged in recklessly, he would likely find himself facing a dozen shotguns aimed at him simultaneously. Thus, he maintained a distance of several meters, pursuing at a measured pace, leveraging the longer range of his handgun to take down an enemy every few dozen seconds. As he pursued, the number of men beside Wells dwindled. Now, including himself, only 8 remained. There's no escape. Wells felt his stamina nearing its limit, his lungs threatening to burst from the exertion, even the air he inhaled turning scorching hot. If this continued, whether Li Tianran killed them or not, they would all perish from exhaustion. It felt as if Li Tianran possessed boundless stamina, while even Wells, trained for such encounters, was nearing his breaking point. Yet Li Tianran's speed remained remarkably steady, seemingly unfazed. Most crucially, it appeared as though he was toying with them, playing a game of cat and mouse. He could easily eliminate them, yet he continued to offer them a glimmer of hope, only to shatter it bit by bit. Prepare to counterattack. We have 8 men, while there's only one of them and a sniper. Even if we fire simultaneously, we can't be wiped out in an instant. Wells abruptly halted, turning sharply to face Li Tianran, his eyes ablaze with fury as he aimed his weapon. Boom! Just as Wells uttered those words, another bandit beside him exploded, obliterated by the force of the sniper's bullet. Blood sprayed, splattering the remaining bandits' faces and bodies, providing a visceral illustration of brutality. The killer must be killed, Li Tianran expressionless, regarded Wells and his remaining bandits, his voice low. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Fear and the specter of death enveloped Wells and his men in that moment. They had never imagined being driven to the brink by a single individual. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was merely driving for them. Never laid a hand on anyone. At that moment, a younger bandit, unable to withstand the overwhelming terror, collapsed to the ground, raising his shotgun above his head, weeping. I confess. Let the military police take me away. The psychological defenses of an individual often commence with their collapse, subsequently triggering the downfall of many others. These marauders, though they pillage food and inflict harm upon the townsfolk, are not professionals in the art of killing. They are merely a despicable band of individuals who have lost their humanity, far inferior in temperament to the ruthless brigands depicted in television dramas. They may prey upon the defenseless commoners, yet when confronted by someone capable of exterminating them, their abject cowardice and fear becomes starkly evident. They fail to qualify even as competent bandits, merely embodying a gang of bullies who cower before the strong. Please spare us. We surrender. We shall not dare defy you again. Grant us our lives. Upon witnessing this, the remaining few bandits, save for Wells, lost all courage to confront Li Tianran, kneeling in unison and banging their heads against the ground. If their opponent were merely Li Tianran, they might have contemplated resistance. However, unbeknownst to them, a sniper lurked in the shadows. You worthless scum! Stand up! Wells, infuriated, unleashed his wrath upon the bandits, striking them with fists and feet. Even with the sniper's aid, they numbered only 2, armed with 2 guns, while they boasted 8 members. Could the 2 of them truly eliminate them all in an instant? Li Tianran chuckled, as Wells had noted. If these men chose to resist, he indeed could not wipe them out in a heartbeat. It would only require the sacrifice of 2 lives for them to launch a counterattack. Yet the question remains, who among them would willingly forfeit their life for the chance of their comrades to retaliate? Soldiers with a cause would, warriors with a home would. But these bandits, united solely by self-interest, would not. Their thoughts were painfully simplistic. Wells, the blonde pig, spoke easily, but what if one of those 2 casualties turn out to be me? If I perish, I lose everything. Why should I sacrifice my life for your escape? If capture is inevitable, let us all be captured together. If death comes, let us die as one. This is the most authentic portrayal of the bandit psyche. Drop your weapon. Li Tianran, with an impassive countenance, fixed his gaze upon Wells. Kneel and answer my questions, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Li Tianran did not conceal his intention to eliminate Wells. As the leader of these bandits, he was a necessary target. He was unperturbed by the thought that Wells might retaliate furiously upon hearing this. An adult combatant had already trained his gun on Wells' head. Should Wells exhibit even a hint of resistance, in half a second, his head would explode like a firework, scattering its remnants across a 5-meter radius. I will never surrender to scum like you. Wells' eyes bulged with fury as he raised his shotgun to fire. He understood that surrendering might afford others a chance at survival. But for him, it would certainly mean death. Surrender is death. Resistance is death. He yearned to grasp at a glimmer of hope, yet he pondered too much. Before his finger could touch the trigger, Li Tianran had already raised his hand, and the .45 caliber bullet of the M1911 struck his shooting arm. Boom! A chilling scream escaped Wells as his right arm drooped helplessly, blood gushing from the elbow. His arm had been rendered useless. Boom! 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 Li Tianran reloaded and fired thrice more, hitting Wells' knees and his other arm with pinpoint accuracy. Wells fell backward, his limbs shattered, writhing like a worm in agony, emitting a harrowing shriek that instilled fear in all who heard it. The remaining bandits, witnessing this, nearly collapsed in terror, their bodies trembling violently. Hands clasped around their heads like quail, burying their faces in their laps, quaking uncontrollably. Now, are you willing to cooperate and answer my questions? Li Tianran approached Wells, looking down upon his pain-racked visage, contorted in agony. If you refuse, that's fine. I haven't finished playing yet. The juxtaposition of Li Tianran's youthful features with his murderous intent struck Wells profoundly. In that moment, fear took hold, and his mental defenses crumbled. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. Was that so hard? Must you suffer? Li Tianran mocked, then crouched down and asked gravely, Does your gang have any mastermind behind it? Li Tianran was not intimidated by a small-scale food-pilfering band. But he feared the possibility that they were part of a larger organization. I only have a single line of communication with my superiors. I don't know who the real boss is. Wells gritted his teeth against the pain. His face pale, he distributes our weapons and assigns us tasks. There are at least dozens of gangs like ours in Handong province. Li Qianran's heart sank at this revelation. The worst-case scenario had materialized. This was a large-scale, organized criminal syndicate with a strict hierarchy. Even lowly thugs like Wells were oblivious to the true identity of their leader, only aware of the person above them in the chain of command. Such a level of secrecy was not something an ordinary crime group could achieve. After you rob the food, where do you plan to transport it? Li Tianran inquired again, narrowing his eyes to To Cow City. Wells gritted his teeth. After we complete the task, we will deliver the food to Cow City, where cargo ships will be waiting at the docks. Cow City, the coastal city at the fringe of Handong province, was adjacent to the sea, and beyond those waters lay the borders of the European Union's Luo state. Suddenly, Li Tianran seemed to grasp something. These provisions might be destined for foreign shores. Did your superior ever mention the purpose of this food? Li Tianran asked in a low voice. Wells hesitated, weighing the significance of his response. Li Tianran frowned and pressed the gun barrel forcefully against Wells's wound. Instantly, Wells screamed as if slaughtered. "It's for Eden." Wells's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he shouted. He once let slip that term, but I truly don't know its specific use. Eden. The utterance of those three syllables plunged Li Tianran into deep contemplation. The book of Genesis in the Old Testament recounts how God, Jehovah, created mankind in his image, forming Adam, the first man, and from Adam's rib he fashioned Eve, placing them in the Garden of Eden. The term Eden in the original biblical context connotes paradise, referring to the idyllic realm fashioned by God for Adam and Eve, a metaphor for a blissful and prosperous living environment. Legends speak of the ground within Eden strewn with gold, pearls, and agate, where trees flourished with exquisite flowers and fruits, and rivers flowed gently, nourishing the land as a divine blessing, even in the absence of rain. The harvest would be bountiful. In essence, it was the paradise of every human's dreams, where every desire could be fulfilled. However, the world had undergone cataclysmic changes. Resources were scarce, and desolation and famine abounded. Merely surviving had become an arduous struggle. How could there still exist an Eden brimming with abundant resources? Suddenly, Li Tianran felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps Wells's superior was not referring to a physical Eden somewhere in the world. Rather, they aspired to create their own version of Eden, in a world ravaged by famine, if they could amass sufficient food and resources and transport them to a designated location, erect formidable defenses, isolating themselves from the destitute masses outside the walls. Then those within the walls would enjoy rare resources and sustenance. Even if countless souls perished beyond the barriers, it would not impact those inside. In such a scenario, for those within the walls, would it not resemble the Eden of their dreams? Li Tianran was startled by the realization of this thought. However, as he delved deeper into his thoughts, he increasingly felt that this possibility was strikingly close to the truth. Otherwise, why would the grain stolen from the southern city be transported over 1,000 miles to Cow City by cargo ships? It must be destined for foreign shores. It is even conceivable that it is being sent to the European Union, which is currently preparing to engage in conflict with the Yin-Huang Federation. Who is your superior? Li Tianran inquired in a low voice. His name is David Knoll, but I am unable to reach him. All our communications have been initiated by him. Wells breathed deeply and slowly continued. You won't be able to find him. Though he has been remotely overseeing my work, I suspect he may not even be within the borders of Yin-Huang. He could very well be in the European Union right now. These Yin-Huang individuals are merely temporary hires of mine. If I occupy the lowest tier within the organization, then they're a mere group of cannon fodder, even beneath that level. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this group is stealing grain to ship it to the European Union. Furthermore, it is highly probable that the headquarters of this criminal organization is located within some sector of the European Union. This is a transnational crime syndicate, Beyond grain theft, they may also be pilfering other crucial resources. Li Tianran ground his teeth in silence. Although there was no immediate grain shortage within Yanhuang, the European Union had already begun to provoke conflicts with Yanhuang, and it wouldn't be long before various forms of confrontation commenced. Ancient wisdom states, before the army moves, provisions must be secured, which illustrates that in the clash between two nations, grain is an indispensable resource. And now, Wells and his cohort are audaciously planning to transport the grain pillage from within Yanhuang to the European Union. This is intolerable. Do you not realize that Yanhuang is on the brink of war with the European Union? Li Tianran cast a cold gaze at the several kneeling bandits beside him, their black hair and brown skin clearly indicating their Yanhuang lineage. You carry the blood of Yanhuang, yet you assist these Europeans in stealing from your own people. Do you still consider yourselves human? The bandits, upon hearing this, turned pale with shame, lowering their heads in silence. The Yanhuang territory has been striving to stabilize the situation, distributing relief grain to ensure no one dies of hunger. Perhaps you and your families have also received some of that grain. Yet, regrettably, the nation's relief supplies have only nurtured a pack of wolves like you. Li Tianran scathingly rebuked, then spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. You all deserve to die. The Yanhuang bandits trembled in panic. With two of them even breaking down in tears on the spot, I was momentarily lost. Please, grant me another chance. I will never again be a dog for foreigners. Li Tianran inhaled deeply, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps and labored breathing approaching from behind. The self-defense forces have arrived. Their fate rests in your hands. Li Tianran stood up and addressed the self-defense members. The self-defense members glared with fiery eyes, filled with hatred at the kneeling bandits, their breaths growing more ragged. We are all Yanhuang people. Please spare us this once. I bow before you. Whatever you want, as long as we possess it. We will give it to you. We beg you. The bandits quivered at the sight of the self-defense members, whose eyes seemed ready to tear them apart. They had never witnessed such a look of hatred, as if their skins were to be flayed. Now you know to plead for mercy? Just then, Wang Bing, with pinpoint accuracy, rushed towards a dark-skinned bandit with an explosive hairstyle, seizing his hair and thrusting the gun barrel into his mouth. Veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. When you killed my father, he was also down on his knees begging you for mercy. Did you spare him? Huh. He was 70 years old. What threat did he pose to you? Why did you have to kill him? Do you know how I felt watching the surveillance footage? The bandit's pupils dilated to their limit. He remembered 3 days prior when they raided a flour mill and, upon finding an old man whose appearance displeased him, shot the old man in the thigh without hesitation. The old man, bleeding profusely, knelt and pleaded for his life. Yet in that moment, he was exhilarated, reveling in the feeling of controlling life and death. He had tossed a set of keys away, forcing the old man to retrieve them like a dog, the old man dragging his injured leg in a desperate attempt to pick them up. His eyes filled with hope. But the next moment, he had still pulled the trigger. He had never intended to spare the old man. Making him fetch the keys was merely a game of cat and mouse. Indulging in the pleasure of giving hope only to obliterate it. I was just worried you might die in our first wave of attacks. Wang Bing's face was streaked with tears, his expression contorted with fury as he leaned close to the bandit's ear. But heaven has eyes, allowing you to live and giving me the chance for revenge. Now that you are in my hands, I will make you experience a torment 100 times worse than death. Li Tianran stood alone at the forefront, the air filled with piercing screams from behind. After a long while, the screams subsided. The bandits had lost their humanity. The beast within them had been unleashed, and they could never revert to their former status as law-abiding citizens. Thus, the self-defense forces showed them no mercy. One shot per bandit sufficed to eliminate them. Wang Bing stumbled over, collapsing before Li Tianran, tears streaming down his face. Boss Li, I am grateful for the chance to avenge myself. In the future, whenever you require my assistance, just say the word, and I will plunge into fire and water without hesitation. Li Tianran turned his head and observed the self-defense members, who gazed at him with admiration and awe, even bordering on fervor. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Through this incident, he successfully established his authority in the hearts of the townspeople. In the future, should he require their assistance, they would undoubtedly comply. This town serves as the outer shield of his farm. And if truth be told, Li Tianren certainly wishes to wield leadership that commands a multitude within the town, ensuring that whatever he seeks to accomplish there can proceed without hindrance. I have stated that I shall help you reclaim what you have lost, as long as you follow me. Li Tianren paused for a moment before raising his arm, with guns in hand. Follow me! Roar! The self-defense members let out a fierce roar, raising their weapons high. Li Tianren's gaze shifted towards the distance, in the direction of the bandit stronghold. Their next target lay there. Buzz! 20 minutes later, a large cargo truck came to a slow halt in the clearing before the bandit stronghold. Li Tianren exited the driver's cabin, followed closely by the self-defense members who had been seated in the back. This was the vehicle Old Yang had used earlier that morning to transport the self-defense members to their ambush site. It had previously been parked 500 meters away from the ambush point. Now that Wells and his men had been taken care of, Old Yang had driven the truck back, ready to haul away all the grain from the stronghold. Bang! At that moment, a window on the second floor of the hotel shattered, and a gun barrel protruded, firing a shot. The bullet struck the ground less than 5 meters in front of Li Tianren and the others, sending dust flying. Li Tianren cast an impassive glance at the second-floor window, catching sight of a figure fleeting behind the glass. Wells had previously led an assault on the farm, but it was certain that there were also individuals left behind to guard his stronghold, and their numbers likely weren't few. With this thought, Li Tianren lightly waved his hand. Wang Bing and another self-defense member dragged Wells's corpse over and unceremoniously tossed it on the ground, deliberately positioning it so that his face was visible, ensuring all the bandits within the stronghold could clearly see the ghastly state of his death. I know you can all hear me and see your leader. Li Tianren inhaled deeply, then shouted towards the second floor of the hotel, if you do not wish to meet the same fate as your boss, come out and surrender your weapons. Otherwise, once we breach in, we will no longer accept surrenders. Each and every one of you will perish. Li Tianren's voice possessed a piercing clarity, resounding across the desolate expanse, ensuring that everyone could hear him distinctly, including the 5 bandits currently hiding within the hotel. They stood in the very room where the gun barrel had just emerged, exchanging fearful glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Damn it, even the leader is dead. What are we still resisting for? Let's surrender. A burly man with a dark complexion gripped his shotgun with trembling hands, panic evident in his voice. They outnumber us, and their equipment is superior. If we engage in a direct fight, we stand no chance of victory. Previously, when Wells was attacked, a group of bandits had contacted them via radio, merely stating that they were under siege and urgently required assistance. Before the transmission was abruptly cut off, upon receiving the signal, they intended to venture out for rescue, yet they were paralyzed by the fear of falling into a trap designed to lure them away. Wells had explicitly instructed them before his departure that under no circumstances were they to leave the base. Any misstep concerning the food supply warehouse could cost them their lives. Thus, caught in this profound conflict, they dared not abandon their post. In a state of mounting anxiety, they waited for 20 minutes, only to be met not with Wells's triumphant return, but with the sight of his lifeless body, discarded like a dead dog before their eyes. No, we cannot surrender. We have committed unforgivable sins. Let us not forget, our hands are stained with blood. If we yield, even if we are not killed by those people, we will be imprisoned in a dark, sunless cell for the rest of our lives. The gaunt bandit standing by the window gritted his teeth and spat fiercely. If I die today, I will take a few down with me. You expect me to lay down my arms? Dream on. The burly man with a dark complexion cast a fearful glance at the gaunt bandit. This gaunt man, named Meng's son, was the most ruthless among their ranks. Second only to Wells, since the world had changed, he had personally dispatched 4 or 5 individuals during food looting operations who refused to cooperate, including a bandit who defied his orders. His mercilessness, even towards his own, earned him Wells's favor, leading to his promotion as the second in command, tasked with overseeing the food warehouse during Wells's absence. All of you, raise your guns, or I'll deal with you first. Meng Sen's gaze swept over the crowd like that of a wolf, radiating menace. The remaining 4 bandits trembled in fear, unable to meet his eyes, and reluctantly aimed their weapons at the outside. Li Tianren expressionless, surveyed the building that a minute had elapsed since his call, yet there was still no response from the opposing side. It seemed unlikely that persuading them to surrender would yield any result. That, I tell you, I will not lower my weapon. If you have the guts, rush in. 1 kill is enough to break even. 2. And I profit. Meng's son howled, standing by the shattered window. Ha! Are you cowards afraid now? You bunch of worthless dogs. Do you think you could take on Meng's son? You are not worthy. Suddenly, Li Tianran broke into laughter. The more frenzied Meng Sen's taunts became, the more it revealed the depth of his fear. He was merely attempting to project strength to mask his trepidation that a truly strong individual remains calm. With this thought in mind, Li Tianran devised a strategy, one that required no personal risk, yet could dismantle the opponent's resolve. I offer you an opportunity. From now, within 3 minutes, if anyone voluntarily surrenders, I will show him leniency. Li Tianran declared, hands in his pockets, gazing at the indistinct figures in the second-floor window. If anyone can halt this madness and bring me the head of this man named Meng's son, I will overlook all his past transgressions. Remember, I only desire the head of Meng's son. His demise will serve as your pardon. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the second-floor room shifted dramatically. Meng's son abruptly turned, casting a fierce glare at his 4 subordinates. Yet, to his astonishment, he was met with 4 equally fierce stares. Downstairs, Li Tianran wore a grim smile. His tactic was cunning. Had he proposed that killing a comrade would grant them clemency, half of the bandits would surely perish. In such a scenario, they would suspect Li Tianran was attempting to sow discord among them. However, by specifying the death of only 1 individual, it provoked their curiosity. Was it due to a personal vendetta against Meng's son, or did Li Tianran simply recognize Meng Sen's transgressions, desiring only to eliminate him? The fates of the other bandits seemed inconsequential to Li Tianran. Once the seeds of doubt were sown in their minds, their resolve would wane, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. When hope emerges, individuals often abandon desperate thoughts. With just a few words, Li Tianran had managed to unravel the already tenuous alliance among the bandits. He was fully aware of the situation on the second floor through the surveillance footage relayed back. He understood Meng Sen's standing among the group. In Li Tianran's view, after witnessing Wells's corpse, the bandits' will to resist was already on the brink of collapse, kept in check only by Meng Sen's intimidation. If Meng's son could be dealt with, the remaining bandits would crumble without a fight. Li Tianran stood there, silently calculating the likelihood of his plan's success. Perhaps 80%? He murmured to himself before breaking into a smile. No, it should be 90%. Li Tianran felt confident that his strategy would succeed. From the perspective of the bandits, facing a self-defense force that outnumbered them significantly, they held no advantage, that if a confrontation ensued, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. Yet, should they eliminate Meng's son and gamble on the truth of Li Tianran's promise? A glimmer of survival remained. 2 choices lay before them. One with a 100% mortality rate, the other a 50% chance. Surely, the decision would not be difficult. Li Tianran glanced at his watch and called out, "You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Meanwhile, in the hotel on the second floor, the air was thick with tension. Meng's son stood at the window, shotgun in hand, his gaze like that of a ravenous wolf, surveying the 4 bandits beside him. What are you staring at? You don't actually believe that bastard's words, do you? Do you really think he will spare you?" The 4 bandits stealthily shifted, encircling Meng Sr. The burly man, previously scolded by Meng's son, spoke darkly. "You have killed, but we have not. Even if we are captured by the military police, our crimes do not warrant death." "Exactly," chimed in a nearby, overweight bandit. "Your sins are too great, but we need not die alongside you if there's a chance to survive. We are willing to take it." A scar-faced man added ominously. The last bandit said nothing. Yet his shotgun was already aimed at Meng Sen's head, clearly indicating his stance. "How dare you? You are nothing but a bunch of foolish pigs. Hopelessly stupid pigs." Meng Sen's fury reached a boiling point as he observed their actions. The veins on his neck bulging, he sneered. "Do you even know what wartime law is? You may not have killed anyone, but your looting, your disruption of peace, your gang crimes, all warrant execution. They are not military police." "I recognize them. They are the very people we have robbed," the burly man retorted. The military police have no time for us now. As long as we can escape from here, we can flee South City anytime. Once we are out, the world is vast. Where will the military police find us? You. Meng's son was infuriated, ready to step forward and slap the burly man. Just then, a sharp sound cut through the air, the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. Click! The scar-faced man expressionlessly raised his shotgun, pressing it firmly against Meng Sen's chest. What are you doing, flexing your authority as the second-in-command at a time like this? You're staring death in the face. With the other three bandits now aiming their weapons at him, Meng's son felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his throat tightening. Though fierce, facing four guns, he felt a flicker of fear. Gritting his teeth, he relented. Brothers, hear me out. We've been together for 7 or 8 days. Even if you had a pet dog, you would have formed a bond. Are you truly so heartless as to want me dead? As Meng Sen's words escaped his lips, the four bandits hesitated momentarily. Just as Meng San had articulated, although they were a band of ruthless scoundrels devoid of humanity, the week they had spent together indulging in their nefarious deeds. Reveling in the spoils of their robberies and feasting on meat and drink had fostered a semblance of friendship among them. Faced with such an individual, the sudden urge to strike him down proved to be a challenge for them to reconcile. Noticing his comrade's hesitation, a pleading look emerged on Meng Sen's face. How about this? If you wish to leave, I shall not stand in your way. But could you spare my brother's life? As you said, you bear no grave sins. They will not execute you. After you depart, I shall fend for myself here. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, the four bandits exchanged glances, a conflicted expression gleaming in their eyes. And the muzzles of their guns gradually lowered. In that instant, a cunning and fierce smile crept across Meng Sen's lips. He lifted the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger. A burst of flames erupted, and the burly man standing before him was struck squarely in the chest, his body propelled backward by the force of the impact. A gaping wound gushed blood, rendering him mortally wounded. The sudden turn of events left the remaining 3 bandits momentarily stunned. Yet, after the briefest of pauses, they roared in fury and squeezed the triggers of their shotguns. Meng San, having discarded his shotgun after firing the first shot, now wielded a gleaming military knife, which he deftly drove into the neck of the scarred man. Severing his carotid artery in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The scarred man staggered and collapsed, his shotgun veering off and striking a nearby pillar. However, Meng San could not evade the bullets from the rotund man and another bandit. Boom! Boom! 2 shots rang out. Fresh from his double kill, the fiercely determined Meng San was struck, his left calf shattered, the white bone grotesquely exposed to the air, sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, he was hit in the abdomen. The outer layer of his down jacket torn apart, blood seeping out and staining the pristine white feathers of vivid crimson. Huh. You think you could take my head for a pardon? You're still too green. Without taking 2 lives as a cushion, do you really believe my life is so easily claimed by scum like you? Though Meng San lay against the wall, drenched in blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, he continued to laugh maniacally, a mocking expression dancing across his face as he regarded the remaining 2 bandits. You fools! How can you still harbor the delusion of surviving in such chaotic times? No one abides by promises. Do you think your fate will be any better than mine? You will merely die a few minutes later than I. I shall await you in hell, and then we shall settle this score. Meng San coughed up blood, his strength waning. After enduring 2 close-range shotgun blasts, even a man of iron would be shattered. You bastard! Even as you face death, you seek to drag 2 others down with you. The rotund man, having been momentarily stunned, now erupted in furious insults, seizing the dagger that had fallen from Meng Sen's grasp and lunging toward him. Thud! Meng Sen's head lolled to the side, his body slumping lifelessly. A minute later, under the gaze of Li Tianran and numerous self-defense team members, the 2 bandits dragged Meng Sen's lifeless body out of the hotel entrance. We surrender! We surrender! Come here! Drop your weapons! The self-defense team surged forward, swiftly confiscating the bandits' firearms and binding their hands and feet with ropes, finally allowing themselves a sigh of relief. They understood that this battle was theirs to claim victory. Is anyone still inside? Li Tianran approached, casting a glance at the crimson-stained Meng Sun, the visual impact of the blood and horrific wounds nearly overwhelming No1. The rotund man, his head at the mercy of several guns, spoke in a tone rife with fear. There were only 5 of us, 2 were taken down by him, and we 2 managed to finish him off. Li Tianran coldly observed it all. These individuals, merely 10 days prior, might have been law-abiding citizens, perhaps even helping an elderly man cross the street. Yet now, they resorted to murdering their own comrades for survival. They could no longer be regarded as human. They had become beasts who had lost their moral compass and humanity amid disaster. Had it been just a few days ago, he might have found this scene difficult to accept, but after experiencing the betrayal by Xiao Tian, he truly comprehended that in such an environment, one must be more ruthless than others, more ferocious than those who had forsaken their humanity, in order to protect oneself and those dear to them. Thus, as he gazed upon the corpse on the ground, his heart remained unperturbed. It was as if the deceased were merely a dog. You truly can engage in the betrayal of friends for survival. How amusing! Wang Bing sneered, his eyes shimmering with scornful derision as he fixed his gaze on the 2 bound bandits. If heaven has eyes, it should allow you all to perish in your own infighting. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's face flushed crimson with shame, his head bowed low. The other bandit, sensing the murderous intent behind Wang Bing's words, screamed in protest. You promised not to kill us if we surrendered. We said we wouldn't kill you, but we never promised not to beat you, Wang Bing retorted with a cold smile. The others around him revealed their own sinister grins, cracking their knuckles as they closed in. Their hatred for the bandits mirrored that of a farmer's disdain for a weasel that stole his chickens. After all, the fruits of their labor had been easily snatched away by the latter. Who could bear such an affront? Though they had indeed taken down numerous bandits, true satisfaction could only be achieved through a direct confrontation. A throng of individuals surrounded the 2 bandits, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Initially, the bandits screamed and howled, but as time wore on, their cries devolved into feeble whimpers of surrender. Enough, drag them to the vehicle and keep watch over them, Li Tianran commanded after allowing the self-defense team members to vent their frustrations. Leave 2 to guard them. The rest follow me to the warehouse. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their onslaught. Their primary motivation for eliminating the bandits had been to reclaim their rightful food supplies. The moment Li Tianran spoke, their faces lit up with barely contained excitement. Where is your warehouse? Wang Bing gripped the rotund bandit's hair, questioning him coldly. To the north of the backyard. There's a storage room with 2 large iron doors. The rotund man replied, his speech slurred and bloodied. With a crash, the modified iron doors were violently flung open, and Li Tianran, accompanied by a dozen self-defense team members, stepped inside. Upon entering, they were left astounded by the sight before them. The nearly 1,000-square-foot storage room was brimming with an array of grains, foodstuffs, and various living necessities, even housing some large equipment. Rice and flour formed small mountains within the warehouse. Cans of tobacco, liquor, and assorted snacks were stacked high, nearly touching the ceiling. Good heavens, just how much food have they stolen? One self-defense team member stood by, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. They haven't merely plundered a small town. They've looted an entire city. Though this statement may have been somewhat exaggerated, it adequately conveyed the staggering quantity of food within the warehouse. If distributed, even the entire population of small town could feast for at least 7 days. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the self-defense team members had never encountered such an abundance of food. Reflecting on the hardships they had endured in recent days, they could not help but erupt into joyous laughter. Tears streaming down their faces as they knelt, arms wide open, yearning to embrace the promise of a new life. With this newfound sustenance, they would no longer be plagued by hunger. They and their families could survive in peace amidst the ruins of civilization. Some were unable to contain their excitement, rushing forward to tear into the packaging of various foods, stuffing their mouths greedily. Among them was a box of soft bread. Before the apocalypse, it had cost 45 yuan. After the disaster, its price had skyrocketed to 500 yuan and had been quickly snatched off the shelves, leaving it only available at exorbitant prices at that moment. The self-defense team members devoured the bread. relishing the explosion of grainy flavor in their mouths, feeling that the perilous battles they had fought just moments ago had been worth it. Hold on a moment. Suddenly, Wang Bing shouted, catching everyone off guard as they turned their attention toward him. We can seek revenge, we can be here, and we can once again enjoy the soft bread. All of this is thanks to Boss Li. Therefore, I propose that all the items in the warehouse be selected by Boss Li first. Wang Bing spoke in a deep voice. After Boss Xiao Li takes a share, we shall divide the remainder among ourselves. The moment these words escaped his lips, an enveloping silence fell over the entire warehouse. Yes, indeed. Let Boss Xiao Li choose first. Without him, we would all be left to the mercy of the north winds. Quickly, make way for Boss Xiao Li. The self-defense team members grinned widely, eagerly and voluntarily placing their belongings aside. The anticipated scene of frantic competition did not materialize. Li Tianran was somewhat taken aback. He had expected that upon seeing the provisions, the self-defense team members, previously united under pressure from the bandits, would begin to quarrel over the spoils and create discord due to unequal shares. However, it became evident that his concerns were entirely unfounded. Throughout their recent battles, the self-defense members had traversed life and death together, fostering a bond akin to brotherhood in arms, which had flourished and grown stronger. Most importantly, Li Qianran's earlier feat of single-handedly pursuing over 10 bandits had completely won their respect. If they had followed his commands before merely because he wielded weapons and possessed formidable strength. At this moment, they had come to wholeheartedly revere him. Who among them could face more than 10 adversaries simultaneously with such audacity? Only Boss Xiao Li could. Li Tianran nonchalantly waved his hand. He had little desire for the items within the warehouse and intended to decline. However, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a particular object in the corner, causing him to freeze in astonishment. These bandits had managed to seize this. His voice trembled slightly as he hurried over. What met his eyes was a beautifully crafted ancient dagger with a dark sheath, meticulously placed upon a sword rack in an exceedingly concealed position. Had he not fortuitously glanced in that direction, he would have failed to notice the blade, which seemed to merge seamlessly with the shadows. Li Tianran approached and reached out to lift the ancient sword from the rack. It felt cold to the touch. Grasping the hilt, he drew the blade from its sheath, and with a crisp sound, a cold light illuminated the warehouse. This was a Tang Hung Dao. The blade was straight, resembling a long sword, with a slight curvature only at the very T. It possessed the regal majesty of a sword and the commanding presence of a blade. Li Tianran held the blade horizontally before his eyes, feeling a stinging sensation in his gaze. This was undoubtedly an exceptional sword, a weapon of great lethality. The Tang Hung Dao was the most renowned sword from the illustrious Tang dynasty. During that era, the techniques for forging it were the most advanced in the world. The blade was sturdy and resistant to breaking, and it was remarkably sharp, suitable for both infantry and cavalry. The renowned samurai swords of Sakura country were modeled after the Tang Hung Dao, though the craftsmanship of Sakura country at that time could not compare to the greatness of the Tang. Consequently, their samurai swords, while sharp, were exceedingly brittle and prone to breaking as a last resort. They modified the straight blade into one with a curved form. The Tang Hung Dao can be regarded as a pinnacle of sword-making throughout the history of Yanhuang. However, due to its high production cost and maintenance difficulty, genuine artifacts have been scarce over the years at that moment. The blade that Li Tianran held exuded an unmistakable sense of antiquity. It was an oddly profound feeling, as if he could sense the passage of time etched into the blade. 1,000 years ago, it had once been wielded by a valiant general, sweeping across the battlefield, leaving a trail of fallen foes in its wake. It has often been said that every boy harbors a dream of wielding a sword and roaming the world as a hero. And Li Tianran was no exception. After a moment of silence, he lightly swung the blade toward a nearby shelf. With a crisp snap, a 3mm thick iron corner of the shelf was cleanly severed, the cut surface extraordinarily smooth. Pressing his thumb against it revealed no rough edges at all. It sliced through iron as if it were mud. This was likely a treasure plundered from a collector, perhaps intended for export, as the European Union had previously seized numerous relics from Yanhuang and taken them abroad for auction, profiting immensely. Just then, a self-defense team member approached. gazing at the Tang Hungdao in Li Tianran's hand, and remarked with a smile, "We have managed to preserve an ancient artifact for Yan Huang. That I shall take it," Li Tianran declared without hesitation, sheathing the blade and asserting his decision. The food, clothing, and spices in the warehouse held no allure for him. Only this sword captivated his interest. From the very first glance, a singular thought echoed in his mind. "It is mine." The self-defense team members were somewhat surprised by his choice. While the antique sword was indeed enticing, in this apocalyptic world, the most vital resource ought to be food. Only once their bellies were full could they consider other needs. From their perspective, Li Qianran's decision to take the sword appeared to blur the lines of priority. Yet, they were unaware that the ordinary provisions before them were merely fodder for the animals on Li Qianran's farm. He, along with Han Hai and Xiao He, were currently consuming food of radiation-resistant quality. Their palates had become spoiled by the exquisite grains, and if they were to revert to such mundane sustenance, they would find it quite unpalatable. Unexpectedly, Li Qianran's choice was viewed by the self-defense team members as an act of immense selflessness. They believed that after selecting the ancient Tang Hungdao, he felt too embarrassed to claim any food. What noble character, what greatness, leading them through life-and-death struggles, reclaiming supplies, yet relinquishing the opportunity to choose provisions simply out of concern for their feelings regarding his fondness for a sword. This was profoundly moving. Thus, under the impression that they understood Li Tianran's intentions, the self-defense team members voluntarily divided the remaining supplies in the warehouse into equal shares, with Li Tianran receiving the largest portion. Snacks, rice, flour, almost forming a small mountain. Half an hour later, as Li Tianran stood in the courtyard, meticulously examining the ancient sword and reflecting on the self-defense team members' decision, he couldn't help but smile wryly. However, seeing their sincere expressions, he felt that continued refusal would seem inappropriate. After a moment of silence, he accepted their generous offer. "Even though Wells has been eliminated, we must remain vigilant. When night falls, we will transport these supplies back home in batches, ensuring we remain concealed. Also, the bodies of Wells and his men must be disposed of thoroughly. We must guarantee that they will not be discovered in the short term." Li Tianran spoke solemnly, emphasizing that cleaning up the battlefield was a crucial aspect of their combat strategy. "Although they were bandits, our actions must remain discreet to avoid retaliation from their accomplices." Despite the remote location where Li Tianran had eradicated Wells and his gang, no one could guarantee that a passerby might not stumble upon some clues. They needed to keep the details of Wells' demise confidential. Li Tianran was acutely aware that they were part of a vast criminal organization. Within Handong province, there were numerous small gangs like Wells, making it difficult to ensure that if their superiors learned of Wells' fate, they wouldn't dispatch other bandits to seek revenge. After all, in the eyes of the bandits, Li Qianran's actions had severely undermined their authority. Should the populace begin to resist them, their plundering of supplies would become increasingly arduous. Thus, Li Tianran surmised that the likelihood of retaliation was high. However, as long as they endured this phase, Li Tianran planned to further develop his farm. Surviving for half a month would suffice to accumulate enough points to exchange for a sufficient number of battle-hardened warriors and weapons. By then, he would possess enough resources to arm the entire town that if they dared to return at that time, even if their numbers multiplied several times over, Li Tianran would ensure they would come to no good end. As night descended, several large trucks laden with provisions stealthily departed the hotel, returning with their bounty. The gates of the farm swung open, and Li Tianran drove his truck inside, halting at the entrance of the first-floor warehouse. Ever since Li Tianran had led the assault against Wells and his gang, Old Yang had also received a substantial share of provisions and was now immensely grateful to Li Tianran, feeling too bashful to demand anything from him. With a creak, the truck door opened. Li Tianran opened the cargo compartment at the rear of the truck and began to unload its contents. Given the ample supply of grain on the farm, he selectively chose a few spices and snacks, taking only a minuscule portion of the other items. Nevertheless, the warehouse was soon overflowing with goods. Observing the abundance within the storage space, Li Tianran estimated that he would not need to procure any new spices for nearly 2 years. This endeavor proved to be immensely fruitful, and in a certain sense, he had also neutralized a potential threat, which left him in high spirits. Humming a tune, he ascended the stairs, contemplating what delightful dinner he would prepare for himself that evening. Meanwhile, in the Hehe Villa district, Ren Xiao sat in her room, clutching a laptop, her gaze fixated on the screen. It was a surveillance video, footage from the night Li Tianran had invaded her villa. After requesting the tape from the security team, she meticulously scrutinized it frame by frame, hoping to uncover a clue. However, due to the fact that Li Tianran had been masked that night and the surveillance equipment was not particularly advanced, Ren Xiao could only discern the outline of his back, unable to make out any distinctive facial features. "Damn, that scoundrel," Ren Xiao muttered, propping her chin on one hand, while chewing on a small Peppa Pig cookie. Her words muffled. "I must unearth you and reduce you to fragments." Her declaration was laced with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent, yet when paired with her innocent expression and soft tone, the menace was significantly diminished, resembling more of a playful pout between lovers. Despite the lack of venom in her tone, Ren Xiao had indeed been quite shaken in recent days. In all her life, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man as she had that fateful night. "Ugh, this is infuriating," Ren Xiao exclaimed, having rewatched the surveillance footage countless times without discovering any details that could confirm the intruder's identity. However, one thing was certain. The assailant was exceptionally agile and possessed physical prowess far beyond that of an average person. The moment she regained consciousness that night, she found that the two burly men who had brought Bai Jingyan were injured, and despite being surrounded by numerous security personnel, the intruder had effortlessly evaded capture like a masterful hero slipping through a sea of flowers. Untouched by a single petal, not a single one of the 20 or so security guards could catch up to him. What a bunch of useless fools, Ren Xiao furrowed her brow, reflecting on the exorbitant property fees she paid each year to maintain such inept guardians. The intrusion of her residence had occurred several days ago, yet there was still no concrete investigation report. It seemed she could no longer rely on the security team or the police. Following the break-in, Ren Xiao had promptly reported the incident to the authorities. However, due to a shortage of personnel in the southern city, the police operator, upon learning that there were no fatalities, had responded in a very official manner. "We will verify your report within 24 hours. Please keep your phone line open. Thank you." 2 days had passed since then, and Ren Xiao had yet to receive a follow-up call or see any police investigation when she attempted to call again. The line was perpetually busy. The sheer volume of incidents occurring in Southern City had rendered the police system utterly overwhelmed, realizing that conventional means would not suffice to uncover the identity of the intruder. Ren Xiao fell silent for a moment before closing her laptop. She opened a drawer of her vanity and retrieved a transparent file bag, which appeared almost empty at first glance. However, a closer inspection revealed that it contained a 5-centimeter-long strand of male hair. Carefully, Ren Xiao extracted the hair and placed it in her palm. This was the only clue left behind by the intruder that night, discovered when she was examining her lace-trimmed nightgown, where the hair had become ensnared. Had she not been diligent in her inspection, it would have gone unnoticed. Currently, the sole method to identify the assailant was through DNA comparison of this hair, though this approach was decidedly cumbersome and labor-intensive. She had no other options. The inability to locate the intruder left her restless and anxious. After a brief moment of contemplation, she donned a coat and exited her room, in the living room on the first floor. Bai Jingyan was watching a documentary on biology and nature. Upon seeing Ren Xiao descend from the second floor, he slowly rose and greeted her with a warm smile. "Miss Ren, I trust you are feeling better? The massage techniques you shared were immensely effective. I feel no pain today." Ren Xiao returned his polite smile, but as she stepped out of her room, her demeanor shifted to one of cold reserve. She softly replied, "Mr. Bai, I have selected the location for your research facility. It is situated not far from the farm, in a former factory that due to recent events has been sold at a low price. The location is quite suitable, quiet and secluded, precisely as you requested. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Ren." Bai Jingyan, embodying the demeanor of a traditional scholar, bowed slightly in gratitude. "There is no need for such formality." Ren Xiao replied with a gentle smile, although she found it somewhat difficult to accept Bai Jingyan's manner of interaction. After a brief silence, she added, "If the research facility is to be established, you must be quite busy, Mr. Bai." Bai Jingyan, keenly perceptive, sensed the underlying implication in Ren Zhao's words. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he inquired with a smile, "Miss Ren, do you have something to discuss with me?" Ren Zhao offered a slight smile, shaking the file bag in her hand. "Actually, this matter is rather embarrassing. Since you are an expert in human research, I believe you could assist me with DNA comparison. I would like your help in finding someone in Southern City whose DNA matches this hair." Bai Jingyan raised an eyebrow. If we were to conduct a comparison across all of Southern City, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the time it would take to complete the nearly 100,000 comparisons. Merely acquiring DNA samples from the entire population of Southern City is a monumental task. My suggestion is that if this individual is not of great importance to you, it may be unnecessary to pursue such an endeavor. Even with the financial resources and status of Tianran Corporation, accomplishing this in Southern City would be quite challenging. Bai Jingyan adjusted his glasses and instinctively asked, "Is this person of significant importance to you?" Ren Zhao remained silent for a moment, her expression tinged with disappointment as she replied, "Not particularly. I am merely looking for the intruder from that night. If this proves to be too difficult, I shall let it go." Suddenly, Bai Jingyan's eyes gleamed with a sharp and excited light. "No, it is not a difficult task," he exclaimed, quickly changing his tune. "Miss Ren, I am willing to assist you with this matter." As Li Tianran entered the living room, he was met with two pairs of eyes that seemed almost to glow with hunger. Han Heng and Xiao He rushed towards him, whimpering pitifully as they recounted their grievances. On the table lay a nearly empty bowl of fruit pits, completely devoured. Clearly, during Li Tianran's absence, Han Heng and Xiao He had subsisted solely on fruit. Li Tianran opened a refrigerator only to find a shelf that had housed the fruit completely bare. That had been 5 to 6 kilograms of fruit. If sold at the market, it would have fetched at least 10,000 yuan in just 8 hours. These two gluttons had consumed a fortune. "I left food for you this morning, didn't I?" Li Tianran glanced at the kitchen, where the small bowls that had contained meat porridge and rice were now spotless. "Was it not enough?" "Woof, woof, woof." Xiao He barked, appearing to want to communicate something to Li Tianran. Of course it wasn't enough. Han Heng interjected, pouting, "You don't understand, De Gua. Xiao He has probably eaten a good portion of the rice you left." "I only had a little bit." As she spoke, she pinched her pinky finger to illustrate her point. Li Tianran raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze to Xiao He. Xiao He's profile read, breed, Czech Wolfdog. Age, 3. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 3. Speed, 14. Adult standard, 10. Spirit, 6. Hunger level, 75. Evaluation. This is a Czech Wolfdog that exceeds the normal size and physical attributes, with sharp and sturdy teeth, a robust build, and a fierce stature capable of battling a North American gray wolf without falling short. Undoubtedly, it reigns as the sovereign among canines, yet it has persistently been tormented by its human mistress, a mere little girl, often enduring unjust grievances. Perhaps this predicament will only change once its FOXB2 language gene is fully activated. After 10 consecutive days of consuming radiation-resistant food, the physique of the little black dog has expanded considerably, and its appetite has notably increased as well. What astonished Li Tianran even more was the unexpected detail regarding the activation of the language gene in the little black dog's evaluation. Could it be that radiation-resistant crops not only enhance physical strength but also awaken latent abilities in the consumer? The thought of a dog speaking is undeniably amusing. "I know you are hungry, Xiao He, but Henin is also growing. The food I left for you both must be shared. Do you understand?" Li Tianran gently ruffled Xiao He's head and then turned toward the kitchen, adding, "You mustn't behave like this anymore." Xiao He stood bewildered, as if comprehending Li Tianran's words, then glared angrily at Henin. "Woof, woof, woof. Woo, woo, woo. It was you who devoured all the rice in the bowl. You left nothing for me. Woo, woo, woo. The rice and thin porridge left by the boss were all consumed by you, while I only had the porridge. Owo, 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 owo. You are still here slandering me." Henin seemed a tad guilty, glancing furtively at Li Tianran. Once she realized he was oblivious to Xiao He's unusual behavior, she feigned ferocity, seizing Xiao He's ears and dragging it from the kitchen to the living room. Throughout this process, Xiao He continued to bark vehemently at Li Tianran. Woof woo, boss. She is defaming me. She is slandering me. However, Xiaohei's protests went unnoticed by Li Tianran, as it was unjustly dragged to the sofa by Henin, who was half its size and strength, gazing at her with a look of grievance. Xiaohei obediently allowed Henin to stroke its head, while she intermittently scrutinized Li Tianran, cheerfully saying, "You got angry just because I scolded you a little." Henin placed particular emphasis on the phrase, "scolded you a little," as if deliberately wishing for Li Tianran to overhear. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran tilted his head and glanced into the living room, his gaze sharp as a knife. Realizing the intent behind Henin's words, Xiaohei instantly comprehended that she was attempting to divert the blame. That it was utterly bewildering. How could she play such tricks? The little sister was a cunning little girl, while the brother naively believed in her innocence, never questioning her words. Xiaohei, resigned to its fate, woefully barked twice. "Woof woo. I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog." Henin gleefully leapt off the sofa, suddenly noticing the backpack that Li Tianran had placed on the coffee table. Her eyes sparkled as she dashed over, inquiring, "Boss, what's in this backpack?" "Oh, just some medicine that children shouldn't touch," Li Tianran casually replied. In reality, the backpack contained snacks he had brought from the storeroom, including yogurt, sausages, and cookies. He withheld this from Henin because he didn't want her consuming too many snacks before dinner. Firstly, it would be detrimental to her teeth, and secondly, excessive snacking would diminish her appetite for the main meal, hampering her growth and leading to wastefulness. Crack! At that moment, Li Tianran suddenly heard the sound of the backpack hitting the ground, followed by the unmistakable noise of the zipper being pulled open. Turning around, he saw the backpack had been unzipped and its contents strewn across the floor. With an impassive expression, he placed his hands on his hips, staring at Henin. Henin, with wide innocent eyes, deceitfully tucked her hands behind her back and pointed at Xiaohei, declaring it was Xiaohei who did it. Xiaohei squatted nearby, glancing at the zipper on the backpack and then at its own coarse and clumsy paws. Wearing a blank expression, even suppressing a smirk. More lice mean less fear of bites. The more black pots one carries, the less one fears bearing the blame. If Xiaohei could speak at that moment, it would undoubtedly declare, "Yes, I did it. I am responsible for all the misdeeds. I am the embodiment of evil, the spawn of Satan, transformed into a dog to bring ruin upon you foolish humans." Li Tianran felt somewhat exasperated. This girl, is she lacking in intelligence, or does she think I am? Try to deceive me with such flimsy reasoning. "Boss, you're lying." Henin seemed to sense Li Tianran's change in demeanor. Thus, she preemptively accused, pointing at the yogurt and cookies on the ground. "These are all goodies. There's absolutely no medicine. You said not to let Henin lie, but now you are lying yourself." Humph. Li Tianran felt a headache coming on. He honestly didn't know the correct way to educate a child, but he couldn't explain to Henin, a 7-year-old, what constitutes a benevolent lie versus malicious deceit. But he glanced at the pot that still hadn't boiled. Knowing that dinner would take at least another 30 minutes, Henin could have a little snack, but not too much. With resignation, Li Tianran conceded. "Brother lied. It was my fault." "Hee, victory!" Henin exclaimed triumphantly, scooping up the scattered cookies and sausages. Scampering over to Xiaohei, "Here, don't be upset. I'll give you half." Observing this scene, Li Tianran couldn't help but smile. Amidst the day's numerous exhilarating experiences, nothing felt as precious as the simplicity of this moment. Being together with those who matter most, sharing meals, sleeping side by side, playfully teasing one another. This is the true essence of life. This is the life that Li Tianran yearned for. Henin, tonight we shall feast on spicy rabbit heads. Li Tianran suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm, wanting to tease her. Which one should we eat first? Huihui or Aki? It's truly a difficult choice. They're all so plump. How about you help your brother decide? Since you raised them, which one do you want your brother to butcher first? Ah, no eating Henin's rabbit. Boss is the bad guy, but if we don't eat them, we shall go hungry tonight. No way. Absolutely not. In the night, the warm glow emanating from the little house's windows, accompanied by cheerful bickering, filled the air. In the midst of the biting cold winds, the farm stood like a fortress, silently guarding its family. Rumbling, it was the third day since Li Tianran had dispatched Wells. Thus far, he had completed digging the fish pond, transporting the muddy soil out of the farm, due to the initial irrigation setup. The farm utilized well water rather than tap water. Presently, Li Tianran connected a lengthy plastic hose to the well pump and, upon closing the valve, the groundwater surged into the empty fish pond. Although the daytime temperatures had remained around -20 degrees Celsius, the underground temperature was not as frigid, which prevented the well from freezing, allowing the cold underground water to continuously flow into the fish pond, gradually filling the 3-meter deep pond. Open the marketplace. Purchase X 30 liters of disinfectant for livestock and aquaculture. A few exquisitely packaged buckets of disinfectant appeared before Li Tianran as he spent 3,000 points. He lifted a bucket and poured the disinfectant into the water of the fish pond. Constructing a fish pond has never been an easy endeavor. The soil often contains toxic heavy metal salts and other harmful substances. Before raising fish fry, the pond must first undergo soaking disinfection, followed by a second disinfection process using lime slurry, which helps to clarify the water and prevent fish diseases. After completing these two disinfection procedures, it is essential to sprinkle base fertilizer in the pond to promote the proliferation and growth of plankton, providing ample natural feed for the fish. Generally, base fertilizer primarily consists of manure from pigs, cows, and other livestock combined with some algae. For Li Tianran, these materials were readily available on the farm, requiring little effort to procure. Watching the water gradually seep into the ground, Li Tianran scooped some of the mud from the pond that had been soaked in disinfectant. The lead content of the disinfected pond mud, 0.0001, sodium content, 0.09, calcium content, 0.1, magnesium content, 0.1. Evaluation. This is high-quality lotus pond mud with harmful heavy metal content reduced to the bare minimum, while beneficial calcium levels exceed those of ordinary soil, making it particularly suitable for microbial growth and an excellent choice for raising fish and cultivating rice. Li Tianran glanced once more at the patch of land beside him that had not been soaked in disinfectant. The soil, tainted by radiation, bore lead content of 3, mercury content of 8, beryllium content of 7, and calcium content of 0.005 at assessment. This soil has been exposed to radiation, heavily contaminated with a plethora of heavy metal elements, rendering it nearly incapable of supporting any plant life. Should anything manage to grow, it would be a vile flower, replete with toxins, unless one could procure seeds resilient to the immune effects of heavy metal radiation. A comparison of the two types of soil reveals a stark contrast. If untreated water were to be directly introduced into the unsterilized fish pond along with fish fry, while those toxins might not lethally affect the secondary fish fry, they would obliterate all microorganisms within the pond, leaving it barren. As a result, the cost of fish farming would significantly escalate. Although the secondary fish fry are now impervious to temperature fluctuations, aquatic plants and microorganisms are not so fortunate. It appears that a heating system is essential for the pond. Li Tianran mused to himself, having found the materials for the heating pipelines within the resource catalog of the marketplace. Installing a heating system for the fish pond? Surely. I'm the only one in the world undertaking such an endeavor. Li Tianran chuckled softly. Adding a heating system to the pond was evidently an additional expense. Yet in his pursuit of ensuring the fish fry grow at an accelerated pace, he was willing to invest a substantial sum. In other words, he accumulated points precisely to enhance his living conditions, did he not? Without further ado, soon a multitude of specialized ceramic pipelines for heating appeared on the land before him. Li Tianran needed to connect these pipes to the boiler, and only after the initial wave of sterilizing water in the fish pond had completely settled could he proceed with the installation. This was a considerable undertaking. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer away from the farm, at the site of an abandoned factory, dozens of large machines were fervently engaged in construction work. The original factory had been entirely dismantled, and they were now erecting a brand new structure. This building was exceptionally unique, with the reinforced concrete used for the supporting pillars being a bespoke product not found on the market. Everyone, please exercise caution. Do not damage the materials. They are aerospace-grade components intended for the laboratory. If they are ruined, we will have to wait at least 3 more months to receive a new quota. A young man in a tailored suit held a thick blueprint, a badge reading Level 1 Architect adorning his chest. He was an outstanding architect from the parent company of Tianrun, having arrived in the southern city a day prior to assist Bai Jingyan in constructing a laboratory. Engineer Wang, Bai Jingyan approached from a distance, shaking the architect's hand lightly before adjusting his glasses and inquiring, given this progress, how long until completion at the earliest? At least a week, the architect, referred to as Engineer Wang, pondered seriously before responding. The main challenge lies in your requirement for the storage room to withstand a frontal impact of 200 tons. Therefore, I must implement special structural reinforcements for the control room. A week? Bai Jingyan squinted, contemplating for a moment before nodding and smiling. I appreciate your efforts. Engineer Wang glanced at Bai Jingyan, hesitating as if he wished to voice something, but instead asked curiously. Researcher Bai, if the sole purpose of this laboratory is to facilitate your research on urgent medications, why must the storage room be reinforced to such an extent? A capacity of 200 tons is beyond even the famed Berlin Wall, which boasts the strength of a steel fortress. It feels less like a laboratory and more akin to, Engineer Wang paused, carefully choosing his words, a prison, a cage, a cell designed to contain monsters akin to Godzilla. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingyan maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, Engineer Wang, your imagination is truly remarkable. I must commend you. The reason I require such a high-strength research facility is due to the intense opposition faced at the parent company regarding proposals for drug research. Thus, I was compelled to leave the bustling metropolis of Modu and relocate to this remote southern city, fearing that someone at the parent company might sabotage my laboratory. Those individuals are well aware of the factions formed for the sake of profit. They would stop at nothing, possibly deploying tanks. Moreover, the current state of the world is chaotic. As a researcher without any means of self-defense, I have no choice but to place my hopes on the structural integrity of the research facility itself. Bai Jingyan smiled gently, exuding an air of refinement, his demeanor almost delicate. If possible, I would even aspire to create a research institute of military-grade standards, while Li Tianran and Bai Jingyan toiled to build their respective kingdoms. A different matter unfolded in the town. Zhang Jun, a 47-year-old resident of Xiaozhai village in Luozhuang town, where Li Tianran's farm is located, had previously made a living running a convenience store before the world underwent cataclysmic changes. Zhang Jun was a slothful, disheveled man, fearful of his wife, possessing the common flaws of many middle-aged men. He exhibited a cunning nature, often passing off products nearing expiration as fresh. If a customer discovered the truth, he would exchange the item. If not, he would pocket the difference with a sense of relief. Over time, the townsfolk became aware of his unscrupulousness, and his clientele dwindled. However, as he was the sole convenience store in the town, some younger individuals could venture to the city for essential goods, while the elderly, unable to traverse the 10 or so kilometers to the city, had no choice but to begrudgingly patronize Zhang Jun's establishment. With the support of these elderly customers, Zhang Jun's store managed to survive, yielding him a tidy profit. Zhang Jun believed his blissful existence would continue indefinitely. However, the unforeseen disaster struck, and food prices soared overnight. He had initially planned to stockpile a significant quantity of goods to sell at inflated prices and profit from the national crisis. Yet, before his grand scheme could even set sail, it faced a devastating blow. 7 days prior, his convenience store was raided by a group of bandits, who made off with the food supplies from his warehouse, his very lifeblood. To add insult to injury, the bandits discovered expired products in his store and proceeded to beat him as well. With his plans for wealth dashed and suffering a beating, Zhang Jun was nearly driven to madness. He could think of nothing but reclaiming what was rightfully his. 3 days ago, he received an invitation to a retaliatory meeting against the bandits at Lao Yang's warehouse. He was filled with fervor, eager to join the comrades attending the meeting in vanquishing the marauders plaguing the area and reclaiming his wealth. He had prepared himself for action, but upon returning home that evening, he could not resist sharing his plan with his wife, only to be met with vehement opposition. Zhang Jun, whose revolutionary zeal was not particularly strong, began to waver after his wife's admonitions. After all, these were vicious criminals. Could he truly stand against them? If he failed, he might end up dead at their hands, rendering his efforts utterly futile. After a night of anxious deliberation, Zhang Jun ultimately made a decision by the time of the gathering the next day. he would not attend. He fabricated an excuse, claiming he was unwell and unable to join. Yet that day, Zhang Jun experienced a constant state of anxiety, fearing that the self-defense force would be defeated by the bandits and that his name would be revealed, attracting the merciless wrath of the marauders. However, 2 days passed in silence after that day, allowing Zhang Jun to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still, a new doubt began to gnaw at him. Could it be that the bandits had truly been eliminated by the self-defense force? Otherwise, why had there been no news of their activities for 2 consecutive days? Do you think Wang Bing and his crew really took out the bandits? Zhang Jun mused, squatting by the window, watching the cold wind howl outside, rubbing his hands together. Among those who had been robbed, Zhang Jun lived quite close to Wang Bing, making them somewhat familiar with one another. Zhang Jun's wife, a sturdy woman with a fierce countenance, was the epitome of a shrewd AT that moment. She was cracking sunflower seeds, venting her frustration. It's all that bunch of bastards' fault. They raided my store, leaving me with nothing but sunflower seeds to munch on. I can't even get instant noodles. Zhang Jun's stomach rumbled audibly. Their food supply had dwindled to just a bit of cornmeal, forcing them to subsist on thin porridge for 3 consecutive days, leaving them weak and dizzy, their legs cramping and stars dancing before their eyes. The sunflower seeds his wife was cracking were remnants of expired product from their store. Why don't you go check on Wang Bing and his family? Zhang Jun's wife suddenly had a flash of inspiration, revealing a sly smile. Isn't it convenient that his father has passed away? You could say you were going to pay your respects and, in the process, gather some intelligence about their family situation. If Wang Bing has also fallen victim to those bandits, then you should hasten home. But if Wang Bing and his group have dealt with those miscreants, our days of hardship will finally come to an end. Zhang Jun was taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean? Are you foolish?" Zhang Jun's wife scolded him in exasperation. If Wang Bing is dead, those bandits will certainly investigate who had connections with him, that we must completely sever ties with Wang Bing's family. However, if Wang Bing and his crew have dispatched those bandits, then the items we lost will undoubtedly be reclaimed by them. We would then need to approach Wang Bing to retrieve what rightfully belongs to us. A sinister grin spread across the plump face of Zhang Jun's wife. If these words were to reach Li Tianran's ears, he would surely marvel at the existence of such shameless individuals in this world. Those who fear danger while others take risks, yet wish to reap the rewards. Such a person would be considered a disgrace. And even that would be a compliment. Indeed, surprisingly, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seemed to wholeheartedly agree with his wife's words, giving her a thumbs up. "Wife, you are brilliant. I shall go to Wang Bing's house at once." "Wait a moment," his robust wife shouted, tossing the sunflower seeds in her hand onto the table with a clatter. "If Wang Bing's family is up to no good, you could find yourself in trouble. I will accompany you." The couple donned their coats. Zhang Jun glanced at the kitchen, picked up a rolling pin, while his wife concealed a cleaver in her bosom. They stepped out of their home, making their way towards Wang Bing's residence, where a white mourning ribbon hung at the entrance. "Father, today marks your 7th day since your passing. Your son has come to share a drink with you." Wang Bing knelt before a portrait, his eyes reddened, holding a cup. "I have avenged you, and not a single one of those who wronged you has escaped." In the initial confrontation, Wang Bing and his companions had captured 2 bandits, but they were quietly dealt with by the self-defense forces. Li Tianran's claim of sparing those who surrendered was nothing but a ruse. Meng's son was right. Even if the bandits surrendered, Li Tianran would not let them go. In chaotic times, mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. With a splash, Wang Bing poured an entire cup of wine before the spirit tablet. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly heard a loud voice from outside. "Is Brother Wang Bing home?" "I am Zhang Jun, and I urgently need to speak with you." At that moment, Wang Bing's wife emerged from the inner room, cradling their child, and asked her husband, "Dear, who has come?" "It is Zhang Jun." Wang Bing replied, furrowing his brow and muttering, "What do they want?" With a loud creak, Wang Bing opened the courtyard door and peered outside. He saw Zhang Jun and his burly wife standing at the entrance. And upon the door opening, they tried to step inside without uttering a word. Bang! Wang Bing pressed against the door, leaning against the frame to block the couple's path, and asked with a blank expression, "What is it? Do you need something?" Since the last time Zhang Jun had backed out of forming the self-defense force, Wang Bing had harbored some disdain for him. However, he would never voice such contempt openly. Considering the proximity of their homes, if he offended them, future encounters would be awkward. Regardless, Wang Bing was not particularly keen on associating with this family, especially on the day of his father's 7th day. So his mood was already rather foul, causing his tone to be somewhat brusque. Seeing that Wang Bing had no intention of inviting them inside, the expressions on Zhang Jun and his wife's faces soured. Yet, they did not lash out. Instead, they donned 4 smiles. Xiao Bing, we feel quite remorseful that we couldn't assist during your father's hurried funeral. We've come to pay our respects and offer incense. Wang Bing scrutinized Zhang Jun and his wife, responding stiffly. No need. We have already dismantled the mourning hall. Today is the 7th day. My presence as a son is sufficient for offering incense. Wang Bing was not fooled into believing that Zhang Jun and his wife were genuinely concerned enough to visit in the cold weather merely to honor his deceased father. After all, his father had been cheated by them on several occasions at Zhang Jun's convenience store. Now that we are here, let us in. Zhang Jun hunched his back, attempting to squeeze through the door, but was halted by a swift slap from his wife, leaving him in a daze as he stared at her. Brother Wang Bing, since your home is inconvenient today, we shall not intrude, Zhang Jun's wife said with a smile. Actually, we have another matter to discuss. Wang Bing wore a knowing smile and inquired. What matter is that? Isn't it true that you were forming a self-defense force a few days ago to confront those scoundrels stealing food? I wanted to ask if the battle took place and what the outcome was. Zhang Jun's wife rubbed her hands together, grinning widely as though that was the reason for their visit. Wang Bing, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Jun before feigning ignorance and saying, Wait a minute, I recall that brother Zhang Jun was also part of the self-defense force. Were you not with us that day? You should know the outcome. Zhang Jun's face flushed crimson. Even with his thick skin, he found it difficult to endure Wang Bing's unmasked mockery and stood frozen, utterly embarrassed. Well, that morning I was all set, but my stomach decided to betray me, leaving me unable to get out of bed all day. Zhang Jun, indeed a shameless individual, quickly regained his composure and conjured a pre-prepared excuse to mask his cowardice. Oh, is that so? Wang Bing feigned enlightenment, chuckling. I thought you were one of those who fought alongside us. I'm ashamed, truly ashamed. Zhang Jun's face turned a deep shade of red. Bang! Zhang Jun's arm was stealthily slapped by his wife, prompting him to react and say to Wang Bing, Brother, just tell me the truth. What happened to those bandits? At this moment, Wang Bing had lost interest in further mocking Zhang Jun after a moment of silence. He replied, Those bandits will not be returning to... They're dead. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. Wang Bing did not answer Zhang Jun's question directly, instead saying, You don't need to know the details. Just rest assured that they will no longer disturb you. After saying this, Wang Bing reached to close the door. However, at that moment, Zhang Jun suddenly grabbed Wang Bing's wrist, pressing his shoulder against the door, and urgently asked, How can I not clarify? I need to know if those people are dead, so I can reclaim my belongings. Wang Bing was taken aback by Zhang Jun's words, staring blankly for a good 10 seconds before asking, Your belongings? What belongings? The food and money that were stolen from me. Zhang Jun beamed with a radiant smile, his mouth stretching wide. Brother Wang Bing, I know you must have completely wiped out those bandits, and you must have retrieved our stolen items, right? You can't be so selfish as to keep it all for yourself. You must return our share. Wang Bing was both infuriated and amused. He knew Zhang Jun and his wife were shameless, but he never imagined they could be so utterly brazen. They had shied away from battle. Yet now they were eager to claim the spoils of war. Damn it, I have never encountered such a despicable creature as you. Wang Bing suddenly roared, pointing at the couple. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Zhang Jun and his wife's faces shifted dramatically. With Wang Bing resorting to insults, they felt no need to maintain their facade and decided to drop all pretenses. Wang Bing, let me tell you, our belongings were stolen by those bandits. If you retrieve our things, they certainly contain our share, and you cannot hoard it all for yourself. Zhang Jun's wife, fierce and unyielding, glared with fierce determination. Hand over our grain. You claim your belongings were stolen by bandits, so go confront them. Why demand anything from me? I haven't taken your things, Wang Bing sneered. Nonsense. If you defeated those bandits, who else would we seek for our belongings? Zhang Jun's face darkened as he reached into his clothing, retrieving the rolling pin. Seeing this, Wang Bing frowned. He did not wish to engage in conflict with someone like Zhang Jun at home, especially with his wife and child present. I must inform you that the bandit has indeed been eliminated by us, yet I did not recover the items, whether you believe it or not. I have but one statement to make. There are no items to be had. Whoever took them, seek them out. Wang Bing's tone was frigid as he forcefully shoved Zhang Jun aside, preparing to close the door. At that moment, Wang Bing's wife emerged, cradling their son, and fortuitously, the child was gnawing on a piece of chocolate. "Dear, please keep your voices down. The child has become frightened." Wang Bing was taken aback, then turned to his wife. Upon seeing the chocolate in their son's hand, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, for that very chocolate was a special item from Zhang Jun's convenience store. Due to its low cost, it came without packaging, but Zhang Jun's wife had, in an effort to pass it off as high-end chocolate, procured a batch of colorful paper to repackage these bulk chocolates in a remarkably unique manner. Likely the only one of its kind in the entire South City. This chocolate was also among the spoils Wang Bing had received. "Look, that's our family snack." Upon seeing the packaging, Zhang Jun's wife let out a piercing scream, brandishing a knife and waving it in the air. "You indeed shared the spoils. Return our belongings." Seeing this, Zhang Jun became invigorated, pushing Wang Bing aside and seizing a rolling pin to charge forward. "What are you doing, you scoundrels?" Wang Bing was momentarily caught off guard and staggered as Zhang Jun pushed him. Once he regained his footing, he witnessed Zhang Jun and his wife charging in with eyes as red as those of marauders. Wang Bing's wife was rendered speechless in terror. "Do not obstruct our path." Zhang Jun's wife, seeing the other party blocking her way, swung her knife with reckless abandon. Wang Bing's wife failed to evade in time and was struck on the forehead. A wound appearing the length of a finger, instantly gushing blood like a fountain. "Ah!" The scream pierced the heavens. "Mom! Mom, what happened to you?" The son, witnessing his mother covered in blood, began to wail uncontrollably. Wang Bing, observing this scene, felt a constriction in his chest. As if he were about to explode, he seized a fire axe over a meter long from the side and swung it down at Zhang Jun's wife's back. "You two maggots, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. I will end you." Wang Bing roared, raising the axe toward Zhang Jun's wife. Yet his action terrified his own wife. She attempted to intervene, pushing against Wang Bing's arm. The axe indeed veered slightly, gliding past Zhang Jun's wife, but by a stroke of fate, it landed squarely on Zhang Jun's neck. A dull thud echoed, the sound of blade meeting flesh. Zhang Jun halted in his tracks. Wang Bing froze momentarily. Zhang Jun's wife turned her head, staring blankly at Zhang Jun. Everyone was rendered speechless. A jet of blood erupted from Zhang Jun's neck, spraying 2 to 3 meters before splattering on the ground. "Ah!" A shrill scream nearly shattered the silence in Wang Bing's yard. Tianran, meanwhile, was enjoying a strawberry yogurt salad, observing the agricultural robots skillfully harvesting wheat and corn, packaging them into neat piles. "Ding! You have successfully reclaimed radiation-resistant wheat." A melodious notification chimed repeatedly in his ear. He glanced at his current marketplace points, which stood precisely at 1 million. With 16 days, 17 hours, and 54 minutes remaining until the arrival of the second cataclysm. Tianran looked at the ominous red notification, stroking his chin in contemplation that if the second cataclysm were to take the water sources, he needed to prepare accordingly from this moment onward. If it were merely a matter of addressing drinking water, there would be no cause for concern that a massive water cistern would suffice for an extended period. However, the challenge before Tianran encompassed more than just drinking water. Irrigation for farmland and water changes for fish ponds required substantial water resources. The amount of water needed for a single change in the fish pond or a complete irrigation of the farmland could sustain Tianran and his sister for over a decade. A man-made lake would not suffice. It would merely serve as a large cistern, ultimately leading to depletion and failing to resolve the long-term issue. Tianran muttered to himself. As for wells, they too will likely run dry after the second cataclysm arrives. Tianran racked his brain, struggling to devise a solution to the water source dilemma. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in excitement. Of course, I've thought of a solution. Artificial rainfall. Yes, that's it. Artificial rainfall. Until now, Li Tianran had been pondering how to extract water from beneath the ground, never considering that water could also exist above. Rainfall and snowfall are indeed vital sources of water in the world. Realizing this, he decided to take immediate action. The fish pond had already been excavated, and all that remained was to install the heating pipes before introducing the fish. Li Tianran could now contemplate other matters. Artificial precipitation, also known as cloud seeding, refers to the process of artificially supplementing essential conditions for precipitation formation, promoting the rapid coalescence or merging of cloud droplets into larger raindrops that fall to the ground. Li Tianran recalled the principles of artificial rainfall clearly. Precipitation is primarily related to cloud layers. Rain clouds are classified into warm clouds and cold clouds, and different materials are used for cloud seeding depending on the type. Induce precipitation from warm clouds, clouds with temperatures above 0°C. Hygroscopic particles such as salt powder and urea must be dispersed within the cloud, encouraging large droplets to form and resulting in precipitation. For cold clouds, clouds with temperatures below 0°C, dry ice and silver iodide are used as catalysts, creating numerous ice crystals that increase the density of the ice crystals in the upper regions of the cold clouds, promoting or enhancing precipitation. Li Tianran looked up at the sky. Since the sun was destroyed, a thick layer of fog had shrouded the sky, and although the temperature was quite low, the air remained humid. This indicated a significant presence of moisture in the atmosphere. A promising sign. While Li Tianran could not calculate the water vapor concentration in the fog currently hovering over the farm, he sensed that the humidity suggested the clouds were likely saturated with frozen ice crystals, which, with the right conditions, would soon transform into raindrops. Given the current temperature, it was easy to deduce that the clouds were below freezing and classified as cold clouds. Induce rainfall from cold clouds. Dry ice was necessary. Dry ice, being solid carbon dioxide, is widely utilized in many fields, such as in fire extinguishers, and thus is not a scarce material. Before long, Li Tianran procured several dozen kilograms of dry ice. These solid blocks of dry ice needed to be crushed into powder before being placed into a device capable of explosion to be delivered to the cloud layer by an aircraft. Typically, artificial rainfall is achieved by firing specialized projectiles into the clouds. However, whether projectiles or artillery, these are strictly regulated military-grade munitions. Even with the rampant black market for weapons, no one dares to sell such items. Li Tianran had no choice but to adopt the alternative method of using an aircraft for dissemination. Speaking of which, he required a large drone capable of flying several hundred meters high. It became evident that nothing in this world is easily accomplished. Creating a paradise by hand may seem simple, yet it necessitates extensive work. Gazing at the dry ice piled at his feet, Li Tianran murmured to himself that he crouched down, preparing to crush the dry ice into powder. Just then, his phone began to ring frantically. He pulled out his phone to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to answer. Since the upheaval, he had often received promotional calls from vendors of contraband goods. Over time, he grew weary of such calls and chose not to answer those without a note. Yet little did Li Tianran know, the call he had ignored was not from the vendors he had anticipated that moment at Wang Bing's residence. Wang Bing's wife stood helplessly in the yard, holding their child, gazing at the blood on the ground and the distant police car, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of despair. What a coincidence! Wang Bing's axe struck Zhang Jun's carotid artery. What a coincidence! Just as a patrol car passed by. Hearing the screams, the military police rushed in, and upon witnessing the scene in the yard, immediately handcuffed Wang Bing and escorted him into the police vehicle. What a coincidence! The phone of the individual who led her husband and the self-defense forces to vanquish the bandits is currently unreachable. Mother, I am frightened. My son pouts his little lips. He is only 3 years old and does not comprehend what has transpired. He merely clings to Wang Bing's wife's neck, weeping. Where has Daddy gone? Why doesn't he want us anymore? I will be obedient. I won't eat snacks anymore. Can you please bring Daddy back? I am so scared. As the child cries, Wang Bing's wife sits helplessly on the steps. She feels as though the world has turned gray, despair slowly engulfing her. Name: Wang Bing. Age .31. Why did you kill? I stated that they invaded my home armed and even injured my wife. I was merely acting in self-defense. The crowded military police station of South City. In the interrogation room. Wang Bing's hands are shackled to the iron bars, his visage anxious and agitated. Yet the victim's family claims you took their belongings. And they came to your house to retrieve them. A military officer, his expression devoid of emotion, gazes at Wang Bing and solemnly inquires, "Do you know what crime theft constitutes, according to wartime protocols? After the initiation of a Level 2 alert, should robbery, kidnapping, or other heinous crimes occur, we have the authority to execute you on the spot." Wang Bing, filled with rage, retorts, "Why do you only believe their words and not mine? She claims I stole something. Does she have evidence?" Of course. The officer, still expressionless, retrieves some packaged food from an evidence bag, then presents a receipt, stating, "Based on the clues provided by the opposing party, we found items that were reported stolen from them at your residence. And, importantly, we discovered a large quantity of goods in your warehouse that had previously been reported stolen by a gang of grain thieves operating locally." How do you explain this? The officer fixes his gaze on Wang Bing's eyes, suddenly shouting, "Are you one of the grain thieves? Speak." Wang Bing feels a throbbing in his forehead, suppressing his fury. He responds, "My father was just killed by that gang of grain thieves a few days ago. You think I am one of them?" The officer, narrowing his eyes, scrutinizes Wang Bing for a long while before stating, "It is common for criminal gangs to resort to murder over uneven distribution of spoils." Wang Bing is momentarily taken aback. Then veins bulge on his forehead as he stands upright, akin to a frenzied beast, shaking the iron bars. "Damn you! Behave yourself! Sit down!" Two officers rush forward, twisting Wang Bing's arms and pinning him to the ground. Wang Bing feels excruciating pain in his arm, his face pressed against the cold floor, glaring at the two officers with hatred. When bandits kill for profit, you are powerless. Yet when civilians kill to protect themselves, you refuse to let them go. You deserve the emblem on your shoulder. You say I am unworthy of the emblem on my shoulder. A dark-skinned officer's brow twitches at Wang Bing's words, anger flickering across his face. Since the world changed, South City has descended into utter chaos. Robberies, kidnappings, thefts, every conceivable crime has surged tenfold. The European Union is provoking us at the borders, and 8 out of 10 military personnel have been redeployed. We, the remaining officers, stand ready 24 hours a day. After excluding meal times, I only get 4 hours of sleep. At this moment, Wang Bing notices the bloodshot eyes of the officer. You know how many emergency calls I answer daily? How many crime scenes I attend to? How many criminals I apprehend? Do you think we desire this instability? Do you think we enjoy being berated by our superiors as useless or being scorned by the public as fools? The entire police system in South City now consists of merely 500 officers. 500, responsible for maintaining order across a vast area of 3,400 square kilometers and ensuring the safety of over 100,000 citizens. Even if we were to split ourselves into 3, it would not suffice. The dark-skinned officer, visibly agitated, breathes heavily. Since the world changed, no one has had it easy. These officers are the busiest. Ordinary citizens worry only about the source of their food and their family's safety. While these 500 officers confront the overarching security issues of South City, they must continuously patrol and respond to crimes. Wang Bing's expression shifts slightly. I haven't been home in 10 days, nor have I had a moment to speak with my family. The dark-skinned officer's voice lowers as he removes his cap, regarding Wang Bing with an inscrutable expression. The purpose of my sharing this with you is not to evoke sympathy for our hardships. I merely wish to convey that in this environment, no one is at ease. We must investigate all actions that disrupt social order, including the grain thieves and you. After hearing the officer's words, Wang Bing's expression is no longer one of impulsive anger. He merely breathes heavily. If they were indeed armed and assaulted you first, and you have no ties to the grain thieves, I will advocate for your acquittal. The dark-skinned officer, gazing earnestly at Wang Bing, states, "But first, you must recount the entire incident in detail, leaving no detail omitted, including how the stolen items ended up in your home." That a tumult of struggle flickers in Wang Bing's eyes as he falls silent for a long while, then looks at the dark-skinned officer and asks, "Can I trust you?" The officer responds solemnly, I will not let any wrongdoer escape, nor will I wrongfully accuse any innocent person. Trust us. We desire societal stability more than you do. This matter involves many individuals. I can only disclose the identity of our leader and the sequence of events. The identities of others must remain confidential. Wang Bing slowly articulates. Lian Rand sits in the warehouse, realizing that his plans for artificial rainfall may need to be postponed. He lacks the crucial drones and sufficient artillery to launch dry ice several hundred meters into the air. Although the point store sells such items, the prices are exorbitant. A drone capable of carrying approximately 50 kilograms costs an astounding 90,000 points. The meager points Lian Rand has painstakingly accumulated would vanish in an instant. This issue will have to wait until he has sufficient points in the future. Lian Rand chuckles bitterly, acknowledging that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. At that moment, a radar guard suddenly issues a warning. Alert! There are visitors at the farm gate. The group consists of 3 men and 1 woman. Scanning indicates they are armed with 5.4 type pistols, posing a threat level of 50. Lian Rand is momentarily taken aback. 5.4 type pistols? Aren't those exclusively issued to military personnel? Could the visitors be several military officers? Meanwhile, images from the gate quickly flood Lian Rand's mind. Standing at the entrance are 4 uninvited guests clad in military uniforms. Lian Rand's nerves instantly become taut. Bang! 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 At that moment, the farm gate is pounded vigorously. Is anyone there? The female officer calls out, her voice as melodious as a lark. Yet Lian Rand lacks the leisure to appreciate such a lovely sound. Countless thoughts race through his mind. Has something happened with Liang Tianyu? Or has my identity been exposed from when I infiltrated Ren Zhao's villa? Yuan 1, wrapped in a thick cashmere overcoat, stands at the iron gate of the farm, braving the biting cold wind that lashes against the door. However, after a long while, there is still no response from within the farm. Could it be that no one is home? Yuan hesitates for a moment before turning to her 3 colleagues behind her. This individual is quite dangerous. The dark-skinned officer on Yuan left remarks in a low voice. According to Wang Bing's earlier testimony, Lian Rand possesses formidable leadership skills and individual combat abilities. And he may very well be armed with weapons of mass destruction. If he chooses to resist, it will be challenging for us to subdue him with just the 4 of us. By the way, what is the higher-up's attitude towards him? Is it punishment or reward? Yuan asks after a moment of silence. How are we to know? The dark-skinned officer replies with a wry smile. Logically, since he killed those bandits, the higher-ups should reward him, because he accomplished what even we could not achieve. Yet he is neither an enforcer of the law nor a victim acting in self-defense. While those bandits are indeed guilty, he lacks the authority to take a life on his own accord. The higher-ups might make an exception and recruit him into the police force, or perhaps they would sentence him to death. Yuan listened to the burly man with a dark face ramble on, but despite the lengthy discourse, no definitive answer was forthcoming. Frustrated, she remarked, "Isn't what you're saying essentially the same as saying nothing at all? I am merely an ordinary low-ranking officer, with the power to apprehend but not to judge, so my words are undoubtedly of no consequence." The dark-faced officer chuckled and shrugged, then leaned closer to Yuan and whispered, "But you are different. If you take a liking to this Lian Rand, perhaps you could have a word with your father, plead for leniency, and maybe this fellow could turn misfortune into fortune." Yuan shot a glance at the dark-faced officer, her expression unchanging, and coldly retorted, "Humph, old Yuan despises it when others pull strings and play on emotions. If I say nothing, this fellow might not even encounter trouble. But if I were to intercede, old Yuan would undoubtedly suggest that the chief execute him on the spot." The dark-faced officer recalled the legend of Yuan Tianyan and couldn't help but shiver. It was not out of the realm of possibility. He muttered to himself in disappointment. Just then, the large door of the warehouse swung open. Dressed in a black down jacket, Lian Rand emerged, gazing toward the entrance of the farm. "Is that him?" Upon seeing this, Yuan's body tensed, and she quietly inquired of the burly man beside her. Indeed, the burly man nodded in affirmation. Lian Rand strode toward the entrance, casting his gaze over the crowd before asking, "Is there something amiss? Having already learned through the surveillance radar's report about the conversation between the female officer and the dark-faced officer while in the warehouse, he was fully aware of the situation. Which is why he stepped out at the very least. He now knew they were not there for Liang Tianyu or Ren Xiao. Moreover, remaining hidden in the warehouse could lead to complications should they invade the farm and discover the robots. You must be Li Tianran, the female officer stated, pulling out her badge from her pocket and flashing it before him. Currently, we suspect you may be related to a homicide case that we kindly request your cooperation in coming with us to the station for questioning. Li Tianran squinted. He keenly sensed that as the female officer displayed her badge, the three officers standing beside her silently rested their right hands on their waistbands. This was a prelude to drawing their weapons. Should Li Tianran exhibit any signs of resistance or attempt to flee, these three officers would be ready to draw their guns and aim at his head within approximately 0.3 seconds. I apologize, but I am a law-abiding citizen and have never committed any unlawful acts, so I believe you are mistaken, Li Tianran replied with a smile, maintaining his calm demeanor. He contemplated that while it would be easy for him to eliminate the officers before him, it would inevitably lead to greater troubles at this moment. Order had not completely disintegrated. The military and police still wielded considerable power within this civilized society, if their intentions were solely to eradicate the bandits. He felt he was not in any immediate danger. Moreover, given his current physical condition and hidden advantages, even if they truly intended to harm him, he could certainly carve a bloody path out of the heavily guarded police station. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, with his physical prowess at present, he could easily take on a dozen well-trained officers single-handedly and emerge victorious. A.S.E. when once famously stated, "I want to take on 10. That is quite mistaken. We will get to the bottom of this." Yuan Wen's demeanor hardened, her expression cold as she spoke with deliberate clarity. "Now, please open the door." As Yuan Wen uttered this command, the gazes of the other three officers fixed upon Li Tianran like daggers. After a moment of silence, Li Tianran shrugged and replied, "All right." He had no intention of clashing with the officers. At least, not at this moment. Before order fully collapsed, or rather, before he possessed the strength to oppose the entire apparatus of the state, he did not wish to place himself on the military and police blacklist. The military and police are the sword of the nation. If given a choice, he preferred not to cross swords with this blade. Not only would it be perilous, but it would also prove exceedingly troublesome. If he were merely a roving lone wolf, it might be a different story. However, with a farm and a sister to consider, he was destined to refrain from taking excessive risks. With a click, the door swung open. Two officers remained vigilant with their weapons trained on Li Tianran, while another approached, retrieving cold handcuffs from his waist, preparing to secure them around Li Tianran's wrists. Li Tianran smiled. These steel handcuffs would have been utterly unbreakable just days prior, but now they were merely a trinket to him. With a mere thought, he could snap them apart. Clang! The officer gripped Li Tianran's arm and locked a cuff around his left wrist. Just as he was about to secure both hands, the door of the small building swung open once more, and Han Han, rubbing her eyes, stepped outside. Upon witnessing the scene at the entrance, she paused momentarily before asking, "Big brother, are there police officers here? Is something wrong?" Li Tianran's expression shifted upon seeing Han Han. After all, he was currently in handcuffs, and, at her age, she was already aware of what that meant. Just then, Yuan Wen suddenly stepped in front of Li Tianran's wrist, blocking Han Han's line of sight. With a smile, she gestured to the officer to remove the handcuffs from Li Tianran's wrist while cheerfully addressing Han Han. "Little sister, the police officer is here to give your brother a certificate of merit because he is a good citizen. Soon, he will go to the police station to receive his prize." "Really?" Han Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback, and a warm current surged within him as he couldn't help but silently marvel. This woman appears cold, yet she possesses a kind heart. "I want to go too." Unexpectedly, Han Han bounced over, grasping Li Tianran's hand and pressing closely against him. Yuan Wen exchanged a glance with the dark-faced officer, her expression somewhat conflicted that "I believe we can take this child along." Yuan Wen softly suggested to the dark-faced officer, "She is Li Tianran's relative. If anything were to occur, her presence might at least instill some caution in him." The dark-faced officer's gaze held a hint of complexity. "Little sister, you can come with us," Yuanwen gently patted Han Han's little head and smiled. But you must behave and not make a fuss, all right? Yet, Li Tianron's expression suddenly turned cold as he admonished Han Han. Go back and do your homework. You are not allowed to go out. Han Han had never encountered the stern side of Li Tianran. Her lips quivered, and her expression nearly crumpled into tears. Li Tianran certainly did not want Han Han to accompany him to the police station, that if any sudden incidents were to arise, his chances of escaping alone would be significantly greater than if he were to take Han Han along. Mr. Li, according to our investigation, you should not have any other family members at home. Given the current chaotic situation, it may not be safe to leave such a young child alone, Yuanwen remarked with a smile. Holding Han Han's hand, she turned to Li Tianran and said, We are merely going to the police station to collect a prize. It won't take much time, will it? You wouldn't want her character to be adversely affected by such a trivial matter, would you? Li Tianran gazed at Yuanwen's smile, and then at Han Han's pitiful face. After a moment of silence, he ultimately relented. Yuanwen was quite astute. She could discern where Li Tianran's most vulnerable weaknesses lay. To the still innocent and carefree Han Han, the police remained embodiments of justice, and Li Tianran could not confront the officers directly in her presence. Following Han Han out was Xiao He, who sensed that something was amiss, biting onto Han Han's sleeve and gently tugging backward, attempting to pull her back into the house. Shoo! The dark-faced officer lightly stomped his foot, trying to shoo Xiao He away. However, to his surprise, Xiao He responded with a furious bark. Very well, Han Han can come along. Li Tianran finally spoke softly, then turned to Yuanwen, saying with significant emphasis, But Han Han must not leave my sight. Otherwise, I shall forfeit the prize. The award presenter will not have an easy time either. The first half of Li Tianran's statement was directed at Han Hai, while the latter half served as a warning to Yuanwen. He cautioned Yuanwen that should she attempt to use Han Hai to threaten him, Li Tianran would go to great lengths to create significant trouble for them. He possesses the strength to do so. With the acquisition of the white corn, bolstered by his current physical condition, if he were to experience a tenfold increase in power, he would essentially transform into a human tank, akin to Iron Man. Even in the absence of weapons of mass destruction, he would remain invincible. Moreover, even if the military and police were equipped with such weaponry, they would be unable to deploy it indiscriminately amidst the crowded precinct. Thus, although his situation may appear to be constrained, in reality, Li Tianran is not in a perilous predicament. All right, Yuanwen nodded in agreement. Yes, they arrived at the military police station. It was only upon disembarking from the police vehicle that Li Tianran truly comprehended the severity of the security situation in Nanjing. Upon entering the station's lobby, the cacophony of voices reached his ears before he even stepped inside. The military police were bustling about, dashing up and down the stairs, while police cars screeched in and out. Officers returning from resolving a case barely had a moment to rest before being assigned yet another task. The temporary holding cells were overflowing with detainees. Even the iron railings in the lobby were secured with handcuffs, restraining a dozen individuals. The entire precinct resembled a chaotic marketplace. Additionally, Li Tianran noticed several elderly military police officers, evidently retired personnel, who had returned to assist due to the extraordinary circumstances. Near position 45 of the Nuzhou Line 2, a citizen has reported a robbery in progress. The second squad is en route to handle the situation. The suspect in a homicide case at the Nanchuan community has been apprehended. 2 black market arms dealers resisted arrest violently and were shot dead. The death report is prepared and ready for the director's signature. The snippets of conversation among the military police reached Li Tianran's ears. He raised his gaze to observe the officers rushing past him, noting the shared weariness etched on their faces, with bloodshot eyes revealing the toll of their high-intensity work without respite. Witnessing this scene brought Li Tianran a modicum of tranquility, at the very least. He recognized that amidst this tumultuous era, there were still individuals who had not relinquished their commitment to maintaining order, who fought for the safety and property of all citizens. His sister went back with the detainee. At that moment, a young military officer approached, glancing at Li Tianran and Yuanwen, and casually inquired, "What detainee?" "She is a good citizen assisting the military police in apprehending criminals," Yuanwen replied, her expression impassive as she subtly gestured toward Han Hai standing beside Li Tianran, softly admonishing, Please refrain from speaking carelessly. Do you understand? The young officer's face morphed into one of realization, followed by an awkward smile. Oh, I see. May I inquire which case this good citizen assisted in apprehending a criminal? Wells, Yuanwen replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wells, the young officer repeated in a hushed tone, his face now a mask of astonishment as he pointed at Li Tianran, stammering, You mean to say that Wells and his gang were dealt with by him? Yuanwen waved her hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further, and inquired, Where is Director Yang? Director Yang is currently discussing the case in the northern suburbs with Officer Chun, the young officer replied. Then I shall wait for him. Yuanwen nodded. Big brother, I'm a bit scared. Han Hai blinked her eyes, gazing at the chaotic crowd surrounding them, and whispered, When can we go home? Sister wants to discuss the issue of awards with brother. Would you mind staying with this stern-faced uncle in the adjacent room to enjoy some cookies? Yuanwen crouched down, grasping Han Hai's small hand, her tone warm as she pointed toward two adjoining glass-doored offices. That uncle has Oreos. Let him twist some for you and dip them in milk. The stern-faced officer was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, But wasn't it agreed that I would interrogate and handle the awards? Why am I now tasked with babysitting? That uncle is so ugly. Han Hai stole a glance at the stern-faced officer, then looked back at Yuanwen, grinning, I want a pretty sister to feed me. After a futile attempt at persuasion, Yuanwen resignedly picked up Han Hai and entered the office designated as 02. Meanwhile, Li Tianran and the stern-faced officer proceeded into Office 03, though termed an office. It was essentially a series of small compartments divided by one-way mirror glass, with Room 02 specifically designated for interrogations. Room 03 provided a vantage point for witnesses whose identities needed to remain confidential during the interrogation process. This arrangement by the military police was also intended to reassure Li Tianran that Han Hai was nearby, never out of his sight. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianran felt a sense of relief. It seemed that today's visit to the police station was not as fraught with danger as he had initially imagined. Having assisted the military police in eliminating Wells and his gang, he anticipated that they would commend him for his efforts. A smile crept onto Li Tianran's lips. Mr. Li, I believe you are familiar with this individual? Upon entering the compartment, the stern-faced officer produced a photograph and handed it to Li Tianran. Li Tianran glanced down, recognizing the figure bound to the interrogation chair. Wang Bing. Wang Bing. Li Tianran paused momentarily. Noticing Li Tianran's reaction, the officer felt a surge of confidence. It appeared Wang Bing's claims were indeed truthful. Wells had been dispatched by this young man right before them. What crime did he commit? Li Tianran inquired softly, holding onto the photograph. He had a vivid impression of Wang Bing, as he was the most fearless during the confrontation with Wells. While hatred played a role, it also illustrated Wang Bing's bravery. Unintentional homicide, the officer replied, removing his hat. He also disclosed your involvement in a shooting incident. Li Tianran let out a cold laugh at this. He tossed the photograph onto the table, crossing his arms defiantly. Indeed, temporary alliances were unreliable. Those who had once expressed gratitude could quickly turn on you when trouble arose. Such is human nature. Li Tianran mused silently. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. The individual in question is a murderer. How credible is his testimony? I am a law-abiding citizen. If I were to heed the words of a murderer, arbitrarily leading to the apprehension and interrogation of a law-abiding citizen, I would find it utterly absurd. Li Tianran's expression remained indifferent, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Tianran was acutely aware that after he had dealt with Wells, he had meticulously eradicated all traces of his involvement, in the absence of direct evidence. No one could convict him based solely on testimony. Even a dozen identical testimonies would not suffice. The officer chuckled upon hearing this. Rising to fill a disposable cup with water and offering it to Li Tianran, Mr. Li, do you find this amusing? According to Wang Bing's account, there were a dozen of you involved. All I need to do is summon them one by one for questioning, and you won't be able to absolve yourself. Are you implying that if one wishes to condemn an individual, it suffices to gather a dozen individuals to fabricate identical false testimonies, enabling the accused to be executed on the spot? Li Tianran regarded the officer with a flat expression. When did our laws become such? The officer smirked, suddenly laughing. Mr. Lee, there is no need to be so anxious. We have summoned you here not to accuse you, but rather to thoroughly investigate the matter. The Wells gang was a malignant tumor plaguing Nanching. Their removal is a cause for our celebration. What Officer Yuan mentioned about commendation was not merely to appease your little girl. Based on our estimations, it is highly likely that you will be recognized for forming a self-defense team to eliminate the bandits. Ran raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. The officer sighed, exasperated, hands on his hips as he lamented. Mr. Lee, you are making this rather tedious. Although you meticulously erased all traces during your actions, do you truly believe that we would be unable to uncover even the slightest clue? Or shall I bring Wang Bing in right now to confront you face to face? Yuan sat in the office 02, a small pile of snacks such as cookies and soft bread spread across the table before her. These were her treasured reserves, but now she had no choice but to bring them out to pacify Han Han. Yuan felt a throbbing headache. She had come to realize that Han Han was quite the mischievous child. If she was not given something to eat, her energy seemed to have nowhere to be released. One moment, she would be fiddling with the handcuffs on the interrogation chair. The next, she would be rifling through the documents on the table. And on several occasions, she nearly locked herself in. Most troubling was that just a few minutes after parting ways with Li Tianran, Han Han began to fidget restlessly, clamoring to find the big pot. Your name is Han Han, isn't it? Yuan crouched down, leaning close to Han Han, and asked, Uncle Halian and your brother will be back soon. How about I tell you a story in the meantime? Han Han nodded, clutching the snacks in one hand. Once upon a time, in a forest, there were 3 little pigs. One day, Mama Pig told them. However, Yuan had barely finished the introduction when Han Han interrupted her. The big pig built a house of straw, the second pig built a house of wood, and the little pig built a house of stone. Han Han pouted, looking at Yuan with an expression of pitiful longing. Sister, I've heard this story 800 times already. Can't you tell me something new? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then composed herself. All right, let me tell you the story of Snow White. 1,000 times. Han Han shook her head. Little Red Riding Hood, 1,800 times. The Nutcracker, 2,000 times. Cinderella, 10,000 times. Yuan recited over 20 renowned fairy tales in succession, feeling as if her head might explode. Finally, she conceded defeat. Sister, you're so lacking in creativity. The stories you tell are so cliché. Han Han pouted. Big Pot tells much better stories. What stories does your brother usually tell you? Yuan asked patiently. Han Han pressed her little finger to her chin, pondering before replying. There are some. Lin Daiyu pulling down the willow. The black bear spirit in the snowy mountain temple. Zhuge Liang outsmarting the tiger mountain. Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the Grand View Garden. Yuan was left speechless, her worldview shaken to its core. That moment, she felt an urge to vomit blood. Your brother is truly remarkable. I, as her sister, humbly bow to him. Yuan clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Han Han, acknowledging her defeat. You win. Please continue enjoying your snacks. With that, Yuan steeled herself and took out 2 pieces of fruit from her treasure collection, washing them before sharing them with Han Han. Han Han looked at Yuan with the eyes of a weaker and hopped off to grab the fruit. Yuan felt thoroughly mocked by Han Han's derision. Her sense of dignity deeply wounded as she slumped in her chair, utterly drained. She felt exhausted and wished for a moment of respite, so she closed her eyes. That moment, she heard a soft plop. It turned out Han Han had fumbled and dropped an apple into the nearby trash bin. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Let's see how you handle this. Suddenly, she noticed Han Han retrieving the apple from the bin. Casting a furtive glance at her, before Yuan immediately pretended to continue resting her eyes. Han Han, feeling a bit embarrassed, walked over and stood before Yuan. Yuan smirked inwardly, thinking, little girl, you mocked my lack of creativity, but now you must come to me for help? Sister, Han Han timidly began. Yuan opened her eyes. Can you help me? Han Han's eyes shimmered with hope, her little face appearing quite pitiful as she offered the apple. Seeing this, Yuan's heart softened, just as she was about to take it to wash. Can you help me peel it? Han Han flashed a radiant and innocent smile. Yuan's brows twitched, her expression darkening. This little girl truly had a cunning side. Meanwhile, In the office of the head of the military police on the second floor, Director Yang Yong of the South City Military Police sat across from a middle-aged captain in his 40s. After organizing the documents before them, Yang Yong said, "Captain Chun, I will assign someone to investigate this case. We shall leave it at that for now." Captain Chun stood up, nodding in agreement. "Understood, up by the way. Yuan, one has already brought back the young man who eliminated the Wells gang. That I have reported this to the municipal committee and am awaiting their response," Director Yang said, rising from his seat. "The leaders are not pleased. Capturing criminals and eliminating threats is within our duty as military police. It is a disgrace that our inadequacies have forced an ordinary citizen to do our job." Captain Chen's face turned slightly red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was particularly so because the primary area of activity for Wells had been under his jurisdiction. Since Wells began his crimes, he had devised a series of capture plans, but had only managed to apprehend a few low-level henchmen. The most expendable kind. Upon questioning, these henchmen were completely unaware of Wells's base of operations. They were merely local thugs hired by Wells, tasked with scouting the terrain, gathering intelligence, and monitoring military police movements. However, given the current situation, it was best not to take the leader's reprimands too seriously. Yang Yong patted Captain Chen's shoulder with a smile, saying, "Go on. I need to wait for the leader's response regarding whether to commend this young man as a hero or to detain him as a dangerous element. That remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Captain Chun squinted slightly, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of Yang Yong's words that in the current climate, where the entire country and even the world were in turmoil, the military police were striving to curb the chaos. If, in times of peace, Li Tianran had eliminated a gang of criminals, he would undoubtedly have been hailed as a hero and a model to be celebrated. But the situation was different now. Although Li Tianran's actions were to rid the populace of evil, his formation of a personal armed group and the use of illegal firearms to orchestrate large-scale shootouts and killings were also violations of the law. In other words, if Li Tianran were to be promoted as a hero in today's circumstances, it could potentially provoke the emergence of more groups akin to the self-defense forces he had once formed. Should that happen, the populace could band together as violent factions, armed with various illegal weapons, leading to disastrous consequences. From a macro perspective, Li Tianran's elimination of Wells was a minor issue. However, if it incited the citizens of South City and even the entire Handong province to consider forming personal armed forces, then the repercussions would be catastrophic and unacceptable to the higher-ups. What South City needed most now was stability. The handling of this matter was crucial, as its outcome would directly influence the future social dynamics of the city. Yang Yong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of regret appearing on his aged face. "I suspect that if the evidence is compelling, the higher-ups may use this incident to set an example. The life or death of one Li Tianran is inconsequential. The stability of the overall situation is paramount. This young man is quite impressive, but what a pity." Captain Chun looked at Yang Yong, silently swallowing hard as he turned to leave the office. He already knew what course of action he needed to take. On the first floor of the military police station, Li Tianran continued to argue with the stern-faced military police officer. He had no desire to consider matters of commendation. In the current climate, remaining undisturbed was the best reward for him. If this incident were to be publicized and the Wells criminal organization caught wind of it, sending people to attack his farm, his life would be plagued with unrest. Therefore, no matter what the other party said, he would absolutely never admit to the incident. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Captain Chun pushed the door open and entered, prompting the stern-faced military police to stand at attention and salute. "Good day, Captain." Captain Chun nodded, then asked with a neutral expression, "How is the record coming along?" The military police officer smiled wryly and shook his head, indicating he had nothing of note. "You may leave. I'll speak with him." Captain Chun gestured. "There's a case at the Newman warehouse in the northern suburbs. Take your team to investigate." "Understood." The military police officer saluted and then turned to leave with purposeful strides. Bang! The door closed once more to Li Tianran twisted his neck, inwardly laughing at the new recruit's inadequacy. Was it time for a leadership change? However, Li Tianran had long since made up his mind that no matter who interrogated him, he would never confess. "Hello, may I now engage in conversation with you?" Li Tianran smiled as he lifted his paper cup, intending to take a sip of water, While softly greeting Chief Chun, to his surprise, Chief Chun shot him an impassive glance, then let out a cold laugh. Snatching the paper cup from Li Tianran's hands just as it was nearing his lips, and unceremoniously tossing it into the nearby trash bin, Li Tianran was momentarily taken aback. He furrowed his brow at Chief Chun, uncertain of the latter's intentions. "Who permitted you to sit here?" Chief Chun stood before Li Tianran, his towering figure exuding an air of intimidation. Looking down at him as he coldly stated, "Your current status is that of a suspect." Have you ever seen a suspect lounging on a sofa with their legs crossed while being interrogated? Stand up, place your hands on your head, and squat down. Li Tianran licked his lips, perplexed by the sudden and drastic change in the military police's demeanor. "I apologize, but my current status is merely that of a law-abiding citizen. Until evidence is found to prove my guilt, I am cooperating with the police in their investigation, not undergoing your interrogation. Therefore, I shall sit as I please. If it causes discomfort, lying here is none of your concern." In response, Li Tianran not only refused to rise, but leaned back further into the sofa, adopting a remarkably comfortable posture. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? Your presence lacks sufficient force." Chief Chin's brow twitched furiously at this, and he let out a couple of cold laughs before lowering his voice. "You think I cannot handle you this way?" With that, Chief Chun produced a walkie-talkie from his waist, pressed the button, and spoke. "Interrogation room. Bring suspect Wang Bing to compartment 03. Shortly thereafter, 2 military police officers entered, leading Wang Bing, his hands restrained by handcuffs. Smack! Chief Chun strode over, grasped Wang Bing by the collar, and dragged him forward. He then pointed at Li Tianran, sneering as he addressed Wang Bing. "Now, I want you to recount in front of all of us exactly how this large-scale armed operation was orchestrated. Were the weapons distributed to you? Who were the participants? Speak clearly without omitting a single detail. Otherwise, you shall never absolve yourself of your crimes." Wang Bing glanced at Li Tianran, then at the agitated Chief Chun, suddenly sensing that the atmosphere in the room was amiss. If the military police had summoned Li Tianran merely to gather information and extend commendation, then why was this officer so irate? Something was off. He scanned the room for the black-faced military officer, but found no trace of him. Gradually, he began to piece together the situation, feeling as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. "Speak quickly," Chief Chun urged. Wang Bing surveyed the room, gritted his teeth, and finally, taking a deep breath, closed his eyes, a pained expression crossing his face as he stammered, "I do not know what you are talking about. I do not recognize this person." His words left the others in the compartment momentarily stunned. After a full 5 seconds, Chief Chin's eyes widened in disbelief as he violently yanked Wang Bing's collar, demanding, "What did you say?" "I said, I do not know this person at all. I do not recognize him." Wang Bing pointed at Li Tianran, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, enunciating each word deliberately. "Are you daring to commit perjury?" Chief Chun, infuriated, recalled vividly that just 2 hours earlier, Wang Bing had confidently recounted Li Tianran's organization of the self-defense force. And now, he was claiming not to know Li Tianran? How absurd! "I have no idea what you are talking about." Wang Bing shook his head, fixing his gaze on Chief Chun as he said, "You inexplicably brought in a stranger for me to identify." Li Tianran also furrowed his brow, licking his lips, uncertain of Wang Bing's motives. Previously, it was Wang Bing who had implicated him, and now he was denying any knowledge of Li Tianran. "You are Li Tianran, the leader behind your prior confession regarding the counterattack against the Wells grain robbery gang. You do not recognize him?" Chief Chun, suppressing his anger, asked in a low voice. "What Li Tianran?" Wang Bing's eyes revealed a well-measured confusion. "What counterattack? Are you feigning amnesia?" Chief Chun, infuriated by Wang Bing's attitude, lashed out that "I will say it again. I do not know who this person is, nor do I understand what you mean by counterattack." Wang Bing reiterated emphatically, "He has nothing to do with me. To hell with you." Chief Chun could no longer contain his wrath. He kicked Wang Bing in the abdomen with tremendous force, sending him stumbling back 3 steps, his body curling like a shrimp before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Smack! Chief Chun approached, yanking Wang Bing's hair to lift his face. His temper, already volatile, had been exacerbated by the recent global upheaval. compounded by a lack of rest and criticism from above regarding the Wells situation, which had pushed him to the brink of fury that moment. Wang Bing's abrupt change of testimony sent Chief Chen's temper into a complete tailspin. "Let me tell you, do not even think about playing tricks." Chief Chen lowered his voice, his brow twitching, as he warned, "We have recorded your confession. Even if you refuse to speak now, we can still convict you. Understand?" Wang Bing struggled to take a deep breath before responding. "I recall that the black-faced military officer who interrogated me did not activate the law enforcement recording device. What can a confession that anyone could forge accomplish?" Chief Chun was taken aback. "What the hell are you trying to do? Are you now attempting to shield Li Tianran?" Chief Chen's tone softened slightly as he furrowed his brow, speaking to Wang Bing in a lower voice. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he sneered, "If you claim not to know him and disavow your previous confession, how do you explain the items stolen from your family's warehouse? You cannot clarify this, and your suspicions will remain intact. You are a member of the grain robbery gang, murder, robbery, multiple crimes combined. You will surely face execution." Chief Chen seemed to have seized upon Wang Bing's vulnerability, sneering as he spoke. The room fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned to Wang Bing. Tianran sighed. It appeared that Wang Bing's defenses were about to crumble. He regretted his earlier impulsive actions in forming the self-defense force. The current situation indicated that any behavior likely to incite chaos could be perceived as a threat by the military police. Regardless of identity or motive, he had come to realize that the sudden shift in the police's demeanor signified he might soon be treated as a criminal. After all, wielding firearms and organizing violent gangs during wartime regulations was a grave offense. His arm muscles trembled slightly as his right hand brushed against something within his clothing. It was white corn, but he had carried it with him before arriving at the police station, prepared for any emergency that might arise. He had resolved that if the military police truly intended to act against him, he would use the white corn to enhance his strength and fight his way out with Hanheng. But at that moment, Wang Bing suddenly cast a glance at Li Tianran. The look was incredibly complex, filled with guilt, sorrow, and anger born from betrayal. Then, with a wretched smile, Wang Bing slowly began to speak. "Indeed, I am one of the members of the grain robbery gang under Wells. The items in my family's warehouse are the spoils they distributed to me." Li Tianran was taken aback, his hand that had been reaching for the white corn suddenly freezing. Chief Chun was also stunned. The other two military police officers exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. My father and I joined the Wells grain robbery gang due to a shortage of food at home. During one of the robberies, my father was injured and died. To prevent the police from suspecting us, I preemptively reported the incident, leading them to mistakenly believe we were the victims. Wang Bing's expression was grim as he continued. Later, our team fell into internal conflict over the distribution of spoils, and many perished in the ensuing strife. That I was fortunate to survive, but I feared that if the military police discovered the bodies, they would trace it back to me. So, I disposed of the bodies and returned home with the stolen goods. However, I was unfortunate enough to be targeted by the Zhang family, and to conceal my secret, I killed Zhang Jun initially. I intended to eliminate his wife as well, but I was unlucky enough to encounter patrolling military police and got captured. At this point, Wang Bing's voice trembled as he concluded. This is the entire sequence of events. There was no self-defense force, nor any leader. Silence engulfed the room, but a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Tianran exhaled slowly, while Chief Chen's breath came in heavy gasps, resembling an old bellows laboring to function. Wang Bing audaciously took upon himself all the accusations, completely exonerating Li Tianran. But your previous testimony did not suggest such. Chief Chun grasped Wang Bing's collar tightly, gritting his teeth. "Why are you lying?" "The earlier testimony." That black-faced officer instructed me to say so." Wang Bing retorted mockingly. He might harbor a grudge against this young man, named Li Tianran, seeking to drag him down through my words. However, I have had a change of heart. I refuse to commit the heinous act of framing an innocent man before my imminent demise. Wang Bing's eyes glinted with derision as he regarded Chief Chun, sneering, "You just said something entirely different." While Chief Chun, still gripping Wang Bing's collar, reiterated his question. The black-faced officer did not convey it to me in that manner. Wang Bing whispered conspiratorially into Chief Chen's ear. You claim to reward those brave enough to act for justice. Yet you have broken your word, intending to imprison the very warriors who protect themselves and the public. Boss Li is my benefactor. He avenged my father. Am I to betray him? With eyes ablaze, Wang Bing laughed maniacally. You are all a bunch of deceitful scoundrels. You have deceived me, but at the very least, I can use my life to repay my debt. Chief Chun rose abruptly, breathing rapidly as he locked eyes with Wang Bing. Suddenly, he spoke in a low voice. You have a wife and children, but if you insist on bearing all the blame, have you considered how they will survive? Chief Chen's words pierced Wang Bing's heart like a dagger, revealing his anguish and turmoil, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing this, Chief Chen continued, reflect carefully. Will you take the fall for others, or will you reveal the truth? I shall return in 2 hours to record another statement. With that, Chief Chen gestured to the 2 military officers nearby, instructing, take him back to the interrogation room. With a salute, the officers assisted Wang Bing to his feet and escorted him from the compartment. The door closed with a thud. Chief Chen cast a lingering glance at Li Tianran, remaining silent as he turned to leave. When can I leave? Li Tianran leaned back, softly inquiring, I have matters at home. In accordance with public security regulations, we can detain you without conditions for 24 hours. Chief Chen replied without turning back, his tone resolute. It appears you will be spending the night with us. Knock, knock. Chief Chen rapped on the door of compartment 02. Yuan, one was engrossed in listening to Han Han narrate a creatively altered tale of Sun Wukong's misadventures in the Grandview Garden and Zhu Beiji's brawl with the town's gatekeeper. Suddenly interrupted by the knock, she sprang up to open the door. Peering inside, Chief Chen lowered his voice. Officer Yuan, step out for a moment. Yuan smiled at Han Han. Sister has something to attend to. Please wait a moment. Han Han nodded eagerly. Having never seen an older sister so captivated by Li Tianran's story in kindergarten, her peers seemed indifferent to such tales when she shared them with her teacher. The teacher remarked that Li Tianran must be lacking in common sense to tell such peculiar stories. Those who could concoct such narratives must be a bit eccentric, and those who enjoyed them were likely similarly peculiar. If such individuals were to unite, they might discover a wealth of amusement. It seemed this older sister shared a remarkable affinity with De Gua. Han Han mused, smiling as she regarded Yuan's retreating figure, far more charming and endearing than De Gua's previous girlfriend. Zhongling, outside the door, Yuan secured it tightly and asked, Chief Chen, what is the matter? I have a task for you. Chief Chen replied after a moment of silence. Inquire about this young girl and extract some clues from her. We need to gather evidence of Li Tianran's involvement in organized violence and illegal possession of firearms. Yuan sensed something amiss in Chief Chen's tone. Realization dawned upon her. She questioned, isn't the upper echelon supportive of this matter? Why are we gathering evidence against a valorous individual who is to be commended? Who informed you that the upper echelon views the situation positively? That they perceive it as beneficial? Chief Chen's expression was impassive as he regarded Yuan coldly. Li Tianran is organizing a violent gang and possesses dangerous firearms. His crimes are merely one less than those of Wells and his associates. As for the lives taken, he may have claimed even more than Wells. Such a person is a concealed criminal, a ticking time bomb. If not addressed promptly, he poses a greater threat than Wells. A chill ran down Yuan's spine as she grasped the upper echelon stance on Li Tianran. This was utterly illogical. She grew agitated. Wells and his gang engaged in robbery and murder, wreaking havoc in our jurisdiction and causing immense suffering among the populace. Now, here stands a man who has risen to eliminate them, not for money, nor for fame, without seeking our assistance or demanding anything in return. Such an individual should be a paragon for us. Yet now, you propose treating him as a criminal? Yuan, mindful of Han Han's presence in the room, spoke in a hushed tone, yet her astonishment and indignation were palpable. One cannot offset virtue with vice. He has accomplished great deeds, yet that cannot obscure his criminal acts. Chief Chun took a step back, creating distance between them. He is merely a civilian, without any authority to judge or take the lives of others. Indeed, Yuan retorted, he lacks the authority to pass judgment or take lives. If only we had apprehended Wells sooner. Chief Chen's expression grew weary as he listened to the biting sarcasm in Yuan Wen's voice. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Our failure to capture Wells is indeed a dereliction of duty, but that does not justify Li Tianran's criminality. My determination to hold Li Tianran accountable is rooted entirely in my professional integrity as an officer." "Is this the latest directive from the upper echelon?" Yuan Wen inhaled deeply, questioning. "Director Yang awaits a response from the municipal committee," Chief Chen stated, "but it is highly probable that the upper echelon will not tolerate the presence of a dangerous element like Li Tianran in this era. You are hastily labeling Li Tianran a criminal even before receiving a response from the upper echelon. It seems you are not acting out of professional integrity, but rather out of panic for your failure to capture Wells in a timely manner. You are eager to curry favor with your superiors, preparing to present Li Tianran's criminal evidence to their desk the moment the directive arrives, in order to showcase your capabilities and regain their approval." Yuan Wen fixed her expressionless gaze upon Chief Chen, speaking deliberately. "Until we receive a response from the upper echelon, I refuse to follow your course of action that I cannot believe our nation would allow a hero to suffer." With those words, Yuan Wen turned and re-entered the compartment, closing the door behind her. Chief Chen's countenance darkened, and a well-known adage rang true in this moment, reflecting his current sentiment. When one is exceptionally beautiful, if others call them ugly, they would remain unperturbed, knowing it to be a jest. However, when one is truly unattractive, any comment to that effect would evoke rage, as it strikes at the very core of their being. Chief Chen felt this way now. Had he not harbored any notion of performing before his superiors, he would have merely perceived Yuan Wen's words as a misunderstanding, feeling slightly displeased but not enraged. However, the crux of the matter was that he indeed harbored such thoughts. Thus, upon being exposed by Yuan Wen, he felt a surge of humiliation and anger. Bang! Chief Chen suddenly kicked open the door to compartment 02. "Officer 0124, Yuan Wen, I care not for your background. Here, I am the chief, and you are my subordinate. I, in my capacity as chief, command you to interrogate the family member of the suspect, Li Tianran, namely Li Han." Chief Chen's face was as dark as the depths of water as he barked. "In half an hour, I expect to see the interrogation report." With a blank expression, Li Tianran withdrew a white corn cob from his pocket and brought it to his lips. With matters having reached this point, he found himself bereft of options. Even if it meant standing against the entire world, he would not permit anyone to harm Han Han. "Chenyu, what are you doing?" At that moment, a voice imbued with authority and age resonated through the air. Sheriff Chen and Li Tianyan simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. There stood an elderly man with white hair, clad in a black police uniform. In the corridor, he was tall and imposing, with a square face etched with the marks of time and resilience, his eyes sparkling with vitality, despite his snowy locks. His gaze remained sharp and piercing, reminiscent of an eagle. The old man strode forward with purpose, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "What brings you here?" The once arrogant Sheriff Chen, upon seeing the elder, suddenly wilted like a mouse caught in the light, lowering his head and stammering his retreat. "Scaring little girls, are we?" The old man, his expression impassive, glanced through the glass wall at the situation inside room 02. Then pointed a finger at Sheriff Chen's chest, exclaiming, "Yang Yong has truly trained you well. You may lack in apprehending criminals, but you are quite adept at coercion and persuasion, I dare say. It seems you are no longer fit to be a captain." The elder's sudden outburst sent a shiver down Sheriff Chen's spine, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Yuan Hall. "I am left with no choice. This is an order from above." "Above? Who's above?" Yuan Jinghong, the venerable figure in police attire, stood with arms crossed, his tall frame emanating an intimidating presence. "Yang Yong or Wang Dongchuan?" "Wang Dongchuan." "The mayor of Nancheng," Sheriff Chen replied with a bitter smile. He had yet to receive a formal written order, but Yang's earlier comments had already indicated the higher-up stance on the matter. Stand right there and recite the police code 20 times. Yuan Jinghong seemed uninterested in conversing with Sheriff Yang, brusquely waving his hand before turning his attention to room 02, stating in a deep voice, "Officer Yuan Wen, step forward." Yang Yong had already briefed him over the phone about the situation, and now he demanded to meet the young man named Li Tianyan. The Military Police Bureau is a unique department. While it is managed by the Nanjing City, it is also under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Military Police Department. Most of the time, the Bureau operates directly under the provincial authority. Therefore, even though Wang Dongchuan, the mayor, is Yang Yang's superior, his words hold little sway over the internal affairs of the Bureau. Yuan Jinghong is in fact Yang Yang's direct superior, holding the power of life and death over him. Standing before Yuan Jinghong, Officer Yuan 1, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to him. With fair skin and an air of heroism, she resembled a female general from ancient tales. Like Huamalanda at this moment, she saluted Yuan Jinghong, stating, Officer 0124, Yuan 1, reporting to you that Li Tianyan is in room 03. Please proceed. Yuan Jinghong nodded. Sheriff Chen stood to the side, drenched in sweat. Internally, he cursed himself for having just moments ago barked at Yuan 1. No matter your background, I am the sheriff here, and you are my subordinate. Yet now, with Yuan 1's powerful connections revealed, he stood against the wall, silent as a mouse. Heaven help me. Couldn't I at least maintain my facade? Inside room 03, Li Tianyan silently tucked the white corn back into his pocket. I could appeared the situation had taken a turn. This white-haired elder seemed to be a significant figure. With a click, the door swung open. Yuan Jinghong stood at the threshold, asking in a deep voice, Are you Li Tianyan? Li Tianyan looked at him, nodding yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Jinghong from the provincial department. He said, striding forward and extending his calloused hand to shake Li Tianyan's, his voice resonating with authority. On behalf of the Military Police Bureau, I apologize. Thank you for eliminating the scourge from Nanjing and for your efforts towards stabilizing the situation. Li Tianyan regarded him, remaining vigilant despite the elder's cordial demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he offered a nonchalant smile. You all have me quite confused. Am I a criminal or a hero? A hint of embarrassment crossed Yuan Jinghong's weathered face as he sighed. It seems our methods have been flawed. Having arrived earlier, he had observed Sheriff Chun interrogating Li Tianyan and saw how Chun, in a fit of anger, had brought Wang Bing into room 03. The sequence of events had clarified the situation to him. I just received a report from Yang Yang at the Nanjing Military Police Bureau and rushed over immediately, Yuan Jinghong said solemnly. I feared such a problem would arise, and as fate would have it, here we are. I will convene a meeting to resolve this issue. He then turned to Yuan 1, instructing, Go fetch Yang Yang and tell him I am waiting here. Yuan 1 nodded and swiftly departed. My apologies. A smile emerged on Yuan Jinghong's face. Meanwhile, Yang Yang dashed down from the second-floor office, pushed open the door to room 03, and upon seeing Yuan Jinghong, stood at attention with a grave demeanor, saluting, Good day. Inspector Yuan, come in. Yuan Jinghong replied sternly, Close the door. Yang Yang was sweating profusely, uncertain of the elder's purpose for being there, judging by the current expression on Yuan Jinghong's face. He sensed he was in for a rough time, that he braced himself for a storm of reprimands, as expected. Once the door was shut, Yuan Jinghong stood and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Chastising, Yang Yang, have you lost your mind? Did you instruct that little brat Xinyu to conduct the interrogation? Do you have any idea how much damage your actions have caused to the image of the military police and the nation? Are you still fit to be the bureau chief? If not, write me a resignation letter, and I will sign it, transferring you to traffic control. Without hesitation, Yuan Jinghong unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Yang Yang, who wiped the spittle off his face, lowering his head with a bitter smile, not daring to retort. What a joke! This elder had once been a battle-hardened general, only reassigned to a secondary role due to injuries sustained in combat. Even so, he was a formidable figure within the entire military police system of Handong Province. All 7 cities and numerous bureau chiefs, deputy chiefs, and political commissars were his students. Even Yang Yang himself had studied under him for 2 years. Now tell me, how do we resolve this? After his tirade, Yuan Jinghong took a moment to catch his breath before asking, You treat a hero who has eliminated a criminal gang as a suspect in an interrogation. Is this not turning black into white? Wasn't this how I taught you? Silence engulfed the room. The stillness was palpable. Not only was Yang Yang's face ashen, but Li Tianyan too sensed that the elder's demeanor was serious. Teacher Yuan, he is yet to admit he is the one who took down the Wells gang. Yang Yang offered a wry smile, filling a cup with water from the dispenser and respectfully handing it to Yuan Jinghong. I assure you, my intentions were purely professional, aimed at quickly verifying Wang Bing's testimony. Beyond that, I harbored no ill will. Perhaps Sheriff Chen misunderstood my intentions. To be fair, Yang Yong had indeed sought to have Sheriff Chen investigate Li Tianyan for possessing firearms and organizing violent gangs. However, seeing Yuan Jinghong's current demeanor, he realized that admitting to this could lead to not only a scolding, but potentially a couple of loving punches from the elder as someone who had studied under Yuan Jinghong for 2 years. Yang Yong was acutely aware of his temper. After uttering those words, he silently lamented, "Old Chun, I'm sorry, but I SNT it the duty of subordinates to take the blame for their superiors. You certainly know how to clear your name." Yuan Jinghong smirked slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "After leaving my side for years, your capabilities have not improved, but rather you've become increasingly cunning." Yang Yong forced a smile. Then, licking his lips, he produced a red-headed document from behind him, stepping forward to present it to Yuan Jinghong, saying helplessly, "Teacher Yuan, please take a look at this document. IT was just faxed to me by Mayor Wang Dongchuan 3 minutes ago." Yuan Jinghong narrowed his eyes as he received the official document emblazoned with a red header. The Southern City Committee consisted of 6 formidable figures. Although Wang Dongchuan ranked second, his youthfulness promised a bright future. The individual at the helm seemed to be deliberately avoiding his brilliance, thereby granting Wang Dongchuan considerable influence in Southern City. Yang Yong explained, "After all, I serve in Southern City, that if he issues an order, how can I dare to disobey?" Yuan Jinghong gazed at the document. Meanwhile, Li Tianran, though seated at a distance, was able to discern the text on the paper through his exceptional eyesight. Unsurprisingly, the document mandated Yang Yong to interrogate Li Tianran, seeking evidence of his involvement in organizing a violent gang and uncovering the identity of the firearm supplier behind him. Wang Dongchuan believed that Li Tianran's gang had been deliberately nurtured by certain individuals. The final line of the document concluded with a striking statement. The annihilation of the Wells gang by Li Tianran's group is not a positive development. Rather, it underscores that Li Tianran's gang possesses a level of violent strength surpassing that of the Wells gang. Should such a group choose to perpetrate evil, the ensuing threats and consequences would far exceed those posed by the Wells gang. The current situation does not allow for any latent dangers. We must eradicate all threats in their infancy. After reading the document, Yuan Jinghong fell into a prolonged silence. Yang Yong tentatively inquired, "Teacher Yuan, what are your thoughts?" "Nonsense." Yuan Jinghong waved his hand dismissively, his voice low and firm. This is a classic case of unnecessary alarmism. In today's world, with the slightest provocation, any citizen can wield a kitchen knife and become a rioter. Are we to detain every single person in our jurisdiction? Yang Yong forced a bitter smile that he could not afford to offend either Wang Dongchuan or Yuan Jinghong. Thus, maintaining silence seemed to be the most prudent course of action. However, this document had been jointly issued by several prominent figures in the Southern City Committee. Failure to comply would be tantamount to insubordination. Yang Yong lowered his voice, expressing his predicament of being caught in the middle, hoping Yuan Jinghong might devise a compromise. Yuan Jinghong appeared to perceive Yang Yong's intent. He clapped his hands, and a coldly composed officer from the provincial military police entered, placing a file on the table. "I also possess a document of greater confidentiality and execution grade. Would you care to take a look?" Yuan Jinghong inquired, shaking the file in his hand. Meanwhile, in room 02, after notifying Yang Yong, Yuan returned to her post. Given the violent nature of Captain Chen's earlier actions in kicking down the door, she worried that Han Hang might be frightened. Surprisingly, Han Hang seemed unfazed by Captain Chen's outburst, calmly seated on the sofa, munching on snacks, her face devoid of any trace of fear. This astonished Yuan. Typically, children, especially little girls, are timid. Han Hang's demeanor was quite rare. Had Yuan known that not long ago, Han Hang had issued orders to the combatants to eliminate invaders and had successfully dealt with their corpses, she might not have been so surprised. A bold spirit, oblivious to fear, perhaps it was an innate gift. Tea times. Han Hang's audacity astonished even Li Tianran. "Han Hang, may I ask you a question?" Yuan, unable to see the situation in room 03, felt an unusual restlessness. The events of the day had profoundly shaken her worldview. She could not accept such methods of operation. Yet, at this moment, she could offer no assistance, and in her agitation, she suddenly found herself intrigued by Li Tianran. Han nodded obediently while enjoying her Oreos. "What kind of person is your brother?" Yuan inquired softly. "He is the best person in the world," Han Heng exclaimed, spreading her arms wide. "Better than the best." "Perhaps I was not sufficiently clear," Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. You know your brother well. What does he enjoy doing? Who does he like to associate with? Does he have any little secrets?" At this moment, Yuan harbored some suspicions regarding Li Tianran. Through their interrogation of Wang Bing, they had accurately deduced that the firearms Li Tianran had distributed to Wang Bing and others were certainly not the commonplace hunting rifles available on the black market, but rather weapons of military-grade quality. Such weapons are subject to stringent regulation. How had Li Tianran acquired them? Although Yuan believed that Li Tianran's actions in leading the eradication of the Wells gang were commendable, she found it absurd that the upper echelons regarded him as a threat. Yet upon reflection, there were indeed some issues at play. Even if Yuan was reluctant to acknowledge it, she had to confront the fact that Li Tianran might genuinely have intricate connections with certain hidden big shots. After all, how could a mere small-time farmer like Li Tianran possibly obtain such weaponry? Even if he were a hero, he was merely a marginal hero. "He likes me." Han Heng blinked her eyes and said. Big Pot enjoys playing with Han Heng the most. Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. "And what about little secrets?" Yuan smiled sweetly. "Sister loves to hear other people's secrets. How about we exchange? You tell me a secret about your brother, and I'll share one about myself. Sister, since it's a secret, it certainly can't be shared with others." Han Heng looked at Yuan with a curious expression before cheerfully asking, "Sister, do you want to pry into Big Pot's background, thinking I'm too young to catch on?" Yuan was utterly speechless. This little girl was simply a prodigy. She had completely seen through Yuan's intentions, making further conversation impossible. Yuan struggled to find her words. "Han Heng, let me tell you a story." She finally managed to say, "I'm not interested in the three little pigs." Han Heng shook her head. "It's a brand new story." Yuan chuckled, organizing her thoughts. Once upon a time, there was a couple living in a small mountain village. The husband cut firewood during the day, while the wife, being unwell, remained bedridden. Though their lives were quite meager, they were genuinely happy. One day, while gathering firewood in the mountains, the husband stumbled upon a large pit, where he found some scattered coins at its edge. Elated, he collected the coins and brought them home, and that evening, they enjoyed a meal of meat, feeling joyful. The next day, the husband returned to the pit and discovered more coins, this time closer to the edge. Cautiously, he approached the pit again and gathered the coins. Thus, he ceased cutting firewood and began visiting the magical pit daily to collect coins, which continued to pile up, drawing nearer to the pit's edge. The couple grew wealthy from these coins, and the wife's health gradually improved due to the nourishment. One day, a wise man encountered the husband and sensed an impending danger surrounding him. He wished to inquire about the husband's recent activities. However, the husband, suspicious that the wise man sought to steal his coins, roughly pushed him away and hurried home, intent on returning to the pit to gather all the coins at once. He had previously observed a vast treasure hidden deep within the pit. If he could bring it all back, they would never again have to worry about their livelihood. Unable to dissuade the husband, the wise man went to his home and warned the wife that her husband was facing calamity. Whatever he was doing, he needed to stop immediately. The wise man inquired about the husband's recent activities, but the wife hesitated, remaining silent, terrified of altering their current life and fearing her husband's wrath. She chose to remain quiet. Yet that night, instead of her husband returning, she was met with a lifeless body. In his quest for a piece of gold lodged at the pit's edge, her husband had lost his footing and fallen to his death. Upon seeing this, the wife went mad with grief, lamenting that she had not intervened sooner to stop him. Thus, an originally happy family was shattered, due to the husband's greed and the wife's inaction. Yuan paused momentarily before gazing at Han and said, "The husband in this tale is your elder brother. He may have inadvertently erred, yet there remains a chance for timely redemption. The wife is you. The wise one is that the crux of this story does not lie with the husband, but rather with the choices made by the wife that, this moment, Your brother may be teetering on the very edge of a chasm, poised to plunge into darkness. Surely, you can perceive the peril he currently faces. Yuan Wen regarded Han Han with calmness and softly added, Han Han, you are a remarkably intelligent child. I trust you can comprehend the essence of this story. Only by sharing what you know can I assist you. Now, reveal to me your choice. Will you intervene to prevent your brother from falling into the abyss, or will you stand idly by, silently witnessing this unfold? Han Han, indeed grasping the meaning of Yuan Wen's narrative, raised an eyebrow and inquired, Sister, are you cursing my brother Degua? Han Han, you know that is not my intention. Yuan Wen replied earnestly. Han Han fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. If choosing to delve into the pit to gather riches is Gua's decision, then I shall neither obstruct him nor merely observe in silence, that I will choose to accompany him. Yuan Wen was taken aback, her brows furrowing. What kind of response is that? This is the answer of a family member. Han Han smiled innocently. Regardless of whether Gua's choice is wicked, just, greedy, correct, or erroneous, I shall unwaveringly follow in his footsteps. Yuan Wen stared at Han Han in a dazed eye. In that moment, she realized that she would never be able to extract any secrets regarding Li Tianran from Han Han. This pair of siblings was entirely different from ordinary kin. They were the kind whose bond was such that if Li Tianran were to utter a command to kill, Han Han would immediately hand him a dagger. If he were to suggest jumping into a river, she would follow suit without hesitation. They existed in a world of their own, living solely for each other. In their realm, there were no notions of right or wrong, good or evil. This relationship was both beautiful and troubling. Yuan Wen found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she quietly turned and exited compartment 03. In compartment 02, the provincial military police officer who had accompanied Yuan Zhenghong placed a sealed document on the table and casually opened it. Inside was a letter. At the top of the document were 5 solid gold star seals. This was classified as a 5th-level document. In peacetime, such a classification represented the highest tier. The earlier directive given by Wang Dongchuan to Yang Yong had only been rated 2 stars. Roughly calculating, documents of this caliber were ones he would rarely encounter in his daily life. What is this, Teacher Yuan? Yang Yong asked, his voice trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The 5th-level secret order. Should I take my leave? As the director of the Military Police Bureau, Yang Yong was acutely aware of the rigid hierarchy surrounding participation in various levels of operations. His administrative position did not afford him access to 5th-level documents, which were of utmost confidentiality. Any leakage could lead to immense complications. Even Yang Yong felt the weight of this dilemma. This was indeed a hot potato. He instinctively wished to avoid such trouble. Although you are not qualified to partake in the actions outlined in this document, there is a special directive meant for you. Yuan Zhenghong waved his hand dismissively and then retrieved a secret order from within the document. Printed on special paper, the text would only become visible once coated with a specific substance and would self-destruct 20 seconds after appearing, leaving no chance for secondary leakage. Yang Yong, trembling, accepted the secret order. Applying the specialized coding provided by the Military Police Bureau, the text revealed a line in bold. According to wartime regulations, Yang Yong, director of the South City Military Police Bureau, all action shall be conducted under the command of Inspector General Yuan Zhenghong of the National Security Bureau S 3rd Division. Upon seeing the words National Security Bureau S 3rd Division, Yang Yong's face turned pale. This department was the direct governing body for all military and police forces in Yanhuang in ancient times. It would be akin to the 6 doors, overseeing all law enforcers across the land. Yang Yong, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately saluted. Yang Yong of South City, obeying orders from then on. The matters at hand were entirely beyond his purview. Upon seeing the crimson 5-pointed star seal on the secret order, Yang Yong understood that the remaining affairs were clearly beyond his level of involvement. Since Yuan Zhenghong arrived with a directive from the National Security Bureau, command of all operations within the South City Military Police Bureau was now entrusted to him. He could temporarily step back and yield authority. Perhaps even several prominent figures from the Municipal Party Committee would have to do the same. Yang Yong mused to himself that Li Tianran observing the exchange, began to fidget with his fingers, increasingly perplexed. The situation seemed to be escalating. Had even the National Security Bureau been alerted? Li Tianran did not believe he possessed such significant influence. A mere Wells gang, despite causing some trouble in the surrounding towns of South City, was nothing more than a band of rabble in the grand scheme of Yanhuang. Li Tianran did not think that simply dismantling the Wells gang would warrant recognition from the National Security Bureau. "Leave," Yuan Zhenghong commanded authoritatively, gesturing with his hand that, "Oh, you know how to respond to Wang Dongchuan." "I understand." Yang Yong nodded vigorously. With a click, the door closed once more in compartment 03. Only Li Tianran and Yuan Zhenghong remained. Yuan Zhenghong smiled and tossed the file before Li Tianran, stating, "Take a look." Li Tianran gazed at the file in his hands. Though it felt light, at that moment, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The glaring 5 red stars made him feel as if he were holding 5 towering mountains. "You've gone too far with your jest." Li Tianran feigned ease with a smile, placing the file to his right. "I am not part of the military police. I lack the qualification to view this document." "This document was meant for you," Yuan Zhenghong replied with a smile. "Meant for me?" Li Tianran was taken aback. "More accurately, is intended for someone of your ilk." Yuan Zhenghong clarified that Li Tianran was now thoroughly confused. Yuan Zhenghong approached, personally opening the file and extracting its contents, placing them on Li Tianran's LAP. In addition to the document, there were dozens of photographs. Li Tianran bent down, picking up the photographs to examine them. The first image evoked a strong sense of discomfort. It depicted a wild bull, its back adorned with a grotesque human-like face, its size comparable to that of an elephant, with fearsome horns and bloodshot eyes rampaging through the city. As he continued to flip through, several more images related to this wild bull appeared. In some pictures, human corpses lay beneath its iron hooves. The most horrifying image showcased it demolishing a building with its horns. Li Tianran had encountered mutated beasts before, but never one as repulsive and terrifying as the one depicted in these photographs. This was discovered 5 days ago by patrolling soldiers in the Kualangma mountain range. Like other mutated beasts, it underwent a transformation after consuming radiation-affected flora, Yuan Zhenghong explained. However, unlike other mutated beasts that typically deteriorate and die within hours, this one has only grown stronger. It has begun attacking humans and other animals, even altering its behavior to become carnivorous, given that the Kualangma mountain range lies in a border region. Patrol personnel faced significant challenges in locating